Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Template System. MC Appearance. He looks like Toji Fushiguro from Jujutsu Kaisen. Hidden Leaf Village. A young figure kept swinging his wooden sword under the scorching sun, sticky sweat clinging to his eyes. His back was already soaked with sweat. But his focus was unprecedentedly concentrated, as if he was in a battle with someone right in front of him. Ha! Ryujiro gasped heavily, his spirit seemingly reaching its limit. Ignoring the dirt beneath him, Ryujiro collapsed directly onto the ground. His arms were numb and swollen, weak with fatigue. Every day, Ryujiro would battle with the hawk-eyed figure in his spiritual space and learn his swordsmanship. Character Template, Dracula Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 1%. If my strength reaches Mihawk's level, even if I'm no match for a 6 paths level powerhouse, I'll be able to rival a Kage. Ryujiro muttered to himself with closed eyes. Yes, Ryujiro had arrived in the Naruto world. Without a cool background or a bloodline, not even his parents survived the Third Shinobi World War. Surviving on the village's compensation, Ryujiro managed to get by. Ryujiro was a transmigrator and was familiar with everything about Naruto world. Kage, during this period, indeed belonged to the transcendent powerhouses, but by the later stages of the world, the Kages of the so-called 5 great ninja villages were all single-handedly defeated by Uchiha Madara. Kage seemed so small in front of Uchiha Madara, let alone that at the time, Uchiha Madara was only at the level of a Kage. Once at the level of the 6 paths, whether it was a Kage or a Hokage, the difference couldn't be measured in quantity anymore, they existed in different dimensions. He arrived in the Naruto world and gained the character template system. Unlock the first template. Dracula Mihawk. The great swordsman of the One Piece world, Ryujiro, who was familiar with anime, naturally understood how powerful Mihawk was. His mountain-splitting and sea-splitting slashes were no less impressive than S-rank ninjutsu, and the key was that they didn't require chakra or hand seals. A single slash was comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu. Ryujiro rested for a while with his eyes closed before starting to control his chakra again. The method of controlling chakra was taught to him by Iruka. His parents who died in this world were friends of Iruka because of his reclusive nature. Iruka took care of him very well. For someone of Ryujiro's age to be able to manipulate chakra was rare. The kids around his age near his home couldn't compare to him at all. To become a ninja, chakra was absolutely indispensable. Chakra was also a unique energy characteristic of the Naruto world. Only those with chakra in their bodies could perform ninjutsu. Ryujiro condensed his chakra, concentrating it in his hands, rapidly flowing and compressing it into a pale blue spherical shape in his hands. Bang! Ryujiro's Raiznan struck the tree trunk. The trunk suddenly caved in, revealing a deep crack, and the flaw that spread from the center of the defect spread outward. Hoo. Ryujiro breathed heavily. His body was still too weak, just using the Raiznan had drained his chakra. He still needed to become stronger, his current strength was not enough. The various monstrous bloodlines and abnormalities in the Naruto world were something he didn't have. The only thing he could rely on was the system and his own efforts. As the avid watcher of Naruto series, Ryujiro remembered Jiraiya teaching Naruto about Raiznan, so using the same idea Ryujiro also tried to learn it, but for him it took many months as he had no help from any teacher, so only way he could do it was by trial and error. At last he succeeded. Ryujiro knew that in this world that was filled with beings that could easily destroy planets, he couldn't just rely on Mihawk Template to protect himself, he wanted to be ready to face and defeat powerhouses like Madara, Otsutsuki's, Ten Tails, etc. And for that he would use everything available, every useful jutsu that would add up on his swordsmanship, he would learn them. He had also learned a lot of other useful jutsu like transformation jutsu, body flicker jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, etc. from the scrolls left by his parents. In the anime, Naruto could easily release the Raiznan because of his Uzumaki lineage, and he was also the inheritor of Asura's chakra. And Sasuke possessed the Uchiha bloodline and later unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even the Rinnegan. Compared to these two monsters, he was far behind. After regaining his spirit, Ryujiro gripped the sword in his hand, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He could begin now. In the vast spiritual world, a figure of a black-haired, hawk-eyed man stood in front of Ryujiro, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, Mihawk was about the same height as Ryujiro. The Mihawk in the spiritual space was the same age as Ryujiro, and only if Ryujiro's swordsmanship reached a certain level would the Mihawk in the spiritual space change. This was Mihawk. Indeed extraordinary. Although those sharp eyes were still somewhat naive, they reflected a heart yearning for swordsmanship and lofty enthusiasm. This wasn't Ryujiro's first time fighting Mihawk in the spiritual space. Before this, Ryujiro and Mihawk had fought no less than 10 times. Yet even so, Mihawk in the spiritual space would catch every tiny flaw and defeat him each time. Victory or defeat was just a thought away. Outside, Ryujiro stood in the vast forest, gripping his sword, his expression constantly changing, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. In a short time, Ryujiro's face was covered with sweat, so much so that it was raining sweat. A shadow flashed through the forest, curious eyes watching Ryujiro, blood-red eyes, and a black pupil. This person was undoubtedly of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui looked at Ryujiro with curiosity. What was this kid doing? Although this forest belonged to Konoha, there were many beasts here that a child couldn't handle. But for some reason, Shisui felt a strange feeling when he looked at Ryujiro. The next moment, Ryujiro trembled, his body bursting with a fierceness that belied his age. He opened his eyes, panting heavily. Shisui, who was watching from the shadows, felt this extraordinary aura and his eyes suddenly contracted, his gaze becoming serious. He was not simple. This aura wasn't something that someone of his age could possess. It seemed that the village had got another exceptional talent. A smile appeared at the corner of Shisui's mouth. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Ryujiro sat on the ground, panting heavily, every inch of his body aching. The key was that at this point, his spirit had reached the edge of what he could bear, and his once resolute gaze now looked weary. After regaining some strength, Ryujiro disappeared into the forest. Effort was important, but blind effort would only backfire. Ryujiro wouldn't do anything that would harm his body, even training was the same. If he exceeded his limits, Ryujiro would choose to rest. Because of his reclusive nature, Ryujiro had few friends, and he wasn't interested in making friends with those naive kids. He was working hard to become stronger, to control his own life and protect himself from any threats in this world. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Kagaya. These powerful enemies were ones he would eventually face. Watching the treetops tremble as the wind blew through, Ryujiro sighed silently. It's windy, the village won't be too peaceful. Chapter 2, Recommendation Letter. Nighttime, in the Hokage's office. Sandame-sama, here are the documents for Ryujiro. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked through the documents for Ryujiro for a while. His background seems clean. His parents died in the Third Shinobi World War, leaving him alone at home. He often interacts with Iruka, but he's a bit solitary. But since he received praise from Shisui, he probably isn't as simple as he appears on the surface. The village seems peaceful, but there's potential turmoil lurking beneath. If it erupts, it would be a devastating blow to the village. The Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the village is growing stronger, especially after the Nine-Tails incident that led to the fourth Hokage's death. The Uchiha clan is currently on thin ice. Ryujiro is old enough to enter the ninja academy. Why not arrange for him to go? Iruka can pass on the message to him. Just Shisui's words alone wouldn't make Hiruzen pay attention to Ryujiro. Only if Ryujiro's brilliance truly reached the Hokage's office would Hiruzen focus on him. The matters within the village and the shinobi world are enough to give the elderly third Hokage a headache. Let's hope this hard-earned peace lasts a bit longer. Hiruzen sighed softly and continued with his administrative duties. The next day at noon, Ryujiro woke up. Although his arms were a bit swollen, it didn't affect his training. Moreover, his spirits were fully restored. In yesterday's mental space battle, Ryujiro rarely broke through with a move, but he was still defeated by Mihawk. But this battle brought him many insights. Character Template, Dracula Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 1.2%. This battle alone increased the progress by 0.2%, which could indeed be considered a significant gain. After a simple cleanup, Ryujiro planned to continue training in his old place for the day. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw a familiar figure. Iruka waved and smiled. Ryujiro. Iruka-sensei. What are you doing here? Iruka smiled faintly, just passing by to see you. You haven't eaten yet, let me treat you to some ramen. Iruka was one of the few people close to Ryujiro, although Iruka always treated him like a child. Because even though Ryujiro appeared mature, in Iruka's eyes, he was still just a child. Ichiraku ramen, anyone who has watched Naruto would know about Ichiraku ramen. And Ichiraku ramen is accompanied by many memes. The current Ichiraku ramen is just a small stall. Ryujiro sat there, looking at the kind old man making ramen in front of him. This was Tuchi, whom many fans believed to be an Otsutsuki in Ryujiro's previous world. Tuchi noticed Ryujiro's curious gaze and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. What was this kid looking at him for? Could it be that he looked too cool making ramen? Hee, probably. Ryujiro, don't be polite, dig in. Iruka smiled faintly. Even though Iruka was an ordinary teacher and average ninja, Ryujiro couldn't help but feel a slight fondness towards him. Iruka was indeed like a small son, warming others. After finishing the ramen, Ryujiro slowly said, Iruka-sensei, if you have something to say, just say it, no need to beat around the bush. Irika's expression froze for a moment, smiling apologetically. Indeed, nothing can escape your notice. He had known Ryujiro for half a year now. This strange kid had a mentality different from others his age. Sometimes talking to Ryujiro felt like talking to someone his own age. Of course, Irika also felt that it was related to Ryujiro's experiences. Losing his parents at such a young age had forced him to mature so much. He lacked the innocence and joy that children should have. This made Irika even more distressed about Ryujiro. Ryujiro, are you interested in entering the Ninja Academy? Irika spoke up. Ninja Academy? Ryujiro was stunned. Damn it. The time for the Ninja Academy entrance exam was now. This is a recommendation letter from Hokage-sama. Irika handed the recommendation letter to Ryujiro. Tuchi's face showed a hint of surprise. A recommendation letter from Hokage-sama. This kid actually caught the attention of Hokage-sama. Even Irika himself found it a bit strange. Last night, Hokage-sama called him to his office and handed him the recommendation letter. Could it be that he had been in contact with Ryujiro too frequently, so he caught the attention of Hokage-sama? Recommendation letter. Yesterday, when he returned from the mental world to reality, he could feel someone's gaze on him, but it disappeared in a short while. Ryujiro's perception was beyond that of a normal person, surpassing his peers by far. After accepting the recommendation letter from Irika, Ryujiro thanked him and disappeared from Irika's view. He didn't immediately reply to Irika. Because his time was precious, he didn't want to waste too much time on boring things. Training was his top priority. Ryujiro entered his mental space again. After entering the system space, Ryujiro's eyes were dispersed and void, like dead eyes. Two figures were fighting in the mental space. Although the young Mihawk looked tender, his sharp yellow eyes were captivating. Ding! 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 The blades collided. Ryujiro's expression wasn't very good. Although it seemed evenly matched, in the small details, Ryujiro was not as good as Mihawk. After about 2 hours, Ryujiro gasped heavily as he exited the mental space. His arms were trembling because of the prolonged training. Character Template, Dracul Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 1.4%. Although it was just a 0.2% increase, each improvement was significant for Ryujiro. Understanding of swordsmanship and sword techniques, accumulated combat experience from battle after battle in the mental world would become nourishment for Ryujiro's growth. In addition to combat, Ryujiro also needed to improve his physical strength. To unleash powerful strikes, strong physicality was indispensable. Push-ups, sit-ups, running around the forest 10 times, these were all essential training for Ryujiro. The day passed quickly, and before he knew it, dusk had fallen. Chapter 3, Enrollment. Enrollment, huh? Nightfall, as Ryujiro lay on his bed, he pondered while looking at the recommendation letter beside him. The Konoha Ninja Academy was established by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to nurture the young blood of Konoha. Its purpose was to ensure the inheritance of the will of fire. However, Ryujiro, who knew all about the hidden darkness of Konoha, knew that the village had a dark side. The roots of Konoha had long been corrupted, with figures like Danzo Shimura lurking in the shadows of the Hokage, making it unimaginable. Those who believed in the will of fire probably didn't know that it was the benevolent third Hokage, along with Danzo's scheming, who caused the downfall of the Uchiha clan a year later. Enrolling meant the opportunity to learn more ninjutsu. Of course, the Ninja Academy didn't offer much in terms of techniques. What it did provide was ninja knowledge and education, focusing on taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and practical combat training. Everyone from Konoha 11 were already attending the Ninja Academy. They were the ones who will be key figures of Konoha in future. But Ryujiro believed that with his system, he possessed infinite potential, and his future was no weaker than anyone else's. In that case, let's enroll. And slowly, get to know them. The next day, Ryujiro found Irika. You're enrolling. Irika looked at Ryujiro in surprise. Ryujiro nodded. Under Irika's guidance, Ryujiro entered the Ninja Academy. Ordinary civilians with poor aptitude had no chance of entering the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy was meant to train ninjas, and those without the potential to become ninjas had no qualification to enter. Currently, the most outstanding student of the Ninja Academy was Sasuke Uchiha of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was the pride of the Uchiha clan, a renowned genius in the Ninja Academy and the object of admiration for many young girls. Which always confused Ryujiro as how could girls this young be crazy for a boy. Maybe in this world due to wars and instability, girls matured much earlier, compared to Earth. Recommended by the third Hokage. The headmaster of the Ninja Academy looked at Ryujiro with surprise. A person recommended by the third Hokage must be extraordinary. Irika, let this kid be in your class. The headmaster put away the recommendation letter and said to Irika. Irika had no objections. From the beginning, he hoped Ryujiro would be in his class. Leading Ryujiro to the classroom, Iruka stopped him with one hand at the door, and as he looked up, his mind was filled with dark thoughts. Surely, it was another prank by Naruto. Naruto wasn't mature yet and was famous in the class for being a troublemaker and a slacker. Pushing open the door, a pot of white powder fell, and Iruka stepped back with Ryujiro. At that moment, Naruto with his blonde hair excitedly looked at the door. When he saw Iruka staring at him with a dark face, he immediately lowered his head and took out a book to cover his face. Such a boring game could only be played by Naruto. Iruka led Ryujiro into the classroom, attracting the curiosity of many students. Ryujiro scanned the people in their seats. Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Akimichi Choji. The future of Konoha were all gathered in this class. Sakura, haven't you noticed how handsome this guy is? Ryujiro's handsome appearance, dark green eyes, and unique temperament instantly caught Ino's attention. Sakura pouted, he's nothing compared to our Sasuke. You. Since when did Sasuke become yours? Sasuke belongs to me. Compared to the stunning arrival of Ryujiro, Ino still preferred Sasuke, whom she had known for a long time. Sasuke's cold demeanor and his status as an Uchiha made him the object of admiration for many girls in the class. Before long, Sakura and Ino began to argue. Sakura. Ino. What are you two doing? Iruka scolded both of them. Sakura and Ino stopped, coldly glancing at each other before snorting. Cough, cough, cough. From now on, Ryujiro will be part of our class. You are classmates now. Ryujiro, sit there. Iruka pointed to a seat. Ryujiro looked over, and his gaze slightly changed. Who was that girl? Hyuga Hinata. Hinata noticed Ryujiro's gaze, her small face blushed shyly as she lowered her head, making her even cuter. However, there was a hostile gaze directed at Hinata. It was Niji. The current Niji harbored only hatred for the main family. Hinata, as a member of the main family, in Niji's eyes, was not worthy of the main family's status with her gentle personality. Ryujiro walked over and sat down next to Hinata. Hello, I'm Ryujiro. Ryujiro flashed a bright smile, a smile that stirred the hearts of countless girls in the classroom. Compared to Sasuke's cold indifference, at this moment, they were more enamored with Ryujiro. Hello. I'm Hinata Hyuga. Hinata stuttered shyly, not daring to meet Ryujiro's eyes, even her speech was low, as she kept her head down. Ryujiro didn't mind. He knew Hinata's personality was like this. Even speaking to the opposite sex made her blush. Especially in front of the uniquely charming Ryujiro. Sasuke glanced at Ryujiro with disdain and clicked his tongue. For this person who stole his limelight, Sasuke was still somewhat discontented. He was a genius of the Uchiha clan. How could he be overshadowed by a commoner? Class time passed quickly, with only a few students in the classroom paying attention. Even Ryujiro immersed himself in his own mental space, battling with young Mihawk. Hinata, who was beside him, watched Ryujiro attentively. He's sweating so much. What's wrong with him? He's been sweating non-stop. Although the weather is hot now, it's very cool inside the classroom unlike outside. Is Ryujiro feeling unwell? Suddenly, Ryujiro opened his eyes wide, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his eyebrows, and his face showed signs of exhaustion. Ryujiro, this is for you. Hinata's voice was smaller than a mosquito's, as she handed a handkerchief to Ryujiro, keeping her head down. Ryujiro was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, thank you, Hinata. After saying this, Hinata's face turned even redder. Ryujiro wiped away the sweat from his forehead, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to return the handkerchief, which was soaked with sweat, to Hinata. Ino and Sakura looked at Hinata and Ryujiro in surprise. Hinata actually talked to someone, that's rare, and it's Ryujiro. Could it be that Ryujiro is Hinata's type? Everyone present knew about Hinata's shy and timid personality, which had always been a problem. Even communicating with others was particularly difficult for her. But Sakura and Ino had looked a few times and found that it was Hinata who took the initiative to talk to Ryujiro, which surprised them both. At the same time, Niji also looked at Ryujiro and Hinata with a gloomy expression. His fists clenched tightly, even trembling from the force. Chapter 4, You're Not Bad. After class, a curious Naruto came over and greeted Ryujiro. Hey, Green Eyes. Since you're a transfer student, you should be very strong, right? How about sparring with me, the strongest in the class, Naruto-sama? Puffed. Naruto's words made everyone in the class unable to hold back their laughter. Ha ha ha, Naruto is bragging again. He's obviously a loser. The strongest in the class is obviously Sasuke. Other classmates mercilessly mocked Naruto. But two sharp gazes fell on Ryujiro, one from Niji, and the other from Sasuke. They were both curious about Ryujiro's strength. This person is Lady Hinata's friend, so he's my enemy. He stole my spotlight. Next time we spar, I'll make sure this guy feels my power. Neji and Sasuke had different thoughts, but they both saw Ryujiro as a thorn in their side. Arg. You guys are so annoying. I'm not a loser. Naruto's face flushed red as he glared at them angrily. Ryujiro couldn't help but chuckle. Right now, you're no match for me. You're too weak. Damn it, don't underestimate me. I'll show you how strong I am. Transformation Jutsu. With a poof, smoke billowed, and Naruto transformed into Iruka, pointing at Ryujiro and laughing. How about that? I'm amazing, right? Ryujiro couldn't help but facepalm. Naruto at this time was still just a child. It would be difficult to communicate with him normally. TCH, it's just transformation jutsu. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disdain and clicked his tongue. Ryujiro sighed helplessly and formed hand seals. Poof. Another puff of smoke, and another Ryujiro appeared beside the first one. What's this? Shadow clone jutsu. Is he really the same age as us? The appearance of Ryujiro's shadow clones caused a commotion in the classroom. The kids were amazed at Ryujiro's skill. The shadow clone jutsu that Ryujiro displayed was something even Sasuke and Neji hadn't mastered yet. But Ryujiro had already mastered it proficiently. Ryujiro-kun, you're amazing. Hinata's small eyes widened in admiration as she looked at Ryujiro. Damn it. It's just clones. I can do it too. Unwilling to admit defeat, Naruto dispelled his transformation jutsu. Clone jutsu. Poof. A clone of Naruto appeared next to him, instantly causing the whole class to burst into laughter. Although you're a loser, Naruto, you're good at entertaining everyone. If you can't become a ninja, you should join the circus as an actor. That would suit you well. And shadow clones are not the same as clones. Shadow clones are a higher level jutsu than clones. Mockery, ridicule, disdain. Ryujiro looked at the dejected Naruto and couldn't help but sigh. This was the treatment Naruto received now. In fact, Naruto's talent was not bad, he was not inferior to geniuses like Sasuke. The reason he couldn't use ninjutsu at this time was because his chakra needed to suppress the nine tails to stabilize the seal. Ryujiro glanced at Hinata again. Did my arrival change the story? It seemed that Hinata in this period didn't have any admiration for Naruto. Instead, she mostly felt more pity and sympathy for him. Naruto, you're not strong enough yet. Come challenge me when you've improved. Ryujiro was taller than everyone in the classroom. Although he was the same age as them, he seemed more like an adult. You're not bad. Naruto's body trembled, his eyes turning red as he looked at Ryujiro. Ryujiro, you. Naruto forcibly held back his tears. Neglected for so long and subjected to everyone's malice, Naruto was moved by Ryujiro's simple words. He wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and said proudly, I don't need you to tell me that. I'm gonna be the Hokage, believe it. Yes. The future 7th Hokage. With the chakra of Azura, you're practically a child of destiny. If Ryujiro hadn't awakened the system, he might have to rely on Naruto to live out his remaining years. The others didn't understand why Ryujiro would express kindness to Naruto when he was clearly a loser. This loser sometimes even caused the whole class to be punished, which was extremely annoying. Then it was time for class. Iruka walked in and frowned when he saw Naruto's red eyes. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? It's okay. Naruto quickly returned to his seat. Iruka was puzzled. Was this kid being bullied? A day passed like this, and ninja school's lessons left Ryujiro feeling bored. Some lessons were about the history of the Shinobi World War, the history of Konoha's development, and the greatness of the Hokage through the ages, which were all nonsense to Ryujiro, who was familiar with the history of the Konoha. After leaving the school gates, Ryujiro bid farewell to Hinata and planned to continue training. But on the way, a figure blocked his path. Ryujiro looked with interest at the expressionless boy in front of him. Neji, what's the matter with you? Ryujiro grinned. It was obvious to Ryujiro that it must have been something related to Hinata with why he was stopped by Neji. Neji hated Hinata and hated everyone from the main family. Anyone who had contact with Hinata at school were also hated by Neji. He was a genius, a rare genius of the Hyuga clan, but because of the division between the main family and the branch family, geniuses like him were meant to serve the main family. The caged bird cursed seal on his forehead was the branch family's shackles to the main family. If it weren't for this cursed seal, his father might not have been killed by the main family. Stop associating with Lady Hinata, she's not someone a commoner like you has the right to be friends with. Neji looked coldly at Ryujiro, his white eyes particularly cold. Who Hinata chooses to associate with isn't something a member of the branch family like you can dictate. Ryujiro said calmly. Besides, as a member of the branch family, you don't have the authority to interfere in Hinata's friendships. Veins bulged on Niji's forehead, and chakra surged from his body. Clearly, Ryujiro's words had provoked Niji. Humph. In the end, Niji just snorted coldly, suppressing his emotions. Is rationality above hatred? Ryujiro smiled faintly as he watched Niji's back. He wasn't afraid of Niji. Although his talent might not be as good as Niji's, he had put in much more effort than these geniuses. At this time, Niji's strength surpassed that of most people his age. Even the current Sasuke might not be able to easily handle Niji. Ryujiro had been increasing his chakra reserve since he was a child. Now, his chakra was no less than that of a mid-level jonin. Moreover, he had techniques like Raiznan, an A-rank ninjutsu, and a physique surpassing his peers. He might have the strength to fight Niji. But what he lacked now was a good sword. Ryujiro was a swordsman, and only with a sword in hand could he fully unleash his complete strength. Chapter 5, Uchiha Itachi. The next day, Ryujiro left early, carrying a wooden sword on his back. For some reason, the wooden sword gave Ryujiro a sense of security. Character Template, Dracul Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 1.6%. It's still only 1.6%. I wonder when I'll be able to hear the breath of all things. Only a swordsman who can hear the breath of all things has the possibility to reach higher realms. The first step to becoming a swordsman is to become one with the sword, listen to the breath of all things. Anything in this world has breath. Only by hearing that faint breath can one have the chance to cut off everything. So, then as a swordsman, one will be unstoppable. It's a long road ahead for me to become a swordsman. The problem is the damage my wooden sword can cause is too small. If I encounter real danger, this wooden sword will be useless. I also want a good sword, but when I went to the blacksmith, he refused me outright because of this young body. At the academy gate, Ryujiro suddenly stopped, looking at two figures. Black short hair, blood-red eyes, unique tear troughs, and a cold demeanor. Uchiha Itachi. The man who bore the darkness of Konoha, Ryujiro always felt that it was such a pity for a genius like Uchiha Itachi to meet his death in such a way. Including the current Shursui. Soon, even Shursui, a prodigy like him, would fall. Itachi was already a member of the ANBU, serving as a double spy for both the Uchiha and Konoha. Forgive me, Sasuke. Next time. With a smile on his face, Itachi tapped a finger at Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke currently is completely obsessed with his older brother. Likewise, if it came to it, Itachi would never turn against Konoha but choose to annihilate the Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke behind. Ultimately, Itachi's choice was just a lack of trust in his father. Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, could have already acted to overthrow the Konoha leadership if he wanted to. He could have incited another Ninetales incident, but Fugaku suppressed the dissent within the Uchiha clan. Between the clan and Konoha, Itachi ultimately chose Konoha. And made the young Sasuke bear a deep hatred. Humph, brother, you say that every time. I don't believe you anymore. Sasuke coldly snorted. Itachi patted Sasuke's head, then watched as he entered the school. Only then did he notice Ryujiro's gaze. Black short hair, dark green eyes. Was this the boy Shursui mentioned? He does give off a different vibe. I wonder why he keeps staring at me, and Itachi felt a hint of pity in Ryujiro's eyes. Am I mistaken? I have never met this boy before, perhaps I'm mistaken. But even Shursui found this boy interesting, which was intriguing. Itachi only glanced at him briefly before leaving. After all, the Uchiha clan and the Konoha leadership are at odds, and the Uchiha clan was already discussing a coup. Although Shursui has made thorough preparations to use Koto Ematsukami when the Uchiha clan launches the coup, he did not anticipate Danzo's manipulations from behind the scenes. It's regrettable. Shursui's talent was even more outstanding than Itachi's. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata saw Ryujiro lowering her head shyly and greeted him. It's Hinata. Let's go together. Ryujiro smiled. Plop. Hinata's heart skipped a beat, and she shyly replied, lowering her head as she walked into the school with Ryujiro. At this time, Hinata didn't have a dependency on Naruto like in the anime, rather. Ahem. An evil thought crossed Ryujiro's mind. Naruto. I'm sorry. In the original anime, Hinata was like the epitome of a good wife and loving mother. A girl like her would be hard to resist for anyone. Though my actions are akin to that of a scoundrel, Hinata and Naruto haven't married yet. Besides their friendship as classmates, there are no other feelings between them. When did Hinata become so close to Ryujiro? I didn't see that coming. The usually shy Hinata actually took the initiative. Ryujiro looks good too, but I still prefer Sasuke. Though Ino and Sakura bickered often, their relationship wasn't bad. Seeing Hinata and Ryujiro walking into school together surprised them a bit. I asked my dad yesterday. Ryujiro was recommended to the school by the third Hokage. Recommended by the Hokage. Sakura covered her mouth in shock, looking at Ryujiro incredulously. What secrets does Ryujiro hold to get recommended by the Hokage to enter the school? Most of the time at the Ninja Academy, Ryujiro didn't really listen to the lectures. He already knew this knowledge by heart. Most of the time, Ryujiro immersed himself in his spiritual world, comprehending the battles with Mihawk. Only in this way could he quickly improve his strength and the progress of his character template. He had to step into the realm of swordsman as soon as possible, so he could unleash flying slashes comparable to A-rank ninjutsu. And the attention from his classmates towards Ryujiro gradually decreased. Although many girls wanted to talk to Ryujiro, his attitude towards them was completely different from his attitude towards Hinata. It's this disparity in attitude that made many people resent Ryujiro. Of course, what's even more incomprehensible is that Ryujiro actually has such a good relationship with Naruto, the loser. Naruto has always been rejected and questioned by the villagers, and there are only a few in the academy willing to accept him. But later in the series, Naruto gained the recognition of the villagers step by step through his own efforts. In the forest, Naruto panted heavily as he lay on the ground, covered in various injuries, none of which were serious, just minor scratches. Ah! Ryujiro. Why do I always lose to you? Naruto shouted unwillingly. Ryujiro smiled faintly, "'Cause you're too weak, there is a huge gap in our strength. No, but every time I feel like I'm about to catch up to you, you instantly level up again. What's going on?" Naruto was puzzled. During this time, Ryujiro also guided Naruto in taijutsu and chakra control. Naruto's talent was high, and even Ryujiro was somewhat envious. After all, Naruto was the protagonist of this world. But Ryujiro himself never slacked off. He surpassed his limits time and time again, breaking through the barriers each time. Ryujiro's efforts were several times that of Naruto's, and besides, Ryujiro always concealed his strength when sparring with Naruto. After all, there are eyes watching them from the shadows. ANBU ninjas wearing cat-like masks have been watching Ryujiro and Naruto. Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was very important for Konoha, and Hiruzen had always been watching him. Chapter 6, Surprise Test. Late at night, in the Hokage's office. Has Ryujiro become friends with Naruto? Hiruzen pondered in his office. Perhaps it was because both Ryujiro and Naruto had lost their parents at a young age that Ryujiro had grown so close to Naruto. After all, he was just a child, there was no need to speculate so much about him. Sandaime-sama, Naruto has never won against Ryujiro in their sparring matches. I even feel like this kid is holding back his strength. An ANBU ninja respectfully stood before Hiruzen and spoke solemnly. Naruto's strength was inferior to Ryujiro's. This didn't surprise Hiruzen too much. After all, Naruto had always been a laggard in school. Although he was a laggard, Naruto was a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. So, Hiruzen did not underestimate Naruto because of his performance in school. I understand. Keep an eye on them. Yes, Sandaime-sama. As the words fell, the ANBU ninja disappeared in an instant. Ryujiro, a civilian background. Whether he's a genius or not remains to be seen. Now he urgently needed a civilian genius like Minato back in the day. Although he was the Hokage, he was getting old. The pressure brought by the Uchiha clan was becoming increasingly heavy. Despite the calm appearance of the village, there were hidden undercurrents. During this time, Ryujiro had been immersed in his spiritual space, and everyone was more or less aware of Ryujiro's relationship with Hinata. Compared to Ryujiro, the most popular figure in the class was still Sasuke, with only a few people paying attention to Ryujiro. Every time Ryujiro emerged from the spiritual world, Hinata never forgot to hand him a handkerchief. And now Naruto had become Ryujiro's shadow, he was always following behind Ryujiro. Compared to the original Hinata, the current Hinata was much more confident. Her strength was also rapidly increasing, and recently, she was stimulated by Ryujiro in a sparring match, even unlocking her Byakugan powers. As Ryujiro emerged from the spiritual world, he didn't feel too tired compared to before, just a bit absent-minded. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata handed him a handkerchief. Ryujiro smiled faintly, taking the handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Character Template, Dracula Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 5%. It took 2 months, and although the progress was not significant, Ryujiro had gained a lot of insights into swordsmanship, and his foundation in swordsmanship was extremely solid. And now, his chakra was even more abundant. Ryujiro now possessed far greater strength compared to his peers. An average ninja might be killed in one move if they were careless against him. Even the current Sasuke might not be a match for Ryujiro. All the students. Gather on the playground. Irika walked into the classroom and shouted. All the students got to the playground in confusion. It turned out to be a surprise test this time. Ninja Academy tested students' progress in their studies every once in a while. The test was divided into 3 categories: Taijutsu, Shuriken Jutsu, and Clone Jutsu. First was Clone Jutsu, and the first to be tested was Sasuke, who walked up confidently and easily created 3 clones. Irika nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Sasuke, pass. Indeed, he was from the Uchiha clan. Ah. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Ino and Sakura both swooned. These two were Sasuke's biggest fans. Before this, the top student in the class had always been Sasuke. Being the top student meant being the student with the highest overall grades in the class. The only one who had always been below Sasuke was Neji. Next, Yamashina Natsu. Akemi Mai. Yamashita Yoko. After about a dozen people, it was finally Ryujiro's turn. Next, Ryujiro. Irika still had high expectations for Ryujiro. After all, this kid had been working hard since he knew him. He even heard that this kid had already mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu proficiently. If that was true, then the Clone Jutsu would be a piece of cake for Ryujiro. Bang. With a loud noise, accompanied by smoke, 5 clones appeared beside Ryujiro. Even Irika couldn't help but inhale sharply. Ryujiro had actually created 5 clones at once. He had underestimated this kid. Ryujiro. Excellent. TSK. Sasuke snorted disdainfully. But he had indeed not expected that Ryujiro could create 5 clones at once, which added a bit of pressure to Sasuke. Sasuke was just annoyed that another competitor for the top student position had emerged. And he was just a civilian. I can't lag behind a civilian like him. Next, Naruto. Naruto sniffled. Watch me, everyone. Clone Jutsu. Irika was also somewhat surprised to see Naruto's perfect clones. Naruto had always been a last student in the class, unable to even use the clone jutsu proficiently, but now he had successfully performed it. Everyone present was extremely surprised. This guy actually passed. How is this possible? Those who had mocked Naruto for being a loser could not perform the clone jutsu proficiently themselves. It was just because of Naruto's status that they could openly ridicule him as a laggard. The next test was Shuriken Jutsu. In daily training, Ryujiro's Shuriken Jutsu was even more accurate than that of a Jonin. Before this, Sasuke's score had always been the highest at 97. Sasuke picked up the shuriken with a cool look. Uchiha Sasuke. 99 points. Ha. 99 points. All the shuriken hit the target, with only one deviating slightly from the bullseye. As expected of Sasuke-kun, you're as strong as ever. It seems that Sasuke-kun is going to take first place again this time. The genius of the Uchiha clan is truly terrifying. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Sasuke looked proud and glanced at Ryujiro. This guy shouldn't be able to surpass me, but he's just a civilian. Even if he's amazing, he can't be better than me. Neji Hyuga also scored 97 points. Next, Ryujiro. Ryujiro-kun. You can do it. Hinata cheered for Ryujiro. Compared to the seriousness of the others, Ryujiro seemed a bit lazy as he threw the shuriken casually. Idiot. How can you expect a good score when you throw shuriken so carelessly? Sasuke sneered disdainfully. But when Irika went to check the target, he suddenly froze, took a deep breath, and announced solemnly. Ryujiro. Shuriken Jutsu, 100 points. Chapter 7, Ryujiro vs Sasuke. What? 100 points. How is that possible? Sasuke and Neji both wore expressions of disbelief, checking each target thoroughly. It's true. All of them hit dead center. This guy wasn't just throwing them randomly. Sasuke clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it, as he looked at Ryujiro. The esteemed Uchiha heir was actually weaker than a commoner in kunai throwing. Their classmates were all shocked, looking at Ryujiro in disbelief. Could it be that Sasuke's position as the top student was about to change hands? It was too early to say that, as there was still the main test to come. Unlike the previous 2 tests, the sparring was a combat assessment, a true test of combat between the 2 sides. Sasuke looked at Ryujiro. He must win against him in this fight, otherwise, he would feel unworthy of being an Uchiha. Seeing Sasuke's burning gaze, Ryujiro couldn't help but smile. Just because he scored 100 points, Sasuke was feeling so challenged. The upcoming fight would also showcase his training results. With one hand resting on his wooden sword, Ryujiro's eyes flashed with rare excitement. Even Naruto scored 84 points in kunai throwing, reaching an above-average level. Irika was incredibly shocked by Naruto's progress. Was it because of this kid, Ryujiro? It seemed like Naruto had made good friends. A faint smile tugged at Iruka's lips. Many felt utterly dejected. Previously, with Naruto around, even if their scores were poor, they wouldn't end up at the bottom. But now that Naruto had reached an above-average level, they lost that sense of superiority. Let's begin the practical assessment. Who's up first? Iruka scanned the crowd, and except for Sasuke, Neji, and Ryujiro, everyone else took a step back. Obviously, they didn't want to confront strong opponents like Sasuke, Ryujiro, and Neji. Sasuke stepped forward, his intense gaze fixed on Ryujiro, as he spoke to Iruka. Iruka-sensei, I challenge Ryujiro. A head-to-head showdown right off the bat. Everyone was incredibly curious about Ryujiro's strength and wondered if he could use shadow clones, making him comparable to Sasuke and Neji. A thick tension filled the air. Everyone looked at Ryujiro, wondering if he would accept Sasuke's challenge. Ryujiro, do you accept? Iruka asked, with some concern in his heart. After all, Sasuke was from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Sasuke had already mastered the C-rank ninjutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke's strength was probably close to that of a genin now. I accept. Ryujiro accepted straightforwardly. As for Sasuke and Ryujiro's strength had always been a mystery, and what puzzled them even more was why Ryujiro had a wooden sword at his waist. A wooden sword had no killing power for a ninja. Are you ready? Iruka asked solemnly. Both Ryujiro and Sasuke nodded without any objections. Then, let's start by forming the seal of confrontation. Ryujiro and Sasuke formed the seal facing each other. Iruka glanced at both of them. Start. As soon as the word fell, Sasuke dove towards Ryujiro without hesitation, feinting an attack towards Ryujiro's upper body, but his real target was Ryujiro's lower body. Ryujiro remained calm, having already seen through Sasuke's small trick. Sasuke threw a punch, a smirk playing on his lips. He got him. Boom. But in the next moment, Sasuke froze. The Ryujiro in front of him turned into a wooden stump, and at that moment, a wooden sword was pressed against Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's eyes widened, a look of disbelief crossing his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Substitution jutsu. Iruka exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Ryujiro had already mastered the substitution jutsu so proficiently? Ryujiro's parents were former ninjas, and he had mastered some of the basic ninjutsu from the few remaining ninja scrolls. The substitution jutsu was just the most basic ninjutsu, and from the very beginning, Ryujiro's goal in training was to master it proficiently. Sasuke lowered his head in disappointment. I lost. Silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone looked at Ryujiro, their mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock. Was it over just like that? Has Ryujiro already mastered all the basic ninjutsu, including the substitution jutsu? They even suspected whether Ryujiro had come to the ninja school just to challenge them. Even the usually indifferent Shikamaru stared wide-eyed at Ryujiro. The fight is over. Ryujiro wins. Both of you, perform seal of reconciliation and make peace. Sasuke lowered his head and made the seal with Ryujiro in peace, then returned to the crowd dejectedly. Sasuke had always been the top student, but now Ryujiro, who suddenly appeared, shattered his pride as a member of the Uchiha clan. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he actually lost to a commoner. Wow. He actually defeated Sasuke so easily. It's the first time I've seen Sasuke beaten. So amazing. It ended in just a moment. Is Ryujiro really the same age as us? He's a true genius. Ryujiro's quick victory elicited exclamations from everyone, their faces filled with admiration as they looked at him. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata, who had been standing on the sidelines, handed Ryujiro a water glass. Ryujiro looked at Hinata, then placed a hand on her head. Thank you, Hinata. Instantly, Hinata froze, her entire body stiffening, her face turning red as she involuntarily lowered her head. Seeing the shy Hinata, Ryujiro smiled faintly. As for Neji, who was watching from the side, he couldn't help but feel resentful as he looked at Ryujiro and Hinata. Neji hadn't expected Ryujiro to defeat Sasuke so quickly. Ryujiro, who could proficiently use the substitution jutsu, already stood at a different level from them. Moreover, Neji had observed Ryujiro's chakra movements during the match. Ryujiro had even concealed his true strength in this match. He was simply no match for Ryujiro. And after interacting with Hinata, Hinata's personality had also changed. As the talented member of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's talents were gradually being revealed. Hinata possessed talents that were not inferior to Neji's. It wouldn't be long before even Hinata would surpass him. Was the fate of the branch family always predetermined? In the subsequent practical tests, although Naruto lost to Shikamaru, Shikamaru didn't win easily. If it weren't for the Shadow Bind Jutsu, perhaps Shikamaru would have lost to Naruto. It's hard to imagine that Naruto, who used to be the class's bottom, had progressed so quickly. Chapter 8, Danzo's Surveillance. Uchiha Clan. Sasuke was alone in his room, still reeling from the blow dealt by his loss to Ryujiro, leaving him unable to accept it. At that moment, Itachi happened to return. Hearing his mother mention Sasuke's unusual behavior today, Itachi pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Sasuke, who was different from usual, Itachi asked with concern, "What's wrong, Sasuke?" "Brother, I lost today." Itachi's expression changed slightly, looking at Sasuke in astonishment. Itachi knew about Sasuke's talent. Although it was somewhat inferior to his own during his younger days, in today's Konoha, Sasuke was still a remarkable genius. Before this, Sasuke had never lost to anyone. Was it that kid from the Hyuga clan? Although Itachi often teased Sasuke, he had always been keeping an eye on Sasuke's school life. Sasuke shook his head. It wasn't Niji Hyuga. It was a commoner. A commoner. Even Itachi was stunned to hear this. Who was it? Ryujiro. Itachi's expression changed once again. That little guy. He didn't expect his strength to surpass Sasuke's. He truly deserved the recommendation from the third Hokage. Was the third Hokage trying to grow another civilian hero like the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage was a legendary figure who fell while protecting Konoha. It's worth noting that at that time, the fourth Hokage was still very young. After the end of the Nine-Tails attack, the major clans of Konoha mourned for the fourth Hokage's death. Because of the fourth Hokage's fall, the elderly third Hokage had to continue sitting in the position of the Hokage. Although Konoha was still the leading village in the ninja world, the internal problems accumulating in Konoha could lead to significant changes if they were to erupt. He had to make a decision. After some time, the renowned Shunshin no Shisui fell, and the higher-ups of Konoha remained silent about Shisui's death. How Shisui died was something Itachi knew very well. Shisui, as his only good friend, jumped off a cliff in front of him, triggering Itachi's activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui's death. The Uchiha clan's extermination may not be far off. Under the waterfall, Ryujiro couldn't help but sigh. Konoha was gradually weakening. After the Uchiha clan would be destroyed, Konoha would surely lose its title of the strongest village in the shinobi world. He needed to train even harder. 5 months later, Ryujiro appeared more mature, with his light skin and flowing hair. The wooden sword at Ryujiro's waist had been replaced by the renowned sword, Aim no Habakiri, one of the 21 great grade swords. Character Template, Dracul Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 12.1%. Aim no Habakiri was the reward given by the system when Ryujiro reached 10% progress. Not only that, the Mihawk in Ryujiro's spiritual space had also undergone changes. Now, he possessed the ability to hear the breath of all things. However, he had not yet reached the level of a swordsman. Currently, although Ryujiro could cut through anything, he couldn't execute the flying slash attack no matter how hard he tried. On the other hand, the Mihawk in his spiritual space could freely execute the flying slash attack. At present, Ryujiro was no match for the Mihawk in his spiritual space. The arrogant Sasuke would undergo a significant change soon. In less than a year. Danzo. That guy had noticed him. With Ryujiro's perception now, he could sense the root ninja lurking nearby, watching him. It seemed he had to accelerate his improvement and enter the realm of swordsmen as soon as possible. Ryujiro, I'm here. Naruto dashed out of the forest. Naruto's strength now far exceeded that of the original anime. Naruto and Ryujiro's relationship was getting better and better, and Naruto almost regarded Ryujiro as his brother. But if he influenced him too much, would the incident of Naruto stealing the Forbidden Scroll still happen? If not, would Naruto's signature move multiple shadow clone jutsu still appear? After all, the multiple shadow clone jutsu was a forbidden jutsu, and only someone with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and the chakra of the Nine Tails could create so many clones. Ryujiro still vividly remembered the exhilarating feeling when he saw Naruto use the shadow clone jutsu for the first time in the series. Ryujiro, can you teach me the jutsu you used last time? Naruto's eyes showed a strange light. The Raiznan. Although changing the original story might attract the attention of the third Hokage and Danzo, but he didn't want to just follow the plot, he wanted to see what changes he would bring to this world. Yeah. Ryujiro nodded. Awesome. If I become Hokage in the future, you'll be my most important shinobi. With a loud thud, Ryujiro's fist landed on Naruto's forehead. Ouch. That hurts. You brat, you've been too arrogant lately. Ryujiro scolded angrily. You're a violent maniac. Naruto grumbled while holding his head. Pay attention, I'll only show you once. I'll tell you the principles, but whether you can succeed or not depends on your own efforts. Ryujiro said sternly. Raiznan. A blue chakra sphere gathered in Ryujiro's hand. Ryujiro released it towards the ground. With a loud rumble, the ground trembled, and dust covered the surroundings. When the dust cleared, Naruto stared wide-eyed at the deep pit on the ground. Wow, such power! Naruto exclaimed in awe. This is the jutsu I'm going to teach you, the Raiznan. The Raiznan is an A-rank ninjutsu. Whether you can learn it or not depends on you. The ninja of the ANBU were in chaos for a moment. Why does that kid know the Raiznan? Could it be Jiraiya-sama? No, I must report this information to Danzo-sama as soon as possible. After the Root Ninja left, Ryujiro glanced at the previous location of the Root Ninja. They've already left. He wondered what Danzo's reaction would be. After all, a student who was still in the Ninja Academy suddenly using an A-rank ninjutsu would be enough to attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Moreover, Jiraiya hadn't returned to Konoha for a long time. In their knowledge, only the late 4th Hokage and the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, who was known as the Toad Sage, could use the Raiznan. Chapter 9, I'll come looking for you again. Danzo, you've been going too far lately. Hiruzen looked grimly at Danzo in front of him. Hiruzen, you should know that kid is a genius but also a lunatic. Let him join Root. Root is where he belongs. That's impossible. Hiruzen's expression turned extremely ugly. Do you want to burden that child with the darkness of Konoha at such a young age? It's precisely because he's a genius that Root is the most suitable place for him. Hiruzen, you already had Minato. Do you want this boy too? Danzo didn't continue, but the implication was clear. Hiruzen fell into silence without giving an answer for a moment. Then, after a while, he spoke up, I won't let that child join Root. You'd better give up on that idea. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly and left the Hokage's office. Hiruzen returned to his seat, rubbing his forehead. Another genius like Minato. He couldn't let someone like that fall into Danzo's hands. He was getting old, and he wouldn't sit in the position of Hokage for much longer. Moreover, Hiruzen had a bad feeling, as if there was a hidden hand manipulating and influencing the shinobi world. Looking at the documents on his desk, a hint of coldness appeared in Hiruzen's eyes, which had seen many vicissitudes. The Uchiha clan had been getting increasingly restless lately. Since Ryujiro enrolled, Sasuke, who used to shine as the pride of the Uchiha clan, had dimmed considerably in comparison to Ryujiro's radiance. By now, Ryujiro had truly become the undisputed top student, a prominent figure within the academy. However, Ryujiro no longer attended ninja classes. Those at the Ninja Academy were merely clones of Ryujiro. He had no interest in such a curriculum. And over the past 6 months, Ryujiro's swordsmanship had improved significantly, but although his progress was steady, he still hadn't reached the level of a true swordsman. It seemed Ryujiro was stuck into a strange cycle of bottlenecks. Character Template, Dracul Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 18.5%. Though Ryujiro was no longer tormented by the hawk-eyed figure in his mental space, he still was no match for him. Suddenly, at this moment, Ryujiro's eyes changed, his whole body tensing up. He looked alertly at a certain spot. The next moment, as Ryujiro drew his sword, an attack shot out and struck a tree trunk, leaving a mark. This wasn't a flying slash attack. A true swordsman could easily cleave a tree with that technique. Who's there? Hee, interesting little guy. Even an average jonin might not be able to detect me. Your power just now didn't seem like chakra. A man with a pale face, black long hair, and an aura of coldness and malice emerged. His eyes were like those of a venomous snake. Ryujiro's eyes couldn't help but contract, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloping him. Orochimaru. How could he appear in Konoha at this time? The presence of root ninjas had disappeared. It seemed Orochimaru had dealt with them already. And currently, Ryujiro is still no match for Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Ryujiro watched Orochimaru warily, murmuring softly. A hint of curiosity flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he looked at Ryujiro. It seems you know me. You're one of the legendary Sannin, a renowned rogue ninja in the village. How could I not know you? Ryujiro kept his hand on his sword. Orochimaru was a twisted scientist, he didn't want to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru's expression changed, and the next moment, his figure disappeared, appearing in front of Ryujiro. He reached out to grab Ryujiro, but found himself grasping at thin air. Orochimaru once again looked towards Ryujiro. Amazing reaction speed. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked the blood from his arm. The curious look in his eyes became more intense. He thought, not only did this boy got aware of my movements, but he also had time to do damage to me while avoiding me. This kid. Marvelous. Orochimaru looked even more excited, looking at Ryujiro as if he wanted to swallow him completely. Because of this, Ryujiro felt unprecedented pressure coming from Orochimaru, cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Damn it. The fight actually turns on this guy. But the next second, Orochimaru's expression changed again. He squinted at another spot in the forest, sensing someone approaching rapidly, and their strength seemed extraordinary. It seems today's encounter ends here. Kid, I'll come find you another day. With those words, Orochimaru's figure also disappeared. After Itachi arrived, he glanced around. Is he gone? Ryujiro was also surprised by Itachi's arrival, understanding now why Orochimaru had left. Why did Itachi come here? Ryujiro didn't think it was the third Hokage who sent Itachi to protect him. Although he had outstanding achievements in the Ninja Academy, Itachi wasn't someone the third Hokage would casually deploy to fight someone like Orochimaru. Who did you just see? Itachi spoke coldly. Orochimaru. Itachi's expression changed slightly. No wonder he had sensed a chilling presence, it indeed matched Orochimaru. He knew this was matter beyond his authority, so he had to inform third Hokage about it, but before that Itachi wanted to talk about something else with Ryujiro. Then, Itachi carefully scrutinized Ryujiro. I heard my brother has been losing to you. Yeah. Ryujiro coughed twice. But at this moment, Itachi had already taken out the shuriken. Damn. Is this the cold Itachi I know? Is he really here to fight me because of Sasuke? Don't misunderstand. Sasuke asked me to test your strength. He wants to know the gap between himself and you. Itachi said indifferently. Ryujiro's face darkened as he cursed inwardly. That bastard Sasuke was clearly setting me up. Even if I'm strong, I'm still just a punching bag in front of Itachi, who had already unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan and had become a true Kage-level powerhouse. But Ryujiro didn't feel even the slightest fear. Instead, he felt excited. Being able to spar with Itachi would help him understand his own strength better. Chapter 10, Flying Slash. Interesting. He is actually excited. Just as the third Hokage said, this kid is a lunatic. Sasuke, the difference between you and him is that you're not crazy enough. Itachi thought after seeing Ryujiro. It seems you're ready. So. Before he could finish his sentence, Itachi's figure had already disappeared. Ryujiro was well aware that it was impossible for him to defeat Itachi head-on with his current strength. The gap between himself and the shinobi of the Kage level was huge, but even so, Ryujiro hoped to unleash his full potential. Even if there was only a slight chance of defeating Itachi, he was unwilling to give up. Two figures intertwined in battle. Clang. Two sparks burst forth, and Itachi's expression turned serious as he looked at the piece of kunai shaved off in his hand. What kind of sword was that? It could even shave off kunai. Moreover, this kid's swordsmanship had reached a terrifying level. Although it was not enough to pose a threat to him, just from this initial probing, Itachi felt that even a jonin might not be able to match Ryujiro at the moment. The ground was marked with sketches. Although the incomplete flying slashes did not have the power of an A-rank ninjutsu, it was enough to give Itachi some trouble. Figures darted around. Substitution Jutsu. Body Flicker Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. While diligently practicing swordsmanship, Ryujiro didn't forget his identity as a shinobi. He had learned most of these jutsu from the scrolls his parents had left in the house. So you've mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu as well. Truly a genius. Itachi sighed inwardly. The gap between Sasuke and Ryujiro was too great. Was this kid really just a civilian? If Itachi had witnessed Ryujiro's training, perhaps he wouldn't think so. As the figures darted around and the river surged, influenced by Ryujiro's swordsmanship, a straight-cut mark appeared on the river due to the impact. Not enough. Not enough. Sweat dripped from Ryujiro's forehead. By now, he was soaked through, but facing Itachi's, Ryujiro found himself increasingly enjoying the feeling of this battle. At this moment, it seemed like he had grasped something, and he swung his sword, Aim no Habakiri, down. Whoosh. A dark red light flashed, and the dazzling flying slash pierced through the sky. A fierce shockwave swept around, and the ground cracked for tens of meters where the flying slash landed. At this moment, Itachi finally felt a sense of crisis. Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Tear. The flying slash was a pure slash, not a ninjutsu formed from chakra, and while the Great Fireball Jutsu was terrifying, it was split in half under the impact of the flying slash. With a rumble, a huge wave surged like a Category 8 hurricane, shaking the surrounding area, and the ground and trees trembled. The moment the slash touched the ground, a deep crater appeared on the ground. Thick smoke covered the surroundings in an instant. Itachi, who had escaped using the substitution jutsu, looked at the destruction on the ground in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. What was that just now? Ninjutsu. But the attack just now didn't seem to have chakra properties. If I hadn't dodged. Itachi's gaze towards Ryujiro became more solemn. If he remembered correctly, Ryujiro was only 8 years old at the time. Seeing him, he remembered Kakashi, who graduated early from the ninja academy, only became a jonin at the age of 12. But to think the strength of this boy was comparable to a jonin was simply unimaginable, especially the slashing technique that puzzled Itachi. What was the light that flew out? Ha! Ryujiro gasped for breath, collapsing weakly on the ground. At this point, he had completely depleted his strength. He succeeded. In battling with Itachi, a Kage-level shinobi, he had successfully crossed into the realm of sword mastery and unleashed the flying slash. What a strange guy. Itachi looked at the collapsed Ryujiro on the ground and couldn't help but murmur. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Meanwhile, after a while, someone arrived at the scene. It was Hinata. As Hinata rushed over, seeing Ryujiro collapsed on the ground and the terrifying craters on the ground, she shouted anxiously, "Ryujiro-kun." Hinata helped Ryujiro up. Looking at Hinata in front of him with exhaustion, Ryujiro still smiled. "It's you, Hinata. Ryujiro-kun, are you okay? What happened here?" Hinata looked at Ryujiro, whose face was full of exhaustion and dust, feeling extremely distressed, her eyes becoming somewhat moist. "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine. I just had a fight with someone and got a bit tired." "Hinata, could you please help me get up?" Hinata wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and softly replied, "Yes." With Hinata's support, Ryujiro walked out of the woods step by step, and their bond quickly warmed as a result. "What? You're saying that Ryujiro's strength is already comparable to that of a jonin?" Hiruzen exclaimed in shock, his eyes revealing astonishment. Itachi nodded. "Ha!" Hiruzen took a deep breath, finding it hard to calm down internally. 8 years old. Ryujiro was only 8 years old. Kakashi didn't become a jonin until he was 12, although becoming a jonin and reaching the strength of a jonin were different matters. But having jonin-level strength at the age of 7 was unheard of. At this moment, Danzo entered the room. "Hiruzen, leave Ryujiro to me. I will definitely nurture him into the most outstanding shinobi." Hiruzen looked at Danzo coldly. "I won't hand him over to you and let him become a ruthless killing machine, Danzo. Don't even think about it, Danzo. I won't let that happen." Hiruzen's tone was firm. "Why don't you understand, Sarutobi?" "Enough." Hiruzen rebuked, "My decision will be final after all, I am the Hokage." Danzo looked at Hiruzen with a grim expression, then left the Hokage's office. Itachi, who had remained silent on the side, had nothing to do with the affair between the Hokage and Danzo, but he did have something to report to Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, recently there has been increasing dissatisfaction within the clan. Father also spoke to me about it yesterday." Itachi spoke slowly. Listening to Itachi's words, Hiruzen felt even more headache. One thing after another. Couldn't that guy Danzo be a bit more peaceful? Right now, the matter concerning the Uchiha clan was more important. "Itachi, I leave the Uchiha clan's matter to you. With Shisui gone, you are the only one who can persuade the Uchiha clan." Hiruzen emphasized. "Hokage-sama, I will do my best." "Good." After saying that, Hiruzen watched Itachi's departing figure, sinking back into deep thought. Chapter 11, Haki. Stepping into the new level, Ryujiro received 2 rewards. They were the Observation Haki and Armament Haki. Mihawk had once said that any sword in the world could become a black blade as long as Armament Haki was used with it, creating black slashes. Although Ryujiro had stepped into the realm of sword mastery, he was only a beginner swordsman. Becoming a true master swordsman was impossible for the time being. It would be better to focus on mastering Armament and Observation Haki for now. By focusing on Haki training, once Ryujiro mastered Observation Haki, his perception would surpass that of Leaf Village's sensory ninja. The semester at the ninja school had ended. At this moment, Ryujiro, Naruto, and Hinata had become inseparable companions. Naruto now seemed very interested in Sakura, but he was no longer a loser. Sakura wasn't worthy of him. "Hinata, Naruto, shall we have a spar?" Ryujiro suggested. "Do you mean a real fight?" Naruto asked eagerly. "Yeah." Ryujiro nodded. Naruto clenched his fists excitedly. "Great. I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. I'm sure my strength is not weaker than yours, now." Ryujiro glanced at Naruto somewhat helplessly. "What gave you the courage to say such things?" Naruto had indeed made great progress and could now compete evenly with Sasuke in tests. The Uchiha clan genius, since being defeated by Ryujiro, had been dealt another blow by Naruto, shattering his young heart. Now even Sasuke doubted whether he was truly a genius. Even Neji now acknowledged Hinata's strength. In their recent sparring match, Neji was no match for Hinata at all. After a moment of hesitation, Neji said to Hinata, "Hinata-sama, from now onwards, I will fight with your boyfriend, he is the person I want to defeat the most." Hinata's face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. Boyfriend, what? This is too embarrassing, she murmured. Alright, Naruto, listen to me. What I meant by spar is you two against me. Huh. Both Naruto and Hinata were stunned. Ryujiro, you're underestimating us. If Hinata and I teamed up against you, it would be difficult for you to handle us, Naruto argued. Ryujiro, isn't this a bit too much? Hinata added. Ryujiro shook his head. His strength was now almost on par with a Jonin. While Naruto and Hinata were skilled, they still lacked something compared to him. It's fine. Just go all out, but be cautious, Ryujiro said. He unsheathed his sword, aim no habakiri. To spar with Naruto and Hinata, he needed to be careful not to hurt them, so he decided to use the back of the blade. Now that Ryujiro is serious, I won't hold back. Naruto exclaimed excitedly and charged forward. Wow, that's heavy. Naruto's expression changed as the sword clashed with his kunai, creating sparks. Hinata, who had been hesitating, became determined and rushed towards Ryujiro. Clang. Clang. Ryujiro flicked his sword, and Naruto's kunai flew out of his hand. Ryujiro is a monster. His strength is incredible. His strength was simply monstrous. Hinata, let's get serious, Naruto said, panting. In that case, I'll put in more effort too. Hinata began her assault, and Ryujiro decided to match her intensity. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. Accompanied by strong gusts of wind, waves of force swept through the area. But Hinata's expression changed more and more. It felt like she was pushing against a mountain. Why is this happening? It seemed like Ryujiro knew exactly where her attacks were going. Every time she struck, he could anticipate her moves. Meanwhile, Naruto had produced several shuriken and hurled them at Ryujiro. Clang. 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 Ryujiro swung his sword, deflecting the shuriken with sparks flying. Naruto, Hinata, be careful. Ryujiro warned as armament Haki coated his blade, turning his sword into a black color shimmering with an eerie light. With a swing of his sword. Boom. A terrifying black slash soared forth, affecting the surrounding terrain. As the slash spread, everything around was engulfed in darkness, turning into dust. A terrible sword mark appeared straight ahead. What's that? Naruto exclaimed in horror. The unmatched might was terrifying, like a fierce beast charging, instilling unprecedented fear. Faced with such terrifying power, Naruto couldn't even stand up. The slash swept towards Naruto and Hinata, and they could only dodge, unable to confront it. However, while dodging, Naruto and Hinata gave Ryujiro an opportunity. Ryujiro appeared in front of them. Naruto was sent flying, while Hinata's neck was merely pressed against by the scabbard. Naruto crawled out of the bushes in a sorry state, yelling, Ryujiro, you're too biased. Why did you only kick me? This is for your own growth, Ryujiro replied calmly. Naruto felt like saying something inappropriate, but all he managed was, what growth? You just don't want to hurt Hinata. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata, being embraced by Ryujiro, murmured shyly. But Ryujiro hugged her tighter, making her face turn red. Naruto turned away, avoiding the scene. After a while, the atmosphere gradually eased, and Naruto asked, Ryujiro, what was that dark slash earlier? That power was even more terrifying than an A-rank ninjutsu. Naruto pointed to the ground markings and the flattened trees. It was like someone had slashed the ground. That was my sword slash. Slash. What's that? Is it a ninjutsu? But I didn't sense any chakra in that attack. As Ryujiro was about to explain, he suddenly remembered that a slash was not a power recognized by ninjas of this world. Even if he explained it, Naruto might not understand with his intelligence. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Naruto immediately became unhappy. What do you mean, Ryujiro? Do you think I'm that dumb? Yes, Ryujiro said mercilessly. Chapter 12, Meeting Hiashi. Naruto. Unable to win the argument and feeling frustrated, Naruto could only sulk on his own. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was almost time to return to school. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga household, Hiashi calmly sipped his tea while casting a faint glance at Ryujiro seated across from him. Outside the door, Hinata was feeling restless and anxious. She had suddenly received news that her father wanted to see Ryujiro. Could it be because of their frequent interactions? Don't worry, sister. Father won't make things difficult for your boyfriend, reassured the petite and lovely Hanabi. Hinata blushed shyly at her sister's words, her face turning red. Don't talk nonsense, Hanabi. Me and Ryujiro. Hinata's voice trailed off, growing quieter as she spoke. Hanabi knew her sister's personality well. Though Hinata used to be timid, she had changed significantly since meeting Ryujiro. In this world, as women mature early, Even though Hanabi was aware of Hinata's relationship with Ryujiro, she didn't say much about it. "It's because of you that my daughter has changed so much," Hiashi said with a hint of severity in his eyes, exerting the aura of a high-ranking ninja. However, even facing such a high-ranking ninja, Ryujiro was confident enough to believe he could defeat Hiashi. So, when talking to him, Ryujiro remained unchanged. "She chose to change herself, not because of me," Ryujiro said calmly, meeting Hayashi's gaze. A hint of surprise flashed in Hayashi's eyes, as he began to regard Ryujiro with even more respect. Could a kid have such composure and attitude? He had witnessed Hinata's personality changing day by day, and he had once considered giving up on her. Before meeting Ryujiro, Hinata couldn't even defeat her sister Hanabi, let alone Niji. If it weren't for Niji being from a branch family, Hiashi would have considered focusing more on his training. But as time passed, Hiashi noticed a change in his daughter. She became stronger, shedding her previous weakness visibly. Almost every day, Hiashi watched Hinata train diligently in the family dojo, and her strength grew rapidly. During a real battle with Niji, he witnessed Hinata completely overpowering him, leaving him defenseless. This made Hiashi curious. What had caused such a huge change in his once timid daughter? Upon investigation, Hiashi discovered that his daughter had been in close contact with a civilian student at school, and what surprised him even more was that this civilian student turned out to be a prodigy. He had defeated Sasuke and even Niji. When he learned that Ryujiro's strength was already comparable to that of a Jonin, Hiashi was stunned for a long time before regaining his composure. A Jonin at the age of 8, a genius even surpassing Kakashi. And Ryujiro's specialty was not ninjutsu but swordsmanship. Was Konoha about to produce another figure like Kakashi's father? After careful consideration, Hiashi wanted to meet this extraordinary young man. Upon seeing Ryujiro for the first time, Hiashi couldn't help but feel that he was unusually mature. After conversing for about half an hour, Hiashi looked at Ryujiro seriously and said, "I don't oppose you being with Hinata, but take care of her, because she is my daughter." Ryujiro lowered his eyes and sipped his tea, his dark green eyes exuding allure. "As long as I'm here, Hinata won't suffer any harm," Ryujiro said earnestly, putting Hayashi's mind at ease. As the door opened, Hinata and Hanabi, who had been eavesdropping, lost their balance and fell to the ground. Especially Hinata, when she looked up at the tall figure of Ryujiro, blushed deeply. The embarrassed Hinata hurriedly ran back to her room. "Well, then, I'll take my leave, Hyuga-sama." Watching Ryujiro's figure recede, Hiashi couldn't help but sigh. Having the strength of Jonin at the age of 8. Did the third Hokage want to groom this kid to be the Hokage? However, Ryujiro had no interest in becoming Hokage. He just wanted to become stronger, continuously stronger. What's the use of being Hokage? During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the so-called Hokage were powerless against Uchiha Madara, let alone the other members of the Akatsuki. And in the later battles against Kagaya Otsutsuki, they seemed insignificant. Moreover, Ryujiro didn't feel any sense of belonging to Konoha itself. If Konoha's dark hands reached out to him, he wouldn't care about the village. Even if he became a rough ninja, so what? Only strength mattered. Right now, the primary goal was to raise the progress of the Mihawk Template to 100% and unlock the second character template. Even in his prime, Mihawk's strength was at most comparable to a high-level Kage. But if he wanted to confront monsters like Otsutsuki, he was still weak. Before unlocking the second template, if he had the chance to meet Jiraiya, he would ask him about Sage Mode and Senjutsu Chakra. With Sage Mode, even without unlocking his second template, his strength could be greatly increased. Right now, he was only at the beginning of his journey, and those monstrous beings were unlikely to appear. The Kages are still an absolute powerhouse at this stage. Ryujiro's figure appeared on the village road, and at that moment, a voice called out to him. With his trademark short sleeves and unique black spiky hair. "It's Sasuke." A smile appeared on Ryujiro's face, but he also felt a little surprised. "Is what my brother said true? Has your strength really reached the level of Jonin?" Sasuke looked at Ryujiro with unwillingness in his eyes, feeling a bit bitter. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was proud of his identity. The Uchiha clan had produced many geniuses, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Shisui, his brother. And before Ryujiro entered school, he was also a genius of the Uchiha clan. But since Ryujiro entered school, his brilliance as a genius had been gradually overshadowed. After losing to Ryujiro, Sasuke's pride suffered an unprecedented blow. "Well, perhaps I was no match for Itachi last time, but now I have the power to fight him," Ryujiro said calmly, causing Sasuke's eyes to shrink suddenly. "How is that possible?" Chapter 13, The Gap Between You and Me. Ryujiro was only 7 years old. And compared to Ryujiro, Sasuke was still weaker than him in every aspect. "Ryujiro, fight with me," Sasuke said. "Why?" Ryujiro asked. "I want to know the difference between us," Sasuke replied. Ryujiro sighed helplessly. Sasuke was clearly looking for trouble. Ryujiro led Sasuke to the forest where he often trained. Why is this place like this? Sasuke asked, looking at the deep crater ground and the dense forest cut by sharp weapons, his face filled with shock. Look, Sasuke, Ryujiro said. This is the difference between you and me. With that, Ryujiro drew his sword, and struck a simple yet powerful slash. Sasuke hadn't even realized what was happening. A dazzling dark red sword aura, like a tsunami engulfing everything, swept through, overturning everything in its path. Boom. The sword aura surged, overwhelming everything in its path. The terrifying force shattered the earth. The endless land trembled because of this dark red sword aura, and the vibrations in the forest startled countless birds. The terrifying force submerged everything, leaving behind a deep trench 10 meters deep on the ground, like a torn wound. As the dust settled and the mist dispersed, Sasuke widened his eyes in horror, staring at the split ground before him. Sasuke was completely stunned. Do you understand now? This is the difference of strength between you and me. There's no need for a fight, Ryujiro said calmly. I have things to attend to. Goodbye. With a farewell, Ryujiro left Sasuke, who was still bewildered. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Is this a joke? How could he have such power? Is that ninjutsu? A rank, or S rank? The gap between him and me is so huge. Can I ever catch up to him? Clutching his fists in frustration, Sasuke couldn't accept always lagging behind Ryujiro. But when he saw the deep carvings on the ground, he felt even more hopeless and powerless. The gap was too enormous. In the following days at the Ninja Academy, Ryujiro continued to send his shadow clones to attend classes. Each clone alone was strong enough to compete with low-level jonin. The difference in strength was only because the clones didn't have a sword. If the shadow clones also wielded swords, they might even be able to take on jonin. Character Template, Dracula Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 35.5%. Now Ryujiro had successfully mastered the essence of the swordsman. Although his armament Haki and observation Haki had not yet reached their peak, his armament Haki was enough to cover his upper body. Training Haki was simple, Ryujiro pushed it to its limits time and time again, constantly surpassing himself. Only by doing so could he rapidly improve his Haki. In his mental space, Mihawk had transformed into his version. He wore a black tricorn hat adorned with white fur, and a wine-red patterned shirt. A small cross-shaped knife hung from his chest, and Ryujiro vividly remembered Mihawk's quirky expression when he took out the knife. The strongest swordsman in the world. In his mental space, Ryujiro felt a heavy pressure. Indeed, the pressure of being the strongest swordsman was like a mountain pressing down on him. However, Ryujiro had an idea, one he had never considered before. Could his mental self use ninjutsu and shadow clone jutsu? Ryujiro had never attempted such a thing before. It seemed that chakra still existed. Let's give it a try. Ryujiro formed hand seals. Boom. Another figure appeared beside him, and Ryujiro's expression changed. Just creating a shadow clone hugely depleted his chakra, showing that there were still limitations in the mental space. But even creating one shadow clone was enough. Strongest swordsman. Let me test my skills. Clang. Mihawk's sharp eyes showed no emotion. Accompanied by a sword cry, a green sword aura, dozens of meters high, swept towards Ryujiro like a fierce storm. Damn. Feeling the intense danger, Ryujiro knew that the gap between him and Mihawk of this era was huge. Ryujiro dodged the green sword aura, while his shadow clone searched for an opportunity. Seizing the moment when Mihawk was vulnerable, a red-black sword aura surged forth. Clang. With a casual raise of his hand, Mihawk easily deflected the sword aura from Ryujiro's shadow clone, causing it to explode above them. In the Hyuga family's dojo, Hiashi watched as Ryujiro, holding his sword, emitted a terrifying aura. What on earth is this kid doing? He's just standing there with his eyes closed holding a sword, but why does his aura fluctuate like that? Especially at that moment, Hiashi even felt a sense of threat. Father. Hinata called out, then looked at Ryujiro and said, Ryujiro is training again. Training? Is this what he does for training? Hiashi couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yes, father. Ryujiro's training has always been like this. Besides sparring with us, he spends more time contemplating swordsmanship in his own world. Isn't this meditation? Hinata shook her head. I used to think so too, but every time Ryujiro enters this state, his strength increases significantly. This is a secret of Ryujiro's strength. A secret? Hiashi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could there be a bloodline limit that helps in his training? But Ryujiro is just a commoner. His parents, both jonin, had no such bloodlines. This kid is indeed extraordinary. Will his swordsmanship bring about a new white fang that will terrify other ninja villages? In the mental space, Ryujiro only saw a flash of sword light, and he returned from the mental space to reality. Ryujiro gasped for breath, sweat covering his forehead as he knelt on one knee. Was his stamina depleted to such an extent? Hiashi was surprised. Indeed, as Hinata had said, meditation definitely wouldn't cause Ryujiro's chakra to plummet so suddenly. And he looked so exhausted. Truly the world's greatest swordsman. Even though Ryujiro used the same techniques, he could still be easily countered by Mihawk. Ryujiro wasn't just learning Mihawk's techniques without purpose, he also combined ninjutsu to create new sword techniques. The power of the strongest swordsman's sword aura was dozens of times stronger than his own. Just one strike was equivalent, no more than the power of an S-rank ninjutsu, which was thrilling to think about. Chapter 14, Slicing Off Mountain. The day before the start of school, Ryujiro woke up to sudden news the next morning. That news was about Naruto stealing the Scroll of Seals. This made Ryujiro somewhat silent. Has history not been altered? Or was there a force manipulating this world, perhaps him? The Sage of Six Paths. The legendary ancestor of ninjas, the founder of ninju. Although the Sage of Six Paths no longer walked the earth, he continued to watch over the ninja world from the afterlife. As a legendary figure, Ryujiro didn't want to draw the attention of this old geezer. After all, his own strength was limited now. Even if he fully unlocked the template of Mihawk, his strength couldn't compare to Hagoromo. Just his planetary devastation was enough to give Ryujiro a headache. At this moment, Ryujiro had arrived at Naruto's doorstep. He knocked. Naruto, still groggy from sleep, opened the door and was momentarily stunned by Ryujiro's presence. "Ryujiro, what brings you here?" Naruto asked in surprise. Ryujiro swiftly entered Naruto's room, followed by a series of Naruto's pained cries echoing from inside. After a while, Naruto had 3 large bumps on his head. He covered his head and yelled indignantly, "Ryujiro, why did you hit me? Why did you steal the scroll?" Naruto's expression instantly stiffened, then he awkwardly chuckled. "Ryujiro, how did you know?" Ryujiro looked at Naruto with a knowing gaze. "Alright, stop pretending and just be honest. I just heard from Mizuki-sensei that the Scroll of Sealing contains many interesting ninjutsu, so I wanted to take a look. And then Mizuki-sensei suddenly tried to ambush me. After I gave him a beating, Iruka-sensei came and took me to see the Hokage. And then I came back. So, it was Mizuki after all. But this plot did undergo some changes. Mizuki got beaten by Naruto, and Iruka didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Though the alterations were minor, they still affected the original storyline. "Show me what you've learned," Ryujiro said casually. Naruto became flustered and widened his eyes in shock. "Whoa. Ryujiro, you even know about that? Multiple shadow clone jutsu." Bam bam bam. The room suddenly filled with many Naruto clones. Naruto's house was already small, and with so many clones gathering, it became even more crowded. Indeed, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Ryujiro wasn't surprised, in fact, he found it quite normal. But, hey! Stop pushing me. You're the one pushing me. It's you. It's you. It's you. Naruto's clones started arguing, and the room instantly became noisy. People outside heard and thought Naruto was up to something in the house. After dispelling the clones, Naruto wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Do you want me to teach you this jutsu?" Naruto smirked temptingly. "No need. I'm not interested." Multiple shadow clone jutsu consumed too much chakra, and it could even drain one's chakra reserves in an instant because of the enormous amount required. That's why it was classified as a forbidden jutsu. Only someone like Naruto, who was an Uzumaki and has access to Nine-Tails chakra, could use it without hesitation. Naruto's face stiffened. He thought he could tempt Ryujiro with forbidden techniques, but who would have thought Ryujiro wasn't interested at all? Ryujiro. But this is a forbidden jutsu. A forbidden jutsu. Oh, so what? Isn't a forbidden jutsu powerful? I can now finally beat you. Naruto. Can't have any fun anymore. Naruto, disheartened, lowered his head and, like Sasuke the day before, fell into silence, a sign of disappointment. Truly, they were good buddies. The relationship between Naruto and Sasuke was still good, although they sometimes bickered due to the competitive nature, typical of children their age. These two sets of good buddies had a pretty good relationship now. In the subsequent school life, Ryujiro continued to send shadow clones to school, and only during major exams would his real self appear. As for Hinata, due to her family reasons, even though she could use shadow clones now, she still went to school in person. And so, time passed. At the edge of a cliff, Ryujiro, now towering at 1.77 meters, 5 feet 8 inches, stood. In the eyes of his peers, Ryujiro seemed like a giant. Hinata and Naruto stayed far away because that's what Ryujiro instructed them to do. "What are you doing, Ryujiro?" Naruto asked, puzzled. In the next moment, Hinata suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Ryujiro. In an instant, her eyes contracted sharply. That momentum. Ryujiro's sword exuded a flying aura, and his dark green eyes gleamed with a divine light. Armament Haki. Black blade. Flash. Clang. A sharp sword sound was heard as a massive black slash soared into the sky, reaching a height of 17 or 18 meters. In the air, even the white clouds parted as the black slash split them in two. A storm erupted, overturning everything around. Boom. Underneath the black slash, not far away, a mountain peak was severed right before Hinata and Naruto's eyes. The mountain crumbled, shrouding everything in a cloud of dust, even attracting the attention of the third Hokage in the village. At this moment, the Uchiha clan, ANBU, and Root all rushed toward the sliced-off mountain peak. The mountain was destroyed by Ryujiro. Oh my god. Is Ryujiro a monster? Can the third Hokage really slice a mountain peak? Even Naruto began to doubt if the Hokage of the village could beat Ryujiro. Hinata, at this moment, was shocked speechless, unable to calm her heart for a long time. S-rank. That slash. It's the power of an S-rank ninjutsu. No. Even an S-rank ninjutsu couldn't slice a mountain peak. Just how terrifying is Ryujiro's strength? Phew. Ryujiro exhaled heavily, and the sharp edge in his eyes gradually faded away. A year ago, Ryujiro had already stepped into the realm of the great swordsman, but within that year, he still wasn't a match for Mihawk in his mental world. Because Mihawk in his mental world belonged to his peak. Even though Ryujiro had stepped into the realm of the great swordsman, he still wasn't Mihawk's match. Character Template, Dracula Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 73.3%. Though Ryujiro would still eventually lose to Mihawk, it wouldn't be as disastrous as before. And now, what he severed was just a small mountain peak, while Mihawk's slash could effortlessly split a large mountain peak in two. There was still a gap between him and Mihawk. Chapter 15, Ryujiro vs Itachi. As the dust settled from the sky, the faces of the arriving shinobi all showed expressions of utter disbelief. What happened here? Hey. Am I dreaming? The mountain. It's been severed. Shinobi from ANBU, Root, as well as the Konoha police force, all stood in shock as they gazed at the severed peak. The smooth cut resembled that of a blade slicing through butter. Such a sight was unprecedented in their lives. What kind of power could sever a mountain like this? In their understanding, only the tailed beasts and the legendary first Hokage possessed such power. Even the third Hokage in his prime probably couldn't cause such massive destruction. What's going on here? Danzo rushed over, his pupils contracting at the sight of the broken mountain. Danzo-sama, we arrived here to find it already like this. Such power. It's likely an S-rank ninjutsu. S-rank ninjutsu. The hearts of all the shinobi present sank. They were well aware of the power of S-rank ninjutsu, capable of massive destruction unparalleled before. But could an S-rank ninjutsu truly sever a mountain? Danzo's expression darkened considerably. Gazing at the severed mountain filled his with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Who could have done this? Was it someone from Konoha? Or had someone infiltrated their village? Conduct thorough checks on everyone entering and leaving Konoha. Don't let a single person slip through unnoticed. If anything unusual is found, notify me and the third Hokage immediately. Yes. With one last glance at the horrifying scene before him, Danzo left, his heart still racing. After Ryujiro and his companions returned to the village, discussions about the severed mountain filled the air. Even Hinata and Naruto couldn't calm their hearts. The gap with Ryujiro is so vast. How did Ryujiro train? Naruto clenched his fists, feeling low. He had thought that mastering the Shadow Clone Jutsu would allow him to keep up with Ryujiro, but after 2 years, Naruto felt the gap between them was like a chasm. Especially the strike that severed the mountain, it made Naruto keenly feel the difference between them. Ryujiro, I'm going to train. With those words, Naruto disappeared from Ryujiro's sight. It seems Naruto was affected. Hinata murmured. Ryujiro then took Hinata's delicate hand and smiled. If he follows my training method, after some time he will also become stronger. But now he's gone, so no one will disturb us. Hinata blushed and lowered her head instinctively. Ryujiro had become even more charming than before. With his short black hair and his dark green eyes, he naturally drew people's attention. Ryujiro was wearing a black shirt and tan baggy training pants with a black belt weaved through the waist that was custom-made for him. With his height reaching 1.77 meters and his mature demeanor, he seemed like a young adult. A few months later, something unprecedented and terrifying happened in Konoha. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. Once a prestigious clan in Konoha, the Uchiha had produced many outstanding individuals. But overnight, they were wiped out, leaving people feeling a mix of emotions. What shocked the people of Konoha even more was that the culprit turned out to be Itachi Uchiha, the son of the Uchiha clan leader, the once brilliant prodigy, just like Uchiha Shisui. Now, only Sasuke, the last of the Uchiha clan, remained in Konoha. Some lamented, while others gloated. There were plenty in the village who had harbored ill feelings toward the Uchiha. Since the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke's personality had undergone a drastic change. He became aloof and arrogant, refusing to speak to anyone. His two fangirls, Ino and Sakura, felt sorry for Sasuke, but whenever they tried to comfort him, they were met with his cold gaze. Valley of the End. Ryujiro looked at the desolate figure before him and said, "Contacting me at a time like this, aren't you afraid I'll take you back to the village?" Itachi turned around, his Mangekyo Sharingan locking onto Ryujiro. "Sasuke. Is he okay?" Ryujiro chuckled. "Do you think he could be okay facing this situation? Now he only wants to get stronger to kill you." Itachi lowered his head, sighing. "As long as his power exceeds his hatred for me, that's enough. Between the village and the clan, you ultimately chose the village," Ryujiro said casually. Itachi stared at Ryujiro, disbelief written all over his face. "You know." Ryujiro did not answer. There were very few things in the village that Ryujiro didn't know about, his knowledge even extended to the dealings between Danzo and Orochimaru behind the scenes. "Tell me, you didn't just bring me here for Sasuke, did you?" Itachi looked at Ryujiro, scrutinizing him carefully. Is this boy really so young? The feeling Ryujiro gave him now was different. He sensed a threat emanating from Ryujiro. Itachi was well aware of his own strength. Even the current third Hokage might not be his match, yet he could feel a threat from Ryujiro. "It seems, I can't figure you out. There are many in the village who can't figure me out. You're not the only one." Itachi drew out a kunai, his Mangekyo Sharingan fixed on Ryujiro, and said indifferently. "This is the only thing I wanted to know before leaving the village. Let me see how much your strength has grown. Heh, I also want to see how strong I am now." Ryujiro drew his sword, Haki coating his hand and blade. Seeing the black substance on Ryujiro's hand, Itachi furrowed his brow. "What is this? Regular ninjutsu? Or a Kekkei Genkai?" Itachi once suspected whether Ryujiro had a Kekkei Genkai, otherwise, how could a civilian grow to this extent? Was this black substance what he speculated to be the Kekkei Genkai? Ryujiro probably didn't expect that Itachi would mistake Haki for a Kekkei Genkai. "What are you doing?" Itachi looked at Ryujiro, puzzled as he closed his eyes. "The Uchiha are most famous for their Sharingan. If I don't make eye contact with you, your Sharingan Genjutsu shouldn't work." Ryujiro's words were correct, but could he unleash his full power with his eyes closed? In the blink of an eye, the voices of the two disappeared as if they had vanished. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The collision between kunai and sword erupted into dazzling sparks. Ryujiro was no longer the same as before. The black kunai was sliced in half by the sharp blade of Ryujiro's sword. Itachi retreated several steps in shock, staring at Ryujiro in astonishment. "Itachi, don't underestimate me. Otherwise, you'll die." Chapter 16, Kakashi Hatake. Itachi's eyes contracted, and a few more shurikens appeared in his hand. The moment they were thrown, Itachi quickly formed seals. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. From Itachi's mouth, several fireballs were continuously spewed out, the scorching heat causing the surrounding temperature to rise. But under Ryujiro's observation Haki, he had already anticipated what Itachi would do. Clang. 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 All the shurikens were deflected. Ryujiro's sword blocked the attack from Itachi behind him. Once again, the kunai broke into two pieces. "Even with your eyes closed, you can sense my location." Such a terrifying perception. Itachi's expression became unusually serious. The combat experience and mature mindset displayed by the young men in front of him were not something that could be possessed at his age. In the next moment, a fierce aura emanated from Ryujiro. Instantly, Itachi felt a sense of threat and quickly distanced himself from Ryujiro. Yet even so, Ryujiro's figure seemed to disappear, and the next moment he appeared in front of Itachi. In an instant he drew his sword. Black blade. Flash. Zing. At the moment the blade flashed, an extremely dazzling light deprived Itachi Uchiha of his sight. Boom. Behind Itachi, the continuous spread of the slash extended for 40 to 50 meters, like a monstrous beast destroying everything underfoot. The ground cracked and trembled uncontrollably. In the instant of the slash's spread, it exploded with a thunderous roar. The shockwave rushed forth, like a hurricane, snapping trees and covering the sky with dust. Under the slash, the scattered stones turned into nothingness. Itachi stiffly turned his head, his face filled with horror as he looked at the abyss behind him. The two statues of the Valley of the End also showed cracks. Gulp. Itachi couldn't help but swallow hard, staring at Ryujiro in horror. This is your strength. At this moment, Ryujiro had already sheathed his sword. If he hadn't held back in that moment of vulnerability, Itachi might have died under his sword. However, Ryujiro didn't do that because there was no killing intent from Itachi, it was just an ordinary confrontation. Yeah. Ryujiro opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on Itachi. How many times can you perform such a slash? Itachi looked gravely at Ryujiro. Ryujiro glanced at Itachi indifferently and said calmly, this is just an ordinary slash. Such a power can be used effortlessly. Itachi stood still for a long time, dumbfounded. As a cold and aloof figure in this world, Itachi was as stunned as a log. Such a slash, comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu, could be unleashed, casually. Is what he said true or false? Regardless of its truth, Ryujiro at such a young age already possessed the strength of a Kage. Thinking of this, Itachi could no longer remain calm. If this news spread throughout the entire ninja world, it would likely cause a sensation. Such swordsmanship was already more terrifying than the former White Fang. If a casual strike is an S-rank ninjutsu, who in this ninja world could threaten Ryujiro? Did we make too much noise? It seems someone is coming. Ryujiro's observation Haki sensed several auras rapidly approaching. Perhaps because of the commotion caused by the previous slash, it attracted the attention of the Konoha village ninjas. Itachi furrowed his brow. He didn't detect any ninjas within his sensing range. No matter how skilled the Konoha village's sensing department was, they probably couldn't match up to Ryujiro's perception. If possible, I hope you can take care of Sasuke for me. Itachi's words echoed faintly in the valley. Ryujiro clicked his tongue and then turned his head, casting a serious glance at another location. Just now, that place. Was it Obito? Troublesome. If that guy sets his sights on them, it won't be good. Just as Ryujiro turned around, several voices suddenly appeared in front of him. Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy. Might Guy looked at the changes in the landscape not far away and exclaimed in shock. What happened here? This situation seems similar to when that mountain peak was cut off in Konoha. Has the terrain been altered? Seeing the cracks extending tens of meters deep, the three jonin fell into contemplation, then unconsciously shifted their gaze to Ryujiro. This kid looks familiar. Oh. I remember now, speaking of which, Kakashi. This guy is hailed as a genius who can rival you. His swordsmanship is said to be as exquisite as Sakumo-sensei. Did Sakumo-san secretly have another kid behind your back? Asuma teased with a wicked smile. Asuma. Asuma noticed Kakashi's unfriendly gaze and quickly shut his mouth, not saying another word. In terms of strength, he was no match for Kakashi. After all, Kakashi's reputation as the copy ninja had already spread to the other four major ninja villages. Kakashi's dark expression gradually softened, and then he carefully scrutinized Ryujiro in front of him. This young man was not simple, his unique aura and the sword at his waist completely concealed his sharpness. Even if they had never met before, Kakashi could feel the extraordinary nature of the young man in front of him. Young man, do you know what just happened here? Might Guy grinned and asked. Facing the three jonin, Ryujiro's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze lingered on Kakashi for a long time. So this was the legendary Kakashi Hatake. Regardless of who his opponent was, it seemed like he always had an equal chance of winning, like he had some plot armor. You say Kakashi is strong, right? He wasn't particularly strong, just slightly stronger than an elite jonin. With the use of Kamui, Kakashi's strength might already be close to that of a Kage. But during the pain invasion, Kakashi and the 6 paths of pain could fight evenly, or even might have a slight advantage. Then there were later fights with Madara Uchiha, Kagaya Otsutsuki. His strength increased according to the opponent's strength. Kakashi felt Ryujiro's gaze and expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Ryujiro, what exactly happened here? Don't be afraid, even if that person comes again, the three of us have the power to fight him. Asuma thought Ryujiro might have been scared by something that happened earlier, so he comforted him. Ryujiro couldn't be bothered to even look at him, calmly saying, Itachi Uchiha was here. Chapter 17, Ryujiro reveals himself. The expressions of the three individuals suddenly changed. Itachi Uchiha. They all wore solemn expressions as they gazed at the devastated surrounding and the narrow mountain peaks, a hint of dread creeping into their eyes. It's Uchiha Itachi. That explains it, but when did he master such terrifying ninjutsu? Such power rivals even S-rank jutsu. It's swordsmanship. Uchiha Itachi, the mastermind behind the Uchiha clan massacre, a wanted S-rank missing nin by the village. None of them understood why Itachi would slaughter his own clan, but in their minds, he was an extremely dangerous individual. Only the third Hokage and Danzo knew about Itachi's relationship with the higher-ups in Konoha. Asuma, report the situation here to the third Hokage. Guy, scout the surroundings for any other presence. I'll take this kid, Ryujiro, back to the village. Kakashi said earnestly. Asuma and Guy had no objections. Guy was responsible for scouting for any other enemies nearby, while Asuma was already on his way to meet the third Hokage. As Kakashi and Ryujiro walked, they remained silent. The atmosphere was tense, but after glancing at the sword hanging from Ryujiro's waist, Kakashi spoke up. Was that commotion caused by Itachi? Kakashi had always been wary of the kid beside him. Perhaps Asuma and Guy couldn't sense it, but Kakashi, a veteran of the Third Great Ninja War, felt a sense of danger emanating from the boy. It wasn't often that an elite jonin felt threatened. Kakashi-san. If I told you that the commotion was caused by me, would you believe it? Ryujiro flashed a mischievous smile at Kakashi, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared from Kakashi's sight. Kakashi stood frozen in shock. That terrain-altering ninjutsu was because of Ryujiro. Itachi was a dangerous individual. If Ryujiro had truly encountered him, there was no way he would come out unscathed. The only explanation was that this kid harbored some undisclosed secrets. And if Itachi indeed possessed such terrifying ninjutsu, the village would have some knowledge of it, even if limited. They couldn't be completely clueless. The split mountain peak, the cracks spreading hundreds of meters across the ground, these were the work of this kid. It was hard for Kakashi to believe at first. Was it swordsmanship? Whether it was the previously severed mountain peak or the cracks he had just witnessed, they resembled the work of a blade, leaving behind similar traces. Even his father, as skilled as he was in swordsmanship, probably couldn't wield such terrifying power. What secrets did this kid conceal? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen frowned at Kakashi. Kakashi, are you saying that all the previous disturbances were caused by Ryujiro? Ryujiro hasn't even reached in full potential right now, and even S-rank ninjutsu might not be capable of the environmental changes we've witnessed. Are you sure about this? Facing the third Hokage's questioning, Kakashi was momentarily speechless because he lacked direct evidence to prove that all those destruction were caused by Ryujiro. But combining Ryujiro's words with his own gut feeling, Kakashi was certain that the severed mountain peaks and the changes in the Valley of the End were definitely linked to Ryujiro. Although I lack evidence, I felt a sense of threat from Ryujiro when I was with him. A sense of threat? Hiruzen's expression shifted. To make an elite jonin like you feel threatened is indeed concerning. Hiruzen gazed out at the scenery of Konoha, lost in thought. All right, I understand. You may leave. Kakashi exited the Hokage's office. Yamato, try to test that kid for me. Yes, Hokage-sama. At night, after training with Hinata, Ryujiro left the Hyuga compound. The streets of Konoha were quiet at night, but Ryujiro seemed to sense something. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Several kunai flew towards Ryujiro. Armament Haki. Instead of drawing his sword, Ryujiro covered his hands with armament Haki and deflected the kunai. That mask. Ryujiro's expression shifted slightly. It's Yamato. It seemed the third Hokage already knew. Kakashi was suspicious after all. Now, Ryujiro no longer needed to hide his strength. The reason he concealed his power before was that he hadn't reached the level of a Kage. But now that he had attained that level, he had no worries. The collision between Yamato's kunai and Ryujiro's armament Haki-covered fist produced a metallic clashing sound. Ding, ding, ding. As Yamato continued to fight, he became increasingly wary. This kid's taijutsu had reached such a level. What was the black substance on his hands? Was it ninjutsu or a Kekkei Genkai? This kid under the third Hokage was truly extraordinary. It was the third Hokage who sent you, right? There's no need for further tests. Take me to see him. The armament Haki on Ryujiro's hands had disappeared as he looked calmly at Yamato. This maturity. Yamato gained another impression of Ryujiro. Follow me. Yamato said coldly. It was already late at night, but the lights in the Hokage's office were still on. As the Hokage, there was no rest until all the village's affairs were settled. Hokage-sama, Ryujiro, is here. From outside the door, Yamato's voice echoed. Hiruzen paused his work and looked at the incoming Ryujiro with some surprise. Raising his hand, Hiruzen saw Yamato's figure disappear from the Hokage's office. Previously, Hiruzen had heard of Ryujiro's various exploits but had never truly seen him in person. Now, up close, the aura emanating from this kid was undeniable. Konoha had produced another genius on par with Kakashi. Perhaps in a few years, another master of swordsmanship like Tsukumo would emerge. Ryujiro, this should be our first meeting. Yes, Hokage-sama. Since Yamato brought you here, you must have fought with him. Ryujiro nodded lightly. You should know my purpose in having Yamato test you. Hiruzen's cloudy eyes suddenly sharpened. Facing Hiruzen's sharp gaze, Ryujiro stared back without any hint of fear. Hokage-sama, you just want to know if what Kakashi said is true. Ryujiro laid his cards on the table. Concealing his strength blindly was useless, only by truly showing his power could he inspire fear. The incidents at the Valley of the End were indeed caused by me. But just the day before, I fought with Itachi Uchiha. What? He fought Itachi too. Chapter 18, Applying for Graduation. Hiruzen's eyes widened, a strong sense of astonishment reflected in them. Fight with Itachi. How could this be possible? Hiruzen knew Itachi's strength very well. Itachi had already activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Even the third Hokage couldn't guarantee that he could match Itachi. For a moment, Hiruzen stopped thinking. After calming down for a while, he began to look seriously at Ryujiro. Who won between you and Itachi? Hiruzen asked solemnly. The outcome. Ryujiro pondered for a moment. If it was solely based on strength, he believed he far surpassed Itachi. However, Itachi still had Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and other abilities. Moreover, he hadn't fought Itachi with his full strength, so he couldn't be sure how would these abilities of Itachi fare against him. But even then, he believed he could easily defeat Itachi if they were to fight for real. And the main issue here was he didn't want to reveal all his cards in front of Hiruzen, so he chose to give a diplomatic answer. It's 50-50, Ryujiro replied calmly. Hiruzen sucked in a breath after hearing what Ryujiro said. Did that mean the Ryujiro in front of him already possessed the strength of a Kage? Of course, whether what Ryujiro said was true or not remained to be seen, but this kid in front of him was definitely not simple. This attitude, this composure. If Ryujiro's background wasn't clean, Hiruzen might have seen him as a threat. With your strength, you don't need to continue studying at the Ninja Academy. Yes, Hokage-sama. This time I've come to apply for early graduation. Ryujiro stated plainly. Ryujiro knew he currently possessed great strength, but his power wasn't growing at the rate he wanted. So, to rapidly improve himself, Ryujiro knew he had to face real-life combat, and that couldn't be done staying in academy. That's why he wanted to graduate early and go on missions. I approve your application. With your strength, there's indeed no need for you to stay at the ninja school any longer. However, to confirm your strength, I will arrange for a jonin to test you. Is that okay with you? Hiruzen greatly admired the village's talents and appreciated civilian geniuses. However, he found it difficult to let go of Ryujiro. Ryujiro's personality and composure were not as straightforward as Minato's. When Hiruzen first saw Ryujiro, he knew that such a character would be difficult to control and restrain in the village. No problem, Hokage-sama. But it was just a jonin test. Even if it was an elite jonin like Kakashi, Ryujiro was confident he could defeat them. Moreover, it was just a test of strength, there was no need to exert 100% of his power. After Ryujiro left, Hiruzen lowered his head and sighed. Things are getting out of control. Ryujiro was indeed a genius, but if a genius grew too fast, it would make people wary because such individuals were prone to getting out of control. Especially for Hiruzen, who had experienced Orochimaru's betrayal. The next day, Hiruzen leaned against his head slightly, facing Danzo, who was holding a cane on the other side of the office. Danzo, if it's about Ryujiro, I'll say it again. I won't hand that child over to you. Danzo looked at his old friend with a gloomy gaze. Hiruzen, why don't you understand until now? Only Root can handle that child. Only powerful ninjas are qualified to bear the darkness of Konoha. It's a waste of his talent to let other jonin guide him. As long as that child joins Root, I will personally guide him. That child is not like Minato. He won't be easily bound by others. Danzo insinuated with a cold gaze. With the ability to cut through mountains, that kid definitely had some secret. Once he obtained this secret jutsu, the position of Hokage would be within easy reach. No matter what you say, I won't hand this child over to Root. Root is not suitable for him. Hiruzen, you're still so naive. Someday you'll regret it. With a cold snort, Danzo left the Hokage's office in annoyance. Watching his departing figure, Hiruzen muttered to himself. Danzo, that kid's strength has already exceeded Root's control. He doesn't belong to Root, he belongs to Konoha. We old folks will continue to shine the light on the village and let the new leaves sprout. Another ninja reaching the level of a Kage in swordsmanship was extremely important for Konoha, especially now that they had lost the Uchiha clan. The graduation application was scheduled for the afternoon, so Ryujiro was not in a hurry. Naruto had already become one of the top students in the academy. And there was nothing more for him to teach Naruto now. Let the timeline proceed as in the original story. He arrived at the Hyuga compound. Hiashi and Ryujiro sat at the table, while Hinata pushed open the door, brewed tea, and placed it in front of the two. I'm applying for early graduation. Ryujiro said lightly. Hinata's father, holding a cup of tea, suddenly paused as the cup floated in midair, but he quickly regained his composure. With your strength, you can indeed apply for early graduation. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata hesitated, biting her lip. Suddenly, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Father, I also want to apply for early graduation with Ryujiro. No. Hiashi refused without even thinking. Hinata's face turned pale instantly. Hiashi had seen Hinata's change in strength with his own eyes. But Hinata was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and now she was even more outstanding than Niji. In the future, Hinata would become the head of the Hyuga clan. And he didn't want her to be exposed to the darkness and dirt of the ninja world at such a young age. Why, father? Even if my strength is not as good as Ryujiro's, it's still far stronger than an average genin. I have nothing more to learn at the ninja school now. Hinata said with reluctance. Continuing at the ninja school would only widen the gap between her and Ryujiro. Hinata didn't want to be left behind by Ryujiro. You are the eldest daughter of the family. To become a ninja, strength alone is not enough. Intervening in ninja affairs recklessly could cost you your life. Hiashi looked at her solemnly. Although on the surface, Hiashi seemed indifferent to Hinata, how could he ignore his love for his daughter? Unlike Ryujiro, Hinata's attitude, composure, and sharpness were already impossible to hide. Hiashi seemed to see the former Konoha White Fang once again. Hinata, what your father said is not wrong. A ninja's hands are stained with blood. Ryujiro agreed with Hinata's father. Hinata's current strength could indeed spar with low-level Chuunin, but her strength was still too weak. This world had many powerful ninjas. Each member of Akatsuki alone could be compared to a Kage-level ninja. Moreover, Hinata, with the Byakugan, would inevitably attract the attention of other villages besides the Hyuga clan. Chapter 19, Ryujiro vs Kakashi. Ryujiro, I'm afraid I can't keep up with your pace, Hinata said, sounding like a distressed little girl. Sighing inwardly, Ryujiro gently embraced Hinata and said, even if one day I stand at the pinnacle of this world, I will still be the Ryujiro you know. In that moment, the way Hinata and Hiashi looked at Ryujiro changed. What ambition and determination. To aspire to the pinnacle of the ninja world, wanting to become a god of shinobi like the first Hokage. Under Ryujiro's comforting words, Hinata gradually calmed down. She silently agreed with Ryujiro and her father's words. Why are there so many jonins gathered at school today? Kakashi Hatake, Kurinai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy, the academy student, all exclaimed. Hey, have you heard? It seems that Ryujiro has applied for early graduation. Could these jonins be here to test Ryujiro? What? Early graduation? The kids from the ninja school all gasped. Even though not everyone in the ninja school was in the same class, everyone knew Ryujiro, the top student. Even the older students were no match for this Ryujiro. Applying for early graduation, only a genius could do such a thing, and Ryujiro happened to be the kind of genius. Listening to the conversation, Sasuke in the classroom clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. That guy actually applied for early graduation. And he was still at the ninja school. When would he be able to kill Itachi? If he had that kind of strength, maybe he could have prevented that tragedy that night. Look. It's Ryujiro. Wow. Ryujiro is so handsome, he's like the man of my dreams. Why does Ryujiro, who is only a year older than us, look so tall? When Ryujiro appeared at the Ninja Academy, all the students were excited. The dream of every student in the academy was to become an outstanding ninja, and naturally, they admired the strong. Kakashi, is this the boy you were talking about? What do you think, Kurinai? This kid is quite extraordinary. Asuma lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said with relish. Kurinai looked at Ryujiro, then glanced at the excited students around her. He's quite popular. But this child is indeed different, that kind of unmistakable sharpness is not common for kid his age. Ryujiro. You applied for early graduation without informing me. That's so annoying. Naruto came out dissatisfied. Ryujiro smiled faintly. There's no need to make a big fuss about early graduation, but it seems like you all know now. It seemed like the news had been spread by the third Hokage. Was it to create the birth of a genius and make Ryujiro popular across the village and also show Konoha's might to other villages? Indeed, the more popular the genius, the easier it was to be bound by the village. Ryujiro understood this little trick of the third Hokage. Ryujiro, now that you've done it, I also want to apply for early graduation too. You. The third Hokage won't agree. Ryujiro glanced lightly at Naruto. As the Jinchuriki, even if Naruto's performance at school was really outstanding, because of his special status, the third Hokage would not let Naruto graduate early. Ryujiro, you're underestimating me. Although I'm not powerful like you, my strength is not bad. Even now, I can fight evenly with that arrogant Sasuke. Naruto looked proud. Who would have thought that 2 years ago he was the last in the class? Now he could fight evenly with Sasuke. Genius. Is Naruto a genius? He is now. Hey. Look. It's Hokage-sama. The appearance of the third Hokage caused a commotion among the students. Even Naruto looked at the third Hokage with admiration. After all, Naruto's dream was to become Hokage, someone recognized by everyone. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen walked up to the 4 Jonin, and they respectfully greeted him. It seemed that everyone in the school knew, the effect of spreading the news was quite impressive. Can we start now, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen nodded slightly. F. With the permission of the third Hokage, Kakashi solemnly announced, Ryujiro. Based on your performance at school, Hokage-sama has agreed to your graduation application. However, this assessment will be practical combat, and according to the instructions of the third Hokage, your combat assessment subject is none other than me. Hearing this, many people gasped, even the other 3 Jonin stared at Kakashi with wide eyes. Is this a joke? The one Ryujiro must fight is actually Jonin Kakashi. Even if Ryujiro is amazing, he can't possibly be a match for a Jonin. Kakashi-san is already a well-known Jonin, the famous copy ninja. Asuma looked at Hiruzen with incomprehension. What was his old man thinking? How could this kid possibly pass the assessment when facing Kakashi? Does his old man have some other plan? Kurenai frowned. It seemed that the Hokage and Kakashi knew something. Could this kid still have some secrets? But no matter what, Kurenai also believed that Ryujiro had a slight chance of winning against Kakashi. Kakashi and Ryujiro stood facing each other, and Kakashi, who knew everything, looked at the seemingly indifferent Ryujiro with seriousness. Was what Ryujiro said true? Although the students at the ninja school all believed that Ryujiro wouldn't win against Kakashi, they were still looking forward to see Ryujiro's strength in this fight. How many moves could he last against a Jonin? Start. With a command from the third Hokage, Ryujiro's figure disappeared in an instant. Is it the body flicker jutsu? Kakashi's heart sank. His right hand holding a kunai was placed in front of his chest. Ding. With a sound, Kakashi was sent flying a distance by a heavy force. Such a heavy attack. Was that black substance the thing the third Hokage mentioned, possibly a Kekkei Genkai? It could harden the body, achieving a steel-like effect. This was his ability. What is that black substance? Kekkei Genkai. But Ryujiro's parents were just ordinary Jonin, neither of them had a Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi seems to be getting serious. Chapter 20, Passing the Assessment. Kakashi dashed around Ryujiro, throwing several shuriken from his hand. Clang clang clang. Ryujiro dispelled his armament Haki, unsheathed his sword, and swung it a few times, causing the incoming shuriken to scatter on the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. Kakashi took a deep breath, gathering chakra in his throat, then spewed out a massive fireball towards Ryujiro. The students of the Ninja Academy, witnessing Kakashi's execution of the Great Fireball Jutsu, erupted into gasps. The Great Fireball Jutsu. Indeed, the scale of chakra and the range of the jutsu were different. It was twice as large as Sasuke's Great Fireball. However, it was just a Great Fireball. Swoosh. A plain and simple slash descended, a dazzling blade flashed before everyone's eyes. Boom. A slash towering 7 to 8 meters high tore through the Academy's training ground. The exaggerated power and suffocating sensation caused Kakashi's eyes to contract involuntarily. Was this a slash? The massive fireball instantly split into 2 halves and exploded, causing the training ground to tremble. But the slash didn't stop there, it rapidly spread towards Kakashi's position. The speed of the slash wasn't slow, but visually, it gave a sense of slow propagation. When Kakashi came to his senses, he instantly used body flicker jutsu to evade this terrifying slash. Rumble. The moment the slash burst apart, countless rubble splattered, leaving a horrifying trench on the school's training ground. The moment Kakashi appeared with body flicker, Ryujiro had already captured Kakashi's position. A residual image remained in place. A horizontally sweeping blade again appeared dazzlingly before Kakashi's eyes, freezing everything for a moment. The cold blade pressed against Kakashi's neck, making him stiff. Ryujiro grinned. Looks like I've won, Kakashi-san. When the dust settled, the students of the Ninja Academy looked at the horrifying silhouette on the ground, wearing expressions of disbelief. Such a perception. Asuma looked at Ryujiro in shock, his turbulent heart unable to calm down for a long time. I lost. Kakashi sighed helplessly. The students of the academy were astonished, watching the men with short hair and dark green eyes. What was that reddish dark slash just now? Ryujiro defeated Kakashi-san. Doesn't that mean he's already on par with Jonin? Looking at the straight crack on the ground, the students of the Ninja Academy wore expressions of horror, unable to calm down for a long time. Sasuke clenched his fists, his blood-red eyes showing black tomo. Why? Why was the gap between him and Ryujiro so huge, when he was supposed to be the Uchiha prodigy? If he had such strength, could he have prevented the tragedy from happening that day? Power. I need more power. The crazy thought sprouted in Sasuke's heart, the seed of hatred rapidly growing within him. Ryujiro is truly amazing. Was that dark slash produced by swordsmanship? I've never seen such terrifying swordsmanship. It's as if I saw myself in the past, my youth is still burning. Might Guy looked at Ryujiro with passionate eyes. At this moment, both Kurenai and Asuma wore expressions of disbelief, staring wide-eyed at Ryujiro. Even though Kakashi had held back, the fight ended much faster than they had expected. In that instant, this young man seemed to anticipate where Kakashi would appear. Such keen perception, even the sensory ninja in the village might not have such outstanding perception. This kid. He's a genius, even more terrifying than Kakashi was in his youth. At this moment, the entire examination site fell into silence, with only the sound of the breeze whispering in their ears. All the jonin present understood that Konoha would once again have a young talent even more outstanding than Kakashi. Back then, Hatake Sakumo, with his swordsmanship, made the other 4 major ninja villages fearful of his sword skills, making Konoha truly the #1 ninja village. But just because of the village and Danzo's plan, public opinion gradually pushed Sakumo onto the path of suicide, ultimately causing Konoha to lose a top-level ninja for no reason. Hiruzen stood up, looking at Ryujiro's relieved smile, he solemnly announced. In the name of Hokage, I officially declare that Ryujiro has successfully passed the assessment and officially becomes a Konoha Genin. Hiruzen wanted to directly promote Ryujiro to Jonin, but that would seem unfair to other students and even to other Genin and Chuunin present in the village. To become a Jonin of Konoha village, a ninja needed to follow certain steps, not even geniuses like Kakashi or Itachi were directly promoted to Jonin. Even Kakashi had to apply for early graduation, complete missions, pass the Chuunin exams and again complete missions of high rank to be promoted to rank of Jonin. It was the same for Itachi, who did all that, became Chuunin and later got directly promoted to ANBU captain. Konoha village once again welcomed a stunning swordsmanship genius. The students of the Ninja Academy admired Ryujiro. Although they entered the Ninja Academy, it didn't mean they could pass the graduation assessment smoothly. But Ryujiro not only graduated early but also successfully became a Genin. The key was that Ryujiro's opponent in the actual combat was not an ordinary ninja but the long-standing famous Kakashi. At this moment, countless students regarded Ryujiro as their idol, aspiring to become proud figures like him in the future. After completing all the procedures, Hiruzen personally placed the Konoha headband on Ryujiro's head. Congratulations, Ryujiro, on becoming a Genin. Although your strength is outstanding, becoming a ninja requires more than just strength. Which one of the 4 Jonin present here would you like to be your teacher? Hiruzen smiled kindly. Choosing a Jonin instructor, huh? Ryujiro glanced around. With his strength, he didn't really need a Jonin instructor, but just graduated ninjas needed a Jonin instructor to accompany them to undertake village missions. Among the present Jonin, Kurenai and Asuma were not even within Ryujiro's consideration, they were both took weak. Might Guy, who possessed the 8 gates, well, Ryujiro did have some thoughts about the 8 gates. With his powerful physique and the possibility of unlocking additional character templates, if he could learn the 8 gates, he would be able to face monsters of 6 paths level. Hokage-sama, I choose Guy-sensei. Ryujiro looked at Hiruzen and said. Might Guy. Ryujiro's choice surprised Hiruzen. He originally thought Ryujiro would choose an elite Jonin like Kakashi. But unexpectedly, he chose Might Guy, who specialized in taijutsu, which was quite unexpected. Might Guy widened his eyes, looking at Ryujiro incredulously. Had he misheard? Ryujiro actually chose him as his Jonin instructor. This was simply too unexpected. Guy, Ryujiro has chosen you as his Jonin instructor. Do you agree? Hiruzen looked at Guy and asked slowly. Hokage-sama, I am willing to become Ryujiro's Jonin instructor. At the same time, a smile appeared on Might Guy's face, revealing his white teeth, as he gave a thumbs up to Ryujiro. Young Ryujiro, welcome aboard. Chapter 21, Conqueror's Haki. After Ryujiro passed the assessment, Hiruzen put a lot of effort into promoting him. There was no shortage of publicity about Ryujiro, especially regarding his connection to the 3rd Hokage. Now, the villagers were all well aware about that. Once again, Konoha had produced a ninja whose swordsmanship rivaled even Konoha's White Fang. 5 months had passed, and the Ninja Academy was once again on holiday. Outside the village of Konoha, in an open field, a figure dashed like lightning, leaving trails of fire and lightning in its wake. The aura emanating from Ryujiro was immense, almost suffocating. It wasn't the presence of a ninja that one felt in his presence, but that of a tailed beast. The chakra swirling around him was like a raging tide, ready to engulf anything in its path when unleashed. Ryujiro is truly a genius. In just 5 months, he managed to open the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates. Guy, while teaching Ryujiro the 8 inner gates, was increasingly amazed. If it weren't for Ryujiro's mastery of swordsmanship reaching an otherworldly level, Guy would have suggested he focus solely on taijutsu. The 8 inner gates themselves released the body's limitations on chakra, allowing for an explosive surge of excess chakra that could increase one's strength several times over. Is opening the 4th gate already my limit? Ryujiro furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Even with just the 4th gate, his body felt waves of stinging pain. Opening the 5th gate forcibly would likely result in uncontrollable chakra backlash. The power of the gate of pain when activated will increase several times. Ryujiro's deep eyes suddenly sharpened. Zing! Accompanied by the unsheathing of his sword, dazzling blade lights suddenly flashed. A terrifying aura erupted, and sudden winds overturned everything around in an instant. Boom! A pitch-black slash, spanning over 20 meters, explosively surged forward like a roaring dragon, its might truly astonishing. The ground trembled incessantly, and rubble turned to powder beneath the slash. When the dust settled as the slash disappeared, a crack, spanning hundreds of meters due to the slash, appeared before Might Guy's eyes. Rumble. The earth shook, and due to the force of the slash, another crack, jagged and sprawling, suddenly spread from the other end, extending towards Ryujiro's feet. The power of the slash has approximately doubled. This outcome was within Ryujiro's expectations. At this moment, Guy, with widened eyes, looked on in shock, staring at the deep crater before him. Even an S-level ninjutsu might not be as powerful as that slash, and in Guy's eyes, the slash was instantaneous. Even Guy didn't see clearly what just happened right now, he only heard the sharp sound of swords. He just heard a deafening sound, and then saw the abyss crack in front of him. Ahem, cough, cough, it seems I have nothing to teach you except the 8 gates. Guy looked at Ryujiro with a bitter look on his face. If Ryujiro hadn't been attracted to 8 gates, would he still have chosen him? Guy-sensei, as a ninja, I still need your guidance. You don't have to say such things. Ryujiro said modestly. Ah. Due to his mature and humble personality, even Guy was attracted by Ryujiro's unique temperament. After Ryujiro left, Guy came there with a few people. Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi all looked at the scene in front of them with shocked expressions in their eyes. Is this the effect of Ryujiro's swordsmanship? During the last assessment, Ryujiro concealed his true strength. Is this his true power? Even Tsukumo-san's swordsmanship wouldn't be able to produce a slash like Ryujiro's. This level of power has already surpassed us. Indeed. The 4 fell into silence. They didn't know what else to say besides shock and horror. Such a young boy at the level of a Kage was unheard of in the history of the ninja world. They were grateful that such a monster was born in Konoha. If born in an enemy nation, undoubtedly, it would have added a formidable enemy to Konoha. Kakashi, looking at the slash stretching 100 meters before them, fell into deep silence. In 5 months, Ryujiro's template progress had slowed compared to before. It seemed that fighting with Mihawk was no longer significantly enhancing his swordsmanship. Character template, Dracula Mihawk. Character unlock progress, 76%. In 5 months, it had only increased by less than 3%. He needed to find a way to enhance his strength as soon as possible. His current strength was not enough for him to be content and feel safe. Only with great strength could one find peace of mind. As Ryujiro walked down the street, he suddenly stopped, looking at the young boy whose aura was now filled with coldness, different from before. Ryujiro sighed silently in his heart. Sasuke, if you have any thoughts of challenging me, it's best to dismiss them early. We are now in different dimensions. Sasuke's face twisted with ferocity as he looked at Ryujiro. I'm different from before. I have improved. Ryujiro looked into Sasuke's eyes, his expression changing slightly, but soon he calmed down. His Sharingan has been awakened. But it's still not enough. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Ryujiro's body, sweeping towards Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan returned to its normal black color instantly, staring at Ryujiro in shock, his legs unable to support him as he fell to the ground. As Ryujiro passed by Sasuke, his cold voice reached Sasuke's ears. Compared to Itachi, you're not even a genius. I advise you to give up on revenge as soon as possible. When you meet Itachi, you won't even have the power to escape. Sasuke's face froze for a moment, then twisted suddenly, his fists weakly pounding the ground as he let out a hoarse roar. Under Ryujiro's provocation, the seeds of hatred in Sasuke's heart began to grow madly. Hearing Sasuke's hoarse roar from behind, Ryujiro's lips curled into a faint smile. With his observation Haki, Ryujiro could feel the skyrocketing hatred emanating from Sasuke. He knew doing this would increase Sasuke's hatred towards Itachi, but he didn't care. Even if Itachi saw this scene, he wouldn't say anything. On the contrary, he might thank Ryujiro in his heart for nurturing the seed of hatred in Sasuke's heart. Conqueror's Haki. It's so useful in these situations, especially against fodders. The aura that erupted from Ryujiro earlier was precisely Conqueror's Haki. And this Conqueror's Haki wasn't awakened due to Mihawk's Template, it was Ryujiro's own Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 22, Baptism of Blood. 5 months had passed, and Ryujiro had become a frequent visitor to the Hyuga house. Hiashi already regarded Ryujiro as his son-in-law. A son-in-law whose strength rivaled that of the Kage. What more could Hiashi desire? The members of the Hyuga clan were also full of awe for Ryujiro. Niji looked unwillingly at Ryujiro and Hinata. Was this the fate of the branch family? His fate was to never resist the separation of the branch family. There was a hint of despair in Niji's heart. While accompanying Hinata in training, Ryujiro noticed Niji's gaze. Looking at Niji's desolate eyes, Ryujiro couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking. Ryujiro. Brother Niji. Hinata also noticed that Niji's mood seemed off, and his lonely demeanor looked somewhat pitiful. Continue training according to my method, Hinata. I'll go find your father. Ryujiro responded. At this time, Hiashi had just finished the main family meeting. Several elders greeted Ryujiro politely when they saw him. Ryujiro. Ryujiro responded lightly. Hiashi wasn't too surprised to see Ryujiro. He instructed the servants to bring 2 more cups of tea. Ryujiro is here. Take a seat. Ryujiro naturally sat down, looking at Hiashi without saying a word. Hiashi seemed to guess that Ryujiro had something to discuss, so he said, if you have anything to do, just tell me. Hiashi-sama, are you really not going to let Niji know the truth? Hayashi's body trembled, staring at Ryujiro with widened eyes. How do you know about this? Ryujiro didn't give a direct answer. Did Hiashi expect him to reveal every detail of the history of this world and everything that happened to each one of them? Give me a break. Hiashi sighed. I am most aware of Niji's hatred for the main family. But only by preserving that hatred in Niji's heart can we use his talent to grow rapidly. I'm not telling him because the time is not right yet. Hatred, huh? Niji wasn't Sasuke. His inner hatred wasn't enough. When a more dazzling genius appeared by Hinata's side, the brilliance of a genius would also dim. You're wrong. That hatred precisely limits Niji's potential. Hisashi-sama died to protect you. He didn't want Niji to hold on to hatred against the main family, but to strive to protect the members of the main family. Ryujiro said lightly. Geniuses are often burdened with too much baggage, which limits their potential. Hayashi's heart trembled. It seemed he had been wrong all along. He forgot Hisashi's words. Please tell Niji that I didn't die to protect the main family, but to protect my brother in the village. Hisashi's words seemed to echo in his ears at this moment. Hiashi looked at Ryujiro with a complex expression. I really can't understand you more, as the time passes. Hiashi-sama, just know that I have no ill intentions toward the Hyuga clan. After all, this is also Hinata's home. Ryujiro smiled, finished his tea, and then left. A few days later, Hiashi finally handed the scroll left by Hisashi to Niji. From that day on, Niji gradually let go of his hatred for the main family and became more respectful towards Hinata and Ryujiro. And his hatred shifted to the Kimogakure village. At the border of the Land of Fire, Guy and Ryujiro were scouting the area for other ninja. The news of the destruction of the Uchiha clan had spread throughout the ninja world, causing other countries' ninja to stir, wanting to take advantage of Konoha's weakness. Sensei, I can search this area alone. You go to the other side. Guy understood Ryujiro's strength and had no objections. After instructing him, he went to search another area. After Guy left, Ryujiro's gentle gaze became sharp. His observation Haki had already locked onto the ninja hiding in the shadows. Although Ryujiro's strength was formidable now, his hands had never been stained with blood. This time, Ryujiro came out of the village to give himself a baptism of blood. The Iwagakure ninja hiding in the shadows saw Ryujiro, a mere genin, wandering on the border and immediately showed a cruel smile. Has Konoha reached the point where they have no one else to send? To send a brat like this to the border? Don't waste time. Kill this brat quickly. Just as the Iwagakure ninja were about to attack Ryujiro, the young ninja they had been watching suddenly disappeared. First one. Swish. A dazzling flash of the blade shot out from its sheath, and the Iwagakure ninja's widened eyes revealed fear. Looking at Ryujiro's indifferent face, he realized that Ryujiro was not an ordinary genin, but a monster. In the blink of an eye, the flash of the blade had declared the fate of the Iwagakure ninja. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain, and the severed head rolled to the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood. The grass instantly turned bright red. Ryujiro's brow, only slightly furrowed, feeling a little discomfort. But there was no feeling of nausea at all. The remaining 2 Iwagakure ninja were filled with fear and immediately felt the threat of death. You damn brat. Earth release, earth flow spears. The ground beneath Ryujiro's feet suddenly trembled, and sharp rocks emerged from the ground in an instant. However, these tricks had no effect on Ryujiro. Where's that brat? Damn it. He's just a genin. What happened just now? That boy is not simple. Let's retreat for now. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind the two Iwagakure ninja. Wanna run? It's too late. Both of you will stay here. With a swift movement, two slashes cut through the bodies of the two Iwagakure ninja without any extra motion. Sizzle. Blood gushed out from their bodies, and they were split in half by Ryujiro's blade. In this area alone, besides these few ninja hiding, there were at least dozens of others with a presence not inferior to these two Iwagakure ninja. A cold figure shuttled through the border, accompanied by the flicker of blades, leaving behind one incomplete corpse after another. Apart from the sound of wind, there was no sound at the silent border, except for the invisible addition of corpses one after another. Guy also caught a few Tsunade ninja on the other side, but when he came to Ryujiro's side, he was stunned. What happened here? Chapter 23, Can I Be With You? Bodies cut in half lay strewn on the ground, dark red color painting the earth in a crimson hue. These wounds were fatal cuts. He already knew who did this. Guy's expression darkened gradually, not because he was displeased with Ryujiro's actions, but because on the border of the Land of Fire, there were so many shinobi from other village Iwagakure, Kimogakure. What did they want gathering at the borders of Konoha? The situation here was beyond his authority as a jonin. He had to report this to the third Hokage. However, how could Ryujiro endure the bloody scent in the air? He endured it because he had been in battles before. The number of corpses here was nothing compared to what he had seen. But Ryujiro, such a young boy who had never been to war. How could he withstand something he had never encountered before, the world of ninja and blood? Ah. A wail of agony echoed not far from Guy. Guy's expression shifted slightly, immediately rushing towards the source of the cry. He saw Ryujiro, but he was also struck by what he witnessed. Ryujiro was covered in blood, his clothes now stained with blood, and the tiny droplets of blood still dripped incessantly from the tip of his sword. What shocked Guy the most was that Ryujiro, as he looked at the corpses before him, showed no change in his eyes, as if he had become numb. In Ryujiro's eyes, Guy couldn't see any emotion, only indifference. Guy-sensei, you're here. A faint smile appeared on Ryujiro's face. But this smile made Guy feel somewhat uneasy. Ryujiro, are you okay? Guy was not worried about Ryujiro's physical injuries but his mental state. After all of this was the first time for Ryujiro. Could his mind handle the amount of blood on his hands? Because on the battlefield, there were many who collapsed mentally, especially someone like Ryujiro, a child. Guy-sensei, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm more clear-headed right now. In fact, I haven't felt this great since a long time. Ryujiro sheathed his sword, turning to look at Guy with a faint gaze. Before, perhaps he had been somewhat unaccustomed, but now Ryujiro was also numb to all these killings. With the number of shinobi dying at his hands, regardless of whether they were Iwagakure or Kimogakure shinobi, they were sliced apart by Ryujiro like cutting through a watermelon. These shinobi had no chance to resist before dying at Ryujiro's hands. I'm fine. Guy murmured softly as he looked at Ryujiro. What a terrifying mental resilience. Were geniuses like Ryujiro stronger not only in terms of mental strength but also in adapting to their environment than ordinary people? As expected of you, it might not be easy to handle the situation here. Let's return and report the mission first. You should clean up as soon as possible. After returning to the village, Guy submitted the mission and then returned to the Hokage's office. When Ryujiro arrived at the Hyuga house, almost everyone was taken aback. Hinata rushed out anxiously, not caring much, and threw herself onto Ryujiro, who was covered in bloodstains. Ryujiro-kun, what happened exactly? Are you hurt? Why is there so much blood on you? As Hinata spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, as she carefully inspected every inch of Ryujiro's body. I'm fine. This blood is from the enemy. I need to clean up. Hinata, wait for me to finish cleaning up before you check again. The sticky blood made Ryujiro feel uncomfortable. Even though Hinata listened to Ryujiro's words, she still wasn't particularly reassured because the bloodstains on Ryujiro hadn't dried yet, and some had stained her as well. With her head bowed, she said softly, Ryujiro-kun, can I be with you? After saying this, tears instantly welled up in Hinata's eyes. Anyway, Ryujiro was a young man full of vitality. Hinata had already said it herself, could he refuse? However, during the process, Ryujiro didn't do anything. After all, Hinata was still young, and Ryujiro himself felt a sense of guilt. Now, Hinata's heart was already on Ryujiro. Even if they waited a few more years, it wouldn't matter. However, in front of Ryujiro, Hinata seemed quite petite, as the Ryujiro was already very tall. Character Template, Dracula Mihawk Character unlock progress, 78%. Killing them has boosted my progress quite a bit. After Ryujiro killed a shinobi, his progress would increase a bit, which was somewhat similar to gaining experience points in an online game. It seemed like he would have to do more missions with Gai-sensei in the future for his progress to grow quickly. When his Mihawk Template reached 100%, it might unlock the second character template. During the next period of time, most of Ryujiro's time was spent training with Hinata in the village. And Naruto also seemed to be diligently training to improve his strength. In the Hyuga dojo, there were many wooden stakes placed, which were used for the Hyuga clan's gentle fist training. Since Ryujiro came to the Hyuga clan, this dojo had always been used by Ryujiro and Hinata alone. Of course, no one dared to vie for it. After all, this was under the order of the clan head, no one could disturb Hinata and Ryujiro in the dojo. 8 trigrams air palm. The shockwave produced by the air palm easily shattered the wooden stakes, and while accompanying Hinata's training, Ryujiro was also improving his observation haki. He allowed Hinata to attack him at any time. And now even if it was the Hyuga clan's 64 palms, Ryujiro could easily dodge it. Reaching the pinnacle of observation haki allowed one to see the future. He wondered if he could reach such a level himself. Just Hinata alone was no longer enough to make Ryujiro feel pressured. Hinata, stop for a moment. Hearing Ryujiro's words, Hinata stopped and looked at Ryujiro in confusion. Ryujiro pushed open the dojo's door and instructed the servant at the door, go call Niji. Yes, Ryujiro-sama. After a while, Niji arrived at the dojo. Seeing Ryujiro and Hinata, he respectfully greeted them, Hinata-sama and Ryujiro. Ryujiro smiled at Niji in front of him. Niji, from today onwards, you will train with us. Niji widened his eyes in surprise, showing a grateful expression. Ryujiro, this won't do any good. I am just a branch family member, and besides, the clan head has ordered that no one can disturb you and Hinata-sama. It's okay. I will speak to Hinata's father about it. From today onwards, accompany me and Hinata in training. I don't like repeating myself. I hope you understand. After hesitating for a moment, Niji looked at Ryujiro with gratitude in his eyes. I understand, Ryujiro. Chapter 24, Meeting Orochimaru again. 2 years had passed, and Ryujiro could now open up to the 6th gate. During these 2 years, Ryujiro had not slackened in the slightest. Following the original timeline of the Naruto world, the plot leading to 4th Great Ninja War had already begun. Currently, both Hinata and Niji had graduated early from the Ninja Academy, and their strength now rivaled that of Chuunin. This was why Hiashi had agreed to Hinata's early graduation. Gentle fist style. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. 64 palms. Hinata and Niji teamed up against Ryujiro, but with the help of his observation haki. Both of their attack patterns were deciphered by Ryujiro. Even if there were deviations or changes in position, with the assistance of observation haki, he could easily evade their attacks. Even when facing the 64 palms head-on, Ryujiro remained unscathed. His armament haki acted like an invisible armor protecting him. All of Hinata and Niji's gentle fist were dodged by Ryujiro. Impressive, Ryujiro. The gap between us is still immense. Hinata and Niji were sweating profusely. Ryujiro looked at them and smiled faintly. Both of your strengths are already impressive. No. Compared to you we're still weak, we will need to train harder. A hint of helplessness appeared on Ryujiro's face. Niji always seemed dissatisfied with his own strength, but now, compared to the original, he was much stronger. Having changed the plot, both Hinata and Niji had graduated early from the Ninja Academy, and it was unknown whether the Chuunin exams would begin early. Konoha Crush Plan. By now, the 4th Kazekage was probably dead at Orochimaru's hands. The Konoha Crush Plan was one of the key plot points in changing Konoha's fate. Ryujiro felt that Konoha should make some changes. Hiruzen was already old, and even if he sat in the Hokage's position, he was somewhat ineffective. Furthermore, Hiruzen's constant compromise with the Konoha Council, and his lack of assertiveness towards Danzo, had led to the decay of Konoha's roots. It was time for the wheels of Konoha to turn once again. At night, Ryujiro's figure disappeared into the darkness and arrived at an open field. At this moment, a cold voice sounded strangely sinister under the moonlight. Ryujiro, it's been a while. You are even more intriguing now. Orochimaru's eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. Disgusting, Orochimaru. A trace of disgust flashed in Ryujiro's eyes. Hee, Ryujiro, you're different from those people. You are a commoner, yet you've reached heights that commoners can't achieve. What secrets does your body hide? It's really intriguing. I want to cut it open. Orochimaru spat out his snake tongue, his gaze on Ryujiro as if he wanted to devour him alive. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. You just want to use me as an experimental subject, or use my body for your next reincarnation. Am I right? Snake. Orochimaru's gaze changed, and a sharp murderous intent emanated from him. Ryujiro, it seems you know quite a bit. But the immortality jutsu is a forbidden jutsu I developed. Apart from me and one other person, no one else knows about it. How did you find out? Ryujiro looked at him indifferently. I know everything about you. Heh. Orochimaru's expression finally became serious. This brat was indeed different. He was even more unfathomable than a few years ago. As a snake by instinct, he should have been a predator. But when he carefully observed Ryujiro, Orochimaru felt that Ryujiro was his natural enemy. However, Orochimaru was not afraid. Instead, he was even more excited, and the madness on his face became even more intense. Ryujiro. You're amazing. I can't wait to uncover the secrets within you. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Many poisonous snakes flew out from Orochimaru's sleeves, their sharp fangs open wide, flying towards Ryujiro. Ryujiro's gaze suddenly turned cold. I really hate snakes, Orochimaru. With a swing of his sword, snake heads rolled on the ground, and at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from Ryujiro's body. Conqueror's Haki swept over the surroundings, creating an invisible storm. Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but contract, and his whole body trembled for a moment. This aura. Cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's forehead as he looked at Ryujiro in fear, his eyes filled with dread as he gazed into Ryujiro's hawk-like eyes. The natural enemy of snakes is hawks. Looking at those sharp eyes, Orochimaru felt like he was facing a fierce hawk. For a moment, even Orochimaru was briefly distracted by the Conqueror's Haki. Ryujiro's patience was limited, but dealing with Orochimaru, a troublesome opponent, wasn't as simple as making him pay a price easily. Orochimaru also realized that his previous plans were no longer feasible, because the current Ryujiro had grown to be a ninja who was not inferior to himself. Hee, I see now. It seems I was too arrogant, but Ryujiro, I know now which category you belong to. You won't be easily bound by Konoha. Someone like you belongs to the shinobi world. I look forward to our next meeting. In the darkness, Orochimaru's figure gradually disappeared. An annoying snake. Ryujiro sheathed his sword. Although Orochimaru was detestable, Ryujiro had to admit that he was an outstanding scientist. In order to achieve immortality, he developed forbidden jutsus like the immortality jutsu. In a certain sense, this was also a form of immortality. However, this kind of immortality required changing bodies every few years, which was the price of immortality. In fact, Ryujiro had thought that if the bloodlines of the Uchiha and Otsutsuki clans could be transplanted, perhaps only Orochimaru could do it. Apart from his own strength, Ryujiro also considered that if Hinata's Byakugan could undergo a change, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry too much about her safety. The Sharingan's ultimate form was the Rinnegan, while the Hyuga clan's Byakugan was the Tenseigan. But for the Byakugan to evolve into the Tenseigan, it required the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. Although the Hyuga clan had the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, it was still too thin to meet the conditions for evolving into the Tenseigan. The Tenseigan was no less powerful than the Rinnegan. It possessed the power of creation and destruction. That was the power of the six paths. Orochimaru. The next time he saw him, he should remind this mischievous snake to be more mindful. Chapter 25, Chuunin exams comes early. A.N. Before asking questions about this chapter, please read the auxiliary chapter, all your questions are answered there. A year later, as the number of missions Ryujiro undertook with Guy increased, the amount of blood on his hands became countless. He himself didn't even know how many enemy ninjas he had killed in this past year, and Ryujiro's name as a genin had spread to the ears of several major villages. However, many unexpected events occurred during this year for Ryujiro, one of which was that Naruto and the others had graduated half a year ago. And this week, ninjas from several other major villages also arrived in Konoha to participate in the Chuunin exams. The Chuunin exams were earlier than expected, the timeline was completely shifted forward, which caught Ryujiro off guard. At this moment, Konoha was much livelier than usual, looking at the ninjas from other countries in Konoha. Ryujiro couldn't help but frown. Is it because of my influence that the Chuunin exam is happening early? As the teams sent by various villages arrived one after another, Konoha became lively. Especially when the fourth Kazekage arrived, it caused a lot of discussion among the people of Konoha. The fourth Kazekage. Ryujiro's eyes narrowed involuntarily. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, had long been dead at the hands of Orochimaru. The current fourth Kazekage was either Orochimaru in disguise or someone impersonating him. That guy Orochimaru seemed to be ready to cause trouble in Konoha. The Chuunin exams were just a small episode for Ryujiro. With only a week left until the exams, the other genin were all preparing for it. And at this moment, Gaara and his group had already arrived in Konoha. Konoha is still interesting. I've already grown tired of our village. Ryujiro's gaze was involuntarily drawn to them. It was the three of them. The future fifth Kazekage, Gaara, Temari, and Conqueror. The strength of these three was not less than of Chuunin at all. At this time, it seemed that most of the genin advancing from the Chuunin exams were talented ninjas like Gaara. Whether it was due to the attraction of strong individuals, Gaara's attention was also focused on Ryujiro. That guy was a strong one. Temari and Conqueror also noticed the fervor in Gaara's eyes. That boy had caught Gaara's attention. It's really pathetic. Konoha's genin. Temari and Conqueror knew very well what kind of monster Gaara was. Even the thought of him still made them feel afraid. Heh. Ryujiro smiled faintly. He turned and left the bustling street. For Gaara, One-Tail's Jinchuriki, this exam was really something to look forward to. A week passed, and Ryujiro arrived at the venue of the Chuunin exams. At this time, there were also a few more people in Might Guy's team. Tenten, Niji, Rock Lee, and Hinata. Originally, Hinata's supervising jonin should have been Kurenai, but perhaps because of Ryujiro's influence, Hinata still chose Might Guy. Ryujiro, Hinata-sama. At this point, Niji was full of respect for both Ryujiro and Hinata, and he vowed to live to protect Hinata and Ryujiro. Is this Ryujiro? Tenten and Lee couldn't help but focus their gaze on Ryujiro. Although they were both students of Guy-sensei, they had never seen Ryujiro in all the time they had been with Guy-sensei. However, not seeing doesn't mean not hearing about Ryujiro's name. It's impossible for them not to know how famous he is. Graduating as the top student from the Ninja Academy and winning against a jonin in the graduation exam, such brilliant achievements were hard to imagine. The exam is about to start, let's go in quickly. At this moment, Tenten hurriedly said. The first exam was quite simple. At this moment, the exam hall for the Chuunin exams was already filled with people, and what surprised Ryujiro was that Temari was also in this exam hall. This Chuunin exams was divided into two exam halls, and the main examiner on Ryujiro's side was not Marino Ibiki. This guy was also in this exam hall. Temari glanced at Ryujiro without paying much attention to him. In her eyes, Ryujiro was already a dead man, and the fate of anyone targeted by Gaara was extremely tragic. Temari didn't think a Konoha ninja could stand up to Gaara. As usual, the first exam was a written test. The main examiner casually explained the rules of the exam hall, and then the test papers were distributed to all the examinees. For Ryujiro, these test papers were like elementary school papers, with no difficulty at all. But many examinees showed a dumbfounded expression. The exam questions might be simple for Ryujiro, but not for others. Some examinees had already started to panic and pull their hair out. As for Temari, when she saw the test paper, she also showed a hint of difficulty on her face. Many examinees, unable to solve the problems, began to consider cheating, but they were caught by the examiner and directly disqualified from the Chuunin exams. Don't even think about cheating. If I catch any of you little brats, you won't even think about becoming Chuunin in this lifetime. The voice of the main examiner warned coldly. For most examinees, this was undoubtedly torture. They racked their brains to write as many answers as possible. Some who couldn't solve the problem simply gave up and left the exam hall. However, unlike most people, one of the examinees kept writing on the test paper. The sound of his pen scratching on the paper attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Ryujiro writing non-stop on the test paper. Even Temari felt a bit surprised. Was this guy just randomly scribbling, or were these questions really not difficult for him? And the main examiner glanced at Ryujiro and then withdrew his gaze. This group of kids must be dumbfounded. This is our Konoha genius, Ryujiro, whose swordsmanship is even more terrifying than that of the White Fang of Konoha. Since Ryujiro and Might Guy returned from that border mission, Ryujiro's achievements had been announced by the high-level officials of Konoha and posted prominently to inform everyone in the village. It's hard to imagine that all the incomplete bodies outside the borders of the Konoha were done by Ryujiro. It is said that on that day, the ninja who went to clean up the border couldn't bear it and vomited. Such a scene is truly unimaginable. A genius is indeed a genius. If he were like an ordinary person, would he still be a genius? Ryujiro spent less than half of the exam's allotted time. After finishing the last question, he handed in his paper without even checking it. Such behavior undoubtedly stabbed a knife into the hearts of the other examinees. Damn it. Is this guy serious? Only half the time has passed, and this boy really has the confidence to pass the exam. As time passed quickly, the exam time became shorter, and many impatient students had already stopped thinking too much because of the shortened time. They wrote down everything they could think of related to the questions on the test paper. Except for Temari, most people only turned in their papers at the last minute of the exam. And among them only Tenten and Rock Lee didn't have any confidence in passing this exam at all. But fortunately, when the results were announced, neither Tenten nor Rock Lee was eliminated. This made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 26, Heaven Scroll. Why did you all come out early? Don't you think this exam was difficult? Tenten was curious about how Ryujiro, Hinata, and the others managed to tackle such difficult questions on the exam paper. She had to rack her brains just to barely pass this exam. Now, her spirits were dampened by the difficulty of the first exam, and as for the second exam, all the candidates were in for true hell. Ryujiro and the others shook their heads one after another. However, there was one person who came out of the exam hall that caught Ryujiro's interest. With white hair and a refined demeanor, wearing glasses, he looked like a scholar. Kabuto seemed to notice Ryujiro's gaze and gave a faint smile before turning to leave with the others. That was Ryujiro, whom Orochimaru mentioned. He's really unusual. They should be cautious of him in the next exam. Orochimaru's plans cannot afford any interference. Ryujiro. Naturally, Naruto also participated in this exam. It's Naruto. Yeah, Ryujiro, the exam was really tough. Luckily, I managed to pass with some luck. Humph, Naruto, you clearly cheated. At this moment, Sakura, who was behind them, looked at Naruto disdainfully. Now, Team 7 was assembled, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. Sasuke leaned against a tree, glancing at Ryujiro from afar. Sasuke still possessed Uchiha's pride. However, Sasuke couldn't feel that same pride in front of Ryujiro because the gap in strength between them was too vast. A year had passed, but Sasuke still had the Sharingan of 2 Tomo. Unless something significant happened to him, the evolution of his Sharingan depended on his emotions. If Sasuke experienced something on the scale of massacre of Uchiha clans again, Ryujiro wondered if Sasuke would immediately unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. But that's unlikely. This Chuunin exam didn't have a so-called 10th question, so most people managed to pass the first exam. Now, there were many more genin candidates gathered on the field than Ryujiro knew from the original story. By this time, Kabuto had already mixed in with Naruto. After a while, the candidates on the open ground received summoning messages from their respective teachers. It was time to head to the second exam location. And what Ryujiro was looking forward to was the second exam, the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death, also known as the 44th Training Ground, was surrounded by over 44 locked entrances. Inside were rivers and forests, with a tall tower in the center, about 10 kilometers from the nearest entrance. The rules of the second exam were simple. Just like in the original, each team would be given a scroll, either the Heaven Scroll or the Earth Scroll. Their task was to collect both scrolls and bring them to the central tower. This exam carried the risk of death, as ninja from various villages had signed death agreements. They all harbored ill intentions, wanting to eliminate fresh blood from enemy villages. The Earth Scroll was now in Ryujiro's hands, while only a few teams possessed the Heaven Scroll. These teams were like sheep among wolves, targets for other ninja teams. So, I announce. The second exam officially begins. Ibiki Marino announced solemnly. As soon as the exam began, many teams immediately set off to chase the team with the Heaven Scroll. This exam posed a threat to life, and teams with the Heaven Scroll knew that if they were caught, their lives would be in danger. Ryujiro's observation Haki had long locked onto the team with the Heaven Scroll. Currently, those people weren't far away and still within Ryujiro's perception range. Although observation Haki could sense the enemy's presence and predict their movements, it had its limitations. With Hinata and the others, Ryujiro quickly headed towards the team with the Heaven Scroll that he had locked onto. Apart from some insignificant teams, there was also a powerful ninja following the team with the Heaven Scroll, seeming to be from Konoha. But that guy. Yoroi, Kabuto, Misumi. Although they appeared to be genin on the surface, in reality, these guys were all spies Orochimaru had sent in Konoha to gather intelligence. Ryujiro, the team ahead is also from our Konoha. Shouldn't we team up with them? Tenten, who had been following behind, suggested. Ryujiro shook his head. There's no need. The fight will be over soon. They were just a few grass ninja. Hinata and the others could handle them without Ryujiro needing to intervene. Moreover, Kabuto and his team's true identities weren't Konoha ninja. There was no need to cooperate with them, and if these people acted foolishly, Ryujiro wouldn't show mercy. Kabuto and his team noticed Ryujiro and his group following them. Unaware of the situation, Yoroi revealed a sinister smile. Those Konoha brats behind us, let's kill them all. Kabuto's expression suddenly turned cold. Idiot, do you know who's leading them? After being in Konoha for so long, you still haven't gathered any intelligence. Kabuto. What do you mean by that? Yoroi's face also grew cold, staring at Kabuto with icy eyes. Hehe, didn't Orochimaru-sama remind us of that boy before? Yoroi's expression suddenly froze. Is he the kid Orochimaru-sama mentioned? Before the operation began, Orochimaru reminded them that they could attack any team except for Ryujiro's. That was Orochimaru's order. Even though Yoroi was dissatisfied with Kabuto, what Kabuto said wasn't wrong, and he could only swallow his anger. Soon, figures darted past Yoroi's group. The grass ninja could only give up on the heaven scrolls in their hands and search for other targets. The chased grass ninja teams now had sweat dripping down their foreheads. Why were these Konoha ninja so relentless in their pursuit? Could it be that those brats already knew they had the heaven scrolls? That was impossible. It's just a few brats. Compared to the 3 who chased us earlier, they seem much weaker. This exam allows killing. If we kill these Konoha ninjas, there's nothing wrong. But the grass country is still an ally of Konoha. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to kill them? One of the grass ninja laughed coldly. The world of ninjas is inherently filled with bloodshed and battle. If you have such concerns, you're not fit to be a ninja. As long as we get the Earth Scroll from them, we'll definitely be the first to pass this exam. Exactly. The ninja world didn't need so many concerns. Ninjas who had too many concerns would ultimately die by someone else's hand. Kill them. Several grass ninjas erupted with murderous intent. The next moment, a sword aura and a figure flashed past them, leaving the 3 grass ninjas' faces extremely stiff as they felt a sharp pain in their waists. Their sights gradually shifted downwards. One sword style. They didn't even know what happened, as they were cut in half by Ryujiro in an instant. Hinata, who had never seen this scene before, Tenten and others turned pale in an instant, and they leaned against the tree and kept vomiting. Only Niji reluctantly endured it, but his face also didn't look very good, but he didn't react as much as Hinata and others. Ryujiro, who had long been numb to these killings, didn't feel anything. Now they had successfully obtained the Heaven Scroll. Chapter 27, A Sudden Kick. You can use the Sharingan so proficiently at such a young age. Indeed, they must be from the Uchiha clan. To think that I have to use some of my abilities to deal with you. Orochimaru's gaze was chilling as he looked at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Due to Ryujiro's influence, the current strength of Naruto and Sasuke had increased at least twofold compared to the original. Even Orochimaru had to use some of his true abilities. A Raise-Non. Has Jiraiya already returned to Konoha? Orochimaru glanced at Naruto, who was now covered in wounds, murmuring to himself. Although I still wish to obtain Ryujiro, the Uchiha clan's power is not to be underestimated. Sasuke's expression suddenly darkened. His implication was that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan power was inferior to Ryujiro's. Damn it. Damn it. Sasuke felt a surge of anger. What he lacked now was strength. Wherever he went, he could hear people talking about Ryujiro's strength. Ryujiro. Ryujiro was just a common civilian. Why? Why did his power surpass that of a ninja with Uchiha blood like him? With just that level of power, how could he possibly defeat that man? The vengeance for his parents, when would he be able to seek it? When would he have the power to kill Itachi? Too weak. He was too weak. Suddenly, Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with interest, a twisted smile appearing on his face. Nice eyes. It seems you have potential worth developing. Perhaps you're suitable as a replacement for Ryujiro. Sasuke's young heart suffered another heavy blow. I'm not that guy's replacement. I'm a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke roared like a madman. Sasuke, let's defeat this guy together. Naruto's resilience once again compelled him to stand up. But Sasuke, driven by anger, had lost his mind. Naruto, shut up. You're just a weakling. Without Ryujiro, you're nothing. I can handle this guy on my own. Sasuke-kun. Sakura looked at the unfamiliar and indifferent Sasuke in disbelief. The Sasuke in front of her scared her. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales is quite troublesome. Orochimaru's figure disappeared suddenly, leaving behind an afterimage. In an instant, the cold Orochimaru appeared before Naruto and delivered a heavy punch to his stomach. Bah! Naruto, after spitting out a mouthful of water, directly fell unconscious. Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat. His Sharingan hadn't kept up with Orochimaru's movements. Just as Sasuke was about to throw a kunai, his body suddenly froze. The kunai fell onto a tree trunk. Paralysis Jutsu. Sasuke's body was inexplicably restrained. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. The power of the Uchiha clan. Although you're Itachi's brother, your powers can't even compare to his. The gap between you and Itachi is like an abyss. Sasuke's heart felt like it was being scraped layer by layer with a knife. Who are you? Why do you know about Itachi? Have you seen him? Orochimaru smirked. Who knows? Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck stretched like rubber, and before Sasuke could understand what was happening, he was hit with a cursed seal. Sasuke-kun. Seeing this scene, Sakura's face turned even paler. Ah. Burning. Stinging. Sasuke hoarsely roared in agony. Sasuke, if you want power, come find me. Right now, you're too weak. Weak. Being called weak by someone and the intense pain made Sasuke tremble all over. After the paralysis jutsu was released, Sasuke collapsed weakly to the ground. Orochimaru, with a cold gaze, looked at Sasuke, who still had a cold smile on his face, gradually disappearing. However, in that instant, a reddish-black slash came rushing like a comet. Orochimaru's eyes shrank to pinpoints, and he had no choice but to temporarily flee. With a loud bang, the slash split a huge tree trunk instantly. Orochimaru looked coldly at Ryujiro. Ryujiro, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Who's that person? Hinata and Neji felt the cold chakra emanating from Orochimaru, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Very dangerous. That cold demeanor and chakra were like that of a venomous snake. Hinata, Neji, you guys go to the central tower first. I'll be there shortly. Ryujiro looked at Orochimaru indifferently. Ryujiro. Hinata approached with some worry. Ryujiro gently patted Hinata's head and said, Don't worry, I'll arrive safely. After hesitating for a moment, Hinata chose to trust Ryujiro. Ryujiro, please stay safe. Okay. Ryujiro looked at Orochimaru and glanced at the already unconscious Sasuke deliberately. It seems you've already placed the cursed seal of heaven on Sasuke. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically as he carefully assessed Ryujiro. To know even about the cursed seal was surprising. Ryujiro-kun, I'm afraid you don't understand that the more you know, the faster you will die. With that, Orochimaru's body erupted with fierce killing intent. At this moment, Sakura, not far away, was completely frightened by the killing intent emanating from Orochimaru. This was a battlefield. At this moment, Sakura was completely a burden. The gap between her and these two was too great. Ryujiro and Orochimaru stood on opposite sides, disdainfully smiling. So, are you trying to kill me? If possible, Orochimaru did want to kill Ryujiro. However, Orochimaru knew that Ryujiro's strength might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Moreover, this was Konoha village. If too much commotion was caused, his actions would be discovered by the village's ninjas, and his subsequent plans would be difficult to carry out. Watching Ryujiro's calm demeanor in the face of such a terrifying figure, Sakura's heart was in turmoil. Facing such a terrifying person without any hint of emotion, it was no wonder he was hailed as the most genius student in the history of the Ninja Academy. Hehe, Ryujiro, you're joking, right? With your current strength, I feel you might rival a Kage. I don't want to get into trouble by getting stuck here with you. Ryujiro, let's meet again next time. Just as Orochimaru was preparing to use ninjutsu to leave, Ryujiro suddenly disappeared from his sight. With a rumble sound, tree trunks were pierced, creating large holes. Ryujiro directly kicked Orochimaru, catching him off guard. And that strength. It was undoubtedly Ryujiro's full strength, amplified by the sixth gate. Orochimaru hadn't even reacted yet. Chapter 28, Ryujiro vs Orochimaru. A resounding crash echoed through the air, swirling up clouds of dust that erupted with tremendous force, forming a wave of wind. Cough, cough, cough. What's happening? This Chuunin exam is a disaster. The three figures emerging from the dust were none other than Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. They scrambled to their feet, brushing off the dust and gazing at the massive crater before them, as if a meteor had struck. Their minds went blank. Did a meteor just fall? Just as they pondered, another figure appeared before them. Is that Ryujiro? Ino exclaimed in astonishment. They used to be classmates with Ryujiro, but now he had become a well-known and acknowledged ninja in Konoha. As for their chances in this Chuunin exam, they weren't too hopeful. Ryujiro cast a casual glance at the three of them. You'd better leave now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety if you get involved later. What? Are they just burdens here? Suddenly, Shikamaru's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at the eerie figure emerging from the crater. He immediately grabbed Ino and Choji. Choji. Ino. Let's get out of here. Orochimaru's overwhelming killing intent finally burst forth. His eyes alone immobilized his targets. Such terrifying killing intent had likely claimed countless lives to amass such dread. Orochimaru, a former executioner in the Great Ninja War, had conducted numerous human experiments over the years, resulting in even more gruesome deaths. Shoo! Orochimaru's legs transformed into serpent-like tails, moving at several times their previous speed. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several venomous snakes shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves, like a tidal wave crashing toward Ryujiro. Not only that, but the mouths of these snakes also spewed out many sharp iron swords. Under this sharp onslaught, even corpses would struggle to remain intact. Such boring tricks. With a mere swing of his blade, Ryujiro unleashed a slash tens of meters high, cleaving through the snakes and leaving no trace of their bodies. An S-rank slash. Ryujiro, the secrets you possess are truly enviable. Orochimaru, deliberately concealing his presence, attempted to sneak attack Ryujiro from behind, aiming his sharp fangs at Ryujiro's neck. Once he implanted the curse mark on Ryujiro, even if Ryujiro were stronger, he wouldn't be able to resist him. In the instant Orochimaru bit down, a smirk appeared on Ryujiro's face. Haki coated Ryujiro's neck, causing Orochimaru to scream in pain instead. Even his teeth shattered upon impact, and Orochimaru's face twisted in agony as he clutched it. Orochimaru, did you think I couldn't see through your little plan? Since I understand you, I naturally know what you would do. Trying to place a curse mark on me. I simply left myself open on purpose to lure you in. Orochimaru glared at Ryujiro angrily, his heart aching as he looked at his shattered teeth on the ground. This brat. He looked harmless on the surface, but why was he so cunning? What was that black substance on his neck? It felt like biting into stone just now. Could it be some kind of special Kekkei Genkai? Could a civilian like Ryujiro really awaken a special Kekkei Genkai on his own? The ninja world harbored too many unknown secrets. Even Orochimaru couldn't guarantee he knew everything about it. A trickle of blood escaped Orochimaru's lips. Ryujiro, continuing this fight won't benefit either of us. Let's call it quits here. In the end, Orochimaru chose to withdraw. After all, his purpose in coming to Konoha wasn't to fight Ryujiro. Fine. Ryujiro agreed readily, sheathing his sword. Orochimaru was taken aback. He hadn't expected Ryujiro to agree so readily. What did Ryujiro mean by attacking him just now? Orochimaru, the reason I brought you here is because I have something to tell you. Within Ryujiro's observation Haki range, there were no other ninjas nearby. He whispered a few words into Orochimaru's ear. Orochimaru's eyes contracted violently, as if he had heard some earth-shattering secret. Is what you're saying true? Who knows? Ryujiro deliberately teased, wearing a mischievous smile. Orochimaru was about to say something, but Ryujiro had already disappeared from his field of vision. Those words just now were like thunder in his mind. As a mad scientist, he yearned for the secret of immortality and the Kekkei Genkais inherited by ninjas. The organs of Kekkei Genkai holders. Such a concept had never crossed Orochimaru's mind before. With the genes of a ninja's Kekkei Genkai, one could potentially unlock the secrets of their bloodline. Although chakra nature couldn't be manufactured, the mutation of organs for Kekkei Genkais might not be impossible to crack. Mass-producing mutated organs. And Orochimaru had only sought to obtain Sasuke as a vessel, never considering the secret of unraveling the Uchiha Kekkei Genkai. The words spoken by Ryujiro seemed to have opened a new door for him, revealing a secret he had never known before. The eyes of the six paths, said to control life and death, were the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha eyes. According to records, the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha clan's eyes should be the Manjiki Sharingan. What Ryujiro said was true or false, Orochimaru dared not confirm. But judging from Ryujiro's current level of mystery, not only did he know about curse marks, but he also knew about the forbidden jutsu Orochimaru had developed. Faced with Ryujiro, Orochimaru felt like all his secrets were laid bare before him. What a terrifying kid. Konoha didn't produce a genius, but a monster that devours everything. A trace of fear crept into Orochimaru's eyes. Not long after Orochimaru left, Enko stared at the ravaged earth and shattered trees, feeling stunned. This chakra, it's Orochimaru's, no doubt. But what happened here? Orochimaru fought someone here, and the power was so terrifying. This Chuunin exam is too strange. Enko's face grew grave. If it was related to Orochimaru, this exam was definitely not simple. Should she continue the pursuit? After scanning the destroyed surroundings, she made up her mind. She wouldn't pursue Orochimaru's trail any longer. She must report the situation here to the Hokage immediately. Chapter 29, Conclusion. Central Tower. Hinata and others were still on their way. In an instant, several shuriken flew towards Niji, who was holding the heaven scroll. Clang, clang, clang. Niji hid behind a tree trunk, and those who were attacked also took cover behind the trees. He. The ninjas from Konoha have quite sharp reflexes. 6 ninjas from the Takigakure emerged from the shadows, wearing sinister smiles on their faces as they mockingly looked at Niji and his companions hiding behind the trees. The strength of the Takigakure ninjas was actually not strong. When Niji and Hinata confirmed that these ninjas were not very powerful, they conveyed a message to Tenten and Lee. Dealing with the Takigakure ninjas was not difficult for Tenten and Lee with their strength. The Takigakure ninjas also underestimated the strength of the Konoha ninjas. They didn't even realize from the beginning that Niji and Hinata were from the prestigious Hyuga clan of Konoha. If they had recognized them early on, they might not have attacked Niji. Niji strolled out leisurely, playing with the heaven scroll in his hand. You want this? The leader of the Takigakure ninja sneered, since you know, just hand it over quickly. Perhaps we can consider letting you go since you're Konoha ninjas. Humph, just you guys. Tenten. Lee. Attack. Swish. The Takigakure ninjas didn't even realize that Tenten and Lee were no longer behind the trees. Their carelessness made them even more flustered when they saw Tenten and Lee in front of them. Leaf Hurricane. With a loud bang, the Takigakure ninjas were instantly sent flying and crashed heavily into the tree trunk, knocking them unconscious. Realizing that he had been fooled, the Takigakure ninja twisted his head furiously to look at Niji. But Niji had already disappeared. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji's Byakugan was filled with indifference as he struck the Takigakure ninja repeatedly, the rapid successive attacks leaving the Takigakure ninja with no chance to escape. Even the armor on his body was torn open by Niji's high-speed attacks, revealing cracks spreading out. With a loud bang, the Takigakure ninja was sent flying, the immense impact leaving shallow marks even under Niji's feet. Bang. The tall tree shook violently for a moment, and the Takigakure ninja was completely embedded in the tree. As for whether he was alive or dead, Niji didn't care at all. When the Takigakure ninja attacked them just now, Niji understood. In the ninja world, it's either you die or I perish. Being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. The remaining Takigakure ninjas were all dealt with by Hinata. Hinata's strength was even greater than Niji's, so dealing with a few Takigakure ninjas was effortless for her. Soon, after Ryujiro arrived, they reunited with Hinata's team. With all 3 heaven scrolls gathered, Ryujiro's team became the first group to reach the central tower. After that, Gaara's team also arrived at the central tower. It's them. They're actually the first team to reach the central tower. Temari and Conqueror couldn't believe it as they watched Ryujiro's team. As for Gaara, his gaze had been fixed on Ryujiro the whole time, and his body was trembling because he was suppressing his murderous intent. During this period, Gaara hadn't been affected by Naruto's talk no jutsu, but he had become a genuine bloodthirsty monster who enjoyed killing. Gaara believed that only strong people were worthy of being hunted by him, and Ryujiro happened to be the prey he had been waiting for. He couldn't wait to start the next round of exams. Feeling Gaara's cold gaze, Ryujiro paid no attention to it at all. Although Gaara's strength at this stage was indeed formidable, he still had some shortcomings in front of Ryujiro. Of course, Ryujiro was also looking forward to a battle with Gaara. It would be interesting if it led to the emergence of Shikaku within Gaara. The Chuunin exams were expected to end in a few days, and Ryujiro's team didn't plan to stay at the central tower all the time. After parting ways with Tenten and Lee, Ryujiro's team returned to the Hyuga house. Even though they had made it through the forest of death the fastest, they still felt uncomfortable in such an environment. Moreover, Ryujiro's body was still stained with blood. After Hinata and Ryujiro entered the bathroom, Niji couldn't help but mutter. Hinata-sama and Ryujiro relationship seems to be developing quite quickly. After about half an hour, Ryujiro and Hinata emerged from the bathroom together. Niji followed behind them. In the following days, Ryujiro didn't rush to practice. His progress was not something that could be easily improved now. Character Template, Dracula Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 86%. Compared to himself a year ago, Ryujiro's strength had improved significantly, and he had accumulated enough experience from battles in his spiritual space with Mihawk. At present, Ryujiro could already hold his own against Mihawk in the spiritual space, but in terms of flying slash, Mihawk's strikes were still much stronger than Ryujiro's. This was the only aspect Ryujiro was dissatisfied with. Ryujiro had been pondering the mysteries of the flying slash recently, but being impatient was useless. Sometimes, it was good to relax one's nerves for training. 3 days later, the second round of Chuunin exams finally concluded. On the day the passing candidates were announced, almost all the examinees felt the cruelty of the Chuunin exams. There were originally 26 groups with a total of 78 people. But only 21 passed. And the ninjas who died in the Forest of Death had already been cleared out. From the original Konoha 11 all passed the second exam, but Sasuke's changes were quite noticeable after encountering Orochimaru. Sasuke became even more aloof, and his cold demeanor would deter anyone who tried to approach him. The seed Orochimaru planted in Sasuke had gradually taken root and sprouted in his heart. The next exam was the preliminary round of the Chuunin exams, which was the real deal for Ryujiro. 2 days later, all the candidates who passed the second exam gathered together. In the hall, just like Sasuke, Gaara's and others' gazes were all focused on Ryujiro. For them, they were only interested in Ryujiro. Feeling their gaze, Ryujiro paid no attention to it at all. Only Gaara could spark a bit of interest in him. As for Sasuke now, although his strength would increase to some extent under the enhancement of the curse mark, in terms of sheer power, he was still not as good as Gaara. The previously noisy environment quieted down instantly with the appearance of Hiruzen. After the hall became quiet, the subsequent examiner, High-8 Gecko, appeared. Chapter 30, a battle resolved in an instant. This exam is the third round, the preliminary round of the Chuunin exams, which is the elimination round. Those who are eliminated will exit this Chuunin exam, only those who pass can participate in the final round. The words of Gecko made all the examinees present look serious, as this exam was incredibly important to them. Once they failed, they would miss the opportunity to advance to Chuunin. Although there were 23 people who passed this exam, Kabuto worried that he wouldn't be able to control his own strength in the combat match and feared that revealing his identity would affect Orochimaru's plans. In the end, he found an excuse of feeling unwell and withdrew from this Chuunin exam. So, there were only 22 examinees left. The 22 people were divided into 11 groups, and they determined their opponents by drawing lots. Some people prayed while drawing lots that they wouldn't draw too powerful opponents. Currently, the ones most examinees didn't want to encounter were Gaara and Sasuke. As for Ryujiro, although there were rumors of Ryujiro being a genius in other major villages, they all believed that a teenager with such formidable strength was intentionally spread by Konoha to confuse them. So, apart from ninjas from their own villages, no one paid too much attention to Ryujiro. The Konoha ninja who knew Ryujiro's strength didn't hope to draw Ryujiro as their opponent. Even if they had 1,000 ways to deal with it, the result they faced would inevitably be a miserable defeat. The only one who probably wanted to fight Ryujiro, knowing his strength, was likely Sasuke. The names on the screen of the arena quickly flickered and finally settled. The first match. Hinata vs. Misumi. Misumi. Looking at the ninja wearing round glasses and covering his face with a long mask, Ryujiro couldn't help but frown. If he remembered correctly, this person's body had been modified. In fact, he didn't have any special abilities, but every part of his body could soften and stretch freely. As long as one knew this information, defeating Misumi would be a piece of cake. Ryujiro informed Hinata of this information, and Hinata nodded, indicating that she would be careful. With the entrance of the two, all examinees left the arena. Naruto, lying on the railing, looked at Hinata unexpectedly and said, "It's not Ryujiro who's the first one to go. But since it's Hinata, this battle should end quickly." Kakashi looked puzzled at Naruto. "Naruto, it seems you know Hinata's strength well." "Kakashi-sensei, I am friends with Ryujiro and Hinata, after all. Back in the Ninja Academy, I trained with them." Hinata defeated a Chuunin in the early graduation exam. Defeated a Chuunin? Kakashi became interested upon hearing this. According to Sakura, after Ryujiro arrived and directly kicked Orochimaru away, no one knew what happened next. But after visiting the Forest of Death, Kakashi understood that there must have been a fight between Ryujiro and Orochimaru. Otherwise, the trees in the forest wouldn't have been uprooted, and the shocking sword marks on the ground could only have been left by Ryujiro. Misumi's cold gaze locked onto Hinata. "Little girl, I won't show mercy just because you're a girl. You can still forfeit now." Although Misumi's surface identity was a genin of Konoha, his actual identity was a spy arranged by Orochimaru among the Sound Village ninjas in Konoha. So, he wouldn't show mercy to Konoha ninjas either. Naturally, Hinata wouldn't forfeit. Moreover, Ryujiro had already informed Hinata of Misumi's abilities. As long as she was careful, Misumi was not a formidable opponent at all. "Then, let the match begin," Gecko announced. Misumi swooped down like a meteor, and as long as this girl fought him with taijutsu, the battle would be over in an instant. Hinata, who knew the information, naturally wouldn't engage in taijutsu with Misumi. She took a stance and gathered chakra in her hands. 8 trigrams, air palm. An invisible shockwave burst out, and everyone present didn't understand what had happened. They only saw Misumi flying backward rapidly and crashing heavily into the wall, causing a loud rumble. Gecko stepped forward to confirm that Misumi had fainted and announced, "The winner. Hinata Hyuga." There was a buzz among the examinees, as the result was unexpected to them. Because in their eyes, Hinata seemed soft and weak, not like a strong opponent at all. But unexpectedly, she disintegrated the battle in an instant. They didn't understand what had happened. The gazes of the remaining examinees towards Hinata became more solemn. Regarding Hinata's clean ending of the match, Hiashi, who was watching the exam in secret, was also very satisfied. "Ryujiro indeed entrusted Hinata to you. It was the best decision I've ever made." The upper ninjas of the Hyuga clan who knew about Hinata's usage of the 8 trigrams air palm naturally understood it. However, what surprised them was that Hinata, at such a young age, could already use the 8 trigrams air palm. There were some unexpected things. The unconscious Misumi was quickly taken away by the medical team. These people's lives or deaths were not important at all. In Orochimaru's eyes, these people were just pawns. In the next match, Sasuke fought against Yoroya Kato. Just like in the original, although Sasuke's current strength was much stronger than in the original, he still suffered because he didn't understand Yoroi's abilities. But in the end, Sasuke still won a hard-fought victory against Yoroi. Although he won, Sasuke didn't clench his fist. Instead, he felt even more that the gap between him and Ryujiro was too big. Against such trash, he almost lost this match. Power. He needed more power. He wanted to surpass everyone here. Because of the evil thoughts in Sasuke's heart, the cursed seal on his neck suddenly activated before he left the field. Sasuke's face twisted, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, which puzzled all the examinees present. Kakashi quickly took Sasuke off the field. Orochimaru has also left. In Ryujiro's observation, Orochimaru had actually been in the arena all along, but with Sasuke's disappearance, Orochimaru's aura also disappeared. After several matches, Gekko announced again, next match, Ryujiro vs Tosu. Oh! Finally, Ryujiro is up. Naruto jumped up excitedly. The eyes of the ninjas on the field were all focused on Ryujiro. His appearance was like a dazzling star, attracting everyone's attention. That kid. The battle will end in an instant. Yes, after all, this Chuunin exam is just child's play for him. Hearing the conversation of the upper ninjas, even Gaara couldn't help but reassess Ryujiro. To receive such evaluations from the upper ninjas, how far had his strength reached? That's good. If his strength was too weak, this Chuunin exam would be too boring. Tosu looked solemnly at Ryujiro. The kid who was valued so highly by these ninjas must have something special. As long as he was careful and seized the opportunity, there might still be a chance to win. Let the match begin. Swish. As soon as the words fell, Ryujiro's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. When they looked again, Ryujiro was already behind Tosu. Ryujiro put away his blade, expressionless, and slowly left the field. Puffed. Blood gushed from Tosu's waist, making all the examinees' faces turn pale. Medical team. Medical team. Gekko hastily shouted. At the same time, his gaze turned to Ryujiro's back, full of shock. Such swordsmanship. That kid is even scarier than Tsukumo-san. I announce, Ryujiro wins this match. From start to finish, not even 10 seconds had passed. Saying that the battle was resolved in an instant wouldn't be an exaggeration. Chapter 31, Gaara goes berserk. After Gekko announced Ryujiro's victory, the entire hall fell silent for several seconds. Everyone looked at Ryujiro walking up, their eyes filled with horror. Their throats were dry, unable to utter a sound. Another monster. Temari looked at Ryujiro unwillingly, fearfully saying, that annoying guy is actually so terrifying. That kind of swordsmanship is not something a genin possesses. Damn it, when did Konoha produce another genius in swordsmanship? Temari clenched her fists. When she drew the lots, she thought she could teach her opponent a lesson if it was Ryujiro. But now, witnessing Ryujiro's strength, Temari felt somewhat fortunate. If her opponent had truly been Ryujiro himself, could she really have dealt with that terrifying swordsmanship? Indeed, Konoha was truly the cradle of geniuses. The young girl by that man's side wasn't a simple character either. Tenten and Lee were already shocked beyond words. Ryujiro's strength was just too terrifying. No wonder Gai-sensei had just told them the battle would end in an instant. It was all true. Many elite jonins looked at Ryujiro, inevitably recalling the white fang of Konoha. Thinking back, the death of Tsukumo Hatake still saddened many. Indeed, Ryujiro's strength is still as terrifying as ever. Naruto couldn't help but recall the devilish training sessions he had with Ryujiro. Remembering them now sent chills down his spine. And Naruto knew the best. This wasn't even all of Ryujiro's strength. Naruto had witnessed with his own eyes mountains being sliced apart by Ryujiro's blade. Once the terrifying slash was unleashed, the following exams would be impossible to continue. The next few matches went as Ryujiro predicted. By the time it was Rock Lee and Gaara's turn, Ryujiro's lazy demeanor finally became somewhat serious. This was considered one of the most classic battles in the early stages of the Chuunin exams. While Lee couldn't be considered a genius himself, his effort and sweat outweighed others several times over, if not tens of times over. It was precisely because of this that Lee's strength in taijutsu was not inferior to that of a jonin. Of course, when Ryujiro referred to jonin, he meant the general jonin in the village. Lee still had a long way to go compared to elite jonin like Kakashi. Lee leaped down from the platform. Although Ryujiro warned me to be cautious of your bizarre abilities, since you're my opponent, I'll go all out. Lee always had his smile on his face, no matter when. TCH, that kid doesn't even know what kind of monster he's facing. Kankuro had a disdainful look. In his mind, even if it was Ryujiro, he might not necessarily be Gaara's match. However, unlike Kankuro, what Temari was more concerned about was what Ryujiro and Lee had said to each other before entering the arena. It's really worrying. That Konoha ninja seems to understand Gaara quite well. Maybe he's just bluffing. He is just a Konoha ninja. Even if he understands Gaara's power, does he understand Gaara's terror like I do? Conqueror didn't care much about what Ryujiro and Lee had said. In his opinion, the outcome was already decided. After hearing Conqueror's words, Temari thought it made sense, so she stopped thinking about it and focused on watching the match seriously. Hey. Is this for real? Conqueror's expression changed instantly. Gaara's sand defense is starting to fall behind. How could the kid have such strength? The examinees on the field were all shocked, watching the afterimages. Even their eyes couldn't keep up with Lee's speed. This kid's strength is unexpectedly formidable. What kind of monsters were coming out of this Chuunin exams? So that's it. Even if Lee unties the restraints, it only makes Gaara feel slightly troubled. Ryujiro, you're right. That kid with the gourd is also a monster. A hint of seriousness flashed in Might Guy's eyes. He had underestimated Gaara's strength. But why did Ryujiro understand a ninja from Tsunade so well? Did Ryujiro have some information about Tsunade? It's intriguing. As a jonin in the village, Guy naturally had to consider many things. Ryujiro's eyes kept moving in various directions along with Lee's position. Indeed, very fast. If it weren't for observation Haki, the eyes wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed. Just trailing behind. Perhaps Lee had no talent in ninjutsu, but in taijutsu, Lee was undoubtedly a genius. With a loud bang, a huge roar attracted everyone's attention, and the arena suddenly sank with cracks spreading in all directions. Lee was indeed a genius, but compared to a monster like Gaara, the gap in levels was something that couldn't be bridged in an instant. Hey! Gaara seems to be losing control. Conqueror looked at Gaara's ferocious and bloodthirsty expression with fear, his forehead suddenly sweating. The sand armor has fallen off. How could that boy break through Gaara's sand armor? But Gaara. Temari bit her lip, her face unusually serious. Lee was now powerless, as he had used most of his stamina. But Gaara, who was unstable, didn't intend to let Lee off. The surging killing intent emanating from Gaara's body was already overwhelming. The 8 gates. Ryujiro had long known the outcome of this match. He would stop this match, but he didn't intend to stop Lee from opening the 8 gates. Lee had his own unique beliefs, and his belief was his own characteristic. The 8 inner gates, release formation. The 4th gate, open. In the instant Lee burst out with power, even the ground couldn't withstand the terrifying force. In an instant, the earth collapsed, and the tremendous wind pressure made many people scream. Gaara's sand defense speed couldn't keep up with Lee anymore. That kid has mastered such terrifying taijutsu. Konoha is truly formidable. Temari became increasingly wary of Konoha's depth. A sword genius, a taijutsu genius. Were all the geniuses in the entire ninja world from Konoha? So it ends like this. The 5th gate, open. With a loud bang, Gaara crashed into the ground like a comet, just when everyone thought Lee had won. When the dust settled, although Gaara looked somewhat disheveled, he hadn't suffered any substantial injuries. He's using the gourd made of sand as protection, Kakashi said with a serious expression. At this point, Lee had no more strength left. His muscles were torn, his legs broken. No one knew how much pain Lee was enduring at this moment. Kill that kid. Kill that kid. Another voice of Gaara echoed in Gaara's mind incessantly. Gaara's gaze grew colder, controlling the sand to continue persecuting Lee. And just as the situation was about to reach a critical point, a figure appeared in the arena, and Gaara's sand was instantly cut off by a sword aura. It's Ryujiro. Ino couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the figure. Lee, it's over. You can't continue fighting anymore. If your injuries continue like this, if this battle continues, you might not even be able to continue living as a ninja. Lee didn't want to give up, but what Ryujiro said made sense. He was already exhausted. Lee, you have done well enough. This failure is only because your opponent is Gaara. Ryujiro came to Lee's side and comforted him. Ah! That annoying guy. I'm going to kill all of you. Because of Ryujiro's appearance, Gaara couldn't be suppressed anymore. The killing intent emanating from him made all the examinees present feel suffocated. Gaara. He has gone berserk. Chapter 32, let them open their eyes. Guy-sensei. Keep going. Ryujiro immediately threw Lee up. Lee fell into Guy's arms, still looking bewildered. Ryujiro, I'm injured. Hey. The match is already over. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough blood. Gaara's true face had completely shed its disguise. At this moment, his facial expression was fiercely savage, and his eyes, filled with hostility, were bloodshot. Kakashi looked horrified, sensing such immense killing intent. What has this child been through? How many people has he killed? The match for the genin of Tsunade village has ended. Gecko, using body flicker, suddenly appeared next to Gaara. But the next moment, his expression turned extremely horrified. Get out of the way. Sand shuriken. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sand around Gaara turned into shuriken and flew towards Gecko. Ding, ding, ding. Gecko waved his sword, dispersing the large area of sand shuriken. This child. Gecko's expression froze instantly. This is no joke. This level of killing intent, this kid really wants to kill everyone present. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Anyone who obstructs me must die. At this moment, Gaara was nearing madness. Sabaku Q. Yellow sand emerged from under Ryujiro and Gecko's feet, as if giant hands were trying to grasp their calves. Gecko, as a special jonin, instantly disappeared from his original position when he sensed something was wrong. As for Ryujiro, he had already known what Gaara intended to do with his observation Haki and swiftly moved away from his original position. Tsunade jonin, you better provide an explanation. Asuma frowned at Baki. The ominous chakra he emitted was definitely not something a child should possess. Baki's expression was also grim. Why did Gaara lose control at this time? The ninjas of Konoha didn't know that Gaara was a Jinchuriki. If Konoha found out that he, a Jinchuriki, participated in the Chuunin exams while hiding his identity, Tsunade would not be able to bear the consequences. It might even lead to a war. It's not acceptable to lose control at this time, it will cause trouble. So, you better take a nap for a while. Armament Haki. Black blade. Clang. Ryujiro deliberately switched to the back of his blade. If the Jinchuriki died here, it would cause big trouble. He wasn't foolish enough to let it happen. One sword style. Flash. Whoosh, the high-speed movement rubbed against the air, producing a sharp sound similar to breaking the sound barrier. Swish. The speed of this sword was so fast that even everyone couldn't understand what had happened. Accompanied by a huge impact on the ground, a straight outline appeared directly. The extreme sharpness of the sword made everyone feel like their exposed skin was being pricked by needles. A huge wave of air formed another wave, and the examinees who didn't understand what was happening screamed sharply again. When the dust settled, Ryujiro had already sheathed his sword, and at this moment, the sand armor of Gaara was shedding layer by layer from him. Gaara made a hoarse sound, his eyes trembling violently. Thud, in front of everyone's eyes, Gaara fell forward to the ground. Ryujiro looked at Gaara, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He had used armament Haki on his sword, due to which his sword sliced through Gaara's sand as if he was cutting a paper. This was also the reason why the sand armor fell off instantly. Sasuke looked at Ryujiro in horror. His fear of Ryujiro had risen to another level. Damn it. Why is the gap between him and me so huge? Even with the Sharingan, I can't keep up with his speed. Right now, I have no power to find Itachi and kill him. Sasuke was very angry, but felt helpless. At this point, Sasuke wasn't very powerful. Only in the later stage did Sasuke and Naruto open the road to their cheat mode. At this point, there was indeed a considerable gap between them and Ryujiro. Such swordsmanship. A hint of shock flashed in Gecko's eyes. He seemed to see his former leader, Tsukumo Hatake, in Ryujiro. To possess such terrifying swordsmanship at such a young age. It's truly terrifying. Medical team. Medical team. Hurry up and come save him. Although Ryujiro used the back of his blade, due to the use of armament Haki, Gaara still suffered significant injuries. And the remaining matches couldn't continue for now. The arena had been destroyed and couldn't host normal matches anymore. However, Ryujiro felt that there was no need to continue this Chuunin exam. Hokage-sama, if I were to demonstrate my full strength, can I be excused from continuing the Chuunin exams? Even Hiruzen on the platform was stunned. What does Ryujiro want to do? He knew that this Chuunin exam was just a joke for Ryujiro. With Ryujiro's strength, it wouldn't be too much to promote him to a jonin. It seems that this child doesn't want to continue anymore. My consent alone is not enough. You have to make everyone present here recognize your strength. If the jonin of Tsunade village has no objections, then I also agree that you don't need to continue participating in this match. What does this mean? The ninjas of Tsunade village and several ANBUs understood what Ryujiro's words meant. Wasn't that just a display of his true strength? How was that possible? Let them acknowledge me. Ryujiro sneered. Well, let them open their eyes. Chapter 33, Promotion to Special Jonin. Knowing Ryujiro's strength, Guy's expression suddenly changed. Ryujiro, are you serious? Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and other Jonin's faces turned incredibly solemn as they kept their distance from Ryujiro and their own students. Hey, Sand Ninja. If you don't want to be affected, you better come over quickly. Even now, Baki and the Sand Shinobi were still puzzled. What exactly were the Konoha Shinobi up to? Ryujiro let out a heavy sigh, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Better not go too overboard. 70% of his strength should be enough. Swoosh. With Ryujiro's indiscernible draw of his sword, a dazzling dark red light flashed. Boom. A flying slash dozens of meters high erupted from the ground, its rolling sound akin to thunderous rumbling. The dark red strike engulfed everything, like a terrifying tsunami swallowing all upon the sea. Feeling the suffocating pressure, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, and the other genin couldn't help but hold their breath, their faces filled with horror. The dreadful sword aura crushed everything invisible on the ground. At that moment, the entire arena shook as if it could collapse at any moment, the sword aura tearing the earth apart with its terrifying force. Boom, a loud explosion echoed throughout the arena, causing everyone to shiver in fear. Thick dust covered the entire arena, and in the moment of the smoke's dispersal, everyone was left bewildered. When the dust settled, both the jonin and the examinees were stunned. In front of them, the smooth surface of the entire arena seemed as if it had been slashed open, revealing a huge gap. Most suffocatingly, the straight outline without end seemed to pierce into everyone's eyes like an abyss. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. Even the air seemed to have solidified. Baki's expression was horrified to the extreme, almost losing control as he shouted, "Are you kidding me? Is that your Konoha village's genin?" Such power was definitely at the level of an S-rank ninjutsu, and there weren't many S-rank ninjutsu capable of such terrain influence. The only one capable of causing such an impact as demonstrated by Ryujiro was the Kage. Konoha village. It was terrifying beyond belief. Even after the Uchiha massacre, there was still such a terrifying sword genius hidden. Could such a strike truly be accomplished with swordsmanship? Was that black substance from before some special Kekkei Genkai? Why did the gods favor the Konoha village so much? Baki clenched his fists tightly, looking at Ryujiro with dread. Tenten and Lee mouths were so wide open that they could probably fit even an ostrich egg inside. Naruto and Hinata, who had seen Ryujiro cleave a mountain peak before, weren't too surprised. In fact, they had already prepared to face the storm earlier. Orochimaru, disguised as a jonin from the Sound Village, revealed an uncontrollable excitement in his dark serpent-like eyes. Orochimaru was like a child who had found a treasure trove, the fanaticism in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Ryujiro, this is your strength. In such a short time, you've actually grown to this extent. Indeed, you're special. It's a pity. If I had taken you away earlier, you would have been the best vessel. Orochimaru regretted a bit that he didn't capture Ryujiro when they first met. Now, the other had grown to this level, he was no longer someone he could easily deal with. Moreover, that terrifying strike. It seemed to require little effort to produce. Orochimaru couldn't help but suspect whether that strike was also a special Kekkei Genkai. A person possessing two Kekkei Genkai. This had never happened in the history of the ninja world. Is this his strength? Sasuke, with empty eyes, looked at the straight outline on the ground. At this moment, Sasuke felt as if there was no end in sight, as if he could never surpass Ryujiro in this lifetime. Even Hiruzen, holding his smoking pipe, was trembling. Although he already knew Ryujiro's strength, the impact of seeing it firsthand still stunned him. So, for this exam, the Jonin present. Do you think Ryujiro still needs to participate in the Chuunin exam? Are you kidding me? With someone like him, the outcome of the Chuunin exam was already obvious. Now, they didn't even have the courage to face Ryujiro directly. Baki remained silent for a long time. I have no objections. Me neither. Nor do we. Good. Seeing that the Jonin had no objections, Hiruzen smiled with relief. Then, in the name of the third Hokage, I officially declare you as a special Jonin of the village. What? Directly promoted to Jonin. All the examinees widened their eyes, their expressions incredulous. Directly promoting to Jonin, such a thing had never happened in the history of Konoha. But if Ryujiro's strength was announced as that of a Chuunin, it indeed wouldn't match his actual ability. The people present were only slightly shocked, and they didn't have much objection to Ryujiro becoming a special Jonin. Special Jonin, huh? A Kage-level ninja. All the Jonins knew that after today, Ryujiro's name would resonate throughout the entire ninja world, becoming an undeniable force to reckon with, for the major villages. Chapter 34, Final Exam. Jonin. Upon hearing those words, all the examinees shivered, but they were still worried about Ryujiro, who had already become a special Jonin. The gap between him and others was simply too vast. Looking at the crack that seemed like an abyss, countless people felt a chill. Among those present, perhaps no one was a match for Ryujiro. Even a Jonin might not be able to handle him. Participating in the Chuunin exams with someone like him was simply despair. If Ryujiro was considered a genin, then the genin of Konoha were terrifying indeed. The Chuunin exams couldn't proceed any further. The expressions of those students were filled with horror, and now, even the planning between Orochimaru and Kabuto had to be reconsidered overnight. But Orochimaru didn't believe that Ryujiro would affect his plans. He knew Ryujiro had no sense of belonging to Konoha. Ryujiro's thoughts were simple, he only wanted to protect the people he cared about. As for the lives of others, they were irrelevant to him. Moreover, Ryujiro felt it was time for Konoha's windmill to spin again. The third Hokage was already old, there needed to be a stronger person to stabilize Konoha's current state. A few days later, the news of Ryujiro being promoted to Special Jonin spread throughout Konoha, and his name reached the ears of every house in Konoha. A powerful ninja had emerged in the village, ensuring better security for everyone. Only with a stronger village could they live safely in Konoha. Ryujiro, congratulations on becoming a Jonin. In a small restaurant in Konoha, Hinata, Tenten, Lee, Niji, Naruto, and others looked at the unique forehead protector on Ryujiro's head. Ah, Ryujiro is already a Jonin. I have to work hard too. At least I have to surpass that arrogant Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fist, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He now saw Sasuke as his rival. His strength was no less than that of a Chuunin now, but his careless nature was his fatal flaw. A special Jonin. Ryujiro, thank you for saving me back then, Rock Lee said gratefully. Ryujiro smiled faintly. Since we are all students of Gai-sensei, I certainly won't ignore you. Besides, if your opponent wasn't Gaara, the fight might have ended quickly. Lee had surprised even Gai when he opened the fifth gate. In his eyes, Lee was a genius. Although he had no talent in ninjutsu, no one could surpass him in taijutsu. The 8 inner gates were considered forbidden jutsus because of their extremely demanding training conditions and the inevitable deadlock once opened, leading to a terrifying forbidden jutsu where both the user and the enemy met their demise. Jonin. Ryujiro touched his forehead protector. Perhaps he was appointed as a special Jonin because the village knew something. Hiruzen must have specially appointed him as a special Jonin for a reason. But in a few days, Konoha would face a small-scale war. During these past few days, some people in Konoha felt a sense of foreboding, as if there were dark clouds hanging over the village. It seemed there was a terrible conspiracy brewing in the darkness. 3 days later, the final rounds for the Chuunin exams officially began. Although Ryujiro had become a special Jonin, he still arrived at the scene. The Chuunin exams were not going to end so easily. He had to keep Hinata safe. When Gaara saw Ryujiro, his dormant second personality stirred again. Gaara leaned against the railing, his eyes full of hostility fixed on Ryujiro. Gaara. Temari cried out in fear. Baki's expression was also not very good. There was still some time before the plan began. If Gaara lost control at this moment, even he didn't know how the plan would change. That brat. A fierce killing intent flashed in Baki's eyes. Such a young Kage-level ninja like him, if he's allowed to continue growing, he would be a nightmare for everyone. This time, he would destroy the cradle of this genius in Konoha. Sensing Baki's gaze, a faint smirk appeared on Ryujiro's lips. If you want to make a move against me, let's see if your sand village has the guts. Orochimaru. Has he disguised himself as the Kazekage? It seemed the plan was to proceed during the final exam, just like in the original story. The first match was Naruto Uzumaki vs Niji Hyuga. Naruto, I won't hold back. Hee, that's just perfect. As long as I defeat someone like you, the village would acknowledge me. Acknowledgement, huh? I want to gain Ryujiro's acknowledgement too. To protect Ryujiro and Lady Hinata, I must become stronger. Match. Start. Naruto crossed his hands into a cross. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a bang, dozens of clones appeared around Naruto, surrounding Niji. Shadow clones. Byakugan. Activate. Veins bulged on Niji's forehead as he activated his Byakugan, locking onto Naruto's real body instantly. Ha! Dozens of shadow clones charged toward Niji's position. Merely outnumbering wouldn't defeat Niji. Niji's chakra erupted instantly, followed by a rapid rotation like a top, turning his chakra into a barrier. All the charging shadow clones turned into smoke and disappeared. Not enough. After testing, Naruto finally got serious. Shadow clone jutsu. The clones circled around Niji, seemingly trying to confuse his vision. But Naruto didn't know that the Byakugan could see through his real body. Trying to confuse Niji was just Naruto's wishful thinking. Locking onto Naruto's real body, Niji assumed a gentle fist stance, and a 8 trigrams formation faintly appeared under his feet. The moment Naruto stepped into the formation. 8 trigrams. 32 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 32 palms. Bang bang bang. Faced with Niji's rain-like barrage of 32 palms, the shadow clones instantly exploded into smoke. Niji took a step forward, flying out like an arrow. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Niji's strikes landed on the flowing chakra points of Naruto's body one after another. After a set of 64 palms, Naruto's face changed drastically. Chakra. Unable to use it anymore. It seems Naruto has lost, said Ryujiro indifferently from above. The reason why Naruto in the original story could still unleash some of the Ninetales chakra was partly due to the stimulation from Niji. Without the Ninetales chakra, the Naruto below was undoubtedly going to lose. Bang. A powerful palm struck Naruto's abdomen, sending him flying and tumbling on the ground. Thud thud thud. Niji didn't give Naruto any chance to catch his breath, swiftly running over. 8 trigrams air palm. Naruto, who hadn't yet gotten up, was sent flying again. After rolling several times, Naruto struggled to get up. But at this moment, Niji held a kunai over Naruto's head. Seeing this scene, Gekko announced, the winner of the first round is Niji Hyuga. The format of the final exam was different from before. It wasn't about winners passing the exam, it was about judging whether they could become Chuunin based on their performance in battle. If this were on the battlefield, Naruto would undoubtedly die if Niji's kunai fell. Why is it like this? Naruto squatted down, holding his head and pulling his hair, seemingly unable to accept the result. Chapter 35, Konoha Crush. Hinata's next opponent was a character who never appeared in the original story. It seemed that someone from Kurenai's team had replaced Hinata. In the next match, Kawahisako will face Hinata Hyuga. This battle came as a surprise to Ryujiro. This unfamiliar character, Kawahisako, turned out to be a ninja extremely skilled in genjutsu. Even Hinata struggled to win. Skilled in genjutsu. It seems Kurenai has taught her own genjutsu to that girl, Ryujiro muttered quietly. The next match was between Conqueror and Aburame Shino, but Conqueror announced his forfeiture as soon as he stepped onto the stage. This elicited murmurs of disappointment from the audience, and even the villagers of Konoha watching were discussing among themselves about the sand ninjas. The hidden sand ninjas in the audience were trembling with rage. If not for the plan, they would have wanted to kill those few individuals. As soon as Sasuke and Gaara took the stage, the hidden sand ninjas in the crowd began to stir. It seemed that things were about to start, and several pairs of murderous eyes were fixed on Ryujiro. These sand ninjas were targeting me. Ryujiro didn't need to think to know that this was a plan Baki had devised against him. Orochimaru's target was only Sasuke. Although Orochimaru was interested in Ryujiro as a vessel, he wasn't foolish enough to that extent. Ryujiro's power was no longer something Orochimaru could control. Gaara enveloped himself in the sand armor. I will definitely kill that guy. Gaara's sand armor endured multiple attempts from Sasuke, whether it was with kunai or shuriken, without being breached. Not enough. Is this all you've got? Sasuke's inner rage roared madly as he recalled Ryujiro's slash that had become Sasuke's haunting nightmare. Since you're hiding in there, then try this. After forming seals, Sasuke's dazzling lightning burst forth like sparks, and the sharp cries of Chidori excited the audience. Isn't that Kakashi's move? Might Guy exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the Chidori on Sasuke's hand. Kakashi nodded. Incredible, that kid can actually use Chidori. Is that why you trained Sasuke? Kakashi. Sasuke charged fiercely, and with the cries of Chidori, Gaara's absolute defense was shattered by Sasuke's Chidori. With Gaara's scream, both Temari and Kankuro on the stage turned pale with horror. No way. Is Gaara going to lose control again? Something unknown, like a hand, emerged from Gaara's shell, and Sasuke leaped back in shock, staring at the thing before him like a hand, suddenly feeling a palpable sense of dread. What's happening? Blood. Why? Why is there blood on me? Damn it. Damn it. I'll kill you all. Gaara's voice inside the shell sounded almost insane, and the murderous intent erupting from him was chilling. And just then, white feathers began to fall from the sky like snow. The audience suddenly felt dizzy, and soon they fell into unconsciousness one by one. The plan orchestrated by Orochimaru, the Konoha Crush plan, officially began. These are Genjutsu. Niji, Hinata, and Ryujiro all dispelled the Genjutsu, while Gaara's extreme instability had already gone beyond the control of the original plot. Kakashi jumped from the stage to take Sasuke to a safe place. What's happening to Gaara? Sasuke looked at the changes happening to Gaara with a sense of unease. Kakashi's face showed an unprecedented solemn expression. That ominous chakra. If it's really a tailed beast, then it's trouble. Tailed beast. Sasuke heard this unfamiliar term for the first time. Tailed beasts are giant life forms created from immense chakra. Their power is like that of war machines, and even a Kage has to be cautious when facing a tailed beast. Because the power of tailed beasts is too strong, they're sealed inside Jinchuriki, and individuals like that are called Jinchuriki. Listening to Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke was somewhat puzzled. Kakashi's face became extremely grim. His previous concerns had indeed come true. That's right. Hokage-sama. When Kakashi came to his senses, 4 of the Sound 4 had already activated the 4 Violet Flames formation. Damn it, are they faster than ANBU? If the Jinchuriki goes out of control, it would probably be as bad as the Ninetales incident back then. The main problem now was the trouble with Gaara. Neither Hinata nor Neji understood what was happening. What's going on, Ryujiro? The Sound and Sand Village have initiated a plan against Konoha. What? The Sound and Sand Village are targeting Konoha. Hinata and Neji couldn't help but gasp in shock. Did the Sand Village want to start a war? It was only at this moment that Hinata and Neji realized that the Hokage had been taken away by Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage. Neji, you protect Hinata and take her back to the Hyuga clan. Things are going to get very troublesome here. Understood, Ryujiro. Neji's expression also became solemn. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata couldn't help but look worriedly at Ryujiro. Ryujiro showed a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and kissed Ryujiro on the cheek. Seeing this scene, Neji turned his head away, surprised. When did Lady Hinata become so bold? Blushing, Hinata lowered her head, unable to look at Ryujiro. Then, I'll wait for you to come back. Ryujiro was also stunned for a moment but quickly regained his composure and simply responded with an Hinata-sama, let's go. With Hinata in tow, Neji left the arena. Ryujiro couldn't help but touch the spot on his cheek where Hinata had kissed him. This feels pretty good. Chapter 36, Past Hokages. At this moment, just after Neji and his group left, 2 figures soared into the air. They were disguised as ordinary civilians but were actually Tsunade ninjas. Their target was Ryujiro, and the Tsunade wielding kunai rushed towards him. The pleasant atmosphere never lasts long. Tsunade shinobi, you've picked the wrong opponent. Ryujiro's indifferent voice caused the Tsunade ninja to stiffen, facing his plain and unadorned strikes. One by one, bloody heads rolled to the ground, filling the air with the scent of blood. In an instant, a torrential rain of blood poured down, and Ryujiro, tired of being stained with blood, immediately left his original position. The vivid red color splashed onto the audience seats, adding a vibrant hue. That kid is truly terrifying. Baki's wariness towards Ryujiro escalated once again upon seeing his emotionless gaze. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, Temari and Conqueror were swept away by Gaara, crashing into the rock wall. Embedded in the rock, Conqueror and Temari felt their internal organs shaking, blood gushing from their mouths. Both of them looked on with horror at Gaara's transformation into Shikaku's form. Shikaku's form referred to a significant change in the body while still maintaining a human form. Gaara in this state was extremely unstable. Enraged by the change in Gaara below, Hiruzen's eyes suddenly contracted. That's it. So, the ominous chakra came from a tailed beast. That kid is a Jinchuriki from Tsunade. Hiruzen's expression turned grim. It was evident that the Sand Village, by concealing the presence of a Jinchuriki from the Konoha village, had been plotting with Orochimaru for a long time. Damn Tsunade. Previously, the Konoha village had provided them with a large amount of funding and resources. And now, they turned their backs at such a crucial moment. Tsunade is truly ungrateful. It seems, Hiruzen-sensei, that the Jinchuriki seems quite unstable. If not stopped in time, there might be another disaster similar to the Ninetales attack. Orochimaru sneered coldly. Hiruzen shuddered. Orochimaru, don't you have any feelings for the village? Feelings for the village? How could a wanted rogue ninja like me have feelings for the village? Hiruzen-sensei, it seems you're truly getting old. Even your mind is getting muddled. Conqueror. Temari. Damn it. They're injured so badly. It seems Gaara is out of control. In that case, let him wreak havoc. His target is that kid. If Gaara manages to kill him, it might hurt Konoha for a while. Baki's gaze darkened as he looked up at Ryujiro, who was smiling ambiguously. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill him. Shoo. Gaara's figure suddenly disappeared, appearing in front of Ryujiro in an instant. His transformed right hand swept towards Ryujiro. Boom. A huge storm surged again, and the immense power seemed to destroy the audience stands above layer by layer. As the dust settled, Ryujiro wielded his sword to block Gaara's attack. Gaara became more excited, laughing maniacally. That's it. Only you are worthy of being my prey. Killing you will prove my strength. Ryujiro looked calmly at the ferocious Gaara. If you want to kill me, you'll have to prove you're worthy of doing so. But the force just now was indeed heavy. This is the power of a Jinchuriki. Both speed and strength have been raised several levels. Boom boom. The confrontation between the two sides destroyed the surrounding buildings, and countless debris fell from above, shaking the entire arena. In the distance, Temari and Conqueror looked on with a mixture of fear and dread. That guy can actually fight with the rampaging Gaara to this extent. What kind of monster is this Konoha ninja? Conqueror's face was full of horror. Initially, he had looked down on Ryujiro, thinking that Ryujiro was doomed to die once targeted by Gaara. But after witnessing Ryujiro's strike just now, Conqueror found his previous arrogance laughable. He didn't even have the power to mock Ryujiro's strength. The battle had now reached a fever pitch. Gaara relentlessly pursued Ryujiro, revealing a fierce grin. Is this all you can do? Your strength definitely doesn't end here. Are you looking down on me? I'll kill you. Killing someone stronger than me will make my value shine even more. Ryujiro used body flicker jutsu to escape. He couldn't help but think that Gaara was truly a madman. He did have the ability to kill Gaara instantly, but if he did so, other ninjas would definitely send reinforcements to support the third Hokage. In Ryujiro's mind, perhaps Hiruzen's death would be beneficial for Konoha's development. Kakashi, who was fighting with the Tsunade ninjas in the distance, glanced at the battle between Ryujiro and Gaara. As expected of a Jinchuriki, even Ryujiro seems to have some difficulty handling him. After all, that's the power of a tailed beast, which no longer belongs to the realm of humans. We must stop him quickly, or else the casualties in the village will increase. After kicking away a sound Nin, Guy said solemnly. Yes, that three-headed snake monster and the one-tailed Jinchuriki were the most troublesome. Although the third Hokage was old, it wasn't easy for Orochimaru, a rogue ninja, to deal with him. Kakashi glanced at Hiruzen's position and suddenly his eyes contracted, revealing a shocked expression. Hey. Are you kidding me? Those two people, aren't they? The first Hokage and the second Hokage. Chapter 37, One-Tail Shikaku. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was born during the Warring States period, and his formidable wood-style ninjutsu helped bring peace to those turbulent times. He was not only the first Hokage but also the founder of Konoha. His immense power earned him the title of the God of Shinobi. Thanks to Hashirama's presence, during his time, none of the other four great villages dared to even think about challenging Konoha. After Hashirama's passing, the other four great villages united to wage war against Konoha. However, despite their efforts, the war ended in Konoha's victory. But why would the two deceased Hokages appear now? Could it be? Kakashi suddenly remembered a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage, a jutsu capable of summoning the dead back to the world of the living. The Impure World Reincarnation. A forbidden jutsu that brings the deceased back to life. If it's the first and second Hokage, then the third Hokage is in danger. The third Hokage, who was no longer in his prime, struggled even against Orochimaru alone. Orochimaru, how dare you toy with the dead? Playing with it will lead to dire consequences. Hiruzen's face turned pale with anger as he glared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru coldly smirked, Sensei, you should worry about yourself first. Sand bullet. Gaara waved his hand, and a barrage of sand bullets shot towards Ryujiro, dense enough to shred even rocks like sieves. Ding ding ding. Ryujiro remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting the sand bullets with his sword. The two former Hokages have been summoned. The third Hokage is in danger. Swish swish swish. The remaining sand ninja threw shurikens from different angles, sealing off Ryujiro's blind spots. A hint of impatience flashed across Ryujiro's face. A group of pests. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from Ryujiro's body, pressing down on the sand and sound ninja like a mountain. Even Gaara trembled under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, looking at Ryujiro with fear. The sand and sound ninja, overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki, fell unconscious. Some of Konoha's ninja also succumbed to the pressure and passed out. Ryujiro's mastery of Conqueror's Haki was not yet perfect. The ANBU members watched with horror as this scene unfolded. What was that aura just now? Ryujiro, a special jonin, that aura emanated from him. The ANBU barely withstood the power of Conqueror's Haki, but they were still significantly affected. With such an aura, you truly are the best. That brat Sasuke can't compare to you, nor can the Uchiha clan of Konoha. At this moment, Sasuke had already been taken to another location by Kakashi. If he heard Gaara's words here, he would likely lose his composure and join the fight, which would be suicidal given his current strength. Ryujiro paid no attention to Gaara's words. Instead, he focused on the three-headed snake, which was still advancing. It's still not dealt with. Explosive tags had no effect on the three-headed snake. It was precisely because of this snake that Konoha's ninja appeared weak. Damn it, they're ignoring me. Half of Gaara's body had already transformed into a tailed beast. The instability of Shikaku's chakra indicated that Gaara would soon fully transform into a tailed beast. Ryujiro glanced at the struggling third Hokage. It's time. Clang. A completely different aura erupted from Ryujiro's body. The sharpness in his eyes alone immobilized his enemies. A piercing sword cry reverberated in everyone's ears, making them feel as if their eardrums would burst. Armament Haki. Black Blade. A dazzling reddish-black sword aura soared into the sky, devouring everything in its path like a tidal wave. That suffocating and desperate feeling enveloped even Gaara's heart with fear. How could something like this defeat me? Block it. Once again, Gaara was enveloped in his armor of sand, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell. The Sound and Sand Ninja, as well as Konoha's ninja, looked on with fear at the colossal sword aura, frozen stiff. It can't be. Such a sword aura, is it really created by swordsmanship? Even the former White Fang didn't possess such power. Ryujiro, he's truly terrifying. Yes, the ultimate victory in this invasion will belong to us, Konoha. Konoha's ninja were ignited with fighting spirit because of Ryujiro's sword aura. Those who had lost their morale regained their sharpness once again. Ah! A scream of despair sent chills down everyone's spines. Gaara, once proud and arrogant, had his sand armor split in half by Ryujiro's sword aura. Blood. So much blood. No no no. This can't be real. Damn it. Damn it. All of you. Come back to me. I don't want to be alone anymore. Gaara roared ferociously, his body covered in bumps. His body rapidly changed, emitting a terrifying chakra pressure that swept through the surroundings. With a loud bang, a huge cloud of smoke enveloped the sky above Konoha, and the appearance of a massive figure caused the entire village to shake, as if in an earthquake. The ninja entangled in the battle looked at the enormous monster before them, their faces filled with horror. Ha ha ha. Finally, I'm free. The gigantic creature, resembling a tanuki, let out a sharp laugh, its terrifying pressure suffocating. Ryujiro sighed heavily. Finally, you have come out. Shikaku. Chapter 38, Defeating Shikaku. Finally, I got my complete form. Temari, clutching the wound on her abdomen, looked in horror at the transformed complete form of Ichibi Shikaku. Hey, how did that thing end up here? This ominous chakra. It's one-tailed beast from Tsunade. Those damn sand ninjas actually released a Jinchuriki into the village. Do they really want to start a war? The Konoha ninjas were both shocked and angry. Faced with such a colossal creature resembling a mountain, a hint of fear appeared on their faces. Of course, it wasn't just their situation that exceeded the expectations of the Sand and Sound shinobi. Has the Jinchuriki lost control? This is trouble. Baki-sama, what should we do? Baki looked solemnly at the colossal Shikaku not far away. Gaara's will had been completely taken over by Shikaku. To risk awakening Gaara under such circumstances, Baki didn't want to take such a dangerous risk. Inform the Sand and Sound shinobi in the nearby area to evacuate the area of the tailed beast. Now is not the time to fool around. Once the tailed beast starts wreaking havoc in Konoha, even their Tsunade wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Their initial goal was just to incapacitate Konoha for a while, to stifle the young talents of Konoha, but now things had escalated beyond control. The immense power of the tailed beasts could annihilate nations. Gaara's grudge is because of you. Since this kid let me out, I'll do him a favor and kill you. Shikaku looked down at Ryujiro, who seemed as small as an ant. If you want to kill me, then give it a try. Shikaku's enormous palm descended, like a small mountain falling from the sky, covering an area for miles around, casting a huge shadow over Ryujiro. Ryujiro, who had always been nonchalant, finally showed a hint of seriousness on his face. Swinging the sword in his hand, a spiral slash akin to a drill swept out. Bang. The sound of Shikaku's hand exploding filled the air with dust and debris, like a sandstorm sweeping through. Ryujiro leaped to a spot where he could avoid the dust, covering his nose and mouth with his sleeve. Cough cough cough. What's happening? The Konoha and Tsunade ninjas who were fighting in the distance kept coughing after inhaling the dust. The dust had obscured their vision, making it impossible to continue the fight. At this moment, a dark shadow swiftly moved towards Ryujiro's position. The sharp coldness emanating from it carried a fierce killing intent. Sharp kunai hovered in the air and landed heavily on Ryujiro's neck. Gotcha. Baki's face lit up with joy. Konoha's prodigy was about to die by my hand. Ding. The crisp sound of metal clashing made Baki's face turn pale. Kunai. It couldn't pierce through. He suddenly noticed that Ryujiro's neck was covered by some black substance, as hard as steel. Kekkei Genkai. Baki croaked hoarsely, his face stiff as he spoke a few words. A blade of light covered his field of vision, and Baki's body fell from a height, staring at Ryujiro unwillingly. Feeling his life slipping away, Baki struggled desperately in midair, forming hand seals. Wind style, wind blade jutsu. A series of vacuum blades spewed out from Baki's mouth, but they didn't inflict any harm on Ryujiro. Useless. Baki, who was cut in half at the waist, fell to the ground. Blood dyed the hill red, and Baki's eyes lost their color. A jonin of Tsunade died at the hands of Ryujiro. When the dust settled, the Tsunade shinobi looked at Baki's bisected corpse, each showing an expression of immense fear. How could this happen? Baki-sama. This can't be true. Baki-sama actually died at the hands of a brat. Ah. Avenge Baki-sama. Wind style, wind blade jutsu. Wind style, vacuum bullets. A series of wind style ninjutsu came towards Ryujiro. Ryujiro stood there, unchanged, took a deep breath, and struck with a simple slash. Flying slash instantly devoured those Tsunade ninjas. Why bother coming here, just to die? Just as Ryujiro's words fell, he felt a sudden sense of danger. Shikaku, staring at Ryujiro, suddenly took a deep breath and fiercely slapped his own massive belly. Wind style. Vacuum blast. A large amount of chakra turned into a huge wind ball, spewing out from Shikaku's mouth. At the same time, the previously undispersed dust stirred up again. The terrifying hurricane covered the sky above Konoha with a thick layer of dust. The roaring gale mercilessly battered Konoha village. One building after another couldn't withstand this terrible disaster and collapsed. The terrifying wind pressure, like a mountain, pressed down on everyone. The ninjas of Konoha and Suna were blown away by this terrifying hurricane. The vacuum blast was imminent. Ryujiro grasped the sword in his hand, his eyes flashing with a sharp edge. He bent his legs, and the terrifying power erupted instantly. The stairs under his feet suddenly exploded, revealing a huge pit. Ryujiro flew towards Shikaku like a comet. One sword style. Dark slash. Clang. The sharp sound of the blade unsheathing seemed to echo throughout the entire ninja world at this moment. The vacuum blast instantly dissipated, and there was no terrifying slash flying out. But at this moment, the whole of Konoha was incredibly quiet, as if time had stopped at this moment. The gaze of everyone seemed to be marked with a terrifying sword scar, as if the world had been split in two. The colossal body of Shikaku, like a mountain, was instantly split in two, tilting to the right and slowly falling from the sky. Kid. What's your name? Shikaku's consciousness was gradually fading. Ryujiro. Just a simple name echoed in everyone's ears. A terrifying kid. Shikaku's last words came out involuntarily, and with a bang, he disappeared into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, a small figure appeared on the ground. Gaara had fallen into a deep coma. At this moment, the clouds floating above the sky also showed the image of being split in two by some kind of weapon. Has the sky been cut open? The tailed beast has been defeated. All the ninjas present stared blankly at the clouds that were split in two, and such a terrifying scene made their eyes bulge just by looking at it. The tailed beast. The tailed beast has been defeated. Konoha. We have another astonishing talent. Everyone, now is the time for us to strike back. Chapter 39, Reaping Benefits. Guy, that kid is truly astonishing. Yeah, Ryujiro actually defeated a tailed beast. After today, Ryujiro's name will probably echo throughout the entire shinobi world. Kakashi and Might Guy both looked at the diminutive figure of Ryujiro in shock. A 14-year-old child possessing such terrifying power was simply surreal. And Might Guy knew very well that Ryujiro's strength now was even more terrifying than a few years ago. It's worth noting that Ryujiro had also learned the 8 gates. To think that he possessed the power to defeat a tailed beast even without using the 8 gates. Just how powerful had Ryujiro become? Has he surpassed the current 3rd Hokage? At this moment, Hiruzen and Orochimaru, who were battling within the 4 purple flames formation, also paused. Orochimaru's eyes revealed an uncontrollable excitement. Subarashi. What terrifying swordsmanship. Ryujiro, you're amazing. Ah, I really want to have you. Orochimaru's emotions had reached their peak. His gaze towards Ryujiro seemed as if he wanted to possess Ryujiro entirely. That child has truly grown to this extent. Hiruzen showed a relieved smile. But this smile didn't last long as he was punched away by Hashirama, the 1st Hokage. He struggled to get up. Hiruzen's physical strength was nearing its limit, and he was facing not only Hashirama but also Tobirama. Although these two were not at their peak strength, their combined efforts were enough to render Hiruzen unable to fight back. It seems I can only use that move. Sealing Jutsu, Reaper Death Seal. A strange chakra emerged from behind Hiruzen, and a fierce spirit holding a rosary appeared behind him. What is this feeling? Orochimaru shuddered all over. At the moment when the spirit appeared, a chill and a sense of fear from the soul inexplicably surged on his spine. That seal. What exactly was it? The three-headed snake continued to rampage through Konoha, destroying many buildings after crashing through the city walls. As a result, the battlefield was divided due to the immense body of the three-headed snake. No matter what methods the Konoha ninjas used, they couldn't stop the advance of the three-headed snake. Fire release, water release, shurikens, none of these methods could cause any harm to the three-headed snake. Under Ryujiro's watchful eyes, one of the Konoha Chuunin was forcibly swallowed by the three-headed snake. This farce should come to an end completely. Ryujiro vanished from his original position using body flicker jutsu. Konoha's ninjas tried their best to stop the three-headed snake's advance, but none of their methods were effective. During this time, they also had to guard against sneak attacks from the sand and sound ninja around them. Swish. Everyone felt something flying past them. A dazzling blade aura shot up, and Ryujiro, like a dazzling meteor, aimed directly at the three heads of the three-headed snake. Boom. A rain of blood fell instantly. The three menacing heads of the three-headed snake fell to the ground from a height, causing another wave of shock. Now the air was filled with the smell of blood. The Konoha Chuunin who had been trying to stop the three-headed snake's advance before didn't understand what had happened before they saw Ryujiro appearing beside them. Ryujiro looked at the stunned Chuunin indifferently and said calmly, "The rest is up to you guys." It was time to enter the final battlefield. After saying that, Ryujiro's figure disappeared from the sight of the Konoha ninjas. When the Konoha ninjas came to their senses, they couldn't help but gulp down saliva and excitedly shout, "Ryujiro-sama! It's Ryujiro-sama! Everyone! Ryujiro-sama has killed that beast for us. It's time for us to counterattack." There was no shortage of jonins among those who invaded Konoha this time. By now, Konoha was in ruins, with blood and corpses everywhere, and flames mercilessly devouring everything in the village. One chilling sword light after another fell mercilessly on the sand and sound ninja. Slash. That swift swordsmanship, the sound and sand ninja didn't even have time to react before being cut down. At this time, the ANBU ninja on the rooftops arrived at the scene, their eyes dilating with fear in their eyes. What happened here? The sand and sound ninja, how did they all die? They were killed by a single blow from a sharp weapon. Such terrifying swordsmanship, there's only one person in all of Konoha who can do this. The ANBU ninja also thought of a young face, but it still made them take a deep breath. In the not-too-distant distance, another round of wailing and screams came. After the ANBU arrived at the scene, they saw a figure covered in blood stains. His dark green eyes made even the ANBU freeze in place. They all felt like prey being hunted by a hunter. How terrifying this young man was. Fortunately, Ryujiro was their Konoha genius. If it were a genius from another village, such a terrifying individual would probably be a nightmare that Konoha couldn't get rid of. You've worked hard, Ryujiro. We'll take over from here. ANBU ninja said. Understood. Ryujiro responded with a swish and disappeared from ANBU's sight. Seeing Ryujiro using the body flicker jutsu to leave, the ANBU ninja confirmed that there was no one left alive and continued to move towards the other areas of Konoha invaded by the sand ninja. Before long, Ryujiro arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan compound. The reason Ryujiro left part of the battlefield was also because his progress could no longer continue. Character Template, Dracula Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 92%. After defeating the tailed beast, killing the three-headed snake, and numerous sand and sound ninja, his progress had reached 92%. However, no matter how many sand ninja he killed afterward, the progress bar did not change at all. Perhaps it was because the ninja who died at Ryujiro's hands were too weak to meet the conditions for increasing the progress. But as the progress increased, Ryujiro's understanding of swordsmanship once again improved. He left all matters of Konoha to the ANBU to handle. Chapter 40, The War Ends. Extra chapter for reaching 500 power stones. Ryujiro-kun, you're back. Hinata hurried over, her steps resembling those of a porcelain doll. At this stage, Hinata seemed like a doll, evoking an instinctive desire to protect. Ryujiro, at the age of 14, stood at a height of 1.8 meters, while Hinata, a year younger, was barely 1.6 meters tall. Yet, the height difference between them could still be considered adorable. Ryujiro. How's the situation outside? Niji asked hesitantly. From the rooftop of the Hyuga residence, Niji had a clear view of how Ryujiro defeated the three-headed serpent. That terrifying swordsmanship was the most frightening he had ever seen. The war should be ending soon. Without the Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts, the sand ninja will soon be defeated. The ANBU have already begun handling the aftermath. Ryujiro said calmly. His body was stained with crimson blood, making him appear as though he were a figure drenched in blood. What's more, there were remnants of organs scattered across him. The soft tissues, when touched, induced a particularly nauseating feeling. Upon hearing Ryujiro's words, Niji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the village was safe. However, the audacity of the Sand and Sound village to unite and plan an attack on Konoha was astounding. With just the Sand and Sound villages, they wouldn't have had such confidence. There might be a mastermind behind this. Niji's deductions were not wrong. The Sound village had only gained some notoriety in recent years, being a relatively ordinary ninja village. Compared to the ninja villages of the 5 great nations, the Sound village seemed minuscule. Additionally, the Land of Wind, though part of the 5 great nations, had harsh environments and scarce resources. After the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Wind had long been impoverished. Without sufficient confidence, the Land of Wind would never dare to wage war against Konoha. Currently, even as Ryujiro cleaned the filth from his body, his name had become an indelible nightmare for the Sand and Sound ninja. His terrifying strength, far beyond his age, and his devastating sword strikes comparable to S-rank ninjutsu were simply despair-inducing. Moreover, the one orchestrating everything for the Sand village, Baki, was dead. After Gaara transformed into a human with the help of Shikaku's chakra, Kankuro and Temari, along with Gaara, managed to escape Konoha. Of course, during this process, the Sand ninja escorting them also lost their lives. If the Jinchuriki of the Sand village were to fall into Konoha's hands, it would be an irreparable loss for the entire Sand village. As the war gradually came to a close, the outside clamor diminished significantly. Konoha appeared devastated, with collapsed buildings everywhere. The city walls had a massive hole from the 3-headed serpent's attack. The once renowned village hidden in the leaves now seemed like a fading hero. Not long after the war, shocking news spread throughout Konoha that left everyone in disbelief. The third Hokage had fallen. And at that moment, Jiraiya, who had rushed back to the village, had an extremely dark face, his terrifying expression and eyes revealing incomparable rage. ANBU ninja, stained with blood, suddenly appeared before Jiraiya, kneeling to report the latest casualties in Konoha. Upon hearing of the third Hokage's demise, Jiraiya staggered back, his mind reeling. This heartbreaking news was something Jiraiya couldn't fathom. The old man had died. Jiraiya clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. His agony now transcended physical sensation. Orochimaru. You bastard. You really killed Sensei. 3 days later, all ninjas attended the third Hokage's memorial service. The tragic news left everyone in disbelief. The third Hokage had always been portrayed as a kind old man, embracing all the ninja and villagers of Konoha. However, only Ryujiro knew that behind this facade of kindness, the third Hokage had done many unspeakable things, without which, the Uchiha clan might not have had the idea of a coup d'état. Konoha had always distrusted the Uchiha, yet the Uchiha still belonged to Konoha. But the higher-ups of Konoha feared the terrifying power hidden within the Uchiha clan. If Fugaku Uchiha had decided to launch a coup, he was fully capable of starting another Ninetales incident. However, in the end, Fugaku chose another path, to die by the hand of his own son, Itachi Uchiha. Third Hokage. As Ryujiro looked at the third Hokage lying in the coffin, his eyes remained unaffected. He had the power to stop this tragedy entirely, but he chose not to. It was time for a more assertive leader to take the position of Hokage. Konoha, invaded, no longer bore its former prosperity. Many parts of Konoha needed reconstruction, and countless people had lost their husbands and children in this war. Many Konoha ninjas wished to avenge their loved ones with their own hands. But Konoha couldn't afford another upheaval. Though Konoha emerged victorious from this war, losing the third Hokage was an outcome no one could accept. After the memorial service, all the Jonin were summoned, including Ryujiro, who was recently appointed as a special Jonin. Only someone like Jiraiya, who had returned not long ago, could summon all the Jonin. Ryujiro looked with interest at the men before him, hailed as a hero. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, was also a character loved by many in the original Naruto series. Though Jiraiya was pervy, it was part of his nature. For so many years, Jiraiya only had Tsunade in his heart. He was a faithful man. You must be Ryujiro. Just as they described, your sharpness is apparent at first glance. Lord Jiraiya, you're too kind. I've just put in a little more effort than others, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Ryujiro said with a faint smile. Such modesty, coupled with extraordinary strength, was admirable. This kid resembles you, Tsukumo-san. Jiraiya looked at Ryujiro with relief. He was extremely shocked when he learned that the Tsunade Jinchuriki was defeated by a child. He thought that the news was so ridiculous, but when he saw the impact of Ryujiro's slash, Jiraiya was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't speak. The abyss-like crack seemed to have formed a cliff canyon with a single blow. The impact of this slash undoubtedly reached the power of S-level ninjutsu, not even more. Being able to defeat the One-Tails Jinchuriki showed Ryujiro power. Such a person belonged to Konoha village, this was really fortunate according to him. Chapter 41, another legendary Sannin. Jiraiya carefully observed the young fellow in front of him. His expression turned serious. Although Konoha has won this victory, the third Hokage has perished because of it. The position of Hokage cannot remain vacant for long. We must quickly select someone to take on the role of Hokage. Do any of you have any recommendations? The upper ninjas of Konoha looked at each other, pondering. Selecting the Hokage. To be honest, they hadn't thought about it yet. The most basic requirement to become a Hokage is to possess the strength of a shinobi. Without formidable strength, at least there must be prestige. Having both strength and prestige recognized by the villagers is what makes a qualified Hokage. Well, Jiraiya-sama, since you were a disciple of the third Hokage, perhaps you are the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage. One of the council member proposed. The other's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Jiraiya-sama is one of the legendary Sannin. He achieved glorious feats during all great ninja wars. All the higher-ups present believed that if Jiraiya were to take on the role of Hokage, he would undoubtedly be a qualified one. Even the villagers wouldn't have much objection. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly refused. The position of Hokage is not suitable for me. Besides, I still have missions that require me to go out and investigate at any time. I cannot take on the position of Hokage. Ah. Jiraiya-sama doesn't want to be Hokage. The others were surprised, but upon reflection, Jiraiya-sama seemed accustomed to freedom. Moreover, Jiraiya's pervy tendencies were well known. He frequented the women's bathhouse in Konoha. If he were to become Hokage and these things were exposed, the result would be a peeping Tom holding the position of Hokage. Just thinking about it made the higher-ups shudder. But if not Jiraiya-sama, who else could take on the position of Hokage? The ninjas all wore expressions of melancholy. If it weren't for the Nine-Tails incident, Konoha wouldn't be in this situation. If the fourth Hokage were still alive, the Sound and Sand villages wouldn't have dared to attack Konoha so brazenly. And in this silence, Danzo, leaning on his cane, entered the room. Naturally, the position of Hokage will be inherited by me. Jiraiya looked at Danzo with a grim expression. Danzo. You can forget about the position of Hokage. Danzo's cold gaze met Jiraiya's, and he said icily. Besides me, no one is more suitable for the position of Hokage. If not for Sarutobi, I would have been the most likely candidate to inherit the position of the third Hokage. He had coveted the position of Hokage for many years. Only by becoming the Hokage himself could Konoha possibly regain its former glory as the leading village in the shinobi world. He would make Konoha great again. Your methods are not suitable for the position of Hokage. Konoha will not have a good outcome under your leadership. Jiraiya. You are too insolent. Two massive chakra pressures surged around, bringing considerable pressure to the higher-ups present. I think Jiraiya is right. The position of Hokage is not suitable for you. Danzo. Asuma lit a cigarette and stepped forward. Asuma. Danzo glared at Asuma with a fierce look. Asuma was the son of the third Hokage. If Asuma objected to this Hokage position, it would be difficult for Danzo to take it. Even the position of the fifth Hokage might be taken by Asuma. Since you won't let me take the position of Hokage, then you should nominate someone suitable for the position. For a while, neither Asuma nor Jiraiya had anything to say. Jiraiya glanced at Asuma, hesitated for a moment, and said. Asuma, if you want to take on the position of Hokage, no one in the village would object. After all, you are the son of the old man. Me as Hokage. Asuma was almost startled, almost dropping the cigarette from his mouth. Forget it, being Hokage is too troublesome. Jiraiya-sama, have you forgotten someone? Besides Orochimaru, isn't there another person who is also one of the legendary Sannin, just like you? Jiraiya clapped his hands excitedly. That's right. How could I forget about Tsunade? Danzo's face turned even darker as he firmly rejected, are you suggesting Tsunade to take on the position of fifth Hokage? That's impossible. Have you forgotten about the aftermath of the war that Tsunade experienced? A person who fears blood is not qualified to be Hokage. Tsunade, the last descendant of the Senju clan, and one of the legendary Sannin along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, gained notoriety during the Third Great Ninja War. Who said being Hokage must involve bloodshed? Moreover, Tsunade has the blood of the Senju clan. It is only natural for her to take on the position of Hokage. Jiraiya confronted Danzo forcefully. Ryujiro, feeling somewhat fatigued, yawned. The argument between Danzo and Jiraiya was truly boring. If it weren't for his status, Ryujiro would have somewhat wanted to leave. After several disputes, Jiraiya and Danzo finally parted ways without resolution. Jiraiya proposed to bring Tsunade back to the village and nominate her for the position of Hokage. But with Tsunade's personality, Jiraiya could already feel a headache coming on just thinking about it. Even if Tsunade were willing to return to Konoha, she might not necessarily take on the position of Hokage. For now, the priority was to bring Tsunade back. At this moment, only Ryujiro and Jiraiya remained in the room. Jiraiya looked at Ryujiro and asked, "Ryujiro, did you teach Naruto the Rasengan?" Yes. Jiraiya had recently returned to the village and was surprised when he found out that Naruto could perform the Rasengan. After all, the Rasengan was created by Minato. It was quite astonishing to him that someone besides himself and Minato could perform it. The Rasengan was developed by the fourth Hokage. How did you learn it? I developed it myself. Jiraiya-sama. Are you saying that the Rasengan was originally developed by the fourth Hokage? Ryujiro naturally pretended to know nothing. Jiraiya was now probing him. Although Jiraiya was different from Hiruzen and had his own morals, he wouldn't hesitate to take action if anyone threatened Konoha's interests. Moreover, Ryujiro had the strength to prevent this tragedy from happening. He needed to continue hiding his true strength for now. You developed it yourself? Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. Indeed, a genius. In both ninjutsu and kenjutsu, Ryujiro was more versatile than any genius he had ever seen. The principle of the Rasengan wasn't that difficult. As long as one understood its principles, learning the Rasengan wasn't difficult. So Jiraiya didn't doubt Ryujiro too much. This time, Konoha's victory was largely due to Ryujiro. But Jiraiya could see the rebellious and sharp eyes of Ryujiro. He knew that the young man in front of him was definitely not that simple. I see. Ryujiro, are you interested in meeting someone with me? Who? Another Sannin. Chapter 42, Meeting Tsunade. Hey. Pervy Sage. Why is Ryujiro with us? Weren't you supposed to take me alone? You're a big liar. Naruto looked displeased, as if he was not happy with Ryujiro beside him. Ryujiro put his hand on Naruto's head, then turned to him with a gentle smile. Naruto, do you have a problem with me? Looking at Ryujiro's friendly smile, Naruto couldn't help but shiver and quickly shook his head, saying, No. Ryujiro, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Terrifying. Ryujiro's smile. It's like he's going to devour someone. TCH. Boring. They were still within the borders of the Land of Fire. Although Jiraiya didn't know Tsunade's exact whereabouts, Tsunade definitely wouldn't leave the Land of Fire, and she usually frequented only a few places. After all, Tsunade was an old gambler. But even though she was such an old gambler who had been gambling since her youth, she had never won once. To say that this person had bad luck wasn't an overstatement, as she always lost. None of the three disciples of Hiruzen were exemplary. One was a pervert, one was a gambler, and one was like a poisonous snake who liked powerful kids. Ryujiro felt that they shouldn't be called the legendary Sannin if that was the case. Following Jiraiya, Ryujiro arrived at a town in the Land of Fire. Since they were looking for Tsunade, the first thing to do was naturally to go to a gambling den. There were only a few places where Tsunade usually frequented, and although Tsunade had been losing, she had never been short of money. The reason was that no one dared to approach Tsunade to ask for repayment of high-interest loans. If anyone had ill intentions toward her, Tsunade could simply stomp her foot, and the ground would collapse into a pit. Who would dare to approach Tsunade for repayment? They had already visited several gambling dens but hadn't found Tsunade's whereabouts. Now there was only one gambling den left. If Tsunade wasn't found there, it would be difficult to find her. Meanwhile, in a certain casino, a figure stood out among the other patrons. Golden long hair, mature appearance, and a voluptuous figure that was impossible to ignore, especially the huge balloons on her chest, which made it hard to look away. But the gamblers in the casino only dared to sneak glances. After all, this golden-haired beauty was notorious for being difficult to provoke. It was said that several thugs tried to harass her and ended up partially disabled. Place your bets. Place your bets. Tsunade looked at the chips in her hand with a conflicted expression. She didn't have many chips left, and if she lost again, she would truly be broke. 5. It's been even all this time, so it must be odd this time. Beside Tsunade was a delicate beauty wearing a black kimono and holding a small piglet. At this moment, a look of despair appeared on Shizen's face. As long as you bet against Tsunade, you were guaranteed to win. Darn it. It's odd after all. Tsunade looked somewhat annoyed at the dice, having lost all her chips from morning till afternoon. Lady Tsunade, it's getting late. Let's go back, Shizen said helplessly. If it weren't for Tsunade, Shizen would never set foot in a gambling den in her lifetime. Tsunade was still somewhat reluctant, but she had run out of chips. Alright, Shizen, let's go back. Shizen's despondent expression finally gave way to a faint smile. They could finally go back. Oh. Tsunade. So you were here. Hearing the familiar voice, Tsunade widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the person in front of her. Jiraiya. How did you end up here? Lord Jiraiya. At this moment, Naruto's face turned red instantly, and he shyly turned his head away, as if he had just seen something he shouldn't have. Ryujiro squinted at Tsunade. Truly one of the legendary Sannin. Indeed very impressive. Cough cough. I mean, indeed very much embodies the spirit of the legendary Sannin. After chatting with Jiraiya and Tsunade for a while, they all went to a nearby tavern. When Tsunade and Shizen learned that the third Hokage had died protecting the village from Orochimaru's attack, they couldn't accept this fact. That bastard Orochimaru, he really dared to do it, Tsunade said darkly, feeling a lot of guilt towards the third Hokage. Regardless, the third Hokage was her teacher. She couldn't believe that she wasn't by his side when he was in danger. What's even more ridiculous is that the third Hokage died at the hands of Orochimaru, who was once his most promising disciple. Even Tsunade herself thought at the time that Orochimaru was likely to succeed the third Hokage as Hokage. But now everything has changed. Hey, Jiraiya, who are these two brats with you? Tsunade brushed away her dark thoughts and finally noticed the two kids beside Jiraiya. Oh, this one is Naruto, you could say he's half my disciple. What? Pervy sage. How am I only half? Puffed. Tsunade almost spewed out the tea she had just drunk when she heard pervy sage. Pervy sage. It really suits Jiraiya's image. And this is Ryujiro, a recently promoted jonin, and a genius swordsman. Tsunade, his swordsmanship is even more terrifying than Tsukumo-san. What? More terrifying than Tsukumo's swordsmanship? Tsukumo was truly a ninja of the highest caliber, and what Jiraiya meant was that this kid already possessed strength surpassing that of Tsukumo at such a young age. Is that possible? Jiraiya, even if this kid is a genius, you shouldn't exaggerate like that. I've seen Tsukumo's strength firsthand, so I know best. Tsunade felt that Jiraiya was exaggerating a bit. Although this kid looked quite mature for his age, Tsunade estimated that he couldn't be older than 16. But to have surpassed a jonin-level ninja like Tsukumo at such a young age. Even if this were spread, it would be regarded as a joke by others. Hey, Tsunade, I advise you not to underestimate Ryujiro. If it weren't for him, the calamity that Konoha experienced this time would have been no different from the Nine-Tails incident. Ryujiro single-handedly stopped a Jinchuriki, and even defeated a tailed beast head-on. Tsunade suddenly stood up, looking at Ryujiro in disbelief, her finger trembling as she pointed at him. You're saying this kid defeated a tailed beast? How is that possible? Chapter 43, Orochimaru strikes again. Tailed beast Jinchurikis are the ultimate weapon of the major ninja villages, and the power of tailed beasts can be said to be devastating. Even the Kage would struggle against a tailed beast, except for the first Hokage of Konoha. Of course, the strength of each tailed beast, from 1 tail to 9 tails, varies greatly. Except for the first Hokage of Konoha, of course. Perhaps when the Sage of Six Paths distributed chakra, he favored the 9 tails a bit more. Otherwise, how could the 9 tails and Naruto easily defeat the other 7-tailed beasts when working together in the later stages? But even a 1 tail is not something that an ordinary jonin can handle, and only a Kage can deal with a fully transformed Jinchuriki. How old is this kid? Tsunade asked in shock. 14. Ha. Tsunade and Shizen both sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiraiya, are you sure you're not kidding me? A 14-year-old Kage. This isn't a genius, it's a monster. It's a freak. The key point is that Jiraiya just said that this kid's swordsmanship is on par with S-rank ninjutsu, and there's not even a trace of chakra in it, meaning that this sword strike is purely wielded by Ryujiro himself. With such terrifying swordsmanship, even White Fang of the Konoha would probably hand over his title to Ryujiro if he were still alive. Not bad, kid. You'll definitely have a place as a future great shinobi of Konoha. Tsunade slapped Ryujiro's shoulder with pride, completely unaware that he was one of the most powerful people who shook the ninja world. Some even suspected before that if Tsunade really became the 5th Hokage, she might mortgage Konoha. After all, Tsunade's personality and her luck in the gambling den really made it possible. Ryujiro coldly brushed off Tsunade's hand and said indifferently. But I'm not interested in being a Hokage. I just want to be strong enough to protect the people around me. Not interested in being Hokage. This surprised Tsunade a bit. Wasn't the position of Hokage a lifelong dream for these young ninjas? But just wanting to protect the people around oneself. Tsunade's gaze dimmed at this point. Can being strong enough really protect the people around oneself? The tragedies of Dan and Nawaki. Perhaps if she had been strong enough, with the strength she has now, maybe Dan and Nawaki wouldn't have died. Kid, you do have a bit of a manly demeanor, but don't hang out with Jiraiya too much. I know Jiraiya's character best. This guy has had no luck with women since I've known him. If you don't want to stay single in the future, it's best to stay away from Jiraiya. Hey! Tsunade. Are you making fun of me in front of the younger generation? Jiraiya glared at Tsunade angrily. Tsunade's tongue was still as venomous as ever after all these years. No, there's been a bit of a change. Jiraiya's gaze couldn't help but focus on Tsunade's upper body. However, just as he stared for only a few seconds, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into Jiraiya's face. Boom. A sound like a bursting balloon, an invisible shockwave resounded, and Jiraiya flew out like a comet. Pervy Sage. Damn it, what are you doing? Naruto looked at Tsunade angrily. Don't look at me like that, kid. I would have gouged out his eyes a long time ago if it were someone else. Besides, Jiraiya is fine. Tsunade shrugged indifferently. Jiraiya was smashed into the wall by Tsunade's punch, and the whole person leaned against the rubble. The people around dared not approach, thinking that Jiraiya was dead. Tsunade, you're still the same. Jiraiya got up, touched the spot where Tsunade had hit him. Tsunade's monstrous strength was still as terrifying as ever. Humph. Jiraiya, your annoying personality is still the same. Tsunade looked disdainful. Jiraiya rubbed his neck and chuckled. Boss, I'm sorry. The losses here are all on my account. After all, they smashed someone else's tavern. No matter what, they couldn't just walk away like that. Besides, Jiraiya knew that since Tsunade was willing to come out of the gambling den, she definitely had no money left. The tavern owner looked gratefully at Jiraiya. Such a good person. If he were to ask that woman for compensation, she would probably kill him. Tsunade put one foot on a stool, her imposing manner causing Ryujiro to widen his eyes slowly. All right, Jiraiya, since you've come to find me, it's not just for catching up. Speak up if you have something to say. The small talk ends here. That's right. The purpose of coming to find Tsunade must not be forgotten. Jiraiya put away his smile, and said seriously to Tsunade, Tsunade. Will you become the 5th Hokage? Naruto was dumbfounded, and the fish he had just eaten almost choked him. Hokage. What's going on? Does the pervy sage want this woman to become the village's 5th Hokage? Could it be that the person the pervy sage said was very powerful is this woman? Was it true or not? Naruto couldn't accept this fact for a while. I've said what I wanted to say. What's your answer? Shizune, who was on the side, looked nervous. The esteemed Jiraiya-sama wanted Lady Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage. What's going on? Is this the village's decision? Just as Tsunade was about to speak, suddenly the atmosphere changed in the presence of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Ryujiro's face changed. This chilly aura. Tsunade and Jiraiya walked out of the tavern, looking at Orochimaru standing on the wall with a gloomy expression. Indeed, it's you, Orochimaru. Chapter 44, Ryujiro's strange behavior. Orochimaru frowned. It seemed like everyone he encountered lately was familiar to him. He had only come to find Tsunade to heal his hands. Ryujiro, Jiraiya, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Tsunade's expression darkened as she looked up at Orochimaru. If they weren't in a town, Orochimaru would have likely attacked already. Jiraiya, Tsunade, the three of us have a rare chance to gather together. Those were the days. And Ryujiro. Orochimaru forced a faint smile, but he looked more exhausted than before, like a dying man. However, when he mentioned Ryujiro's name, he emphasized it deliberately. Jiraiya and Tsunade glanced at Ryujiro, but they didn't pay too much attention. They knew Orochimaru was chronically ill. Drop the fake smile. You traitor. Tsunade gritted her teeth. So, you're the Orochimaru who killed the 3rd Hokage, as Pervy Sage mentioned. Naruto glared at Orochimaru. The 3rd Hokage, the old man who had been kind to him, died at Orochimaru's hands. Due to his anger, Naruto's chakra suddenly burst uncontrollably, surprising Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others. This kid's chakra. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade was sensitive to chakra. The Jinchuriki's chakra was vast, like an ocean. And this was just Naruto's own chakra. It seemed the village not only had this troublemaker but also another monster. Tsunade couldn't help but shift her gaze to Ryujiro. The atmosphere grew tense, with a battle ready to erupt at any moment. However, at that moment, Ryujiro's figure suddenly disappeared. Before Kabuto, who was beside Orochimaru, could understand what was happening, he was kicked away by Ryujiro. Even Orochimaru couldn't react in time. Tsunade and Jiraiya also struggled to keep up with Ryujiro's speed. Why wasn't this kid playing by the rules? Why did he suddenly attack? Jiraiya and Tsunade couldn't just stand by. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Ryujiro pressed his sword against Orochimaru's neck, his expression calm. Even facing one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, Ryujiro remained unfazed. Orochimaru, I advise you not to move. My sword is faster than your petty tricks. Though Ryujiro's tone was calm, the domineering aura emanating from him made Orochimaru feel an icy chill instantly enveloping him. That aura again. This pressure wasn't from chakra, it was an instinctual fear, and facing Ryujiro, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel he wasn't dealing with just a shinobi. Instead, he sensed a unique presence, akin to that of a king. Was Ryujiro aspiring to become a nation's ruler? Ryujiro-kun, what do you mean by this? Orochimaru squinted at Ryujiro with a strange look in his eyes. Orochimaru, you should understand without me having to spell it out. The third Hokage died by your hand, and everyone wants revenge for him. Naturally, I am no exception. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Ryujiro, drowning everything like a tidal wave. Struggling to stand, Kabuto looked at Ryujiro in terror. Lord Orochimaru. Before he could finish, Ryujiro left a blur and appeared in front of Kabuto, looking at him expressionlessly. Though Kabuto's reaction was quick, his face momentarily froze, but his body's instincts prevented him from attacking Ryujiro. You have no say here. Weaklings should act like weaklings. With terrifying strength, Ryujiro's fist smashed into Kabuto's chest. The sound of bones breaking sent chills down everyone's spine. However, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. Ryujiro's reaction was strange. While Orochimaru was indeed the killer of the third Hokage, and Konoha village's ninjas harbored resentment towards him, Jiraiya sensed only killing intent from Ryujiro, not hatred. Why did Ryujiro harbor such intense killing intent towards Orochimaru and Kabuto? Has Orochimaru done something to Ryujiro before? Jiraiya, that kid. That wild gaze, it's as if he's a wild beast. We can't let him come into contact with Danzo's root. If this kid falls into darkness, it will lead to unforeseen consequences for us. A grave expression crossed Tsunade's face. Such a gaze. If the higher-ups of the Konoha village pressured Ryujiro, it would backfire, possibly leading to the emergence of another powerful rogue ninja. Kabuto is my subordinate. Please be gentle with him. Hey, even if he's your subordinate. He's just a pawn to you. Ryujiro mercilessly exposed Orochimaru's lies. A snake is a cold-blooded creature, and Orochimaru was no longer human, he was more like a venomous snake that devoured people without leaving bones. Hey, it seems you understand me well, Ryujiro. Orochimaru's face turned completely dark. Before Ryujiro, he didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, with Jiraiya and Tsunade present, Orochimaru's strength was greatly reduced. His hands felt as if they were burning, as if engulfed in intense heat. Hey, Ryujiro, Orochimaru isn't that simple. Don't act on your own for now. However, though Jiraiya's voice reached Ryujiro's ears, he acted as if he hadn't heard. Both Ryujiro and Orochimaru suddenly disappeared from the sight of the three, with Orochimaru being kicked away by Ryujiro again, just like during the Chuunin exams. But this time, Orochimaru had no power to block the kick. Is this kid always so reckless? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed. I don't quite understand him either. Let's catch up quickly. Orochimaru's not in his right mind, but if Ryujiro's not careful, he might fall victim to Orochimaru's strange jutsus. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Both glanced at their disciples. You two stay here. With that, Jiraiya and Tsunade disappeared in front of Naruto and Shizen's eyes. Naruto and Shizen looked at each other in confusion, then turned away, their eyes meeting, and the air fell silent as if several black dots appeared over their heads. So, we've been left behind like this. Chapter 45, Slaying Manda. Bang. 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 As the smoke exploded, engulfing the surroundings, the ground shook violently, and a dangerous aura filled the air. A massive snake-like summon creature with purple markings appeared, its head adorned with three prominent horns resembling a dragon's. It loomed before Ryujiro like a small mountain peak. Orochimaru's summon, Manda. However, Orochimaru's summon had a specific condition. After each summoning, Manda required 100 living sacrifices. These sacrifices could be anyone, children, adults, or the elderly, and ultimately, they were all consumed by Manda, making it the epitome of an evil summon. TSK, Orochimaru, you're shameless. Summoning me to deal with a mere child, Manda remarked. Your hand. No wonder, your power is restricted. It seems you've done something significant before. Manda was not pleased with Orochimaru's interference, but they were old acquaintances. Orochimaru's aura had weakened significantly since their last encounter. Manda, Ryujiro is not as simple as you think. One wrong move and even you might fall by his blade, Orochimaru warned solemnly. Oh. But just a little brat was making Orochimaru cautious. This wasn't quite the Orochimaru he knew. Was it because of his weakened state? Orochimaru, don't compare me to you. I am Manda, the strongest snake of the Ryuchi cave. Manda declared. Manda simply couldn't believe that a mere ant could kill him. Its massive body pressed down on the surroundings, crushing trees under its colossal form. The terrifying aura it emitted sent nearby creatures fleeing. You have no chance to shine here, Manda. You'd better obediently return to the Ryuchi cave with your tail between your legs. Ryujiro's gaze remained ice-cold as he faced the massive Manda. Despite its size, Ryujiro remained unfazed. Kid. What did you say? Manda erupted in anger, its aura resembling an erupting volcano, ready to burst at any moment. This stage isn't yours, Manda. You brat. Even if Orochimaru pleads for you, I'll still kill you. With Manda, anger reaching its peak, its tremendous power surged like a tidal wave. The ground collapsed under its immense force, and friction in the air created a shockwave akin to thunder rolling. Its colossal tail swept towards Ryujiro, devastating the land. Manda power could easily demolish a small mountain. Humph, an arrogant kid. Prepare to be crushed. Unperturbed, Ryujiro calmly assumed a stance with his sword drawn. The chilling glint in his eyes caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. No matter how great your power, you're still just a beast. The strongest serpent of Ryuchi cave. In my eyes, you're nothing but a worm. Shoo. With speed surpassing the limits of the world, Ryujiro's strike created shockwaves that extended several meters behind him. It wasn't mere body flicker jutsu but the eruption of ultimate power. As Manda's colossal tail swept towards him, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the massive tail danced in the air, raining blood upon the earth. Boom. Like a small mountain, the enormous tail crashed onto the ground, creating ripples. Manda let out a sharp cry of pain, and Orochimaru, standing atop its head, almost lost balance due to its agonized struggles. But the next moment, Orochimaru trembled and almost instinctively jumped down from Manda's head. The fear and sense of impending doom made Orochimaru, who felt the threat of death for the first time, break out in a cold sweat. Ryujiro's figure turned into afterimages as sword strikes, akin to a storm, showered Manda's body. Each strike accompanied by the sharp sound of air friction. Shoo! Calmly, Ryujiro returned to his original position, sheathing his sword. At this moment, when Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived and saw Manda's colossal tail, their eyes shrank in shock. Tsunade suddenly knelt on the ground, her face pale as she collapsed. The sight of blood triggered Tsunade's hemophobia once again. Anyone with hemophobia like Tsunade would become virtually useless in combat upon seeing blood. Of course, Tsunade's hemophobia stemmed from losing her loved ones, including her partner and brother, in the Third Great Ninja War. Despite being a medical ninja, she couldn't save them. Manda's tail. This boy, Ryujiro, is too ruthless. He actually cut off Manda's tail. He's nothing but a beast. Jiraiya looked at the huge purple tail with palpitations. However, what followed was even more shocking. Crack, crack. Like the sound of rocks shattering, cracks of various sizes appeared on Manda's stiffened body. When Jiraiya saw blood oozing out, the sight shocked him. The bloody scene assaulted his vision. Bang. With a loud explosion, Manda's body burst open, like a firework, and its limbs and flesh danced in the air like a bloody rain, turning into a torrential storm that swept the surrounding area. The scene gave the impression of being amidst a sea of corpses and blood. The immense amount of blood seemed to wash over the surrounding forests like waves. Jiraiya's mind went blank, looking at the crimson chunks before him, his brain ceased to function. Manda. Did it just die like that? The thick smell of blood in the air made Jiraiya feel like he was on a battlefield where thousands had perished. No. Tsunade. Jiraiya anxiously looked at Tsunade. By now, Tsunade was covered in blood, and the smell of blood overwhelmed her senses. Compared to her earlier fearful expression, she now seemed completely numb. Tsunade. Pull yourself together. Hey. Wake up. Jiraiya shook Tsunade, and with each shake, the water-like substance on Tsunade's body created ripples. Bang. A punch landed on Jiraiya's face and ear. Jiraiya was sent flying again, while Tsunade, with a dark face, looked at Jiraiya, who was thrown several meters away. Looking at her blood-covered hands and the massive blood chunks scattered around, Tsunade seemed strangely unaffected. Was her hemophobia cured? Chapter 46, Killing One of the Sannin. Watching the fresh blood before them, even Tsunade's eyes were tainted with the viscous blood of Manda. Inside the Ryuchi cave, lying on a stone couch, the white snake sage, smoking a pipe, suddenly widened his serpent eyes. The aura of Manda disappeared. What happened after Orochimaru's called Manda? What exactly could have happened in such a short time? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, with a face full of fear, stared at Manda chopped into pieces. From the moment it happened to now, it had been less than a minute. Manda died at Ryujiro's hands just like that. The next moment, Ryujiro used body flicker jutsu to appear in front of Orochimaru. At this moment, no one noticed Ryujiro. Jiraiya was still in the dirt, not yet climbed up, and Tsunade, no longer fearing blood, momentarily didn't pay attention to this side. Ryujiro leaned forward and moved his mouth. Instantly, Orochimaru's eyes contracted, and his face changed dramatically as he looked at Ryujiro. At the same time, the next second, a dazzling and murderous blade flashed in an instant. The brief burst of killing intent caused the temperature to plummet suddenly, as if immersed in an icy world. Orochimaru's eyes, full of wildness and coldness, gradually lost focus, and stunning blood blossomed in the air. Only at this moment did both Jiraiya and Tsunade's gazes shift to Ryujiro. Orochimaru. Orochimaru fell backward, a terrifying bloodstain appearing on his chest, blood still continuously flowing out. This strike completely severed Orochimaru's vitality. Jiraiya and Tsunade hurried over. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade crouching on the ground. Tsunade shook her head as she looked at Jiraiya. Orochimaru is really dead. After saying this, Jiraiya and Tsunade silently looked at Ryujiro. The methods of this young man in front of them were truly frightening. Decisive in killing, without any hesitation, Orochimaru, no matter how weakened his strength was still one of the Sannin. At least, even a Jonin would feel fear because of Orochimaru's reputation. But Ryujiro was unmoved. Compared to Orochimaru, Ryujiro's wildness was far too different. This kid gave the impression more like a ferocious beast. But why did both Jiraiya and Tsunade feel Orochimaru's death was too sudden? Even feeling somewhat eerie. Tsunade-sama. Shizun and Naruto also rushed over. The commotion here was too great, even Naruto and Shizun couldn't help but want to come over and see what was going on. That's Orochimaru. Shizun's face changed dramatically as she looked at Orochimaru's corpse. Orochimaru was actually dead. What happened just now? Tsunade-sama. Shizun pointed at Orochimaru's corpse with trembling fingers. Tsunade sighed and looked at Ryujiro with a complicated expression. It was this brat. What? Shizun looked shocked at the blood-drenched Ryujiro. He actually killed Orochimaru. Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, and his strength was almost equal to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Shizun glanced at the blood around them. This is... Shizun suddenly widened her eyes, and the fear in her eyes became even more intense. Manda. It's the body of Manda. Yes, the kid killed Manda too. Tsunade added from behind. Oh my god. Ha. Shizun took a sharp breath, but because of the strong smell of blood in the air, she felt a little uncomfortable, suddenly feeling nauseous. Tsunade, your fear of blood. Jiraiya looked surprised at Tsunade. Tsunade put her hands on her hips and sighed, saying, yeah, I'm surprised too. It seems like my fear of blood is gone. What? Tsunade-sama, your fear is gone. What's going on? Tsunade shrugged helplessly and said, I don't know either. Ryujiro squinted his eyes, somewhat surprised, looking at Tsunade. Has Tsunade's hemophobia actually disappeared? In the original anime, Tsunade's hemophobia was cured, but it was because of Naruto. Could it be that the scene just now had such a great psychological impact on Tsunade that she was no longer afraid of blood? Brat, you deliberately distracted me and Jiraiya earlier. What deep-seated hatred do you have with Orochimaru to want to kill him so badly? Both Jiraiya and Tsunade focused on Ryujiro. If Tsunade and Jiraiya had been focusing on Ryujiro from start to finish just now, even if Ryujiro took action, they would have stopped him. Orochimaru was not only their comrade but also a rogue ninja of the village, and his life or death involved many decisions of the Konoha village higher-ups. And Orochimaru might also know some things about the Konoha village that others didn't know. It's either he dies or I die. Sooner or later, he would have died by my hands. I just made that day come earlier. He sees me as his vessel. Vessel. Jiraiya and Tsunade also understood the meaning behind Ryujiro's words. Orochimaru had long set his sights on Ryujiro. Perhaps besides this reason, there was no other motive that could make Ryujiro harbor such killing intent toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's forbidden jutsus were depraved. Ryujiro actually killed someone as powerful as the Sannin. Damn it. Ryujiro, what have you been doing all these years? When can I surpass your strength? Naruto clenched his fists, looking unwilling. Ryujiro walked up and flicked Naruto's forehead hard. Ouch. That hurts. Ryujiro teased, Naruto, you will surely surpass me one day. Hearing this, Naruto became happy, and before he could reply, Ryujiro continued. But maybe that day will come in your next life. Ah. Damn it. Ryujiro, just wait, one day I'll pay you back for bullying me. Naruto rubbed his forehead, glaring at Ryujiro. Things happened too suddenly, to the extent that Jiraiya didn't know how to bring up the matter after going back. Orochimaru actually died at Ryujiro's hands, and Jiraiya felt strange about Ryujiro's feelings. This little monster couldn't be viewed with the eyes of an ordinary child. Jiraiya felt Ryujiro's depth was too profound, especially this time, evading them and wanting to kill Orochimaru. This series of actions were too weird. There seems to be something shady about it. It's just that Jiraiya felt a little emotional. It was really ridiculous that his classmate at that time died at the hands of such a young boy. Ryujiro, what did you do when you were following Guy? Why do you have such a terrible murderous intent? Too much of this aura is not a good thing. You will lose yourself and gradually become obsessed with killing and derive pleasure from it. Ryujiro glanced at Jiraiya and reported to Jiraiya about the mission with Guy and the number of ninjas he had killed over the years. The more Jiraiya listened, the more frightened he became. He felt that what was scary about Ryujiro was how he killed these ninjas, but the lack of expression on his face when he said these things. Instead of showing remorse or empathy, when he revealed that information, Ryujiro's eyes showed no fluctuation. For Ryujiro, these ninjas were nothing more than a number. Chapter 47, Youth, it's wonderful. In this world, whether it's people or numbers, none of it matters. It's either you die, or I die. Ryujiro's sole focus was on enhancing his own strength, swiftly advancing through the templates, unlocking the second template. Merely having the Mihawk Template was insufficient for dominating the entire ninja world. What he needed was a template even more terrifying than the 6 paths. After slaying Orochimaru, Ryujiro's Mihawk Template increased by 0.5%. Though not much, Ryujiro was satisfied. It's worth noting that if he were to only refine his swordsmanship through battles within his spiritual space and with the Mihawk, he would need to go through at least thousands of battles to gain that 0.5%. In the later stages, it would be impossible to rapidly progress through the templates as he did before by simply engaging in continuous battles. Ryujiro's development of Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki had recently hit a bottleneck. He had reached a high-level mastery in advanced Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki techniques like emission, internal destruction, and infusion, but he wanted to completely master it. But it was proving really difficult for him as he had no one guiding him. His only source of knowledge regarding all these techniques were just coming from the One Piece anime. He had also tried to improve these techniques by fighting Mihawk continuously, but that also didn't give him desired results. If he could master it, perhaps his strength would increase a few notches. As for the future vision of Observation Haki, aside from those with innate talent, reaching that level was no easy task, but he had made somewhat progress in that area. His current strength was beyond that of a Kage. He was about to level of powerhouses like Hashirama and Madara. Perhaps only a ninja like the 4th Raikage of Kimogakure, with lightning-like speed, could pose somewhat of a threat to Ryujiro. No even Raikage won't pose that much of threat to him. If it were a tailed beast, Ryujiro could still manage it. Whether he could sever a tailed beast bomb, even Ryujiro himself wasn't sure if he could accomplish it as he had never tried it before. But he wasn't too worried about it, because he knew with this level of Mihawk Template unlocked, right now only someone like Madara could challenge him in the entire shinobi world. A tailed beast bomb was a cannon of highly compressed chakra energy. Once unleashed, destroying a small mountain was child's play. In the quiet of the night, Ryujiro rose to his feet. The surroundings were incredibly serene, only the bustling chirping of insects could be heard. That guy Orochimaru. After killing him, Ryujiro didn't receive any notification from the system, nor did his progress increase. Orochimaru hadn't truly died. In the original work, Sasuke revived Orochimaru from Anko's body using the cursed seal and some of his DNA. Perhaps the condition for resurrection only required someone marked with the cursed seal of heaven. Ryujiro felt that Orochimaru's revival wasn't truly resurrection. It was as if the cursed seal of heaven acted as a checkpoint. Orochimaru merely divided his body and soul, leaving some cells in the person he marked with the seal. Through these cells, Orochimaru could achieve a certain degree of resurrection. After all, Orochimaru mastered core technology. If Orochimaru had truly died so easily, it would be too dull. This was also an experiment conducted by Ryujiro. Moreover, no one knew what he and Orochimaru had discussed in the end. For a mad scientist like Orochimaru, he couldn't refuse what Ryujiro said, that is, the artificial creation of Kekkei Genkai. It could even produce a large number of cloned Kekkei Genkai. In the sequel Boruto, Shin is not a member of the Uchiha clan. Originally, he was one of Orochimaru's experiments, possessing a special physique that allowed him to undergo organ transplants without rejection. Later, he mass-produced cloned individuals. The cloning of Kekkei Genkai was feasible. Although Shin wasn't a member of the Uchiha clan, as long as he received Uchiha DNA and had no rejection, he could activate the Sharingan, and even the Mangekyo Sharingan. With Shin cells as a medium, coupled with the cells of Hashirama Senju, Ryujiro couldn't imagine if his desired outcome could truly be achieved. The final evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan. To awaken the Rinnegan, the cells of Hashirama Senju are indispensable. Of course, awakening the Rinnegan is not so easy. It's worth noting that among the Uchiha clan, only Madara Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha have awakened the Rinnegan. If awakening the Rinnegan only required the cells of Hashirama Senju, then the eyes known as the Eye of Six Paths would be too cheap. Ryujiro didn't care when Orochimaru would be resurrected. He knew that once Orochimaru was revived, he would come looking for him. As for how long it would take, Ryujiro had plenty of time. For Ryujiro, both the Sharingan and Rinnegan held no allure. The reason he tempted Orochimaru was to help Hinata evolve her Byakugan to its pinnacle, to awaken the Tenseigan. This way, he wouldn't have to worry excessively about the people around him. Perhaps by then, Ryujiro might have unlocked a template even higher than the Mihawk. Under Jiraiya's and Naruto's repeated persuasion, Tsunade agreed to take on the role of the fifth Hokage of Konoha. At this moment, Ryujiro also came down from upstairs. Tsunade looked at Ryujiro with a knowing smile. "Kid, when I officially assume the position of the fifth Hokage, come join the ANBU." The ANBU was originally established by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, as a department directly under the Hokage's command. Generally, it was responsible for protecting the Hokage and preventing foreign invasions into Konoha. Ryujiro glanced lightly at Tsunade, hands behind his back. "Wait until you've become the fifth Hokage of Konoha." Jiraiya's words were just wishful thinking. The higher-ups in Konoha haven't agreed to this yet. Although we, the Jonins of Konoha, have no objections, inheriting the position of Hokage won't be so easy for you. "Ah." Tsunade turned her head with a fierce gaze, locking onto Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, is what this little brat is saying the truth? Didn't you say the village had already agreed to let me take the position of the fifth Hokage?" "Ah. Ha ha ha. Tsunade, it's just a matter of time. Those stubborn old guys in the higher-ups will definitely agree to you inheriting the position of Hokage. Besides, you're the granddaughter of the first Hokage, you're practically the princess of Konoha." Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, retreating cautiously step by step. Jiraiya. Jiraiya realized the situation wasn't right and bolted. "Jiraiya, stop right there. Tsunade, spare me. Ah. Don't hit my face. Ah." Bam bam bam. Outside, passers-by hurriedly retreated to their homes. Even in the taverns, one could feel the commotion outside. Inside a tavern, an elderly man with a somewhat wretched face sipped his drink, a smile appearing on his face. "Ah, it's great to be young." Chapter 48, Uchiha Obito. On the journey, Jiraiya's face was swollen like a pig's head, with several large bumps on his forehead. When Naruto looked at it, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. As a result, Naruto now had 3 large bumps on his forehead just like Jiraiya. Despite his dissatisfaction, Naruto didn't dare to do anything against Jiraiya because in the end, he would just end up getting fixed by Jiraiya again. No matter what, Jiraiya was still Naruto's teacher, and Naruto regarded Jiraiya as his own master. Soon, Ryujiro and the others returned to the village. What happened next was not Ryujiro's concern, the competition for the position of Hokage had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to improve his own strength and unlock his second template. Ryujiro-kun, welcome home. Hinata always wore a gentle smile on her face when meeting Ryujiro. A smile appeared on Ryujiro's face as he held Hinata's hand and walked into the Hyuga house. Unconsciously, Ryujiro seemed to have become a part of the Hyuga family. The Hyuga family also deeply respected Ryujiro from the bottom of their hearts. This young man had become a jonin at such a young age, and he had even repelled a tailed beast and a summoning beast when the Sand and Sound villages invaded Konoha. Now, Ryujiro probably didn't even know that the villagers of Konoha already regarded him as the hero who saved the village. That guy Jiraiya actually managed to bring Tsunade back. The position of the fifth Hokage is mine, and no one can take it from me. Ryujiro, it's time to deal with that brat. The news of Tsunade's return to the village spread throughout the upper echelons of Konoha shortly after she arrived. Jiraiya summoned a meeting of the high-level officials and proposed that Tsunade be made the fifth Hokage. The Hokage advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane, had no objections to Tsunade inheriting the position of Hokage. In fact, Danzo had approached them privately as well. However, in the end, Danzo's efforts were in vain, and both of them felt that Danzo's character was not suitable for the position of Hokage. They were surprised that Jiraiya had actually managed to bring Tsunade back, and even more so that Tsunade was willing to take on the role of the fifth Hokage. Both Tsunade's reputation and her identity qualified her for the position of Hokage. The two Hokage advisors had no objections, and naturally, no one else opposed. The news that the fifth Hokage had been confirmed spread throughout the entire village. Valley of the End, Ryujiro stood atop it, gazing at the dense forest below, his hand resting on his sword hilt. A figure leaped out from behind Ryujiro. Half of this person's head was wrapped in bandages, revealing a murky eye, and his right hand was wrapped in bandages, emitting a sinister aura. Danzo, what is it? Haha Ryujiro, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Danzo's deep gaze admired Ryujiro. I won't beat around the bush. As long as you support me becoming Hokage, you will be the next Hokage. Join my root, the people here are not worthy of your talents as a Jonin. Only by joining the roots of Konoha can we grow stronger trees. Danzo pointed at the Hokage rock. As long as you support me, your face will definitely be on the Hokage rock in the future. After saying that, Danzo burst out with a fierce momentum. No matter what, Danzo was not a simple figure in the ninja world. However, Ryujiro remained calm and composed, showing no reaction to Danzo's words. Danzo. You're mistaken. I have no interest in the position of Hokage. In fact, the position of Hokage means nothing to me. The Hokage is merely a worker of the village, a position bound by constraints. What I see is something higher. Ryujiro's Conqueror Haki burst forth in an instant. Danzo widened his eyes, looking at Ryujiro in shock. He hadn't expected that in Ryujiro's eyes, even the position of Hokage was worthless. The position he had coveted for years was deemed worthless by Ryujiro. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such ambitions. But if you help me become Hokage, in the future, if you face any trouble, you and I will be allies. Ryujiro sneered, not needed. He looked into the distance, then turned his disdainful gaze to Danzo. Do you know, Danzo? Both you and I are too insignificant for the entire ninja world. Why has the ninja world never been unified, with wars between the major nations continuing for years? It's because we lack strength. Only when our own strength is strong enough to fear nothing, like the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, can Konoha have the possibility of unifying the entire ninja world and bringing lasting peace to the entire ninja world. Boom. Danzo's heart trembled incessantly. He looked at Ryujiro in shock, unable to calm his heart for a long time. This was just a 14-year-old kid, but the words he spoke were completely unmatched by his age. Genius, perhaps this was what genius looked like. No. A 14-year-old Kage-level ninja was already a monster. Danzo sighed unwillingly. His figure slowly disappeared into the dense forest. Ryujiro looked at Danzo's disappearing figure, a disdainful smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The position of Hokage seemed great indeed, but in the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Uchiha Madara was resurrected using Edo Tensei, even the combined strength of the 5 Kages was not enough to match Uchiha Madara. They couldn't even give Uchiha Madara a good fight. Perhaps only his best friend, Hashirama, could dance before Madara. Night fell. Rarely returning to his own home, Ryujiro tidied up his room. For the past few years, he had basically been living in the Hyuga house. Part of it was to help train Hinata, and the other part was because his own home was too simple. Just as Ryujiro was about to lie down, a powerful aura suddenly appeared within his sensory range, and the location of this aura was on the roof of Ryujiro's house. This aura. There was no doubt that it belonged to a Kage-level ninja, no even higher, and this aura was much stronger than Tsunade's. Ryujiro picked up his sword and pushed open the door, leaping onto the roof. When he saw the figure in front of him clearly, Ryujiro's face showed a surprised expression, and his heart filled with alertness. Because he knew very well how powerful the person in front of him was. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 49, Dissolution of Root. The distinctive attire of the Akatsuki consisting of black cloaks with red clouds, a red interior, and a chin-high collar, adorned with a swirl-patterned orange mask, exuded a chilling aura, causing shivers down the spine. Just as sharp as Itachi described. Haha, let me introduce myself first. I am Uchiha Madara. Anyone familiar with the name Uchiha Madara would immediately pale at the mention of it. He was a powerful ninja from the Warring States period, also one of the founders of Konoha. The only one who could stand against him was the first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. He was a legendary figure. Ryujiro's expression remained unchanged upon seeing Obito. He assumed Ryujiro was too stunned to say anything. However, in that instant, Ryujiro couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, the cold aura coming from Obito intensified, and his gaze towards Ryujiro grew colder. What do you mean by that? Ryujiro looked disdainfully at Obito and said lightly, nothing much. If you were truly Uchiha Madara, I might not have laughed out loud. You're just hiding your weakness behind the name of Uchiha Madara. Do you think you're powerful enough now to control everything? Right now, you're just a puppet under Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito. In an instant, the terrifying killing intent emanating from Obito surged towards Ryujiro like a black tide. Obito's gaze became solemn. You know my identity. Who are you exactly? Someone young like Ryujiro couldn't possibly know his identity. Could Ryujiro be someone who survived from another era, perhaps due to some forbidden jutsu that reversed aging? Is your identity hard to guess? Uchiha Madara is a figure from the Warring States period. It was he who, despite his strength and strangeness, could not escape the laws of nature, which dictate that one day he will age and die. And if you really are Uchiha Madara? With his arrogant personality, I doubt he would approach me so calmly. As for your identity, there is nothing in the entire ninja world that I don't know. Obito's eyes suddenly contracted, and his gaze towards Ryujiro became more serious. Indeed, this guy was as mysterious as Itachi described. However, he didn't take Ryujiro's words to heart. The ninja world was so vast that even Madara had many things he couldn't comprehend. In his eyes, Ryujiro was just trying to assert his dominance. I didn't expect such a monster to be born in this era, Obito said in a deep voice. Ryujiro chuckled lightly. If we talk about monsters, I think you should be the one. You're neither human nor ghost now. And now you want to fight me. Such provocation undoubtedly trampled on Obito's pride, but he forcefully suppressed his killing intent. For so many years, no one had dared to speak to him like this. He was no longer the weak Obito. Now, he had the power to change the world. That plan could reunite him with Rin. Obito's figure slowly disappeared from the rooftop, as if he had become invisible without leaving a body. But the next moment, the disappeared Obito suddenly appeared behind Ryujiro. Obito's Sharingan spun, and a tremendous suction force attempted to pull Ryujiro into another dimension. But how could Ryujiro not know Obito's abilities? Without saying a word, he used body flicker jutsu and appeared in another corner of the rooftop. This action shook Obito once again. He looked at Ryujiro with a gloomy gaze. Do you know my abilities? I said, there's nothing in the ninja world that I don't know. Naturally, I know your abilities, Ryujiro said lightly with a smile. Obito's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Ryujiro. I'll remember you, Ryujiro. Next time, you'll die by my hands. Haha, I'll be looking forward to it. Facing Obito's threat, Ryujiro showed no fear, even a hint of amusement. After all, even after Madara's death, Obito couldn't escape his control. Looking at the faint smile on Ryujiro's lips, Obito's body trembled visibly. But in the end, Obito suppressed the urge to attack Ryujiro. Ryujiro was too mysterious. Not only did he know his identity, but he also knew about his Sharingan abilities. Those who didn't reveal their hand were always the most terrifying. The space around Obito began to distort, forming a vortex, with Obito's Sharingan as the center point, exerting a powerful suction force, pulling Obito's body into another dimension. Night returned to its usual tranquility. Obito had left. Within the range of Ryujiro's observation Haki, there was no trace of Obito's presence. Although Ryujiro didn't regard Obito highly, Obito's strength was unquestionable. Even if Ryujiro wanted to deal with Obito, it wouldn't be easy. The abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan and Genjutsu would affect Ryujiro's strength. If Ryujiro wanted to kill Obito, he must be sure to strike with a single blow. Even though his strength had reached the Kage level, there were still many unknown abilities in the ninja world that posed a threat to Ryujiro. The progress of unlocking the templates must be accelerated. He had to unlock the second template immediately, preferably a character template from a dimension other than the Naruto world. If he continued to pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship like someone on the level of Mihawk, it wouldn't be beneficial for Ryujiro. At least in other aspects, Ryujiro hoped the second template could bring him some additional abilities. Shortly afterward, the position of the fifth Hokage was also confirmed. Even if Danzo opposed it, it was of no avail. One of Tsunade's first actions as the fifth Hokage was to dissolve Danzo's root. Tsunade was well aware. Danzo said it was all for the sake of Konoha, but in reality, they were only for his own ambition. Tsunade was well aware of how many dirty deeds Danzo had done behind her back. The dissolution of root completely diluted Danzo's power. Of course, Tsunade didn't know what crazy things Danzo, who had been forced into a corner, would do. Ryujiro arrived at the Hokage's office and pushed open the door, seeing Shizen's helpless expression. At this moment, Tsunade had her feet on the desk, looking nothing like a Hokage, especially with her two mountains at another angle, fully showing their enormous shape. Shizen said helplessly, "Lady Tsunade, Jonin Ryujiro is here." She naively thought that Lady Tsunade would pay more attention to her image after becoming Hokage, but it seemed she was still too young. Chapter 50, Long Time No See, Itachi. The bold posture of Tsunade made Ryujiro involuntarily take a deep breath. The striking presence caught Ryujiro's eye. Despite Tsunade being in her 50s, due to ninjutsu, her appearance remained youthful, even her figure showed no signs of change from her early years, except for that massive. "Kid, where are your eyes wandering?" Tsunade noticed Ryujiro's gaze and looked at him with a stern look. Ryujiro coughed awkwardly. "You're just too bold, Lady Tsunade. You little brat." Tsunade glared at Ryujiro angrily, as if she was about to teach him a lesson. Shizune, noticing the situation, quickly intervened. Lady Tsunade, please remember your position. You're the 5th Hokage. And, what Ryujiro said is right. You should also consider your own image. Shizune, you. Tsunade gave Shizune an irritated look but then settled back into her seat. I wonder what the Hokage-sama wants to see me for. Ryujiro sat on the sofa, showing no respect towards the Hokage. Tsunade's lips twitched slightly. This kid really doesn't take her, the 5th Hokage, seriously. Do you remember what I said before? As long as I become the 5th Hokage, I'll let me join the ANBU. Since the disbandment of Root, I plan to expand the ANBU. Ryujiro, join ANBU as a captain. ANBU captain. Shizune's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Ryujiro. How about it, kid? Tsunade looked at Ryujiro meaningfully. Okay, I'll take that position as captain, Ryujiro unexpectedly agreed. Even Tsunade was taken aback. In her opinion, Ryujiro wouldn't agree so easily. As Tsunade was still processing, she sighed and ran her hand through her hair, looking at Ryujiro with some annoyance. Kid, you're unpredictable. Huh? What? Forget it, it's nothing. Tsunade decided not to say anything more. Now that you've agreed, you'll join as the captain of a squad. You should have some understanding of the ANBU by now, right? Ryujiro nodded lightly. Once you're in the ANBU, you can't act under your own name. Before that, think of a code name. A code name, huh? After pondering for a moment, Ryujiro said, Hawk. Hawk. Tsunade didn't understand the significance of Ryujiro choosing this code name. Then you'll be called Hawk. Report to ANBU in 3 days, and I'll show you your team members. Ryujiro nodded without any objection. After Ryujiro left, Tsunade muttered to herself, her chin resting on her hand, what a strange kid. Ryujiro agreed to join the ANBU for a simple reason, it's a unique organization under the command of the Hokage. The tasks performed by the ANBU are mostly covert, either assassination missions, espionage, or protecting the Hokage. The main responsibility of the ANBU is to protect the Hokage. Moreover, at this time, the situation in the ninja world is becoming more unstable. Recently, the Hidden Sand Village seems to have sent an envoy to negotiate with the Konoha village. The voices of the villagers naturally oppose negotiation with the Hidden Sand Village, especially those whose families were destroyed by the Sand and Sound ninjas. They wished that the Konoha village could wipe out the Sand Village. But such actions would undoubtedly lead to war between the two countries. Now that Tsunade has succeeded as the Hokage, the village elders were discussing negotiation matters. Ryujiro hopes to undertake more dangerous missions to help him quickly progress in his role. Everything that is happening now is happening much earlier than in the original storyline. Orochimaru has already died at his own hands, and it's unknown if Sasuke will still defect from the village. Huh. At this moment, Ryujiro suddenly stopped in his tracks. This aura. He's back. In an instant, Ryujiro's figure disappeared, leaving only a faint afterimage in place. You're not from this village, why are you here? Asuma and Kurenai looked solemnly at the mysterious ninja in front of them, wearing a straw hat and a red cloud cloak. The pressure and aura emanating from these two individuals were truly intimidating. It's been a long time. Asuma-san, Kurenai-san. The moment Itachi removed his hat, Asuma and Kurenai's faces changed instantly. It's you. Itachi Uchiha. The instant they saw Itachi's red eyes, Asuma and Kurenai broke out in a cold sweat. As Itachi introduced himself, Kisame also removed his straw hat, his shark-like eyes filled with hostility, adding even more pressure on Asuma and Kurenai. US-rank rogue ninjas appearing in the village, what are you planning? Asuma had already taken out his kunai. Itachi-san, can I kill this man? Kisame, don't forget our purpose. Don't cause too much trouble. Alright, let's see if you're worthy of being taken down. A battle was about to erupt. Asuma resisted the attacks from Kisame, but Kisame's monstrous strength made Asuma's face pale. Coupled with the lack of physical strength, a piece of flesh was cut off from Asuma's right arm, leaving a large chunk of flesh, blood continuously flowing. Asuma covered the wound on his right arm, looking at Kisame with a grim face. Careless, he didn't expect the opponent's weapon to be so strange. Kurenai used Genjutsu against Itachi, which was simply futile in front of Itachi. Because when it came to Genjutsu, who could surpass Itachi? When rebounded by Genjutsu, she managed to break free from it through self-harm, but still got kicked away by Itachi. Just as Itachi was about to make another move, he suddenly stopped, his actions becoming somewhat solemn as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared before him. Ryujiro looked at Itachi and Kisame with a faint smile. Long time no see, Itachi. Chapter 51, Tsukimi fails. I didn't expect to meet you here. Itachi looked solemnly at Ryujiro in front of him. Itachi, who is this guy? Kisame noticed the expression on Itachi's face. What kind of person could make Itachi show such a serious expression? It seems that our operation cannot continue as planned, Kisame. Why? Because he's here. Him. Kisame looked at Ryujiro in front of him with great confusion. He's just some random ninja, Itachi. You're being too cautious, Kisame said, casting a glance at Kisame with his eerie Sharingan. He's the ninja I mentioned before. Kisame's eyes suddenly contracted. Oh. He's that genius swordsman. In an instant, Ryujiro's figure disappeared from Kisame's sight, and then a strong sense of fear enveloped Kisame. Ding. Kisame quickly shielded himself with same hada, looking somewhat horrified at Ryujiro in front of him. So frighteningly fast. I think I understand what you mean now, Itachi. So, this is same hada. Ryujiro, why are you here? Asuma and Kurenai looked surprised at Ryujiro. Ryujiro glanced at them and said indifferently, my perception is even stronger than that of a sensory ninja. Just now, I sense the aura of your battle. Strong perception indeed. He's a genius, even stronger in perception. Ryujiro, Itachi is not easy to deal with. We three need to team up to handle him. Asuma quickly bandaged his wounds to stop the bleeding. Fight together, is that a joke? It's not that Ryujiro looks down on Kurenai and Asuma, but if Itachi gets serious, he could defeat Asuma and Kurenai in just a few moves. Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, you take care of Kisame. I'll deal with Itachi alone. Hey. Ryujiro. Are you serious? As he spoke, Ryujiro's figure had already disappeared from their sight. In the blink of an eye, a sharp blade fell upon Itachi. Boom. The shadow clone exploded into smoke. Itachi, such tricks won't work on me. Ryujiro appeared on the water's surface, facing Itachi. You've become stronger. I heard you single-handedly defeated a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Your strength has improved so quickly over these years. Itachi looked at Ryujiro with some complexity. Ryujiro smirked, are you here to chat with me? I didn't fully enjoy our battle back then. You must have hidden quite a few tricks. Itachi's gaze shifted slightly, looking at Ryujiro with seriousness. Does Ryujiro know something? It may be regarding his Manjiki Sharingan abilities, but how could he know about that? He hasn't used it in front of Ryujiro. Let's try it. Manjiki Sharingan. Swish. In an instant, Ryujiro's vision suddenly blurred. Warning. Warning. Detected mental intrusion. Detected mental intrusion. Intruder is being expelled. Intruder is being expelled. Expulsion successful. In the next moment, Ryujiro's vision returned. Ah. Itachi let out a cry of despair as his Sharingan reverted to its black iris, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. Tsukimi doesn't work on you. Itachi looked at Ryujiro in horror. What happened? Why did Tsukimi fail, Itachi's genjutsu? Is it possible that genjutsu doesn't work on that guy? Kisame unleashed a terrifying power, sweeping giant waves of water and rocks like bullets towards Asuma and Kurenai. Water style, shark bomb. Whoosh. The calm water suddenly churned into layers of huge waves, forming monstrous water tornadoes and bitingly attacking Asuma and Kurenai. Asuma quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, mud wall. The ground shook violently, and a towering wall rose abruptly in front of Asuma, blocking the raging water. Kisame teleported to Itachi's side. Are you okay? I'm afraid the plan can't continue. Let's retreat for now. As the words fell, the two figures of Kisame and Itachi disappeared. Ryujiro also retracted his chakra sensing. The presence disappeared. It seems he's already gone. Asuma. Kurenai looked at Asuma, who was covered in wounds, with concern. Those two guys were really terrifying. That Kisame is definitely no less than Itachi in terms of being a shinobi. Such water style. 2 S-rank missing nin gathering in Konoha, what exactly are they plotting? Seeing their attire, they look like they belong to a certain organization. Thanks, Ryujiro, for arriving in time. Otherwise, Kurenai and I wouldn't be able to deal with those two, Asuma said gratefully to Ryujiro. However, despite this, Ryujiro's expression remained as cold and indifferent as usual. He glanced at the wounds on Asuma's body. Kurenai-san, you'd better take Asuma to the hospital for treatment. Kurenai took Asuma to the hospital. Ryujiro took a quick glance and then used body flicker jutsu to leave. Itachi and Kisame naturally did not leave Konoha, but were hiding elsewhere. After all, what Itachi was most concerned about returning to Konoha was his younger brother, Sasuke. But unexpectedly, such variables had occurred. What exactly happened just now, Itachi? Your genjutsu didn't work on that kid. Kisame frowned and asked. Itachi shook his head wearily. I don't know either. It seems that some mysterious force has expelled the ability of my Sharingan. Expelled? Kisame's brow furrowed even deeper. It seems that this kid also has some secrets. Mysterious power. Konoha is indeed not simple. Let's set the plan aside for now. When I recover, let's go back to the organization first. Kisame nodded without objection and lay down on the bed. That guy. Kisame's eyes narrowed. That guy's power could rival his own. It's unbelievable. Such talent is worth dying under the blade of Samehada. A bloodthirsty smile played on Kisame's lips. Chapter 52, Mihawk Awakens. Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai, Ryujiro, several people gathered around Asuma lying on the hospital bed. Asuma's face flushed slightly. Although Kurenai also sustained injuries, they were minor compared to having a piece of flesh sliced off the arm and a few ribs broken like his own. Itachi and the rogue ninja from Kirigakure. What was their purpose in Konoha? Kakashi spoke without hesitation. He was the one who understood Itachi's strength the most. Even if Asuma and Kurenai teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for Itachi, let alone Kakashi. Itachi was currently the only one in the Uchiha clan who had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi knew firsthand the terrifying power of those eyes. Ryujiro, why were you immune to Itachi's genjutsu? Not only did Itachi's genjutsu fail earlier, but his eyes also seemed to have been damaged. Kurenai looked at Ryujiro beside her and spoke. Everyone's gaze focused on Ryujiro. It was Itachi Uchiha, after all. When it came to genjutsu, the Uchiha clan was unparalleled. Those sinister eyes contained the power of the Sharingan. Kakashi's gaze was fixed on Ryujiro. The genjutsu of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan had no effect on Ryujiro. This was simply unbelievable. Ryujiro shrugged, I don't know either. I just felt a brief loss of consciousness at that time, and I have no idea what happened afterwards. That was Ryujiro's secret, and naturally, he couldn't tell anyone else. To be honest, even Ryujiro himself hadn't expected that the system could help him become immune to genjutsu. He had been a bit careless at that moment, as everything in the Tsukimi dimension was under Itachi's control. Fortunately, he had the system as his backup. Who knew? It seemed that Ryujiro had some special physique that made him immune to genjutsu. Although they had never heard of such a physique before, the ninja world was vast and full of wonders, and there were many things they didn't know about. In any case, Konoha needs to strengthen its defenses. The infiltration of two S-rank rogue ninjas into Konoha is not a good sign. Most importantly, we don't know what their objective is. Indeed. Whether they targeted someone specific or wanted to steal something from Konoha. Perhaps only Ryujiro and Kakashi knew the purpose of these two. Although Jiraiya and Kakashi had previously revealed information about Akatsuki, Kakashi was suspicious but not certain. Immune to genjutsu. Doesn't that mean genjutsu from this world won't affect me? This was something that made Ryujiro happy. For him, the most limiting factor was undoubtedly genjutsu. If genjutsu didn't work, his strength would not be restricted. There were quite a few ninjas in the ninja world who used genjutsu, and when it came to playing with genjutsu, the Uchiha clan were the masters. If not even the Uchiha's genjutsu worked on him, then what genjutsu could restrict him? Character Template, Dracula Mihawk. Character Unlock Progress, 94%. 94% completed, only 6% left until the character template was unlocked. It seemed like a small amount, but for Ryujiro now, it wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time. It had been a long time since he had entered the system space. His current strength should be comparable to Mihawk's now, right? After entering the mental space, Ryujiro frowned. It seemed like there was a change in the mental space. Those sparkling dots gave him the feeling of dazzling stars. And at this moment, Mihawk in the mental space was also different from usual. Mihawk turned around, and those sharp eyes stared straight at Ryujiro. This feeling. Ryujiro's eyes widened suddenly. The Mihawk in front of him now was different from before. Before, the Mihawk felt like a puppet, a fighting machine fighting against Ryujiro. But now, the Mihawk gave Ryujiro the feeling that he was facing a living person. You're here again. Mihawk looked at Ryujiro with a calm tone. But Ryujiro's reaction was as if he had seen a ghost, staggering back a few steps in shock. Mihawk spoke. What's going on here? Could it be that there was a change in the system space? In that case, the current Mihawk was not a puppet, but a living person with self-consciousness. Do you have self-consciousness? Ryujiro asked tentatively. Mihawk nodded and said, I should say that my consciousness has always existed. I remember clearly fighting with you, but I couldn't control my body because it was under the control of some force. Although my consciousness was there, I couldn't control my body. but some force was controlling your body. Knowing the truth, Ryujiro couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed that the reason Mihawk had been restricted before was because of the influence of the system. When did you regain consciousness? Mihawk shook his head. I don't know either. There seems to be no concept of time in this space. This space seems to have been specially designed for you. Your swordsmanship has improved rapidly over the years. In just a few years, you've reached the level of a master swordsman. It's truly amazing. Chapter 53, Defeating Mihawk. Mihawk looked at Ryujiro with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, much like a master looking at his disciple. This made Ryujiro somewhat uneasy. Since Mihawk had developed self-awareness, he was no longer just a puppet focused solely on combat. Moreover, his strength had now increased. The puppet-like Mihawk was like a machine with pre-programmed instructions, executing moves according to the code. Excited, Ryujiro drew his own sword. Let's have a duel. Watching the excited Ryujiro, Mihawk felt a long-lost excitement surging within him as he drew his black sword and smiled at Ryujiro. I was thinking the same. Black blade, Yoru. The aura belonging to the world's greatest swordsman seemed to envelop Mihawk. Mihawk didn't have flashy or fancy-named sword techniques. After exchanging glances with Ryujiro for a moment. In the next moment, he charged straight towards Ryujiro. Clang. The collision of their blades emitted dazzling sparks, dispersing material energy like lightning throughout the mental space. It stirred up a huge storm, enough to devastate the surrounding area if it were in the real world. Feeling Ryujiro's power, the fighting spirit in Mihawk's eyes grew even stronger. This kind of battle was what he truly desired. Swish. A green sword aura burst forth from the black sword, its unmatched power giving a suffocating feeling. The ferocious green sword aura swept towards Ryujiro. Boom. Similarly, Ryujiro's black sword aura erupted and swept forth. The collision of the two strikes seemed to generate a powerful suction, as if everything around them was about to be devoured. However, this clash was just a test of each other's strength. A sword strike alone was not the standard to judge the strength of a swordsman, especially at the level of a great swordsman. To truly gauge a swordsman's strength, one must engage in close combat. The battle and collisions between the two were accompanied by thunderous energy, causing the entire mental space to tremble. Both Mihawk and Ryujiro could be described as walking disasters. Their terrifying power had surpassed human comprehension. Clang. 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 For a moment, they exchanged blows evenly, seeming like a game of back and forth. The reason Mihawk was always countered by Ryujiro was because they had fought many times before. For Ryujiro, Mihawk's sword techniques were deeply ingrained in his mind. Unless Mihawk had some new moves, their fights would always end in a draw. Their figures continuously darted around. If someone were here, they would barely be able to keep up with their movements with their naked eyes. Using the same moves against you won't work. Although I've never tried this move before, it's indeed a technique I've never used. Are you ready? The aura of the world's strongest swordsman erupted, sweeping through the entire mental space. Just Mihawk's sharp eyes alone sent shivers down one's spine. Ryujiro nodded, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. He could feel Mihawk's aura rising. Buzz. Armament Haki covered Mihawk's arm, and the armament Haki entwined around the black blade underwent a qualitative change, wrapping around the blade like a ribbon. It felt like it could cut through everything. Indeed, worthy of Mihawk. This would determine the winner. Ryujiro assumed a stance, his entire body's strength continuously rising, and chakra gathering on his blade. The armament Haki and chakra, two different forces, merged, emitting a sinister and deadly scent. Mihawk's gaze grew even more excited. As expected, Ryujiro had his own finishing move. Black blade. One flash. One sword style. Dark slash. Swish. Their speed was too fast, almost instantaneous. At that moment, the entire world seemed to turn black and white, and even the dimensions seemed to shatter from their collision. The immense energy aftermath swept through the entire space. The energy balls containing terrifying power collided, filling the mental space with a black-red thunderous sea that ruthlessly destroyed everything. When the aftermath dissipated, a smile crept onto the corners of Mihawk's mouth. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth too. I've lost. You have surpassed me. The title of the strongest swordsman belongs to you. Gradually, Mihawk's body turned into illusory particles and gradually disappeared, his essence merging into the dazzling light spots. Ryujiro's heart was filled with mixed feelings, but now, completely exhausted, he plopped down onto the ground formed by the mental space. He looked at his sword beside him and glanced at his trembling hands. He had won. He had finally won. From the beginning, Ryujiro wasn't Mihawk's match. Before Mihawk, he was just a scrub being toyed with. When he reached the level of a swordsman, he finally had the strength to fight Mihawk. But even at the level of a swordsman, he was still defeated by Mihawk. In the 2 years since he became a great swordsman, his battles with Mihawk were evenly matched. Perhaps, in some ways, he was still weaker than Mihawk, because at that time, it was like fighting against a machine puppet. Now, he had truly defeated Mihawk. As Ryujiro returned to his senses amidst the joy of victory, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Normally, after a character in the mental space was defeated, they should respawn. But now, Mihawk hadn't reappeared before him. Could it be that Mihawk had truly disappeared? Ryujiro widened his eyes. Originally exhausted, he jumped up from the ground, staring at his character template in disbelief. Character template, Dracula Mihawk. Character unlock progress, 100%. Chapter 54, Second Template. The progress has actually reached 100%. Am I seeing things? Ryujiro couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After several confirmations, Ryujiro finally believed that he wasn't seeing things. 100%. The template progress for Mihawk has finally reached 100%. But he only defeated Mihawk, so how did it suddenly reach 100%? And he didn't feel like his strength had increased much either. Reminder to the host's strength now far exceeds that of Mihawk. This system does not simply mimic the character entirely. When the host completely defeats the imitated character, the progress will reach 100%. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Ryujiro's mental space. Was it because he defeated Mihawk? Has his strength surpassed Mihawk's? Ryujiro was still a bit puzzled at the moment because he felt that there was still some gap between him and Mihawk, but unconsciously his strength had surpassed Mihawk's. Come to think of it, Ryujiro didn't feel like an ordinary ninja. In terms of talent in ninjutsu, Ryujiro surpassed others by far, and the key was, he could also use the 8 inner gates. If he uses the 8 gates completely, his strength will increase several times over. Thinking like this, it seems that his strength does indeed surpass Mihawk's. It's not that easy. Having been in this world for so long, he finally had the power to control his own destiny. However, this level of strength is not enough. In the current shinobi world, there weren't many Super Kage-level ninjas like Ryujiro, but in future there would also be people like Kagaya, Six Paths Madara, and other Otsutsuki's. He still has some shortcomings. Has the second template of the system been unlocked? Does the host wish to unlock the second template? Unlock it. In the mental space, particles sparkling like stars spread throughout the space, gradually condensing and merging. A man half a head taller than Ryujiro, with short brown hair and glasses, appeared before Ryujiro. The gentle smile on the man's face made him seem like a gentleman, especially with his eyes adding a touch of elegance. But when Ryujiro saw this person, his face changed instantly. His breathing became rapid, and even his eyes widened. Ryujiro looked at the men in front of him with disbelief. It's actually him. This man. His overall strength definitely surpassed Mihawk's, it even surpassed the realm of the ninja world. His power was terrifying and awe-inspiring. Beneath this fake smile lied an extreme fear once unveiled. Sasuke Aizen. This man from the world of Bleach, with his coldness and ambition, possessed talents that surpass all Shinigami. If it weren't for Kisuke Urahara, Aizen might have truly evolved into the only existence in the history of the Soul Society to break the boundaries between Shinigami, Hollows, and the Soul King. I didn't expect it to be him. After a brief shock, a hint of excitement appeared in Ryujiro's eyes. Aizen, The system really gave him a big surprise. And Ryujiro has already felt the potential to surpass everything within himself. Hogyoku. Yes, the character template for Aizen came with the Hogyoku. Now Hogyoku has not yet fully awakened. Is it because my Ryatsu has not still awakened yet? Ryujiro murmured in the mental space. Kido, Zanpakuto, and that terrifying spiritual pressure that shakes the world, they were all too powerful in this world. After all, the people in the ninja world were just humans. In the original Bleach series, once a captain-level character released their spiritual pressure, it's not something an ordinary person could withstand. Will spiritual pressure affect ninjas? If so, what kind of terrifying power will be brought by the simultaneous burst of Conqueror's Haki and spiritual pressure? What an unexpected surprise. After exiting the mental space, Ryujiro's demeanor also changed. The sharp edge that was once present in him had diminished considerably. At this moment, he felt more like a scholar. Unlocking a new template didn't mean Ryujiro's original strength that he got from Mihawk had disappeared. His strength still existed, his swordsmanship was still as unmatched as ever, it's just that his demeanor had changed as if he's become a different person. Now, the sword at Ryujiro's waist is gone, replaced by Aizen Zanpakuto. Kyoka Suigetsu. The strongest Zanpakuto in the illusion type, with the ability to completely dominate the 5 senses. Its power was also called Kanzen Simon. And once under the illusion of Kyoka Suigetsu, even if one knew they were hypnotized, they couldn't escape. In the face of this ability that could completely control the five senses, one could only become a plaything. Life and death of the enemy were at the mercy of the user's thoughts. Ryujiro now felt something was awakening within him, a new and different kind of power. This Ryatsu. This is the immense spiritual pressure that belongs to Aizen. It's simply an immeasurable abyss. Although Ryujiro now had captain-level Ryatsu, he couldn't control it completely. Controlling this immense Ryatsu was not an easy task. Well, time to start training again. Ryujiro jumped off the bed, and at this moment, the voice of the system once again entered his ears. Does the host wish to summon the character Dracula Mihawk? Chapter 55, Creating an Organization. Summon characters. Ryujiro's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly felt uneasy. System, what does it mean? Each time the character progress reaches 100%, the character summoning function will be activated, and you can bring characters into the current world. The brought characters are constructed through the energy of the system, equivalent to clones possessing the original character's strength, memories, and consciousness. Damn. That's so cool. Ryujiro's mouth hung open in astonishment, nearly jumping with excitement. Being able to deploy characters meant having an additional companion with superpowers like himself. However, he realized there were also many downsides to having Mihawk. For instance, immunity to genjutsu was not guaranteed. Although they were constructed by system energy, the deployed characters were still real individuals. This meant that while this Mihawk was a clone of the original from the One Piece world, he was still susceptible to genjutsu. The host need not worry about characters being affected by genjutsu. The characters themselves, constructed by system energy, are immune to genjutsu like the host. Ryujiro couldn't help but inhale sharply. Immune to genjutsu. That's too awesome. Do you wish to bring Mihawk, host? Yes. Buzz. The illusory figure of Mihawk appeared once again. His originally dull eyes regained their brightness, and upon regaining consciousness, Mihawk stared at Ryujiro in disbelief. It's you. Indeed. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Mihawk suddenly realized he had left that strange space. But after a short while, Mihawk's mind also received a large amount of system information. So, I'm not the real Mihawk. A complex expression appeared on Mihawk's face, a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. All the memories he possessed were false, and he was merely a constructed character with fabricated memories. He didn't belong in this world. Ryujiro. Having come to terms with it, Mihawk stood respectfully before Ryujiro. From his wardrobe, Ryujiro took out a set of clothes he had custom-made initially, a kimono similar to those worn by captains in the world of Bleach. After Mihawk changed into it, it had to be admitted that he was quite the heartthrob in this outfit. The mature aura emanating from him was palpable. If any woman laid eyes on Mihawk in this attire, she would likely fall for him instantly. However, the dilemma lay in Mihawk's identity, a problem not easily solved. Should he make Mihawk a shinobi of Konoha? How would that be explained? Telling Tsunade that Mihawk was his friend. Then, if Tsunade wanted to test Mihawk's strength and if Mihawk sliced a mountain in half with one strike, Tsunade would probably be terrified. Moreover, suspicions would arise about whether Ryujiro had colluded with individuals from other villages. After all, Mihawk, a person of unknown identity with formidable strength, would easily raise suspicions. Identity. Identity. Right. Ryujiro's eyes lit up. Who said Mihawk had to stay in Konoha? Since there were organizations like the Akatsuki in the ninja world, why couldn't he create an organization to counter the Akatsuki? Moreover, the ninja world harbored more than just one hidden organization. There was also a more terrifying organization than the Akatsuki. Ryujiro shared his thoughts with Mihawk. He intended to create a force to counter the Akatsuki and subtly play a role as the true puppet master behind the scenes in the ninja world. The organization would be called the Goti I-13. Although there was currently only one member in the organization, Mihawk, Ryujiro already had plans for the next member. Orochimaru. Ryujiro believed Orochimaru couldn't have died so easily. Since Orochimaru was able to resurrect in the original story, and there was no progress increase after Ryujiro killed Orochimaru, he was sure Orochimaru was still alive, albeit in some other form. After instructing Mihawk, Ryujiro saw him off, preparing to leave Konoha. As for whether Mihawk would be discovered, Ryujiro wasn't worried. Ordinary ninjas couldn't stop Mihawk. On the way, some members of the Konoha Guard noticed Mihawk, but in the instant their gazes met Mihawk's sharp eyes. Those ninjas were all stunned by Mihawk's gaze. Now, things will get more interesting. A faint smile played on Ryujiro's lips, giving off a chilling vibe. Indeed, Mihawk's departure from Konoha wasn't entirely smooth. Although he appeared to be inconspicuous in his attire, many villagers felt fear seeing the black blade he carried on his back. Furthermore, Mihawk's inherently cold demeanor drew even more attention. During the interception, the ninjas were one by one knocked unconscious by Mihawk. They didn't even have a chance to form hand seals before being incapacitated by Mihawk. This was all according to Ryujiro's instructions. If Mihawk had gone on a rampage during his journey, it would have been difficult for Ryujiro to explain later. Kakashi and Might Guy arrived later, but Mihawk had already left Konoha. Mihawk was a wanderer by nature, and the task Ryujiro had given him was to recruit powerful ninja into the organization. Given Mihawk's relative freedom in action, the task wasn't too difficult. Moreover, only the strong were attracted to each other. How are they? They're all fine, just knocked out. Just knocked out. Kakashi fell into thought. Not long ago, Kakashi and Guy received a report from the Konoha guard about a suspicious individual carrying a black blade seen in the village. When they arrived, they were greeted with the scene before them. A figure with a black blade on his back, possessing yellow eyes like those of a hawk. Why did that sound so familiar? Kakashi suddenly thought of someone who also wielded a blade, and had similar but dark green eyes. Could that person be related to Ryujiro? Chapter 56, Looks Changed. Fortunately, the Konoha guards didn't sustain any injuries. After a checkup, those ninjas who had fainted showed no signs of harm. It seemed the other party harbored no ill intentions, but their identity still raised suspicions. Especially in the current tense atmosphere of Konoha, an unknown figure appearing out of nowhere was unsettling. Right now, Konoha couldn't even confirm whether Itachi and Kisame had left the village. Did anyone see that man coming out of Ryujiro's house? Yes, Lady Tsunade. After that man came out, Ryujiro-san also left. Listening to the ANBU ninja's report, Tsunade furrowed her brows. What is this troublemaker up to, making contact with an unknown individual at such a tense time? Carrying a big sword. It seemed he was also a swordsman. The ANBU ninja mentioned that the person's aura resembled Ryujiro's. Could Ryujiro's extraordinary swordsmanship be related to this person? Well, it's better to call Ryujiro and ask. After about 15 minutes, Ryujiro arrived at the Hokage's office. But when Tsunade and Shizen saw Ryujiro, they were momentarily taken aback. Was this Ryujiro? The Ryujiro standing before them now seemed like a completely different person. The square-framed glasses perched on his nose exuded a scholarly aura. The sharpness that used to emanate from him was nowhere to be seen. Now, Ryujiro gave off the impression of a weak scholar, devoid of any strength. A person's appearance could change, but one's aura was developed over time. But the Ryujiro now seemed completely different from before, both in appearance and demeanor. And that smile on his face made Tsunade extremely uncomfortable. While that smile was warm, the stark contrast in Ryujiro's eyes left her feeling uneasy. But Shizen, on the other hand, couldn't resist the charm emanating from Ryujiro now. Her eyes were fixed on him, a faint blush on her face. This Ryujiro seemed to exude a mature charm. Ryujiro, what are you up to now? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. Nothing much, just changing my appearance. It's good to try a new look once in a while, Ryujiro replied casually. Tsunade couldn't shake off the feeling of dread despite his smile. Am I overthinking? Ryujiro now felt familiar to her, like the early days of Orochimaru. Can a person's aura really change so fast? Anyway, let's get back to business. Explain about the men who came out of your house. That man doesn't sound like an ordinary person. What's your relationship with him? Tsunade asked, her gaze intense. That's my master. He's the one who taught me swordsmanship, Ryujiro said, sitting on the couch and taking a sip of the tea on the table, smiling faintly. All my sword skills are from him. Tsunade's eyes widened. Ryujiro's master? Thinking about it, Ryujiro's swordsmanship is indeed different from what they knew. Even the samurai of the Land of Iron can't match Ryujiro's flying slashes. You were taught by that man? Yes. Hokage-sama, if you're worried that my master has ill intentions, those who tried to stop him would have been dead long ago. And my master's swordsmanship is no less than mine. His slashes can cut through mountains. What? Tsunade slammed the table, losing her composure. Just like Ryujiro's strength, capable of wielding flying slashes comparable to S-rank jutsu. When did such a terrifying figure emerge in the ninja world? Which village is your master from? Tsunade asked sharply. If Ryujiro's master is a ninja from another village or even an enemy of Konoha, then even if Ryujiro hasn't committed any treasonous acts, he would still be suspected of colluding with the enemy. Ryujiro shook his head. My master is not a ninja. He belongs to no faction, he's a wanderer. A wanderer. Such a powerful figure chooses to be a wanderer. Neither Tsunade nor anyone in the 5 great nations or the ninja world had heard of the name Mihawk. Perhaps, as Ryujiro said, his master is just a wanderer who enjoys traveling and adventuring. All right, I won't get anything out of you. Remember to report to ANBU tomorrow, Tsunade said impatiently, waving her hand. After Ryujiro left the office, Tsunade looked at Shizune and said, "Did that brat change his swords?" "Yes, Lady Tsunade." "TSK, this brat, he is really unpredictable." Back at the Hyuga house, everyone looked at the unfamiliar Ryujiro with strange eyes. Is this still the Ryujiro they know? This scholarly demeanor is completely different from the Ryujiro they knew. The aura that Ryujiro used to exude was like a sharp sword, intimidating. But now, whether from his appearance or his demeanor, Ryujiro seemed like a weak scholar. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata looked at Ryujiro before her in a daze. This feeling is so strange. But it's only been one night, why has Ryujiro-kun's entire demeanor changed? However, after a while, Hinata confirmed that the Ryujiro before her was still the Ryujiro she knew. Although his aura had changed, he was undoubtedly the Ryujiro she admired. Ryujiro's change sparked discussions in the Hyuga house. Even Hinata's father, Hiashi, was taken aback when he saw Ryujiro. A person's aura was hard to change. What had Ryujiro experienced overnight? Although Ryujiro's aura had changed, his strength was still recognized by the public. With the new template, Ryujiro needed to retrain and learn the most basic combat methods of a Shinigami. Hakuda, Kido, Zanjutsu, and Ho-Ho. Let's not mention Zanjutsu, Ryujiro's swordsmanship is already unparalleled. What Ryujiro needed to focus on now are Ho-Ho and Kido. Ho-Ho is completely different from Shuinpa. Shuinpa cannot be used frequently, while Ho-Ho allows for continuous use and is faster and more versatile in movement. Ryujiro understood the power of Kido. Compared to ninjutsu, Kido was much stronger, especially Bakudo, which can seal opponents in another dimension without incantation. What Ryujiro needed to do now was to control his spiritual pressure, gather souls to awaken the Hogyoku sleeping within him. Once the Hogyoku was awakened, Ryujiro would evolve to a higher dimension being. Chapter 57, ANBU Captain. Once again, the familiar training ground greeted Ryujiro. Beneath the cliff and the waterfall, Ryujiro sat atop a rock. The falling water seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, none of it touched Ryujiro. It appeared as if something diverted the flow of the waterfall, preventing it from reaching him. Thanks to his gradual mastery of spiritual pressure control, the waterfall's flow was influenced by his spiritual pressure and didn't touch him at all. Character Template, Sasuke Aizen. Character Unlock Progress, 3%. Hogyoku Status, Dormant. To activate the Hogyoku, souls must be collected. Currently, Ryujiro hasn't started collecting souls yet. However, he heard that many enemy ninjas had infiltrated the village recently, probing Konoha's defenses. Those guys. They would serve as nourishment for the Hogyoku. Standing up, Ryujiro's figure disappeared from the rock and reappeared on solid ground. He extended his fingers towards a piece of spirit stone, controlling the vast spiritual power within him. Swish. An invisible shockwave shot from Ryujiro's fingertips, punching a hole the size of a coin through the rock. Then, a dazzling lightning bolt completely shattered the rock. Rock, what a scumbag. He climbs on me, trains on me and then destroys me. Simply outrageous. Currently, Ryujiro could proficiently use 2 Kido spells, Sai and Byakurai. Both spells didn't require chanting and were quite powerful. The power of Byakurai was more terrifying than a typical A-rank ninjutsu. Of course, if Ryujiro could fully control his immense spiritual power, the Byakurai release might rival an S-rank ninjutsu. The power of Kido depended on the spiritual power and strength of the caster. Aizen had easily defeated a fellow captain Komamura Sajin, by abandoning chanting and using Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Despite discarding the chant, Kuro Hitsuji only unleashed a third of its original power, which showcased Aizen's terrifying strength. Even without the Hogyoku, Aizen's strength far surpassed that of the other captains. The only one Aizen feared was Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the captain commander of the Godai 13. However, in his later stages of evolution, Aizen no longer regarded Yamamoto a very big threat. Ryatsu. It's indeed not easy to control. It's about time to report to the ANBU. That brat is late again. Inside the Hokage's office, ANBU members gathered, waiting for their captain, Ryujiro. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, was furious. That kid promised to be punctual, yet he hadn't shown up yet. How disrespectful. But even if Ryujiro lacked discipline, Tsunade couldn't do much. After all, he wasn't someone easily controlled. A few minutes later, Ryujiro arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade glared at him darkly. Brat, do you even know what time it is? Ryujiro didn't care about Tsunade's anger and smiled faintly. Apologies, Hokage-sama. I was busy with my training and lost track of time. Huh? He actually apologized. Tsunade's anger softened slightly, realizing that being too harsh on Ryujiro, who had arrived, would make her seem petty as a Hokage. Alright, since you're here, you officially assume the position of ANBU captain. The ANBU members, behind their masks, looked at Ryujiro with respect evident in their eyes. Although Ryujiro looked a few years younger than them, they knew he was the hero who single-handedly saved Konoha, slaying the sand village's Chuunin and repelling a tailed beast. Some admired Ryujiro, yearning for his formidable strength. Among them was one person Ryujiro was very familiar with. Yamato. Ryujiro hadn't expected Yamato to join the ANBU as well. Would Yamato still act as the substitute leader for Team 7 in the future? The changes in the ninja world were beyond Ryujiro's anticipation. Whether it was the plot or the timeline, everything had changed. Since everything had changed, the events he knew wouldn't necessarily unfold according to the original story. Sasuke was still in Konoha, though he hadn't interacted with Itachi yet. Naruto was still training under Jiraiya. After learning each other's codenames, Tsunade informed the ANBU team that their mission was to monitor Danzo Shimura. Although Danzo's route had disbanded, his personality wouldn't allow him to sit idly by. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Tsunade needed to know every move Danzo made. Monitor Danzo. Ryujiro pondered as he left the Hokage's office. Danzo wouldn't simply give up. He had an obsessive desire for the Hokage position and power. Though his initial intentions were for Konoha's sake, after numerous changes and encounters with Orochimaru, Danzo's heart had changed. He was willing to do anything to ascend to the position he had dreamt of. Monitoring Danzo was not something ordinary ANBU members could handle. However, Danzo probably wouldn't dare to do anything risky if it were Ryujiro. He didn't have much time to monitor Danzo anyway. His shadow clones could handle the daily missions. He had more important things to do. The borders of the Land of Fire. After Konoha suffered heavy losses in the Chuunin exams, the other major countries began to stir. In the eyes of the other countries, the Land of Fire had always been a tempting target. The Land of Fire, with its advantageous geographical location and abundant resources, remained far stronger than the other four great nations despite many wars. This wasn't only due to its geographical location but also because of its powerful ninja population and influence. In the Second and Third Great Ninja War, the four great nations convened a joint meeting and formed a united force to attack the Land of Fire. Now, with the demise of the third Hokage, these countries had nefarious intentions once again. However, they dared not act rashly after the Sand and Sound villages jointly invaded Konoha and still lost. Konoha now possessed a swordsman more formidable than the White Fang, who had single-handedly defeated a tailed beast during the Jinchuriki's rampage. Such splendid achievements made the major nations uneasy. At the border, as ninja from enemy nations attempted to infiltrate, the quiet, serene forest was devoid of any sound except for the blossoming blood flowers. Ryujiro, like a quiet Shinigami, mercilessly harvested the lives of these ninja. Chapter 58, Spiritual Pressure Erupts. The entire dense forest fell into an eerie silence, as Ryujiro's figure leaped from one position to another, leaving behind afterimages each time he moved. IWA ninjas, Suna ninjas, Kumo ninjas, and ninjas from other countries, all of them lurked along the borders of Konoha, ready to infiltrate during the periods of changing guards. However, in front of Ryujiro, they lost consciousness in an instant upon seeing him, without even knowing what happened. The Kyoka Suigetsu completely dominated the opponent's five senses, making them believe completely in what their master wished regarding a specific object's appearance, form, quality, texture, and even scent. Even if they saw Ryujiro, the Ryujiro they saw before their eyes was nothing but an illusion. The real Ryujiro maneuvered behind them, unnoticed by these ninjas. After absorbing these souls, the Hogyoku finally showed a slight stir, though it was just a faint one. Awakening the Hogyoku was not a simple task, especially since the quality of the souls of these enemy ninjas was not perfect. Each soul was different, and souls of inferior quality couldn't compare to a perfect one, even if absorbed. The silent forest seemed like a forbidden place announcing death. Many ninjas sensed something amiss. When they emerged from their hiding spots and saw the scene before them, they were terrified. One IWA ninja, who had never seen such a bloody scene before, turned pale and began retching against a tree. Two Chuunin-level IWA ninjas were also pale, their faces frozen as they stared at the corpses on the ground, their bones chilled. What exactly happened? It's impossible for so many people to be killed without making any noise. This place is too eerie. Could it be that Konoha has already planted ANBU here to watch? Hey! There's something wrong with this place. Let's hurry back to the village. However, when the IWA ninja looked at his companion, his expression turned extremely frightened almost in the next second, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Frozen in place, the IWA ninja almost immediately had a look of extreme horror on his face. A trickle of blood appeared at his neck, and his head slowly tilted and slid down, his eyes wide with anger and dissatisfaction towards his fellow ninja. Why? The enemy is right in front of them, why wasn't his comrade attacking? The IWA ninja, whose senses were manipulated, had no idea what was happening. Watching Chuunin fall into a pool of blood, he was terrified to the core. When he tried to locate the subordinate ninja, he only saw another body lying in a pool of blood. Aya! What exactly happened? The IWA ninja screamed in despair, wanting to escape the borders of the land of fire at all costs. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded behind him. Heido number 4, by Akurai. A dazzling lightning burst from Ryujiro's fingertips. The thunderous roar made the fleeing IWA ninja even more terrified. The white lightning mercilessly swept towards the IWA ninja, giving him no chance to form seals. With a scream, the IWA ninja fell from the sky, his body seeming scorched all over. The IWA ninja's soul entered the Hogyoku within Ryujiro's body. Ninjas from various villages lurking along the borders of the land of fire were basically wiped out by Ryujiro. Within Ryujiro's perception, there was no trace of any other ninja. More than 100 souls had been absorbed by the Hogyoku. And at this moment, there was finally a slight stir within the Hogyoku within Ryujiro's body. This feeling. Ryujiro's expression changed immediately, as an immense spiritual pressure erupted uncontrollably from him, instantly causing everyone within the land of fire to feel a tremendous pressure. And this pressure made it impossible for anyone to get up. Even Jonins, under the influence of this spiritual pressure, felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their backs. Boom. The soaring spiritual pressure turned into a brilliant blue pillar of light, piercing through the sky and stirring up the clouds. The immense pressure made the ninjas unable to comprehend. The surrounding dense forest was instantly submerged under the terrifying spiritual pressure, and the forests along the borders of the land of fire seemed to vanish in an instant under the power of spiritual pressure, leaving behind a bald, barren area. When Konoha's ninjas arrived, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. There were corpses of IWA ninjas, Kumo ninjas, Suna ninjas, and ninjas from enemy countries everywhere. Moreover, the dense forest had turned into a flat ground, with even the grass being upturned, leaving behind only bare yellow soil. Hey! Report the situation here to the Hokage-sama immediately. The Jonin's expression was extremely grave. Although they were enemy ninjas, the casualties were too many. Several major nations might take this opportunity to challenge Konoha. The balance of power in the shinobi world had been completely disrupted. At this time, Ryujiro was at home, holding a gem-like spherical object in his hand. The dazzling light emanating from it contained a power beyond human comprehension, and the radiance circulating within the Hogyoku reflected a different future for Ryujiro and others. The true power of the Hogyoku was to manifest what the heart desired according to one's own wishes but required the strength to realize those desires. What Ryujiro desired was a power surpassing everything in this world. A power that surpassed the entire world, a terrifying power even more than that of the Otsutsuki clan. The power he desired was the power to change the rules of the world, to control everything in the world. He understood the importance of power. He needed unmatched strength, fearless in any situation. Although the Hogyoku had awakened now, it had not completely fused with Ryujiro. At this stage, according to the self-consciousness of the Hogyoku, Ryujiro was not enough to be its master. But at the same time, the Hogyoku was also part of Ryujiro's body. As long as Ryujiro's strength reached the point where Hogyoku thought he was qualified to be its master, then Ryujiro would evolve into a higher dimension being. Does the spiritual pressure released just now only belong to me? No. No, that feeling. It's like two forces colliding. One of them seems to be a power unique to me. My own spiritual pressure. Ryujiro knew that character templates weren't just about imitation. He even had the qualifications to surpass the original strength. When the progress of the Aizen template reached 100%, did that mean he could awaken his own Zanpakuto? That power indeed brought Ryujiro a sense of familiarity, a power unique to himself. Looking at the Kyoka Soijetsu at his waist, Ryujiro couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Perhaps one day, the Kyoka Soijetsu would disappear, and he would possess a Zanpakuto of his own. Chapter 59, No Negotiation. It's war. What did you say? The bodies of ninjas from other major villages are all over the border of Konoha. Tsunade's expression changed dramatically, her voice so loud that even people outside in the corridor could hear. Ninja from the 4 major villages infiltrated the border of Konoha, and Tsunade couldn't possibly be unaware of this. The reason they hadn't taken action yet was because Konoha couldn't afford any more trouble at the moment. They needed to recuperate and rebuild their strength. If the 4 major countries were to launch another joint attack on Konoha and the Land of Fire, Tsunade couldn't be sure if they could withstand such torment anymore. This was troublesome. If the 4 major countries used this as a pretext to attack the Land of Fire and Konoha again, it would likely lead to the outbreak of the 4th Great Ninja War. How did those people die? A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the Chuunin, his voice trembling as he spoke. Hokage-sama, the enemy ninjas all had their heads severed. What did you say? Tsunade's widened eyes betrayed her fear. Such a cruel method, severing the heads of all enemy ninjas, was horrifying. Who could have done this? Ryujiro. That brat couldn't possibly do this. He was with the members of the ANBU. Could it be him? Tsunade suddenly remembered Ryujiro's master, who had left Konoha not long ago. Could those people have provoked him? But at that time, the sudden immense pressure, that intimidation as if it originated from the soul, even Tsunade herself couldn't help but tremble because of it. The shinobi world was becoming increasingly unstable. A few days later, Ryujiro gradually gained control over the spiritual pressure within him, but he was still somewhat unfamiliar with using Kido. Of course, Shuinpa and Hakuda, he had already mastered them. And now, Ryujiro's strength far surpasses that of a Super Kage-level ninja. However, he had not yet reached the level of the six paths. The reason for this was because the Zanpakuto could sever souls. The Zanpakuto itself was built from the prototype of the soul. It was only natural that it could sever souls. But Ryujiro had considered something. If the Hogyoku absorbed chakra or Kekkei Genkai along with it, would it give birth to a new power, transferring the Kekkei Genkai and integrating it into Ryujiro's body? The Hogyoku itself was filled with unknown possibilities. With self-awareness, it could judge whether it could absorb something. Ryujiro emerged from the Hyuga house dressed in ANBU attire. After talking to Hinata, his figure suddenly disappeared. It didn't seem like the body flickered jutsu. Hiashi thought as he watched Ryujiro leaving. The surveillance on Danzo's team was temporarily suspended today. The reason was that the envoys and ninjas from the Sand Village had arrived in Konoha for negotiations. Inside the village, there was naturally strong opposition. After all, the Sand and the Sound Village had jointly invaded Konoha, causing many villages in Konoha to be destroyed and many people to die. Their children and husbands had all died at the hands of the Sand and the Sound ninjas. They wished to kill these ninjas. However, even if the villagers were opposed, the village leaders still intended to negotiate with the Sand Village. Konoha couldn't afford any more trouble, and the current situation was extremely unstable. If a war were to break out, Tsunade couldn't predict how Konoha would fare. Ryujiro and Tsunade arrived together in the capital of the Land of Fire for the negotiations. The Sand brought 3 jonin, and leading the negotiations was the advisor of the Tsunade, Elder Chiyo. Chiyo had long stopped interfering in the affairs of the Tsunade, but the current situation of the Land of Wind forced her to intervene. She hadn't expected the Land of Wind to face such a situation today, and she had no idea about the invasion of Konoha by Tsunade. But what shocked her the most was that a Jinchuriki had been defeated by a shinobi from Konoha, and even Baki had died at his hands. So many years had passed since Konoha had produced a genius even more terrifying than the White Fang. Konoha truly was the pool of geniuses. Why were gods so favorably disposed towards Konoha? Was Konoha their own child? Although the Hidden Sand was one of the 5 great villages, its overall strength couldn't compare to the other 4. Long time no see, Elder Chiyo. They actually invited you out. Tsunade looked at Chiyo with some surprise. Chiyo looked at Tsunade and couldn't help but feel that time had passed too quickly. The girl she once knew had become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. At the same time, she was worried about the future of their Land of Wind. The Hidden Sand really had no one available now. Even an old fart like her was being asked to come out and support the facade. I didn't expect that the little girl from back then would become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Chiyo said softly. Well then, let the negotiations begin. This negotiation was undoubtedly about confirming the losses on both sides. Although the Hidden Sand was in the wrong, they knew that Konoha was currently weakened and wouldn't dare to do anything to them. So, they didn't acknowledge their own mistakes at all, and even wanted Konoha to compensate for their losses. Sand Village still underestimated Tsunade's strength. Perhaps Hiruzen would grit his teeth and agree to the Hidden Sand's conditions for the sake of the greater good. But Tsunade was different. Tsunade, with her fiery temper, wouldn't allow anyone to step on her. Moreover, she was now the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Elder Chiyo, your demands are absurd. After invading Konoha with Orochimaru, you still want Konoha to compensate for the losses. I think you people from the Tsunade are shameless. Tsunade angrily stared at the group from the Hidden Sand. 5th Hokage, please mind your words. Ha, my words. If you want me to speak nicely, then you should put away your shameless face. I don't think you really want to negotiate properly. If you don't want to negotiate, then let's go to war. When Tsunade said this, the expression of everyone present in the room changed. Especially Koharu, who immediately turned to Tsuwanda and yelled. Tsunade. What are you saying? Konoha couldn't afford a war now. It wasn't that Konoha's strength was inferior to the Sand Village, but once the 2 villages went to war, other villages would inevitably intervene. By then, it was very likely that the 4th Shinobi World War would erupt, and Konoha had always been the object of desire for other villages. Once other villages joined forces to invade Konoha again, Koharu wasn't sure if Konoha could withstand it like it had in previous wars. Chapter 60, Negations. Konoha now was not as strong as before, lacking the capital to go through another ninja world war. Tsunade couldn't risk destroying the entire village in a moment of impulse. She couldn't afford to drag the whole of Konoha into war, even if it meant risking her position as the 5th Hokage. Elder Koharu, the Sand Shinobi have already attacked us. Are you still going to help them recover their losses? Tsunade said with a cold smirk. Tsunade, you. Turning red with embarrassment and anger, Koharu glared at Tsunade. She didn't expect Tsunade to completely ignore her position, no matter what she was still a Hokage advisor. The Sand Shinobi exchanged glances. They dared to be so aggressive because they knew Konoha was currently in decline. They also viewed Tsunade as a newly appointed 5th Hokage. They thought being assertive could suppress Tsunade's arrogance, but Tsunade's sudden slap on the table and cold laughter showed otherwise. If Sand Village wants to negotiate properly, then put away your petty attitudes. Don't think that just because Konoha is currently weakened, you can intimidate us. Tsunade declared. What power does your Sand Village have to negotiate compensation with us, Konoha? If anyone's compensating, it'll be your Sand Village. Tsunade. Koharu angrily stared at Tsunade. But Tsunade paid no attention to Koharu. These higher-ups of Konoha had grown accustomed to peaceful days, thinking that avoiding war was the best course of action. It was because of their weak nature that the Sand Village dared to ally with Orochimaru and attack Konoha. If Konoha had been more assertive, even with 100 times more courage, the Sand Village might not have dared. Now that she had taken on the position of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade was determined to eradicate the village's weak leadership mentality. Compromising was futile, only strong power could deter enemies. Ryujiro couldn't help but look at Tsunade with newfound respect. Tsunade's assertiveness surpassed his expectations. It seemed Tsunade had fully adapted to her role as the 5th Hokage. Konoha needed a more assertive leader to thrive. Tsunade-sama is right. You have no right to negotiate terms, Ryujiro's cold voice echoed in the meeting room. Outrageous. Who do you think you are? Just a mere ANBU ninja. Is this how the Hokage manages her subordinates? The Sand Village delegate stared disapprovingly at Ryujiro, even Koharu's expression darkened. Was this ANBU ninja out of his mind? This was a negotiation between two countries. He, as a mere ANBU ninja, had no right to intervene. Tsunade scanned the faces of the Sand Shinobi with a cold gaze and said. He does have the right to speak. It seems you all have forgotten the pain you suffered, forgotten who defeated you back then. When Ryujiro removed his mask, all the ninjas who had fled from Konoha drew in a sharp breath, fearfully avoiding the face they didn't want to remember. Elder Chiyo. It's him. He's the one from Konoha, the genius swordsman who defeated Gaara. Koharu's eyes widened in shock. Koharu had heard rumors before, but she never expected Ryujiro to be this young. Konoha had produced a monster even more terrifying than Haku. But why? Koharu frowned. Ryujiro didn't exude the sharpness she expected, instead, he seemed like a refined scholar. But often, such people were the most dangerous. Having the power to defeat tailed beasts and yet disguising oneself as a seemingly weak ninja, this kind of nature was the most frightening. Chiyo's gaze became solemn. Tsunade actually recruited such a person into ANBU. This Hokage was indeed not to be underestimated. Do you really have the right to say such things? But aren't you afraid that your words will affect the relationship between our two villages? Ryujiro sneered. Did you consider the relationship between our two villages when you launched the sneak attack? Chiyo fell silent. Even if Konoha is weakened, your village is still the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages. Negotiate terms. You're not even worthy. Tsunade looked at Ryujiro with some appreciation. This kid was indeed promising. The faces of the Sand Village delegation turned extremely ugly. Konoha was too assertive. Their assertiveness caught them off guard. This negotiation was supposed to be their home ground, but Konoha's strength made them feel somewhat helpless. Ryujiro, Tsunade. Koharu was still worried about the worsening relations between the Land of Wind and Land of Fire. She was worried that Konoha would not be able to sustain its national strength until the end of the war. But she didn't realize that powerful ninja villages were never judged by their overall national strength. If they had enough high-end combat power to influence the entire war situation, that was enough. Moreover, Ryujiro didn't mind if war broke out, he wanted more souls for Hogyoku. Escort the Hokage advisor down. This negotiation doesn't need the Hokage advisor present, Tsunade said coldly. Koharu looked at Tsunade in disbelief as she was forcibly taken away by ANBU. Chiyo and the Sand Shinobi broke out in cold sweats. How would they handle this situation now? With both Tsunade and Ryujiro present, the pressure on the Sand Village side was undoubtedly the greatest. Just then, ninjas from the Sand Village entered, whispered something in Chiyo's ear, and then their expressions changed rapidly, glaring coldly at Tsunade. Fifth Hokage. What a clever move. All the ninjas that were sent to spy near the Land of Fire have died. You've angered several ninja villages at once. Aren't you afraid of another ninja world war? If it was a deadlock just now, their situation was now revitalized, and they could even use this as a reason to pressure and intimidate Konoha. Tsunade inwardly thought it wasn't good. The Sand Village ninjas had found out about the situation near the Land of Fire border. Ryujiro looked at the Sand Village and Chiyo with a deep gaze, and in an instant, a terrifying aura swept through the entire meeting room like a landslide and tsunami. Except for Konoha's ninjas, the Sand Village ninjas and Chiyo all felt as if they were carrying a weighty mountain on their shoulders. Ryujiro looked at the Sand Village ninjas impassively. It seems you still haven't understood the situation. You never had the power for equal dialogue in negotiation from the beginning. Chapter 61, Unfair Negation. Chiyo and the Sand Ninja bent over in horror, their souls struck by such terrifying pressure that it felt as if their very essence was being attacked, not just their bodies. Tsunade gazed in awe at Ryujiro's dependable yet domineering figure. This familiar feeling, the mysterious pressure that once pervaded the entire Land of Fire came from Ryujiro. Just how many secrets does this kid conceal? Even Tsunade couldn't help but be lost in awe at the sight of Ryujiro's dominance. Is Konoha trying to go against the entire ninja world? Chiyo bowed her head in humiliation, feeling an endless fury burning in her chest. She was the elder of Tsunade after all. How could she bow her head in front of a mere brat? Does your Sand Village really think so highly of itself? Representing the entire ninja world. It's simply a big joke. If I just swing my blade, all of you will die here. As the words fell, a cold glint flashed in Ryujiro's eyes, and his whole being erupted with intense killing intent and a terrifying spiritual pressure like an abyss. Chiyo looked at Ryujiro in horror. Is this kid really planning to leave them here? Ryujiro, don't go too far. Previously, Tsunade's dominance was just a deterrent to the Sand Village. If they really went to war with the Sand Village, it would only benefit the other ninja villages, and Leaf Village wouldn't gain a single advantage, or even might suffer the most severe losses. Tsunade-sama, trust me, as long as I'm here, Leaf Village will always be the #1 ninja village. Tsunade's face darkened. This kid. Ryujiro exuded a chilling aura, his elegant scholarly demeanor transforming in an instant as if the present Ryujiro had become a proud king standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Ryujiro, Tsunade's fear of him deepened. What kind of monster has been born in Leaf Village? Sand ninjas, it's time for you to make amends. You're just like fish on the chopping block. Chiyo raised her head in anger. Even though she had countless unwillingness in her heart, she was sure that if they said one more word, this kid in front of her would mercilessly swing his blade. Even if they wanted revenge later, they wouldn't have the strength for it. Now, Chiyo was the only Kage-level ninja in the Sand Village. Under Ryujiro's pressure, the Sand ninjas finally lowered their heads. Each of them was filled with hatred towards Ryujiro. Today's encounter was undoubtedly the most humiliating experience of their lives. That feeling of powerlessness, being pressed down on the head, made each of them wish they could find a hole to hide in. After a brief negotiation, the Sand Village representative angrily looked at Ryujiro and Tsunade. Isn't Konoha's demand too excessive? Konoha actually wanted the Sand Village to compensate for all the losses they caused before, and even hold an apology meeting to apologize to all the villagers in Konoha Village. This negotiation was completely against Sand Village. Tsunade also looked at Ryujiro with some concern. She thought she was already dominant enough, but she didn't expect this kid to be even more dominant than her. You can disagree, but consider the consequences yourselves. The killing intent pervaded the air. Chiyo looked at Ryujiro with a cold gaze. Is this boy really that young? The psychological qualities he displayed were even more cunning than those of veteran Jonin, especially that unknown pressure. Chiyo was sure it definitely stemmed from the soul. He not only has such terrifying swordsmanship but also possesses some soul-influencing bloodline limit. Chiyo gritted her teeth and glanced at the Sand ninjas behind her, who were full of grief and indignation. Under pressure, they could only endure for a while. Soon, Konoha Village, you will pay the price for your arrogance. This kid, I must personally end him. Chiyo forcefully suppressed the killing intent on her body and, gritting her teeth, reluctantly said, okay, we agree. Tsunade widened her eyes in surprise at Chiyo. Really agreed? Did Ryujiro really bring them that much pressure? Tsunade had never experienced the influence of spiritual pressure on the soul. That kind of pressure was different from the aura and power felt, it was the true fear that stemmed from the soul. A few days later, Konoha Village stirred up a storm. The Sand Village promised to compensate for all the damage they caused to Konoha and hold a public apology meeting for Konoha residents. Kakashi and the other Jonin felt as if they were dreaming when they heard this news. Konoha's strength was not weak, but they were concerned about the increasing instability in the village in recent years and feared that other major villages might take advantage of it. This was the first time they knew that Konoha's high level had actually taken such a strong side. Not only that, but after some time, Tsunade announced shocking news that stunned everyone. That was, Ryujiro was officially appointed as the assistant to the Hokage. Chapter 62, I'm not strong enough yet. Can you tell me now, little one, what was the pressure that covered the entire Konoha that day? Tsunade looked solemnly at Ryujiro. Ryujiro had changed into his usual clothes. In less than a month, he had gone from being the captain of the ANBU to assisting the Hokage. Ryujiro's exposure that day was because the hidden sand village was too arrogant, even wanting compensation from Konoha. It was simply wishful thinking. Not to mention going to war with the sand village, even if it were with the other 4 major villages, it would be what Ryujiro most anticipated. The battlefield was the most suitable place to reap souls. A Kekii Genkai. I awakened a Kekii Genkai that can affect souls. Ryujiro said lightly. The only explanation for his ability was a Kekii Genkai. Many special abilities in the world of Naruto, as well as the special abilities produced by DNA mutations, are referred to as Kekii Genkais. A Kekii Genkai that can affect souls. Tsunade suddenly widened her eyes, her breathing becoming rapid. A Kekii Genkai that can affect souls. No wonder Tsunade felt trembling not out of instinct, but from the pressure her soul couldn't bear. This little monster was truly astonishing. You've killed ninjas from the other 4 major villages. Aren't you worried that they'll take this opportunity to start the 4th Great Ninja War? Tsunade looked at Ryujiro again, her gaze deep and serious. Although she appeared unafraid of the onset of war on the surface, it was only superficial. She didn't want war in her heart either. Tsunade, who had participated in the 3rd Great Ninja War, knew how cruel war could be once it started. The 4 major villages are not yet at the point of war with Konoha over this trivial matter. In this world, there is a force that is no less than the 5 great ninja villages. Ryujiro said indifferently. He would be the biggest beneficiary once the war started, absorbing souls to perfect the Hogyoku and elevate himself to an even higher level. What did you say? A force no less than the 5 great ninja villages. Ryujiro, what do you know exactly? Tsunade looked at Ryujiro with seriousness. Ryujiro glanced at Tsunade and said lightly, you should know about Itachi and Kisame showing up in Konoha, right? Tsunade nodded. They were wearing uniform clothing. 2 S-rank wanted rogue ninjas acting together. Perhaps there is an organization behind them that specializes in recruiting rogue ninjas from other villages. If I'm not mistaken, Jiraiya once told you that Orochimaru also joined an organization after leaving the village. And this organization is where Itachi and Kisame belong. After hearing this, Tsunade's face became increasingly solemn. She clasped her hands tightly together. I'll disclose a bit of information. The goal of this organization is the tailed beasts. What? Tsunade stood up completely unsettled, about to continue questioning Ryujiro, only to find that he had disappeared. The Hokage's office suddenly became empty. That organization. Why did Ryujiro know so much about it? Tsunade knew that Ryujiro wasn't someone who would easily follow orders. Even though she appointed Ryujiro as the Hokage's assistant, she couldn't fully control him. Initially, she just wanted to understand Ryujiro better. The curiosity and mystery that Ryujiro brought to Tsunade were unprecedented. But now, Tsunade felt a vague fear towards Ryujiro. Beneath his seemingly indifferent, friendly demeanor, what exactly was he hiding that made Tsunade afraid? Would Ryujiro eventually walk the same path as Orochimaru? Hidden Sand Village. Elder Chiyo. Konoha has crossed its limits. Yes. We're both part of the 5 great ninja villages, yet Konoha is walking over us. In my opinion, we should unite with the Stone and Cloud villages and launch a war against Konoha. Konoha's disregard for consequences led to the slaughter of ninja from other villages. Even the Stone and Cloud villages won't tolerate Konoha's actions. Launching a war. Chiyo was even more disappointed in the Sand Village. Did they truly think they could start a war so casually? The current Sand Village was even less resilient than Konoha to such turmoil. The only high-level combat power that could stand up in the village was herself, an old relic who had already stepped half into the grave. Sand Village was truly declining generation by generation. Although Gaara hadn't been subjected to Naruto's talk no jutsu, his personality seemed to have changed since losing to Ryujiro last time. Of course, Gaara probably only felt fear towards Ryujiro now, a fear that not only Gaara had but also Shikaku. At this moment, inside Gaara, Shikaku was even more depressed as he lay sulking in his cage. That brat from Konoha defeated me without even using chakra. I can't accept it. To think that a grand-tailed beast like himself had been defeated by a little brat. If those guys found out, he'd be the shame of the tailed beasts. That flying slash was truly a terrifying power. Now even this little brat Gaara was afraid of that kid from Konoha. It's ridiculous. Being beaten up by someone changed his personality. His second personality, which had no bias, had been suppressed out of fear. It would be difficult for the non-biased second personality of this grand-tailed beast to come out. Meanwhile, a few days later, Ryujiro found Jiraiya. You want to go to Mount Myaboku? Yeah, I want to learn Sage Jutsu. Naruto, who was practicing nearby, curiously approached. Pervy Sage, what's Sage Jutsu? Is it something really powerful? Ryujiro and Jiraiya exchanged glances. Naruto was about to ask more questions when... whoosh. In an instant, both of them vanished. Ah. The wind was a bit noisy. Naruto stood there, stunned for a long while before he snapped out of it and shouted at the top of his lungs. Pervy Sage. Ryujiro. Jiraiya and Ryujiro, in the distance, heard Naruto's roar, their expressions unchanged. But Naruto's voice was indeed like a humanoid loudspeaker. Jiraiya and Ryujiro looked at each other in silence for a long time, but finally, Jiraiya spoke first, asking, why do you want to go to Mount Myaboku? What else can I do by going to Mount Myaboku? Didn't I just say? I want to learn Sage Jutsu. No one would mind continuing to improve their own strength. I'm not strong enough yet. Jiraiya's expression froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Not strong enough? Is this boy sane? You can slice a tailed beast with one stroke, and you still think you're not strong enough. If other ninjas heard you say that, they'd be ashamed. Whether it's Konoha or people from other villages, no one knew the limits of Ryujiro's strength. Chapter 63, Ambush. Learning the Sage Mode was a sudden idea that Ryujiro had. Natural energy wasn't only found in the three great sacred places, Mount Myaboku Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. To get Sage Mode, one essential requirement was natural energy. However, Ryujiro's purpose wasn't merely to get the so-called Sage Mode. Instead, it was for experimentation. In the locations rich with natural energy, would the Hogyoku react? He believed that natural energy was an absorbable substance. If that were true, with the terrifying power of the Hogyoku, in the future, when Ryujiro wanted to enter Sage Mode and bear immense natural energy, it would be unmatched by others. Seeing the serious look in Ryujiro's eyes, Jiraiya sighed, I understand. These past days, he had been guiding Naruto in controlling the Nine-Tails chakra. It could be said that Naruto had gradually become familiar with controlling the Nine-Tails chakra in just 1 month. It wasn't a matter of a day or two to travel from Konoha to Myaboku Mountain. It would take at least 10 days to half a month, and if it was a round trip, it would need at least 1 or even 2 months. This didn't even account for the time Ryujiro spent learning Sage Mode. Before this, Ryujiro had also gone to see Tsunade. Of course, if Tsunade didn't agree, there was nothing she could do to stop him. What surprised Ryujiro was that Tsunade agreed without hesitation. Moreover, when he spoke, it seemed that she had anticipated it. Perhaps Jiraiya had already informed Tsunade about this matter long ago. During the journey, the atmosphere between Ryujiro and Jiraiya was very strange. Several times, Jiraiya wanted to ask Ryujiro some questions but ultimately held back. Absent-mindedly, Jiraiya kept thinking, why did Ryujiro want to learn Sage Jutsu? Did he really think his strength wasn't strong enough? That casually unleashed flying slash would make any Kage's attack pale in comparison. If one could truly block Ryujiro's flying slash, it would probably only be the 4th Raikage of Kimogakure. The 4th Raikage, the only ninja among the 5 great shinobi villages who specialized solely in physical prowess. He had honed his lightning release chakra mode to extreme proficiency and had even severed the left horn of the 8 tails in his youth. Apart from the Kekkei Genkai of Inoki, the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure should also be able to counter Ryujiro's flying slash. But even those two would have to use their full strength just to match one slash from Ryujiro. Just as Jiraiya and Ryujiro were about to head to the next town, suddenly, a blazing flame surged from the side, seemingly wanting to turn everything before it into ashes. Jiraiya's expression changed. In an instant, he disappeared using body flicker jutsu, leaving no trace behind. The surge of flames from the original position instantly engulfed the surrounding vegetation. Kihihi, as expected of one of the Sannin and Konoha's prodigy, dodging my ninjutsu so effortlessly. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. A gray headband was wrapped around the figure's hair. His eyes, deep and peculiar unlike those of ordinary people, gave a very eerie feeling. Especially the clothes on the figure made Jiraiya's eyes constrict. You are member of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya looked solemnly at the figure in front of him. Oh. You actually know about our organization. That's quite unexpected, the figure, Kakuzu, looked surprised at Jiraiya. And at this moment, several more figures appeared in the woods. Haiden, Daidara, and Itachi Uchiha. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly contracted into pinpoints. These people were all famous rogue ninjas from other villages, and their strength was not inferior to ninja like Kakashi, if not stronger. Damn it. Why were Akatsuki members gathered here? Was this a premeditated plan? Cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead. Even as one of the Sannin, facing such a situation, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel troubled. Finally they're all here. I was getting bored waiting for them to show up. Ryujiro flashed a sinister smile, especially when Itachi saw that smile on Ryujiro's face. He was even more astonished. Ryujiro's smile seemed as if he had known they were lurking nearby all along, pretending not to know. In fact, that was indeed the case. Ryujiro even knew that after he and Jiraiya left Konoha, members of the Akatsuki had been keeping an eye on them. Was it Obito pulling the strings behind the scenes? Huh. Ryujiro felt even more disdainful. To be able to mobilize so many of us, it must be you guys. Our leader is quite concerned about you. The prodigy of Konoha. Haiden licked the icy blade, revealing a grim, bloodthirsty smile as he looked at Ryujiro. As if Ryujiro was his prey. Hey, Haiden. This kid's head belongs to me. Huh. Damn it, Kakuzu, say it again. Wanna fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? This situation made the other members of Akatsuki cover their faces. There wasn't a single day where Haiden and Kakuzu didn't fight. In the end, it was Itachi who intervened, and the two stopped. Sannin Jiraiya, Konoha's genius Ryujiro. You will die by our hands today. Boom. The overwhelming killing intent swept towards the two like a tidal wave. The killing intent of these few seemed to solidify into substance, as if there were evil spirits roaring towards Ryujiro and Jiraiya. Crack. Crack. Ryujiro twisted his neck, making a strange noise. Jiraiya stood in front of Ryujiro and said solemnly, Ryujiro, I'll delay them. You go back to Konoha immediately. Leave this to me. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. In an instant, Jiraiya spewed out a torrent of flames like waves, instantly engulfing the grass and trees in front of him. The terrifying wave of flames seemed to devour everything in its path. Looking at the Akatsuki members swallowed by the flames, Jiraiya's expression remained as serious as ever. He didn't believe that they could be dealt with so easily. Impressive. As expected of you, Jiraiya-sama, you're indeed very powerful. However, that's all there is to it. This is as far as it goes. Itachi's cold voice echoed behind Jiraiya, and suddenly, a kunai stabbed into Jiraiya's waist. With a poof, Jiraiya transformed into a wooden log. Itachi's eyes narrowed. It was a substitution jutsu. When did he? Deidara. We'll deal with that kid. Haiden looked at Ryujiro with a bloodthirsty grin. Got it. Deidara agreed without hesitation. They loved destroying geniuses. Art is an explosion. Katsu. Clay spiders scattered across Ryujiro's body like flowers. The clay spiders instantly expanded, and with several thunderous booms, flames and smoke rose skyward, nearly engulfing Haiden in the explosion. Hey, Deidara. Are you trying to kill me? Seeing Haiden's angry face, Deidara laughed sheepishly. Sorry. I got too excited. But on the other side, Itachi showed an expression changed as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted towards Deidara and Haiden in fear. You too. What are you doing? Huh? Haiden and Deidara froze simultaneously. As the sea of fire dispersed, their expressions shifted dramatically to match Itachi's horrified look. Kakuzu. Chapter 64, Kyoka Soijetsu. What on earth is going on here? Why is Kakuzu there? They clearly saw that kid from Konoha was there just a moment ago. Hey, Kakuzu. Are you alright? Haiden and Deidara walked over with concern. However, Kakuzu felt something off in their gaze, as his deep green eyes erupted with a terrifying intent. Is Kakuzu serious? Sensing this chilling intent, even Haiden and Deidara couldn't help but shiver. The legendary Sannin and genius of Konoha. It seems you two are worth hunting down. Haiden and Deidara halted, looking at Kakuzu in shock. What are you talking about? Water style, water wall. Lightning style, false darkness. From the mouths of Earth Grudge Fear's masks, sharp lightning spears and powerful water bubbles attacked Deidara and Haiden. With Kakuzu's forbidden jutsu, he didn't need hand signs to unleash ninjutsu. Their sudden attack caught Haiden and Deidara off guard. With a thunderous crash, countless lightning serpents danced within the waves, leaving devastation in their wake. Deidara and Haiden quickly jumped onto a nearby tree. Witnessing this scene in horror, countless trees collapsed from the impact, leaving the forest bare. Hey. Kakuzu doesn't seem like he's joking. Did Kakuzu just mistake us for Jiraiya and that guy, Ryujiro? What's going on? Itachi's face was incredibly solemn. Itachi, who had never felt fear before, felt a hint of it now. When was the Genjutsu cast? With his Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of using the Tsukuyomi, he couldn't find a way to break the Genjutsu. The question was, who cast this terrifying Genjutsu? Jiraiya. Impossible, Jiraiya wasn't skilled enough to cast Genjutsu at this level, which even his Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't break. Ryujiro. While Ryujiro was extraordinary, his displayed strength was based on swordsmanship, but Genjutsu. The situation was beyond his control. Jiraiya and Ryujiro. Itachi glanced around and saw Jiraiya and Ryujiro looking at them from another direction. Why did he feel something eerie upon seeing them? What was the problem? Before Itachi could contemplate further, sharp black tentacles, composed of numerous strands, swept towards his position. This scene horrified Deidara and Haiden even more. Was Kakuzu out of his mind? That's Itachi. Meanwhile, elsewhere, observing the chaos among the Akatsuki members, Ryujiro smirked. With the ability of Kyoka Suigetsu, he could manipulate their senses entirely. The moment he drew his sword, the members of Akatsuki fell under his hypnosis. In Ryujiro's eyes, Akatsuki members appeared to be fighting each other. However, in Jiraiya's eyes, the Akatsuki members seemed to have fallen into a state of slumber. Ryujiro, when did you use Genjutsu? How long can this Genjutsu last? How long? Ryujiro smiled knowingly. Only when Ryujiro wanted to release the ability would the Akatsuki members return to normal. Otherwise, unless they encountered Zanpakuto itself, they would be forever trapped in the ability of Kyoka Suigetsu. Everyone has some hidden tricks. This Genjutsu won't last long. Let's get out of here. Ryujiro lied. He couldn't possibly reveal the extent of his ability to Jiraiya, and Jiraiya was also currently under hypnosis as well. Otherwise, the scene in his eyes wouldn't be the sleeping Akatsuki members. Glancing at the sleeping Akatsuki members, Jiraiya nodded. Ryujiro and Jiraiya's figures disappeared into the forest. As Ryujiro and Jiraiya moved further away, the Akatsuki members who were fiercely battling suddenly stopped, each looking at the other in astonishment. Kakuzu. Deidara. Itachi. What on earth is going on? Weren't they just fighting against Ryujiro and Jiraiya? How come the people before them now are their familiar faces? Looking around at the devastation and signs of battle, it was clear that a major fight had occurred between them. Especially Itachi, with his solemn expression, had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and was about to use Amaterasu to end this battle. Genjutsu. We're all trapped in a Genjutsu, mistaking each other as enemies. From start to finish, the people we've been fighting against weren't Jiraiya and Ryujiro. The ones we've been fighting against this whole time were our own members. Itachi's voice trembled slightly. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he fell into the Genjutsu, and what's even more peculiar was that everything before him felt incredibly real. He didn't even know when they were put under hypnosis. Hey, Itachi, you have those eyes, yet even you? Kakuzu asked in disbelief. Itachi nodded bitterly. For a member of the Uchiha clan with the Mangekyo Sharingan to fall under Genjutsu, if word got out, no one would believe it, but that was the reality. Huh. Kakuzu, Haiden, and Deidara couldn't help but gasp. Even Itachi, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, was hypnotized. There was no intelligence indicating that Jiraiya and Ryujiro had that high level of Genjutsu abilities. When did this happen? Scanning the surroundings, the shadows of Jiraiya and Ryujiro had completely disappeared. Damn it. They were completely outplayed. As everyone clenched their fists, that feeling of being toyed with but unable to do anything, it was an utter disgrace for them. With things at this point, they couldn't afford to pursue Jiraiya and Ryujiro anymore. Itachi suggested returning to the organization first. Kakuzu and the others had no objections. In the next moment, their figures disappeared from the devastated area. Chapter 65, arriving at Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya couldn't understand why the young men in front of him possessed so many mysterious and unpredictable jutsus. The Genjutsu displayed by Ryujiro was something he had never seen before, and he didn't even see the hand seals Ryujiro used during the Genjutsu. Despite both of them being from the same village, there was something unsettling about Ryujiro that Jiraiya couldn't shake. Jiraiya sighed silently in his heart. It seemed like a genius like Ryujiro, residing in Konoha, was akin to a double-edged sword. If someone understood Ryujiro better, perhaps the current situation wouldn't be as it was. Recalling everything that had just happened, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. It appeared that the Akatsuki had set their sights on Ryujiro. Jiraiya had some knowledge of the Akatsuki. After all, Orochimaru had joined the organization after defecting. During his investigation, Jiraiya had also discovered that the organization was far from simple. Especially after encountering members of the Akatsuki, who were all S-ranked missing nin from various major shinobi villages, it seemed like there might be some hidden conspiracy threatening the shinobi world. What a headache. First, the instability in the shinobi world, and now the emergence of a powerful organization of unknown origin. And then there was this kid. Jiraiya glanced at Ryujiro beside him. Tsunade mentioned that this kid had awakened a Kekkeigenkai that could affect souls, but why did Jiraiya feel like it wasn't as simple as that? Just being able to affect the soul Kekkeigenkai. What about that mysterious black substance? Was it some unregistered jutsu developed by Ryujiro? Ryujiro harbored too many secrets. The journey from Konoha to Mount Myaboku was still far. If they wanted to reach Mount Myaboku quickly, they would have to use the reverse summoning jutsu. If they used the reverse summoning jutsu, as Ryujiro wasn't contracted with the toads, only Jiraiya alone could reach Mount Myaboku. Kid, I have a way to quickly reach Mount Myaboku, but it requires you to make contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya said slowly, stopping in his tracks. Quickly reach Mount Myaboku with the reverse summoning jutsu. Ryujiro was aware of the reverse summoning jutsu, but he wasn't particularly keen on contracting with the toads, to be honest. He felt a bit uncomfortable with a creature like a toad. Well, the journey to Mount Myaboku from here would still take more than 10 days. It was just a matter of making a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku. After all, he didn't need the summoning jutsu himself. Ryujiro nodded. Jiraiya's reason for wanting to use the reverse summoning jutsu at this time was because the Akatsuki had already set their sights on them. There were many unstable factors along the way, so it was better to use the reverse summoning jutsu to travel to Mount Myaboku. With a bang, a plume of smoke rose, and a large scroll appeared in Jiraiya's hand. This is the summoning contract of Mount Myaboku. Once you sign the contract, you'll be able to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya explained. Of course, the reverse summoning jutsu only works for the contracted individual. Ryujiro glanced at the names on the contract. Several names caught Ryujiro's attention: Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Ryujiro then wrote his name on the contract. Jiraiya clasped his hands together. Since Jiraiya himself didn't know the reverse summoning jutsu, he needed to summon the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. In fact, Jiraiya couldn't activate Sage Mode on his own. He needed the power of the two Sage Toads of Mount Myaboku to enter Sage Mode. With a pop, two toads, one green and one purple, appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. Fukasaku and Shima had already gathered natural energy in Mount Myaboku upon sensing Jiraiya's call. And now, Jiraiya had already entered Sage Mode. Initially, the two Sage Toads thought Jiraiya was in some danger, but upon seeing that there was no battle occurring in the vicinity, they relaxed slightly. Jiraiya, what did you summon us for? Shima asked, looking displeased. Even though she found the young Jiraiya adorable, interrupting her cooking for her husband was unforgivable, even if it was Jiraiya. Especially since it seemed like there was no urgent matter. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and smiled, I need to trouble you two with something. Only when they heard that Jiraiya had something to discuss did the expressions of Fukasaku and Shima improve slightly. Go on. I want you two to summon me and him to Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya said, gesturing towards Ryujiro. Both Fukasaku and Shima glanced at Ryujiro in confusion. Is he the new name added to the summoning contract just now? Fukasaku asked. Jiraiya nodded. Fukasaku leaned in close to Jiraiya and whispered, Young Jiraiya, you should know the rules of Mount Myaboku. Even if he signed the contract, he can't be taken to Mount Myaboku at will. How could Jiraiya not know this? That was precisely why he summoned the two Sage Toads. Seeing Jiraiya walk away, Ryujiro didn't pay much attention. He leaned against a tree, waiting leisurely. Upon learning about Ryujiro from Jiraiya, the expressions of Fukasaku and Shima became serious. Although he was a shinobi of Konoha, the words spoken by Jiraiya gave them a strange feeling about Ryujiro. Even though they were worried, there was no malice emanating from Ryujiro, and besides, young Jiraiya wouldn't have misjudged a person. Well then, young Jiraiya, this time I'll grant your request, but it won't set a precedent, Fukasaku said solemnly. Jiraiya nodded. Boy, your name is Ryujiro, right? Fukasaku said with a smile. Ryujiro nodded. Once everything was prepared, Fukasaku took out a scroll. Reverse summoning jutsu. With a pop, they all turned into smoke and disappeared. The next moment, Jiraiya and Ryujiro arrived at Mount Myaboku. Instantly, Ryujiro felt the difference between Mount Myaboku and the outside world. The abundant natural energy of Mount Myaboku startled Ryujiro, and his previously drowsy mind instantly sharpened. Ryujiro, welcome to Mount Myaboku. Ryujiro furrowed his brow slightly at the peculiar plants of Mount Myaboku and the numerous toad statues scattered around. It seemed he needed some time to get used to a place so full of toads everywhere. Before you practice Sage Mode, Jiraiya, take Ryujiro to meet the Great Toad Sage, Fukasaku instructed. Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. Did the Great Toad Sage already know they had arrived in Mount Myaboku? Truly worthy of being a toad sage who had lived for thousands of years. Jiraiya glanced at Ryujiro. Ryujiro nodded silently, indicating he had no objections. Guided by Fukasaku and Shima, Ryujiro followed them to meet a large orange toad wearing a necklace with a Buddhist bead. Chapter 66, Practicing Sage Mode. The oldest toad of Mount Myaboku, Gamamaru, who has survived for over 1,000 years since the era of Kagaya, was revered as the Great Toad Sage and possesses extremely accurate prophetic abilities. Together with the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave and the Slug Sage of Shikatsu Forest, they oversee the three major places of the shinobi world. In fact, in his dreams, the Great Toad Sage had already dreamt that Jiraiya would bring a young boy. But when the Great Toad Sage saw the boy, his cloudy, aged eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. Can't see through. After looking at him for a while, the Great Toad Sage sighed softly and said to Fukasaku, who was sitting deep. Fukasaku, guide the young one in practicing senjutsu. Jiraiya, stay. Fukasaku was a little surprised, but since it was the Great Toad Sage's command, he wouldn't inquire further. However, he was curious why the Great Toad Sage didn't say anything more to Ryujiro after just looking at him. He originally thought the Great Toad Sage would say something to him. Under Fukasaku's guidance, Ryujiro passed through a strange terrain. The scenery of the three most sacred places of this world was quite different from the outside world, or it seemed that these three sacred places were not in the same world as the shinobi world. Before practicing senjutsu, do you want to eat something? Fukasaku kindly offered. Ryujiro shook his head, thank you, Fukasaku-sama, but I have food in my bag. Ryujiro was prepared before coming to Mount Myaboku. The food on Mount Myaboku is all bugs. Ryujiro couldn't accept eating bugs, he would never eat such unpalatable food in his lifetime. Oh, alright then. I wanted you to taste my wife's cooking. Fukasaku said somewhat regretfully. After hearing Fukasaku's words, even Ryujiro's mouth couldn't help twitching. He would rather let Fukasaku enjoy that delicious meal himself. After passing through a strange path, Ryujiro saw many toad statues in front of him, like a strange waterfall formed by the convergence of turbid oil. Fukasaku brought Ryujiro to this place and explained in detail how to practice senjutsu. To practice senjutsu, one must first feel the natural energy. Since Ryujiro had never felt natural energy before, he naturally couldn't grasp the feeling of absorbing natural energy. Fukasaku smeared a drop of toad oil on Ryujiro's arm. Toad oil can absorb natural energy on its own. However, if one cannot control the balance well, they will suffer from the invasion of natural energy and turn into a stone statue. To control natural energy well, one must maintain a balance between natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy, so as to grasp the mystery of mastering Senjutsu chakra. At this moment, Ryujiro's right hand had undergone some changes. This feeling. Is it natural energy? In an instant, Ryujiro grasped the feeling of natural energy entering his body. At this moment, he felt the surging natural energy spreading throughout Mount Myaboku. So this is natural energy. As long as the three energies are balanced, everything would be fine, and Ryujiro controlled the three energies in his body to maintain balance. Suddenly, Fukasaku, who was beside him, felt the change in Ryujiro's breath and looked at Ryujiro in shock. This guy has just encountered natural energy for the first time, yet he has mastered the method of controlling balance so quickly. Back then, just controlling the balance of the three energies took Jiraiya more than a month to accomplish in order to practice Sage Mode. This kid's talent is even more terrifying than what Jiraiya said. Even Minato, when he came to Mount Myaboku, took half a month to control the balance of the three energies. Wait. Fukasaku's eyes contracted into needle-like shapes. Not only did Ryujiro master the balance of the three energies, but he even began to gradually master Senjutsu chakra. Looking at the faint orange eyeshadow at the corner of Ryujiro's eyes, Fukasaku couldn't help but inhale sharply. It hasn't even been a cup of tea's time since the beginning, and Ryujiro had only mastered the balance of three energies. If Ryujiro hadn't never sensed natural energy before, Fukasaku would have doubted whether this was truly Ryujiro's first time practicing Sage Mode. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had just left the Great Toad Sage, was heading towards Ryujiro's training spot. He was still pondering the Great Toad Sage's words. I can't see through him, I can't see his future. Even the Great Toad Sage couldn't see through Ryujiro. It was really intriguing. Already started. Jiraiya noticed Ryujiro meditating in the clearing. He just glanced at him. But when he looked closely, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring at Ryujiro in shock. Ryujiro's aura had changed from before. The ethereal, otherworldly aura was like that of a seated sage. The natural energy of all Mount Myaboku seemed to be rushing into Ryujiro's body. Fukasaku. He's already entered Sage Mode, hasn't he? Jiraiya already knew the answer but was unwilling to believe that Ryujiro had mastered Sage Mode in such a short time. Fukasaku sighed, Jiraiya boy, you're right. This kid has already entered Sage mode and is gradually mastering Sage chakra. Gasp. Jiraiya was shocked to his core. He could only persuade himself thinking that Ryujiro was a genius. Perhaps this was the talent of a genius. But entering Sage mode? What the heck is that? Back then, it took him so much effort to practice Sage mode. This kid is not a genius, he's a monster. At the next moment, Ryujiro's body suddenly trembled, and the faint orange eyes at the corners of his eyes slowly faded away. When Fukasaku thought Ryujiro was about to exit the Sage mode. Suddenly, a strong and terrifying wave of Senjutsu chakra burst out from Ryujiro's body. The terrifying storm made all the natural energy of Mount Myoboku become restless, and the pool of toad oil stirred up layer by layer of waves. What shocked Fukasaku was not the chakra energy erupting from Ryujiro's body but the fact that he felt the abundant natural energy of Mount Myoboku madly pouring into Ryujiro's body. An immense amount of natural energy flooded into Ryujiro's body. Fukasaku, something seems off about Ryujiro's condition. Such a massive amount of natural energy entering his body will cause an imbalance. Jiraiya shouted in horror. Chapter 67, Eternal Sage Mode. Once the natural energy completely invaded Ryujiro's body, he would turn into a stone statue. However, at this moment, Jiraiya and Fukasaku couldn't do anything. If they were to disturb Ryujiro rashly, the consequences might be even more unpredictable. The eyes of the Toad Sage narrowed. Jiraiya boy carefully observed the aura on Ryujiro's body. Jiraiya, in a panic, was first stunned, then carefully observed Ryujiro. The next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his breathing became rapid. Sage mode, Ryujiro's Sage mode hasn't been released. What on earth is happening? Fukasaku looked at Ryujiro in shock. Even he didn't know what was going on in this situation. I don't know either. Jiraiya stiffened in place. Even Fukasaku didn't know what was happening. What exactly was this kid Ryujiro doing? He could feel the entire Mount Myoboku's natural energy crazily converging towards Ryujiro's position. It was as if Ryujiro was an invisible vortex, drawing all the natural energy into his body. Wasn't he afraid of any accidents? His courage was too great. Normally, entering Sage mode would have some characteristics, such as the orange eyeshadow appearing at the corners of the eyes for Mount Myoboku's inherited Sage mode. However, immediately after Ryujiro's features disappeared, there was no such thing on Ryujiro. And Ryujiro hadn't released his Sage mode. The overflowing Senjutsu chakra, even just a bit, made Jiraiya extremely fearful. That strong chakra was completely different from when he entered Sage mode. It was as if the entire Mount Myoboku's natural energy was being drained. Even Shima, who was cooking at home, noticed something unusual. When she arrived at the place where Sage jutsus were practiced, she looked at Ryujiro and also showed a shocked expression. The vast natural energy poured into his body, yet there were no signs of petrification. They didn't know that it wasn't Ryujiro absorbing the natural energy. Although there was natural energy and abundant Sage chakra in Ryujiro's body, it was not Ryujiro who was engulfing the natural energy, but rather the Hogyoku, which ruthlessly absorbed every time the natural energy was converted into Sage chakra. Moreover, Ryujiro's body was not an ordinary body. Even though Hogyoku had not recognized anyone as its owner yet, it had already merged into Ryujiro's body. Moreover, Hogyoku was now activated. The huge amount of natural energy continued to pour into Ryujiro's body. Fukasaku, Shima, and Jiraiya used their hands to protect themselves from the Sage chakra storm erupting from Ryujiro's body. Jiraiya boy, could Ryujiro be the child of prophecy mentioned by the great Toad Sage? Fukasaku asked suspiciously. With such talent and the unprecedented situation before them, Fukasaku somewhat suspected that Ryujiro was the child of prophecy mentioned by the great Toad Sage, who would save the ninja world in the future. Jiraiya shook his head. When the great Toad Sage talked to him just now, he had already confirmed to the great Toad Sage that Ryujiro was not the so-called child of prophecy. On the contrary, Ryujiro's destiny was elusive and mysterious. Even the great Toad Sage did not know what path Ryujiro would take in the future. Boom. A terrifying Sage chakra storm erupted again, and cracks of varying sizes appeared on the surface of the toad stones surrounding them. Such pressure from Sage chakra, even Fukasaku had never felt before. When the dust settled, Ryujiro emitted a unique aura. This feeling was as if it belonged to a different level of life. Although Ryujiro didn't seem to have changed much, Fukasaku and Shima were already gaping. The Ryujiro in front of them was undoubtedly still in Sage mode. What on earth was going on? Ryujiro clenched his fist, feeling the immense power brought by Sage chakra inside his body. Is this Sage chakra? His state indeed seemed to be in Sage mode, but this Sage mode didn't bring Ryujiro many of the typical features of Sage mode. A perfect Sage mode. A high-concentration Sage chakra gathered at Ryujiro's fingertips, forming a curved blade made of chakra. Jiraiya widened his eyes suddenly. Could sage chakra be manipulated like this? Moreover, with such a dense sage chakra, if it were to erupt, Jiraiya didn't dare to imagine its terrifying power. Slash. Ryujiro cut open a gash on his arm. What are you doing, Ryujiro? Shima exclaimed, but then her eyes widened suddenly. The wound on Ryujiro's arm was gradually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in no time, the wound on Ryujiro's hand disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of the scratch. Such recovery power. Jiraiya opened his mouth wide. It was like the recovery ability possessed by the first Hokage. Fukasaku and Shima looked at the healed wound on Ryujiro's arm in shock. Sage body. Did sage chakra transform Ryujiro's body into a sage body? This was absolutely impossible. This was not a transformation of sage body caused by sage chakra, but an evolution brought to Ryujiro's body by Hogyoku. It was an evolution of Ryujiro's body to another level of life by Hogyoku. A smile appeared at the corner of Ryujiro's mouth. He could already feel the power of Hogyoku. It seemed that Hogyoku was gradually acknowledging him as its master. Ryujiro, do you feel any discomfort? Fukasaku and Shima were somewhat worried after Ryujiro's body was infused with so much natural energy just now. Ryujiro shook his head. There's nothing unusual. But it seems that I am already in sage mode now. And this sage mode didn't have a time limit, which meant it was eternal. Fukasaku and Shima glanced at each other, showing a bitter smile on their lips. They were truly witnessing the birth of a monster. Chapter 68, Becoming a Rogue Ninja. Perfect Sage Mode. Although Ryujiro appeared no different from before, the terrifying aura emanating from him made both Fukasaku and Shima break out in a cold sweat. Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. Sage Mode. Ryujiro in this state was already in Sage Mode. The Sage Mode of Mount Myaboku should have distinct characteristics, even the eyeshadow at the corners of the eyes was absent. Could it be that Ryujiro had even erased the characteristics of Sage Mode? Ryujiro felt the changes happening within his body, with chakra circulating through every vein endlessly, filling every part of him. If he were to open the 8 gates in this state, the power would be terrifying. I didn't expect Ryujiro would master Sage Mode so quickly. Have you ever seen Sage Mode in this state, Sensei? Fukasaku shook his head. Sage Mode in this state, even with the innate talent like Minato's, it's impossible to be like Ryujiro. And although the natural energy around wasn't pouring into Ryujiro's body as crazily as before, his body was still absorbing natural energy like a toad oil. That meant even if Ryujiro wanted to maintain this state for a long time, it was possible. Fukasaku couldn't help but take a deep breath. Can this be called Eternal Sage Mode? Ryujiro, he's too terrifying. When Ryujiro appeared in front of the Great Toad Sage again, even the 1,000-year-old Great Toad Sage was moved. Being in Sage Mode as a norm, and even automatically absorbing natural energy. Even when Hagoromo practiced Senjutsu, he wasn't as terrifying as Ryujiro. The future was so uncertain, this kid's future was quite bewildering. For the shinobi world, it's hard to say whether it's good or bad. The fact that such a person wasn't the child of prophecy was indeed worrying. After meeting the Great Toad Sage, Fukasaku and Shima warmly invited Jiraiya and Ryujiro to their place for dinner. Jiraiya immediately shivered at the thought of those hard-to-swallow bugs and quickly declined. Even if he could eat them, he didn't want to experience the taste again. The disappointed Fukasaku and Shima, after being rejected, wore regretful expressions. Next time, when Jiraiya and little Ryujiro are free, they will make them taste the delicacies of Mount Myaboku. In the Hidden Rain Village, various peculiar buildings stood tall. And surprisingly, all members of the Akatsuki were recalled. Even with your combined power, you all have failed. It seems that this Ryujiro is truly formidable. The person with a serious and cold expression spoke in a deep voice. Especially with those purple eyes with concentric ripples, they gave off tremendous intimidation. Rinnegan. After impersonating as Uchiha Madara and finding Nagato, Obito informed Nagato about Ryujiro's information in Konoha. Obito believed Ryujiro was a potential threat, so he manipulated Nagato to mobilize the Akatsuki members to assassinate Ryujiro. But the outcome was unexpected for Nagato. Even if the mission failed, Nagato thought at least it could severely injure Ryujiro, but here the members of the Akatsuki themselves were injured. They mistook their own comrades for Ryujiro and Jiraiya and fought each other. Nagato, who controlled pain, looked at Itachi. It is said that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can see through any genjutsu, right? Even Itachi's eyes didn't notice when he was under genjutsu. But the key reason was that Obito didn't tell him about Ryujiro's ability to use genjutsu. Nagato was a disciple of Jiraiya, so he naturally knew his teacher couldn't use genjutsu of such a high level. Even with his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi couldn't break free from it. This Ryujiro was indeed troublesome. Now that the Akatsuki has attracted the attention of the major shinobi villages, their actions must speed up. The plan to capture all the tailed beasts. A dark light flashed in Pain's eyes. Even if the people of the Hidden Sand Village were dissatisfied with Konoha, it was useless now. Go to war with Konoha. They didn't have that strength. They only had a single Kage-level ninja, Chiyo. Starting a war with Konoha is just giving other major villages an opportunity. It's even possible for other major villages to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Sand Village during this empty period, and by then, everything would be irreparable. After Chiyo strongly suppressed the dissatisfaction among the higher-ups, the Hidden Sand Village also returned to its former peace. The position of the Kazekage couldn't be vacant for long, but now, even if the Hidden Sand Village wanted to elect a new Kazekage, there's no good candidate. Someone approached Chiyo and asked her to take up the position of the fifth Kazekage, but Chiyo flatly refused. Originally, Chiyo's plan to live in seclusion meant not getting involved in the affairs of the Land of Wind and the village. Now, she had no choice but to come out. Besides, even if she became Kazekage at her age, she wouldn't have many good years left to live, and there are many things to deal with as the leader of a village. And for a while, because the position of Kazekage was temporarily vacant, the people of the Hidden Sand Village didn't have a candidate to recommend. After a long time, Chiyo finally summoned the higher-ups and elected Gaara as the fifth Kazekage, of course not immediately to the position of Kazekage as Gaara was now only 12 years old. He needed at least another 2 or 3 years before he could take up the position of Kazekage. And during this time, they should help grow Gaara as the future Kazekage. The current Gaara no longer has the paranoid personality he used to have, and as a Jinchuriki, Gaara was also qualified to become the Kazekage. At first, the higher-ups in the village disagreed, but eventually, due to the lack of candidates who could take up the position of Kazekage, they reluctantly accepted the proposal. Gaara looked out over the entire Hidden Sand Village on the yellow soil, his eyes shining with a strange light. Shikaku, the village intends to elect me as the next Kazekage. What do you think? Since being defeated by Ryujiro, Gaara has been able to communicate normally with Shikaku sealed within him. TCH, what's good about being Kazekage? Kid, don't forget how they treated you. In their eyes, you're nothing more than a tool. If it were up to me, I'd just slip out of the village and become a rogue ninja. After all, you have no emotional attachment to this place, right? Shikaku's disdainful voice echoed in Gaara's mind. Become a rogue ninja. Now Gaara, unlike before, wasn't influenced by Naruto's talk no jutsu and didn't have the desire to be accepted by everyone. On the contrary, he already felt a sense of boredom staying in the village. Being a rogue ninja didn't sound bad at all. Chapter 69, Gaara Defects. After leaving Mount Miyaboku, Ryujiro and Jiraiya didn't use reverse summoning jutsu to return. It took about a month for Jiraiya and Ryujiro to return to Konoha. When Ryujiro returned to the village, he heard a surprising piece of news. It was that Gaara, a Jinchuriki from the Hidden Sand Village, had been declared an S-rank missing nin after defecting from the village. In the original story, Gaara was supposed to become the fifth Kazekage. Now that Gaara had defected from the Hidden Sand Village, who would take the position of the fifth Kazekage? The only one who could possibly take the position now was Chiyo. The development of the plot exceeded his expectations. After returning to the Hyuga house, although it had only been a month since they last met, when Hinata heard that Ryujiro had returned, she rushed crazily and threw herself into Ryujiro's arms. Feeling the faint fragrance of Hinata, a faint smile appeared on Ryujiro's lips. Even in this world, he could still experience the feeling of home. He wondered if his Hogyoku could help Hinata evolve her Byakugan and awaken the Tenseigan. The power of Hogyoku was immeasurable. After all, Ryujiro was now capable of creating terrifying creatures. He didn't mind stirring up some trouble in the shinobi world, becoming a mastermind behind the scenes in the storm that would engulf the entire shinobi world, opposing Uchiha Madara. Nagato's desire for peace was nothing but a futile illusion, imagining himself as a godlike existence. Moreover, those Rinnegan weren't originally Nagato's. If Nagato hadn't been a member of the Uzumaki clan, he would probably have died long ago after using the Rinnegan so frequently. Ryujiro, why do you feel a bit different? Hinata asked, staring at Ryujiro. Ryujiro gently stroked her hair and smiled faintly. I've changed a bit. Ryujiro's strength was several times or even dozens of times greater than before, so now he was at least confident in facing opponents like those at the level of 6 paths. But even so, he wanted to remain cautious whenever facing anyone because things like truth-seeking balls could obliterate everything. In terms of overall strength, he did surpass the previous Super Kage-level shinobi, and even if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected now, Ryujiro was confident in dealing with him. Of course, at this stage, the only one with strength surpassing that of the Kage was Nagato. Although Nagato possessed the Rinnegan and had the ability to absorb ninjutsu, Ryujiro's sword attacks didn't have a chakra nature. Even if his attack carried a portion of Sage Chakra, it could only absorb the Sage Chakra attached to the sword attack. After spending some time with Hinata at the Hyuga house, Ryujiro went to the Hokage's office. As an assistant to the Hokage, he couldn't afford to be idle. He couldn't just come back and not even meet the Hokage. At this time, Tsunade in the Hokage's office already knew about what Ryujiro had done at Mount Maiboku. In less than a day, he had mastered the Sage Mode, and it was a perfect Sage Mode. According to Jiraiya, even in his normal state, Ryujiro was in Sage Mode. It seemed that Ryujiro's physique had transformed into a sage's body like her grandfather's, able to automatically heal even if it's heavily injured. Tsunade couldn't understand how Ryujiro had done it. Seeing Ryujiro arrive at the Hokage's office, Tsunade frowned and glanced at him but didn't say much. "I thought you'd spend the whole day with Hinata," she said. "I didn't expect you to remember your Hokage." Ryujiro smiled faintly. "What are you talking about, Hokage-sama? You're the Hokage. I'm your assistant. How could I forget you?" "Alright, stop being a jerk." Tsunade didn't believe Ryujiro's words. This kid wasn't that nice. "Now that you're back, half of these documents are for you to handle." Tsunade pointed to the large stack of documents on the desk. These days, she had been busy dealing with matters in the village, and being the Hokage wasn't as easy as Tsunade had thought. Although she had prepared for it beforehand, she hadn't expected it to be so difficult. Looking at the table full of documents, Ryujiro couldn't help but feel a chill. When would he finish dealing with so many documents? Despite his reluctance, he still agreed to Tsunade's request. After all, he wouldn't have to do it himself, and he could just hand it over to a shadow clone later. He agreed so quickly. Tsunade was somewhat surprised by Ryujiro's quick agreement. But as an assistant to the Hokage, Ryujiro should handle some things. If she were to handle all these documents by herself, who knows when she would finish. The power Tsunade had given Ryujiro was even greater than that of the previous assistants to the Hokage. Ryujiro could act on behalf of the Hokage. Although there were objections from the two elders and the higher-ups of Konoha, Tsunade managed to suppress them. As for the means she used, if Tsunade didn't sit in the Hokage's position, no one in the village would be able to take the position of Hokage, and by then, Konoha, which had just restored order, would become chaotic again. Ryujiro didn't just come to see Tsunade. He asked about Gaara's defection from the Hidden Sand Village. It had been a week since Gaara left the Hidden Sand Village. Although the Sand Village had sent some Jonins to track him down, they were no match for Gaara. Though Gaara didn't kill them, being buried in sand up to their waists wasn't pleasant. If this had happened in the past, those who pursued Gaara would probably have already perished. A Jinchuriki defecting from a shinobi village. Once this news spreads throughout the entire shinobi world, all shinobi villages will take action. If they could obtain a tailed beast, it would give any village the power to disrupt the balance of the shinobi world. Tailed beasts were known as weapons of mass destruction. After leaving the Hokage's office, Ryujiro hadn't gone far before a cold voice called out to him. At this time, Sasuke hadn't defected from the village. Perhaps it was because the right time hadn't come yet, or perhaps it was because he had been influenced by Ryujiro and the plot changed. Sasuke looked at Ryujiro with a complex expression. It had only been a short time since Ryujiro had become the assistant to the Hokage, and he was still just a Chuunin. This gap crushed the last bit of pride he had as a member of the Uchiha clan. His strength wasn't enough to kill Itachi. From Kakashi, he learned that not long ago, Itachi returned to the village, and Ryujiro fought against Itachi. And what shocked him was that Itachi's genjutsu not only didn't affect Ryujiro, but it seemed to backfire and injure him. Ryujiro's current strength completely surpassed Itachi. If he wanted to defeat Itachi, he would have to let go of his pride as an Uchiha and ask Ryujiro for help. For revenge, for killing Itachi, nothing else mattered to Sasuke. He finally understood that without strength, everything was meaningless. Only with strength like Ryujiro's could he control his own destiny. Chapter 70, Orochimaru returns. Sasuke, if you have come here to test the gap between us, then there's no need for that. With your intelligence, you should understand that the difference between us is like an abyss which is impossible to cross. Ryujiro spoke lightly. He had no interest whatsoever in Sasuke right now. It seemed Sasuke could only pique his interest after unlocking the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Even if Ryujiro didn't say it, he already knew the immense gap between him and Ryujiro. It was a gap that seemed endless, so much so that right now for Sasuke, there was no hope of catching up to Ryujiro. Ryujiro, please help me to become stronger. I want to have strength like yours. Please. Sasuke blurted out his inner thoughts in one breath, his breath becoming rapid, his heart pounding wildly. Ryujiro's expression shifted ever so slightly. What did he mean? Sasuke wanted him to help him become stronger. It seemed that the plot had truly been altered by him. What surprised him more was that Sasuke had actually set aside his pride as an Uchiha to ask him for help. Sasuke feared Ryujiro would refuse. If Ryujiro rejected him, Sasuke's remaining shreds of self-respect would be shattered. Why do you want to become stronger? Ryujiro asked lightly. Sasuke lifted his head, his eyes filled with hatred. To kill a man. Sure enough, Sasuke's current desire to become strong was to kill Itachi. Sasuke, you really don't understand Itachi's intentions. Ryujiro had no interest in being anyone's teacher, nor did he have any good ninjutsu to teach Sasuke. However, follow me, Ryujiro said lightly. Sasuke's face lit up, thinking Ryujiro had agreed to help him. He quickly caught up with Ryujiro's pace. They arrived at a relatively remote area from the village. There were no ANBU ninja in the vicinity, meaning no one was monitoring this area. Huff, huff, huff. Sasuke barely kept up with Ryujiro's speed, panting heavily when they arrived. I'm not interested in you, but there's someone here who might be suitable for you. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Someone suitable. Did that mean Ryujiro intended to introduce someone else to help him become stronger? There's no need to hide any longer, Orochimaru. Ryujiro's voice was indifferent. Heh, as expected of you, Ryujiro. It seems you've anticipated my resurrection. Orochimaru, who had been previously killed by Ryujiro, reappeared before him, with Kabuto standing beside him. It seemed Kabuto had assisted in Orochimaru's resurrection. Even with Orochimaru's protection, Kabuto was still filled with fear towards Ryujiro. Such power was simply not of the same dimension. Initially, Ryujiro had no hesitation in killing Orochimaru. Moreover, Orochimaru mentioned that Ryujiro seemed to know everything about the ninja world. That was terrifying. Just like how Ryujiro knew Orochimaru would be resurrected. It's you. Sasuke's eye shrank at the sight of Orochimaru, looking at him with some fear. Sasuke-kun, we meet again. It seems you've successfully integrated the power of the curse seal. Orochimaru admired Sasuke. Sasuke indeed didn't disappoint him. The curse seal of heaven had a death process, and it seemed Sasuke had successfully overcome it. This body. Orochimaru greedily licked his lips. Such an action made Sasuke feel a little scared. Did Ryujiro really sell him out? Was this guy the one he was talking about? But considering the curse mark Orochimaru placed on his own neck, which significantly boosted his strength, perhaps following this guy would indeed make him stronger. Orochimaru hadn't carefully sensed Ryujiro's aura before, but now as he scrutinized Ryujiro, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. This feeling. Senjutsu. Although Orochimaru couldn't use Sage Mode right now, he could still sense natural energy, and he had also seen Jiraiya using Sage Mode. While Ryujiro's current state was no different from usual, the feeling he gave off undeniably resembled Sage Mode. His Sage Mode was active even when he was in normal state. Orochimaru couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. Eternal. Ryujiro was able to maintain Eternal Sage Mode. Orochimaru's mind went blank. He had underestimated Ryujiro's potential and abilities. There was definitely something hidden within him that he couldn't reveal. Ryujiro, it's only been a short time since we last met, but you've become even more terrifying. Orochimaru looked at Ryujiro with fear. Ryujiro chuckled lightly. Orochimaru, it seems you've sensed it too. Kabuto and Sasuke were utterly baffled. The two of them had no idea what Orochimaru and Ryujiro were talking about. I won't waste any more time on nonsense. My disappearance from the village for so long will raise suspicions. I'll leave Sasuke to you. I'll come find you in a while. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, Ryujiro's figure disappeared from the sight of Orochimaru and the others. Not with body flicker jutsu. Orochimaru was slightly surprised once again by Ryujiro's displayed capabilities. At this moment, Sasuke stood still. Was he just sold out by Ryujiro like that? Orochimaru looked at the now confused Sasuke and said slowly, Sasuke-kun, I don't like to make things difficult for others. The choice is yours. Sasuke fell silent. If Orochimaru was in collusion with the village's rogue ninjas, it meant he had to defect from Konoha too. But if Orochimaru could make him stronger, then even if he had to defect from the village, he felt it was still worth it. In the end, Sasuke followed Orochimaru. Although Sasuke left on his own, with the power of Kyoka Soijetsu the village's elders, even Tsunade, were hypnotized by Ryujiro. And one of the hypnotized ninja leaked information. He saw Sasuke with Orochimaru. This news shocked Tsunade. Wasn't Orochimaru killed by Ryujiro? How could he reappear again? Resurrection. Could such a thing really be done? In the end, the village's senior members issued a notice declaring Sasuke a rogue ninja of the Konoha village. Chapter 71, Mihawk vs Akatsuki. Why? Why is Sasuke wanted as a rogue ninja? What's going on, pervy sage? Naruto grabbed Jiraiya's sleeve, incessantly asking. Jiraiya sighed, he went with Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Wasn't he killed by Ryujiro? Upon learning that Orochimaru had been resurrected, Naruto was even more shocked. Resurrected? How is that possible? Is there a jutsu that can bring someone back to life? Damn it. Why did Sasuke leave? Naruto clenched his fists in frustration. Even though the plot had been drastically altered because of Ryujiro, the bond between Naruto and Sasuke, two good friends, remained unchanged. Naruto wanted to know where Orochimaru was and wanted to bring Sasuke back. But even Jiraiya didn't know where Orochimaru was, let alone how Orochimaru was resurrected. Initially, he and Tsunade had personally witnessed Ryujiro killing Orochimaru. What Orochimaru had been researching in the years since leaving Konoha was a mystery. Orochimaru was no longer a human. But why did Jiraiya always feel like something was missing? When he was smashed away by Tsunade and saw Orochimaru killed by Ryujiro as he crawled out of the rubble. What happened during that time? Jiraiya and Tsunade had no idea. He hoped his worries were unfounded. Land of Rivers. Gaara, draped in a brown cloak, arrived in the Land of Rivers. He finally experienced how liberating it felt to be free from constraints. In the eyes of the village elders, he, as a Jinchuriki, was nothing more than a weapon of war for the great nations. As for being Kazekage, he had no interest. Even powerful leaders like his father, the fourth Kazekage, ultimately died by someone else's hand. Freedom. It's truly wonderful. In a small town near the Land of Rivers, Gaara stopped at a dango shop. Smelling the fragrant aroma, Gaara couldn't help but lick his lips. After walking so far, he was too tired. It's better to rest here. After entering the shop, Gaara ordered 2 servings of dangos and sat down at his table. But as he glanced around the shop, his gaze suddenly stopped. That feeling. Gaara's eyes contracted, staring at the middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor, carrying a huge black sword on his back, the blade adorned with exquisite patterns. Those eyes. Yes, those eyes were just like the guy from Konoha, those eyes. Both used swords, both possessed that sharp edge. Could this man be related to that guy from Konoha? Mihawk, who was drinking, seemed to sense Gaara's gaze, and their eyes met for a moment. Gaara's heart trembled, and he turned his head away. That feeling. He was sure. He had felt this from Ryujiro before, and this man was the second person to give him such a feeling. Shikaku, you saw that, right? Shikaku, residing within Gaara, could share his vision and naturally saw Mihawk. Yeah, I saw. That man is very powerful, not inferior to the brat from Konoha. Even Shikaku's tone became more serious. When did the shinobi world produce so many terrifying figures? If this man could produce slashes like Ryujiro, then he would be too terrifying. Did this man teach that brat from Konoha? Ding-ling. The wind chime at the door rang, and 2 men dressed in Akatsuki robes walked in. Gaara of the Sand, you've made it easy for us to find you. Deidara's face showed a sinister smile, while the shorter figure beside him, Sasori now inside his puppet Hirako, emanated a gloomy gaze. The atmosphere in the dango shop seemed to instantly chill. Even the shopkeeper sensed that something was wrong and ran out in fear without even making dangos. Who are you people? Sand spilled out from Gaara's gourd behind him. Akatsuki. Gaara frowned. What's Akatsuki? Sasori, leave the Jinchuriki to me. I'll use my art to defeat the Jinchuriki. Sasori glanced deeply at Deidara. I don't like waiting. Don't worry Sasori, it'll be over soon. Even the Akatsuki hadn't anticipated that a Jinchuriki would defect from the village. If he had been inside the village, it might have been tricky, but outside, they could deal with him without any worries. Now. It's time to show my art. Deidara's face revealed an artistic smile. At that moment, Mihawk, who was drinking, glanced at Deidara and Sasori's position. This was the Akatsuki that Ryujiro had mentioned. Mihawk had already witnessed jutsus in the shinobi world that were beyond his comprehension, using chakra to wield different attributes of ninjutsu, much like devil fruits in his world. The only difference was that chakra was a form of energy inherent to the human body. Gaara of the Sand. Hey, Deidara, looks like there are other powerful players here. Sasori felt a sense of dread from Mihawk. Other powerful players? That man. Indeed. He didn't seem ordinary, but this operation wasn't just him alone. With him and Sasori here, even a Kage would fall. They had the confidence that they could make the Jinchuriki fall here. Their target was the one-tailed Jinchuriki. As long as that man didn't intervene, Sasori and Deidara wouldn't act against Mihawk. Unfortunately. Not long ago, Ryujiro had conveyed a message to Mihawk, instructing him to add Gaara into the Godai 13 as soon as he saw him. Akatsuki's goal was to capture the tailed beasts, and Mihawk couldn't just stand by. As Mihawk stood up, Sasori and Deidara instinctively narrowed their eyes. The aura emanating from this man was also too sharp. Just like a sword. Deidara, capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki won't be easy. Sasori felt the pressure from Mihawk and said deeply. What do you want? Deidara asked Mihawk in a low voice. Akatsuki, this boy is joining our organization. So, leave him alone, otherwise the consequences won't be too good for you. Organization. Both Sasori and Deidara frowned. There were organizations other than the Akatsuki collecting tailed beast Jinchuriki. How was that possible? TCH. Deidara, I'll leave the Jinchuriki to you and I'll deal with this man. With that, the battle was about to begin. Boom boom. Sasori opened his mouth and shot out countless poison needles. These needles were all coated with deadly toxins. If even a little touched, death would follow shortly. Ding ding ding. Mihawk effortlessly deflected the poisoned needles with his black sword. This was just starting, and the real battle was about to begin. Chapter 72, Ryujiro arrives. Although we couldn't reach 800 power stones, here is still an extra chapter. Mihawk's sharp eyes flashed a hint of coldness as he bent down, causing the ground to cave in abruptly as he exploded towards the location of Sasori. Yoru in his hand also shimmered with a strange cold light, under which it seemed like everything would be cut in two. TCH. Sasori sneered disdainfully. Sasori, tail made of steel, accompanied by repeated flashes of cold light, stabbed towards Mihawk. Without any hesitation, a slash came down. Clang. Under Mihawk's blade, Sasori, tail made of steel, scattered into pieces everywhere. Sasori's face turned pale with shock. What was this black blade made of? It could easily cut through steel. This middle-aged man was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Could he be a samurai from the Land of Iron? But soon Sasori dispelled his absurd thoughts. The Land of Iron was just a small country, and its warriors were not particularly powerful. If there were truly such power, the Land of Iron would have long attracted the attention of the 5 great nations. Mihawk didn't give Sasori any chance to catch his breath, with his keen observation Haki and years of battle experience. None of Sasori's attacks managed to harm him in the slightest. Zing. A crisp, sharp sword hum sounded. The surrounding airflow suddenly changed, and a terrifying slash rose from the ground, creating a mist and infinite dust. Boom. In an instant, the dazzling slash roared out like a tsunami, mercilessly tearing everything around. Sasori, hidden within his puppet, widened his eyes suddenly. The next moment, the Hirako puppet exploded without warning, countless poisoned needles and senbon mercilessly ravaging everything around like a storm. Sasori. Deidara, who was fighting Gaara, exclaimed in horror. Sasori was defeated. Mihawk frowned as he realized things were not as simple as they seemed. Clang clang clang, accompanied by sparks, the flying senbon were cut into two and fell to the ground. Thousand arms manipulation. Thousands of arms surged like a flood, and in that instant, Mihawk's expression changed slightly. But even so, he didn't feel any pressure. He was just surprised by the appearance of thousands of arms in his line of sight. The jutsus in this world were indeed extremely strange. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The dazzling shadows of swords danced, and thousands of arms were instantly cut into pieces by Mihawk, one by one. However, not long after, the severed arms began to gradually regenerate. It seems I shouldn't underestimate you. A voice with a hint of youthfulness entered Mihawk's ears. Mihawk's expression changed dramatically as he looked at the young man in front of him. This feeling. So, this young man is the real body. That means the one just now was a puppet. Truly miraculous that a young man could hide within such a small puppet. Ha! Boom, Deidara's clay bomb exploded instantly. Sasori. Sasori transformed. Why, what's going on? Hey! Sasori. Sasori below listened to Deidara's idiotic voice and showed an impatient expression. This kid was too annoying. Although Sasori had a youthful face, he was much older than Deidara. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken care of Deidara so much along the way. Let's start the second round. Sasori's eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he summoned another puppet using his puppet jutsu. A human puppet made from the body of the third Kazekage. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message shared by Mihawk, Ryujiro had already left Konoha. As for the documents given to him by Tsunade, he had handed them over to his shadow clone to deal with. Gaara, a Jinchuriki, if he could obtain some chakra from one tail, he wondered if Hogyoku could absorb it. If that were possible, what changes would occur if he collected the chakra of all the tailed beasts? Would it produce a yin-yang release? Or would he enter the Six Paths mode like the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? These were all just Ryujiro's speculations, and whether they could actually be achieved was unknown. Boom boom boom. While on the way, Ryujiro suddenly heard a commotion ahead. A green-colored slash exploded, creating a huge wave and hurricane that swept through the entire forest. It was Mihawk's slash. In the next moment, Ryujiro's figure disappeared instantly. At this moment, Sasori's expression was not very good. The human puppet made by the third Kazekage was already covered in scars, and nearby, puppets destroyed by Mihawk's slashes were everywhere. He had never seen someone with such terrifying swordsmanship. When did such a person emerge in the ninja world again? A flying slash, like this, was too scary. The Konoha village's sword genius was said to be able to produce flying slashes. Could there be any connection between him and the person in front of him? Sasori knew that his strength was not comparable to Mihawk's. The men standing before him could easily cut through them. He and Deidara had never expected to encounter such an unexpected situation while trying to capture a Jinchuriki. Just then, explosions rang out like thunder, and the terrifying shockwave dispersed the clouds in the sky. Gaara's strength at this time was simply no match for Deidara. In the original anime, back when he became Kazekage, Gaara was still defeated by Deidara alone, let alone the Gaara of this period who hadn't undertaken any missions and was much less experienced compared to Deidara of that period. The sand armor on Gaara's body gradually fell off, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Deidara. Is this the end? Shikaku. Lend me your power. The sharp voice of Shikaku echoed in Gaara's mind. TSK. Boy, do you think I will lend you my strength just because you asked? What do you take me for? Don't forget that I am a tailed beast, and I am not friends with you humans. But I might lend you my strength, just give me your body. Shikaku had been patient for a long time and couldn't wait to roam the outside world again. Handing his body over to Shikaku would also mean his consciousness being swallowed up. He and the tailed beasts were not friends, he couldn't let himself be controlled by a tailed beast. His consciousness was dissipating. Is this where it ends for me? When Deidara was about to take Gaara away to assist Sasori, suddenly a figure rushed out. Deidara's expression changed dramatically as he controlled his flying device, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead when he saw the familiar face. It's you. Deidara was extremely fearful of Ryujiro. The genjutsu he had quietly cast had played them in the palm of his hand, including several members of the Akatsuki. Ryujiro looked calmly at Deidara from above, dragging Gaara, who had fallen from the sky. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Heido number 63. Raikoho. Chapter 73, Death of the Art Duo. A massive spiritual pressure gathered in Ryujiro's palm, and a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly burst forth. The thunder serpent danced, transforming into a brilliant thunder pillar crashing down towards Deidara in the sky. The dazzling brilliance of the thunder was stunning, the terrifying energy contained within it emitting a sizzling sound as it frictioned with the air. Deidara watched as the thunder, resembling a thunder dragon, swept towards him, wanting to dodge but it was already too late. Unlike ninjutsu, the speed of this thunder attack reached that of natural lightning. Even if Deidara wanted to evade, it was already too late. The raging thunder shredded the clay-made birds. Before the thunder, those white birds seemed as fragile as paper. With an unstable center of gravity, Deidara fell from the sky to the ground, while on the other side, Mihawk also ended his battle. The merciless black blade plunged into Sasori's heart, amidst the scattered puppet parts. The puppet made from the third Kazekage was powerless against Mihawk's black blade. Sasori stared wide-eyed, unbelievably, at Mihawk. He actually lost. That terrifying swordsmanship. Not ninjutsu, but sheer brute force incomprehensible to him. Is this my end? Sasori's gaze gradually lost its color. As his eyes completely lost their color, his heart also stopped beating. Deidara, falling from the sky, had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling extremely uncomfortable throughout his internal organs. Deidara, in a sorry state, saw Sasori lying on the ground and the scattered puppet parts. His eyes suddenly contracted. Sasori. Damn it. Damn it. You actually killed Sasori. Deidara's face twisted with endless rage, all visible on his face. None of you will escape this place. Let's all die together. Deidara tore off a piece of his clothing, revealing a grim mouth on his left chest. Ryujiro's eyes couldn't help but shrink. It's that move. Art is an explosion. Deidara mixed the last bit of clay on him. Under his will, chakra had already been mobilized. Even if you want to escape, it's too late. Under Deidara's crazy smile, he seemed to have already prepared himself for his own death. But after the words fell, nothing happened around him. The expression on Deidara's face gradually stiffened. What's going on? Why? Clearly, chakra has been mobilized. Why hasn't the jutsu been activated? Could it be? Failed. Puffed. A grim blade plunged into Deidara's heart. Ryujiro looked indifferently at the unbelieving Deidara and slowly said. Genjutsu, my genjutsu can completely control the opponent's senses. You didn't do anything just now. Deidara looked at Ryujiro incredulously, unwilling to accept it. To be able to dominate the 5 senses with genjutsu. How terrifying. He never thought that his ending would be so mundane. With a thud, Deidara fell heavily to the ground. The art duo, Deidara and Sasori, both died here. And almost all of them were crushed without any room for resistance. With these two dead, the Akatsuki would probably be in a frenzy situation. A sinister smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of Ryujiro's mouth. Things should develop in an interesting direction. Something should be left behind to let the Akatsuki know about the existence of the Godai 13. At this moment, Gaara had already lost consciousness. Looking at the devastated land around him, Ryujiro felt nothing in his heart. Although this is within the borders of the Land of Rivers, the Land of Rivers is just a small country. Even with just Mihawk alone, it's enough to wipe out a small country like the Land of Rivers. In this world, small countries have no rights, they can only be exploited. Once war breaks out, the small countries of the ninja world are just chess pieces in the war, and no one will care about the survival or death of a small country. Even if a small country disappears, a new country will emerge. Mihawk and Ryujiro looked at each other, then disappeared into the dense forest. In a huge tree, Nagato's pale face, already as thin as a skull, couldn't help but twitch. Deidara and Sasori are dead. Beside him, the exquisite beauty Konan wore a face of disbelief. Deidara and Sasori. Weren't they supposed to capture one-tailed Jinchuriki? Although it's a Jinchuriki, the current Jinchuriki hasn't fully mastered his power. Moreover, this time, it's Sasori and Deidara who were dispatched together. Even capturing a Jinchuriki should have been easy for the two of them combined. What happened to them? Nagato, should we? Konan paused for a moment. Nagato interrupted her words, don't notify the others for now. I'll control Pain to go and take a look. Soon, using Pain made from Yahiko's body, Nagato arrived and saw the two bodies of Deidara and Sasori. Looking at the traces of the battle, the hidden Nagato's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Deidara and Sasori were dead. The entire forest was devastated, with broken trees and scattered yellow sand everywhere. What made Nagato most uneasy was the hundreds of meters long, straight, smooth cut, as if this vast land was cut by some sharp weapon. Deidara and Sasori were completely overwhelmed by brute force. There are such terrifying people in the ninja world. On Deidara's body, Pain noticed a white piece of paper, and when he saw the characters Godai 13 on it, his eyes suddenly contracted. Pain murmured with great solemnity, Godai 13, I've never heard about them. Could it be that besides us, Akatsuki, there are other organizations in this world, trying to capture the tailed beasts? And there's no sign of a Jinchuriki here either. It will be trouble, if that organization is after the tailed beasts just like us, our future plans will be difficult to execute. But if they encounter someone from the Godai 13, Nagato will show no mercy. Only those who feel pain and know pain can understand the preciousness of peace, and no one can stop him from the path to peace. If someone comes in his way, he will crush them. Because he is a god. Chapter 74, Gaara joins. In the dark and murky void, Gaara gradually regained his consciousness. He looked around hazily at the eerie lights, but his eyes dilated instantly when he saw the two figures, and his foggy mind cleared in an instant. Ryujiro. There was a hint of fear in Gaara's eyes as he stared solemnly at Ryujiro, who was different from before. Boy, even if I wanted to help you this time, it would be futile. This kid is too terrifying. The voice of Shikaku echoed faintly in Gaara's mind. Gaara's eyes contracted suddenly. What do you mean by this, Shikaku? Even a tailed beast was scared of Ryujiro. The chakra flowing in this brat's body is Sage Chakra. Even in normal state, he can maintain Sage mode. His strength is at least several times greater than before, and that overflowing Sage Chakra. To be honest, I'm not confident in dealing with him. Gaara couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Unbelievable. Gaara of the Sand. Join my organization. Ryujiro said casually. What? Gaara was stunned, looking at Ryujiro in confusion. Join the organization. Isn't Ryujiro a ninja of Konoha? What does his organization mean? Does Ryujiro have another identity besides being a ninja of Konoha? What do you mean? What organization are you referring to? Ryujiro patiently explained to Gaara. A genius like Gaara, once he becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, his strength will definitely be stronger than most Kages. It didn't take long for Gaara to be shocked, his mouth hanging open. Godai 13. An organization that will influence the ninja world in the future. This Godai 13 was created by Ryujiro. Why would he create such an organization? If he disagrees, will Ryujiro kill him right here? Joining the organization doesn't seem like a bad idea. He has already rebelled against Tsunade, and it's better to do something interesting than to wander around aimlessly. Moreover, Gaara has already recognized his own strength. Perhaps he is outstanding within the village, but outside the village, there are still many ruthless people hidden in the ninja world. Compared to those people, he was too weak. I agree. Gaara looked at Ryujiro and said. A smile appeared at the corner of Ryujiro's mouth. A wise choice. This is the uniform of our organization. Take off the forehead protector of Tsunade. You have already left the village, so the forehead protector is meaningless. Gaara took off his forehead protector and put on clothes similar to Mihawk's. The uniforms made by Ryujiro were similar to those of the 13 court guard squads in Bleach. What is the purpose of our organization? Gaara, now wearing the uniform, asked in confusion. For now it is to secretly control the smaller villages, Ryujiro said slowly. Although the influence of small villages is minimal, if they control all small villages, everything will be different. Moreover, there is an organization like Akatsuki on the surface helping them, Godai 13, to resist any threats. Control small villages. Next. Shikaku, let's talk. Ryujiro said casually to Gaara. The next moment, Shikaku, who was locked in the prison within the vast space, became furious upon seeing Ryujiro. Boy! How dare you appear in front of me? Shikaku's roar shook the entire ceiling space. TCH, although you are both tailed beasts, the gap between you and the Nine Tails is very huge. Huh. You damn kid. What did you say? Having his pride hurt by Ryujiro, Shikaku, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, glared angrily at Ryujiro. Facing Shikaku's anger, Ryujiro remained indifferent and continued, enough, let's get back to the point. I need some of your chakra. You want my chakra? Shikaku was first surprised, then sneered. Boy, you want my chakra, right? Then if you want it, you should beg me. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you some. Shikaku didn't even know he was asking for trouble. Ryujiro's gaze gradually became somber. Boom. A huge and cold spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from Ryujiro's body, causing the entire ceiling space to tremble. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure, Shikaku couldn't help but tremble. This feeling, it wasn't only the power of a shinobi. This is not a negotiation. If you want to experience my new power, I don't mind using you as a test subject. Ryujiro's voice was extremely cold, and he looked like a soul-reaping Grim Reaper. This feeling. What's going on? Tailed beasts themselves are aggregates of chakra without souls, but for some reason, under the influence of sage chakra and spiritual pressure, Shikaku actually felt what death was like. You should know that tailed beasts are formed from the chakra of the 10 tails. Even if they appear to die on the surface, they can still resurrect years later. Because tailed beasts themselves are life forms formed from the huge chakra. Gulp. As a beast, Shikaku couldn't help but shrink his eyes, he had to succumb under this huge pressure. TCH. Damn brat. Shikaku could act tough. After Ryujiro's spirit withdrew from the ceiling space, a dark red-tailed beast chakra overflowed from Gaara's right hand. Such a high-density tailed beast chakra, besides being a Jinchuriki, would instantly damage anyone else who touched it. Ryujiro, are you sure about this? Gaara asked worriedly. As a Jinchuriki, he knew very well that tailed beast chakra was not ordinary chakra, and it could affect one's mind. If it were another ninja, perhaps they would indeed be affected by tailed beast chakra. But Ryujiro was different. He possessed both sage chakra and spiritual power, two huge energies. The tailed beast chakra would have no effect on him at all. At the moment when his fingertips touched the tailed beast chakra, the evil tailed beast chakra tried to control Ryujiro's body. Just at that moment of agitation, the tailed beast chakra was suppressed by an inexplicable force. The Hogyoku inside Ryujiro's body also reacted. Under the suppression of spiritual energy and sage chakra, the tailed beast chakra gradually absorbed into the Hogyoku. The three different energies circulated and merged within Ryujiro's body, and he felt another type of chakra attribute in his body. This was tailed beast chakra, it's nothing new. However, it seems that after the tailed beast chakra was absorbed by the Hogyoku itself also changed. This feeling was a transformation of life energy, and Ryujiro had gradually evolved unconsciously. Swoosh! The rioting tailed beast chakra enveloped Ryujiro's body. The dark red-tailed beast chakra wrapped around Ryujiro's body, and at this moment, Ryujiro looked more like a humanoid beast standing upright. Tailed beast transformation. With a portion of the one-tailed chakra, Ryujiro could enter the tailed beast transformation state. However, the tailed beast mode did not bring much improvement in strength to Ryujiro. On the contrary, those negligible improvements weren't much of help to Ryujiro. Hey. Are you kidding me? This kid can enter tailed beast mode with just a portion of my chakra. Chapter 75, Orochimaru's speculation. It was as if he was his Jinchuriki. What on earth is going on? Even Gaara had a face full of shock. Just with a small portion of chakra, Ryujiro could enter a state of tailed beast transformation, just like a Jinchuriki. Absorbing the chakra of one tail not only granted Ryujiro the ability of tailed beast mode, but he also seemed to gain the attribute of wind chakra. It seemed that Hogyoka thought the chakra of the tailed beasts was worth absorbing. What would happen if he absorbed the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts? Would he get yin-yang release? Or perhaps... Hee. Things were getting interesting. Ryujiro paid no attention to Gaara's shocked expression as he said, "Your current strength is still too weak. You should go and train under that man for a while." That man. Hidden Sound Village, a certain underground cave. Orochimaru, who was researching Kekkei Genkai in the base, suddenly furrowed his brow. His figure disappeared into the laboratory. Outside the cave, Ryujiro, Gaara, and Mihawk arrived at the entrance. After a while, Orochimaru appeared before them. When Gaara saw Orochimaru, he felt a strange familiarity, but he couldn't assure himself that he had never seen this sickly-looking man before. "Ryujiro, so you know about this place after all." "No need for small talk, Orochimaru. I'm sending someone to you. I'm entrusting Gaara to you." "Oh. Gaara of Sand." Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He looked at Gaara as if he were a valuable treasure. Feeling Orochimaru's gaze, Gaara's whole body broke out in goosebumps. Why did he feel like he was being tricked? Was Ryujiro really going to make him follow this man? This man seemed quite perverted. Mihawk looked at Orochimaru, sensing his chilling aura, which he disliked greatly. A Jinchuriki. But it was quite valuable for research. Of course, if Ryujiro asked him to train Gaara, Orochimaru probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, Ryujiro seemed to have undergone another change in his aura. It felt as if he was evolving, similar to the white snake sage in the Ryuchi cave. Was Ryujiro evolving? Orochimaru's fervent thoughts stirred his previously dormant heart once again. The white snake sage had lived for thousands of years. The reason Orochimaru was expelled from Konoha was because he conducted human experiments, seeking to pave a path to eternal life. Having experienced wars, Orochimaru felt that life was too fragile, the lifespan of a human was nothing more than a fleeting moment. Only eternity was the sole truth in the world. Although Orochimaru theoretically developed a method for eternal life, the flaw of living corpse reincarnation was also quite fatal. It not only depended on the compatibility of the body but also required finding another body for reincarnation after several years. The so-called eternal life of living corpse reincarnation was maintained through repeated reincarnations. Although Orochimaru considered this a form of eternity, he was not satisfied. If Ryujiro was evolving towards the same level as the White Snake Sage, would he also gain eternal life like the White Snake Sage? Could he also? If Ryujiro could help him attain immortality, Orochimaru would do whatever Ryujiro asked of him. To Orochimaru's fervent gaze, Ryujiro also felt puzzled. Did Orochimaru still want to use his own body for reincarnation? However, come to think of it, the 3 great sacred places likely had different sage modes. If one learned all of them, would there be unexpected changes? Ryujiro was greedy. On the path to becoming stronger, he couldn't afford to consider so much. Moreover, with Hogyoku present, if the sage modes were mutually exclusive, he probably wouldn't be affected. With Hogyoku there, he shouldn't be affected by anything. Entering Orochimaru's cave, it felt like entering a dark prison. Indeed, this kind of place suited Orochimaru's snake-like preference for dark, damp caves. There was no sign of Sasuke in the base. In order to become stronger, Orochimaru had already arranged training opponents for Sasuke. Currently, Sasuke was not far away, battling against Kimimaro. At this time, Sasuke was not a match for Kimimaro. The Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai was one of the more unique Kekkei Genkai in the shinobi world, but it also posed a threat to Kimimaro. Kimimaro's condition was gradually deteriorating, and the cause of this illness was likely the side effects of the Kagaya clan's unique Kekkei Genkai. Kabuto had been studying Kimimaro's Kekkei Genkai, but in the end, it was of no avail. In the original anime, after the fierce battle with Gaara, Kimimaro ultimately perished in the fight. One of the reasons Ryujiro had Gaara accompany Orochimaru was that the Sound Village was a good refuge for Gaara. Now, not only was the Sand Village searching for him, but also several other major shinobi villages. The temptation of capturing a Jinchuriki. How could the other major villages control themselves? The Sand Village was already at its wit's end. Even if Chiyo didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the Land of Wind and the Sand Village, she had no choice. If anything unexpected happened again in the Sand Village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, they would probably be in jeopardy. No matter which village, a Jinchuriki presence could ultimately affect the balance of the shinobi world. Even Konoha probably didn't expect Gaara to be with Orochimaru. After arranging everything for Gaara, Orochimaru looked at Mihawk beside him and couldn't help but ask. Ryujiro, why don't you introduce me to the person next to you? What's his name? Mihawk. Before Ryujiro could explain, Mihawk coldly uttered those words himself. Ahem. Orochimaru couldn't help but cough a few times. What a strange person. Those eyes were just like Ryujiro's. But now, Ryujiro's sharpness had diminished considerably, yet he gave off an even more terrifying vibe. It was as if facing an abyss. Alright, Orochimaru, besides entrusting Gaara to you, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you. Ryujiro, feel free to speak. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Join my organization. Organization. Orochimaru's eyes constricted, looking at Ryujiro with some doubt. The organization I've created, Godei 13, will eventually dominate the entire shinobi world. Ryujiro said this calmly, but it was his unique charisma that made it convincing. I'll join. Orochimaru didn't hesitate at all. He was eager for his relationship with Ryujiro to be eased, and in his eyes, all hopes of obtaining true immortality lay with Ryujiro. Ryujiro wasn't surprised. In his view, having a mad scientist like Orochimaru join wasn't bad. Orochimaru was a genius himself, and for Ryujiro, Orochimaru had value to be exploited. Chapter 76, Unexpected Changes. At this moment, Ryujiro followed Orochimaru into a hidden room. Entering the room, various preserved human organs and special limbs were displayed before them. This was Orochimaru's personal laboratory. And the most striking aspect of the laboratory was the several pairs of crimson eyes. Initially, during the Uchiha clan massacre, Danzo had collected many pairs of eyes, and without Orochimaru's assistance, Danzo would never have been able to possess an arm full of terrifying Sharingan. As someone who coveted the Sharingan's power the most, how could Orochimaru not keep a few pairs of eyes for himself? However, transplanting the Sharingan was not so simple. Unless the recipient's body was compatible with the Sharingan, the body and eyes would reject each other and not integrate well. Kakashi was actually an example of this. Without the Sharingan, Kakashi might have gone further. The chakra consumption due to the Sharingan was also a considerable burden for him. I didn't expect you to be so interested in the power of the Sharingan, Orochimaru said, astonished. Ryujiro looked at those pairs of crimson eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Interested in the Sharingan? No. The only thing that could truly interest him was the Rinnegan. Even if the Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, it couldn't be used frequently. Only the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could provide the user with true power. Except for Ryujiro and Orochimaru, no one else knew about this laboratory. Even Ryujiro had only casually inquired about it before. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru had truly hidden so many Sharingan. No wonder the subsequent puppets of the Uchiha clan, like Shin, had so many Sharingan. Ryujiro had no intention of transplanting the Sharingan. He only wanted to test whether the Hogyoku could understand the secrets of the Sharingan. Suddenly, there appeared in Ryujiro's hand a dazzling object as brilliant as a gemstone. The shining black light made Orochimaru's expression change, as if his soul was trembling. Such a thing was definitely not ordinary. Orochimaru stared at the orb in Ryujiro's hand, his mouth dry, and asked, Ryujiro, what is that in your hand? Hogyoku, a thing that is capable of manifesting desires. Indeed, the Hogyoku could manifest desires, enchant hearts. Even though this wasn't the first time Ryujiro held the Hogyoku, its power still intoxicated him. Hogyoku. Orochimaru didn't know what the Hogyoku was, but his intuition told him that the spherical gem could peer into another, extraordinary world. In the moment due to Hogyoku's brilliance, the Sharingan preserved in the container began to rotate strangely. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru widened his eyes in disbelief. Because the Sharingan, which was placed in the container like a windmill, began to rotate eerily. In an instant, the Sharingan in the container changed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes widened suddenly, his breathing becoming rapid. The evolution of the Sharingan should be stimulated by the emotions of the individual, but the Sharingan in the container was just a normal Sharingan. The orb actually contained such magical power. The development of events exceeded Ryujiro's expectations. It wasn't just Ryujiro who was evolving, it seemed that the Hogyoku itself was absorbing various energies and changing. From a single Mangekyo Sharingan to a double Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru was completely stunned by the appearance of the third Mangekyo Sharingan. Such power surpassed his understanding. It continued to rotate, and Orochimaru couldn't help but gulp, unable to suppress the crazy ideas swirling in his mind. Could it be? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, was the next evolution. With a bang sound, the container exploded instantly, and as the Sharingan in the container burst open, the splashing eyeballs were about to fall on Ryujiro, but were abruptly bounced away by a spiritual pressure. Orochimaru was somewhat disappointed to see this. Was obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan really impossible? It seemed that he had thought too much. However, after witnessing Ryujiro's miraculous methods, he became more convinced that Ryujiro was the only one who could lead to the path of immortality. And his hope of obtaining perfect immortality also rested on Ryujiro. The moment the Hogyoku disappeared, Ryujiro couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling an unbearable itch in his eyes. Ryujiro couldn't help but rub his eyes. When Orochimaru looked at Ryujiro's strange eyes and tremblingly pointed at him, "Ryujiro. Your eyes." "My eyes." Ryujiro's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked to a mirror in the laboratory and looked at his own eyes, his breath involuntarily halting at the sight of his distinct crimson eyes. How could this be possible? Sharingan. The crimson eyes with black tomo were undoubtedly Sharingan, although they were just regular Mangekyo Sharingan. But Ryujiro wasn't an Uchiha, and these eyes weren't transplanted by him. They were completely his own eyes that had undergone a mutation to become Sharingan. Could it be? Had the Hogyoku already understood the secrets of the Sharingan? The Sharingan. Ryujiro, your eyes have actually transformed into Sharingan. It's simply unbelievable. Orochimaru stared at Ryujiro with wide eyes, shocked. Ryujiro was somewhat puzzled, but he quickly regained his composure from the shock. Regardless, this was a good thing for Ryujiro. Only with the Sharingan could he possibly unlock the Rinnegan. The ability of the Rinnegan was indeed something Ryujiro coveted. The Hogyoku could materialize inner desires. Simply put, the Hogyoku was like what we call a wishing stone. Of course, the Hogyoku wouldn't blindly experiment with your wishes. It would only help guide you towards that direction if you had potential and talent in that aspect. What Ryujiro hoped for was to dominate everything with his own power, with no one threatening him. After all, the enemies he would face in the future were Kaguya and, besides Kaguya, the other Otsutsuki clan members, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. The only desire in Ryujiro's heart was to become stronger. Moreover, with the potential Ryujiro possessed from the system, the Hogyoku would guide him in which direction to evolve. Even Ryujiro himself wasn't sure. Ryujiro also found that he could switch back to his normal eyes when he didn't need to use the Sharingan. This was really beneficial for him cause it won't create any other problems for him, and also, he liked his dark green eyes more. The ability of the Sharingan. Indeed, the world seen through his eyes had become somewhat different. Chapter 77, Hollow. Orochimaru, who had recovered from his shock, looked at Ryujiro with fanaticism in his eyes. Unbelievable. He was certain that Ryujiro did not possess the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, yet he activated the Sharingan. What exactly was that mysterious orb resembling a gem? Since Orochimaru had met Ryujiro until now, he felt that every aspect Ryujiro showed was just the tip of the iceberg. Ryujiro touched the corner of his eye. This power was truly intoxicating. He closed his eyes and opened them again. After a while his eyes returned to normal. However, as time passed, influenced by Hogyoku, even without emotional stimulation, his Sharingan would gradually evolve. Apart from this, what Ryujiro was more interested in was another ability of the Hogyoku. If the ability of the Hogyoku was to manipulate the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, then the Hogyoku itself also had the ability to influence souls, leading to Hollowification. If he could create hollows. Ryujiro wanted to form an army of Arankars. But he still needed to experiment. Orochimaru, I'll borrow a few subjects from your cell. The subjects Orochimaru used for experiments were all living people, some of whom were bandits or ruffians, and of course, there were also a few rogue ninjas who had defected from ninja villages. Entering one of the cells, Ryujiro coldly ended the life of the person inside with a single stroke. Orochimaru didn't react, looking puzzled. What are you doing, Ryujiro? Although these subjects were not important in his eyes, they were still his personal property. Feeling the soul, Ryujiro coldly responded, just wanted to conduct an experiment. Experiment? Before Orochimaru could understand, the next moment, a strange scene made Orochimaru's scalp tingle. The soul that had not yet dissipated seemed to be affected at this moment, struggling violently with an expression of unbearable pain, emitting a terrifying howl. Suddenly, at this moment, an invisible chain pierced through the chest of the howling soul, revealing a hollow void in its chest. The person's soul gradually began to change rapidly. The ethereal soul gradually turned black, enveloped by black mist. The pitch-black figure gradually emerged, limbs, facial features, and even a long black tail behind its back. Its terrifying appearance, like wearing a grotesque mask, exuded a chilling coldness. Roar. The hollowed soul let out a sharp roar. This sound was different from that of ordinary beasts, causing many of the subjects to shiver involuntarily upon hearing it. Orochimaru's face changed drastically as he looked at the black monster before him in horror. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to see the hollows. After all, whether it was Shinigami or Hollow, they were ultimately soul-like existences that ordinary people couldn't see. Unless they possessed spiritual power or were inherently gifted individuals, they might be able to see them. Ryujiro. What exactly is this black monster? Orochimaru exclaimed in horror. Ryujiro looked at Orochimaru with astonishment. Orochimaru could see the hollows. What's going on? Suddenly. At this moment, the irrational Hollow swung its massive arms toward Ryujiro. The massive force of the hollow was enough to smash the entire cell. Ryujiro coldly extended a finger, gathering immense spiritual pressure at his fingertip. Heido number 4, Byakurai. As he spoke, a dazzling lightning descended, bursting out from Ryujiro's slender fingertip like a roaring silver dragon. Boom. The hollow was instantly engulfed in terrifying thunder. The power of Byakurai was far from over. The wall behind the hollow also suddenly burst open, creating a large hole. The entire laboratory kept shaking, as if it could collapse at any moment. Ryujiro looked indifferent as he glanced at the pierced hole. Hollowification was indeed possible, but this was just the lowest level of hollow. For Ryujiro, they were nothing but worthless trash. The strength of hollowification should be related to the person's own strength. It was basically impossible for weak hollows like these to become Arankars. At least, they would need a Juches-level Grand Hollows to have a chance to become Arankars, and even then, it was only a possibility. Orochimaru stood frozen in place, his face pale with shock. Just now. Was that lightning release? No. It couldn't possibly be lightning release. The power of that lightning was different from ordinary lightning release, and Orochimaru didn't sense any chakra nature in that strange white lightning. And what exactly was that black monster? Why did it suddenly appear? Could it be that the experiment Ryujiro mentioned was this black monster? Ryujiro. What exactly is that black monster? Is this the product of your experiment? Orochimaru's face twisted with madness as he interrogated Ryujiro regardless of the consequences. Hollow. A creature mutated from a soul. A soul-mutated creature. Orochimaru's eyes constricted. No wonder he felt his soul trembling when facing the hollow just now. What kind of terrifying ability are you hiding, Ryujiro, that can manipulate souls? Hollows can devour each other and evolve, but there was no meaning in having a few people in this cell. For weak hollows to evolve into more powerful forms, they would need to devour at least hundreds of their kind. The existence of hollows was eternal, and besides Ryujiro, there might be no other means in this world to harm hollows. Perhaps the Reaper Death Seal of the Uzumaki clan could affect hollows. Of course, the Shinigami of the Reaper Death Seal seemed quite extraordinary. To create a large number of hollows, it would require a battlefield or a place of execution. The soul itself couldn't last long, and even after death, it could only linger briefly. Orochimaru felt even more fearful of Ryujiro, who could manipulate souls. Perhaps only the legendary sage of the Six Paths could do such a thing. Ryujiro was indeed a terrifying person. The commotion at the base made Sasuke and Kimimaro, who had just returned, their faces changed involuntarily. Kimimaro, without a word, rushed straight to the laboratory. When he saw Ryujiro there his face suddenly darkened. 10-finger drilling bullets. Kimimaro's finger bones shot out like bullets. Not only that, but he also pulled out a horrifying bone from his body and threw it at Ryujiro. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru, who was stunned, shouted anxiously. Kimimaro, stop. Chapter 78, let the experiment begin. Before the bone blade could land on Ryujiro, Orochimaru mercilessly slapped Kimimaro in the face. Kimimaro was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. TSK. Orochimaru sure was ruthless with his own people. Cough cough cough. Kimimaro coughed several times, then looked at Orochimaru with disbelief. Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru's gaze was deep. In his eyes, Ryujiro was his only hope for achieving immortality. Even Kimimaro couldn't be allowed to harm Ryujiro. Previously, Orochimaru did favor Kimimaro. If it weren't for Kimimaro's severe illness, perhaps he would have been Orochimaru's next vessel for reincarnation. Orochimaru's eyes turned cold as he stared at Kimimaro, with a glint of cold light in his eyes. Clang. Kusanagi sword appeared in Orochimaru's hand out of nowhere, causing Sasuke's expression to change drastically. Kimimaro didn't feel afraid. On the contrary, dying at Orochimaru's hands would be a decent way to go for him. Just as Orochimaru was about to make a move, a hand grabbed his arm. Orochimaru looked at Ryujiro in astonishment. Ryujiro. Ignorance is not a crime, and besides, his actions were influenced by you, Ryujiro said calmly. Kimimaro. Ryujiro had a good impression of him. In fact, if it weren't for Kimimaro's severe illness back then, Gaara in the original anime would have been seriously injured even with the sand armor protection. His life was tragic, and his death was equally regrettable, like a bright flower that was gradually withering. As for Kimimaro's illness, Ryujiro speculated that it was related to Kimimaro's bloodline. Part of it might be due to the hereditary diseases left by his Kekkei Genkai. Another part might be because Kimimaro used his own bones in battle, and when he retrieved his bones, they would be contaminated with the enemy's blood. If the blood on the bones contained bacteria or other microorganisms, bringing them back into the body could lead to infection. Perhaps that was also part of the reason. As for the inability to find a cure, Kimimura's illness might far exceed the medical capabilities of this world. Out of respect for Ryujiro, Orochimaru slowly retracted the sword, his gaze coldly fixed on Kimimaro. I'll spare you this time for Ryujiro's sake. Feeling Orochimaru's cold gaze, Kimimaro's heart ached. He'd rather be killed by Orochimaru than be despised like this. Ryujiro, why are you here? Asked Sasuke in surprise after coming to his senses. Why can't I be here? Ryujiro looked Sasuke up and down. It seems your strength hasn't improved much. If you continue like this, I advise you not to seek revenge on Itachi. With your current strength, you'll just be throwing your life away. Sasuke clenched his fists, angrily roaring at Ryujiro, damn you. You. Ryujiro ignored Sasuke, knowing that only by constantly provoking Sasuke could he grow rapidly. The experiment with the hollows was a success. So for now there was no rush to create the espada. Cough. Just then, Kimimaro, who had been fine, suddenly started coughing. If it were just a simple cough, it would have been fine. But Kimimaro's coughing wasn't ordinary, instead, he coughed up blood. Kimimaro's body couldn't hold on much longer. Although Orochimaru's earlier slap didn't cause much damage to Kimimaro, Orochimaru's words undoubtedly affected Kimimaro's emotional state. Sometimes, emotions were also one of the reasons for the deterioration of a disease. Seeing Kimimaro pale, looking suddenly weak, Orochimaru sighed helplessly. Kimimaro, go back to the medical room and wait. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Ryujiro looked at Kimimaro's back with deep eyes and suddenly shouted, wait. Orochimaru, leave him to me. Perhaps I can solve his problem. Ah. Orochimaru's expression changed instantly. Ryujiro-kun, are you serious? He spoke up. Kimimaro's illness had always been a difficult problem. Even Orochimaru and Kabuto, medical geniuses like them, were helpless against Kimimaro's illness. Kimimaro's body trembled slightly upon hearing this, turning stiffly to look at Ryujiro, unable to believe it. Ryujiro spoke again, perhaps it's possible, but there's a certain risk. If unsuccessful, he will lose himself. Become a mindless monster. Orochimaru trembled upon hearing this. Ryujiro-kun, are you implying? Yes. Ryujiro nodded faintly. He knew that Orochimaru had guessed what he meant. Ryujiro wasn't a medical ninja. Since the medical jutsus of this world had no effect on Kimimaro's illness, the only way was to hollowify Kimimaro, allowing him to be reborn. Only then would Kimimaro's illness be eliminated naturally. Orochimaru stood there dumbfounded. Having seen the hollow, Orochimaru knew that Ryujiro's methods were definitely not simple ninjutsu, but rather a means beyond ninjutsu, perhaps reaching another dimension to affect the soul. Could it really eliminate Kimimaro's illness? Are you willing to come with me? Ryujiro looked at Kimimaro calmly. Kimimaro cast his gaze at Orochimaru. His loyalty had always been to Orochimaru. Only if Orochimaru agreed would Kimimaro follow Ryujiro. Orochimaru nodded. Seeing Orochimaru's agreement, Kimimaro had no objections. In addition to Kimimaro, Ryujiro also wanted the remaining 4 sound ninjas to come with him, they also had their uses. But in Ryujiro's eyes, the usefulness of these few people was not as good as Kimimaro's. Perhaps they only qualified to become nutrients for Kimimaro's hollowification. In this world, apart from ninjas and rogue ninjas, there were also bandits and brigands. Ryujiro didn't believe that once Kimimaro was hollowified, he would be a powerful espada level. The chances of this were slim to none. Ordinary hollows needed to consume a large number of their kind to evolve into espadas. Since there was no Hueco Mundo in this world, so having a large number of hollows required souls. To have souls meant death, and with Ryujiro's strength, he could easily wipe out any small ninja village, but he hadn't reached the point of annihilating humanity. In a certain bandit stronghold, hundreds of people were engulfed by a terrifying sword energy, capable of splitting mountains and seas, destroying the entire bandit stronghold into 2. Gulp. The 4 sound ninjas couldn't help but swallow hard, looking at the scene in front of them with extreme horror. They had no power to resist this terrifying sword energy. Was this power really controlled by a human? At that moment, neither Kimimaro nor the 4 sound ninja could react. When they saw a flash of light, they all covered their throats, showing expressions of disbelief and horror. Blood gushed out, pouring from the wounds on their necks. Even Kimimaro didn't understand why Ryujiro wanted to kill them. Didn't they agree to help him cure his illness? In the end, they all turned into cold corpses. Let the experiment begin. Ryujiro's gaze fell on Kimimaro. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 79, Kimimaro's Rebirth. A mysterious black energy, akin to a black tide, surged under Ryujiro's feet, shrouding the entire mountain village. The souls lingering there underwent a transformation, just as Kimimaro and his companions' souls did in Ryujiro's eyes. Kimimaro and the 4 shinobi souls wailed incessantly, their terrifying cries echoing throughout the village, giving off an eerie sensation akin to being in hell. The souls enveloped by the power of hollowification struggled in agony. Countless chains pierced through their chests, revealing a hollow void. Among the mountain bandits, there were hundreds of people. Yet, as they transformed into hollows, their terrifying roars reverberated throughout the mountain peak. Kimimaro and the remaining sound ninjas also turned into fearsome hollows. However, post-transformation, Kimimaro seemed somewhat different from other hollows. His spiritual pressure was much stronger than that of ordinary hollows, surpassing even the other 4 ninjas' spiritual pressure by just a bit. As expected, these 4 weren't worth placing too much hope in Diana. Now, Ryujiro's only hope was for Kimimaro to successfully evolve into a Minos Grande. Only by becoming a Minos Grande would there be hope of becoming an Arrancar. The process of hollow evolution was simple: kill each other, devour the power of one's kind. Hollows without reason were like wild beasts gone mad. Even if Kimimaro transformed into a hollow, he, like other hollows, possessed no rationality. Ryujiro's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing in the sky. In truth, Ryujiro seemed to be floating in the air, but he merely used gathered spirit particles as footholds, a sensation only he could perceive. Accompanied by spine-chilling roars, hollows began to fight and devour each other, searching for traces of their kind. When alive, Kimimaro could easily defeat these shinobis. Therefore, post-hollowification, Kimimaro was no exception. Ryujiro, standing in the sky, silently watched as the hollows slaughtered and devoured each other. The first to be killed by the hollowified Kimimaro was Tayuya. After Kimimaro devoured him, Ryujiro could clearly feel a significant increase in Kimimaro's spiritual pressure. Good, good. It seemed that even across different worlds, the process of hollow evolution remained unchanged. Now, it was up to Kimimaro's performance. Evolution into a Minos Grande wasn't as simple as it seemed. Even if hundreds of hollows devoured each other, Ryujiro would be satisfied if one Minos Grande emerged here. As the hollows devoured each other, the overwhelming spiritual pressure on Kimimaro and the remaining Sound Ninja 4 increased even more. Yet, despite this, they still hadn't reached the threshold of becoming a Minos Grande. Kimimaro, outside, heard the cries of his kind ahead. With a mad rush, his massive body charged forward, leaving behind giant footprints where nothing grew. Ryujiro strolled through the air toward the scene. The hollows fought and killed each other, their methods as simple as brutal beasts attacking each other. Apart from Minos Grande Ajuchas and Vasto Lord having some intelligence, only a few Minos Grande Jillians possessed limited wisdom, which wasn't much better than having none. After a short while, only about 10 hollows remained on the mountain village. Although Kimimaro's spiritual pressure had multiplied several times, he still wasn't at the Minos Grande level. This won't do. If the remaining 10 hollows aren't enough to make him evolve into a Minos Grande, it'll be troublesome. Ryujiro furrowed his brows, staring intently at the hollowified Kimimaro. Gradually, as the last hollow remained, the hollowified Kimimaro finally showed signs of change. He roared wildly, shaking the entire mountaintop with his cries. The next moment, Kimimaro's figure rapidly expanded, transforming into a Minos Grande the size of a small mountain. Sensing the astonishing spiritual pressure emanating from Kimimaro, a smile finally crept onto Ryujiro's face. He has finally evolved into a Minos Grande. The remaining hollow was mercilessly devoured by Kimimaro. After becoming a hollow, Kimimaro couldn't help but look up at the sky, his empty eyes staring at Ryujiro above. Those empty eyes. Were they filled with longing? Since he had become a Minos Grande, the next step was to experiment and see if Kimimaro could further evolve and successfully become an Arrancar. If he couldn't, he would remain nothing more than a Minos Grande at level of Ajuchas. The power of the Hogyoku itself existed to break the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollows. Shinigami could possess Hollow powers, and Hollows could gain Shinigami powers. A Hollow with Shinigami powers gave birth to an Arrancar. A surge of spiritual pressure erupted like a flood, causing the entire mountain to rumble. The surrounding rocks instantly turned to dust under the immense pressure. Cracks resembling spiderwebs appeared around the mountain, spreading continuously. Roar! The transformed Kimimaro roared furiously, his spiritual pressure gradually fluctuating, and the hollow, empty eyes beneath his fierce mask began to change. Why did you kill me? Lord Orochimaru, I want to go see Lord Orochimaru. The transformed Kimimaro murmured with a deep voice. Seeing this, Ryujiro's heart filled with joy. Kimimaro was gradually regaining his consciousness. Boom. The next moment, the restless spiritual pressure on Kimimaro finally stabilized, bursting forth with a terrifying pressure several times stronger than before. A terrifying storm swept through the surroundings. Simultaneously, Kimimaro also began to change. Wrapped in a silver light. Kimimaro's body gradually shrank, and after the silver light dissipated, Kimimaro returned to his original form, with the only difference being an extra long sword in his waist sheath and a half-skull mask on his right ear. At this moment, Kimimaro's eyes still revealed confusion. Where am I? Kimimaro looked around, bewildered. Ryujiro, after seeing the successful Arrancar, couldn't contain his excitement. With the power of Hogyoku, Kimimaro was transformed into an Arrancar. The idea of becoming an Arrancar was indeed feasible with the use of Hogyoku. Kimimaro, do you remember me? Ryujiro looked calmly at Kimimaro before him. Upon hearing his name, Kimimaro trembled, memories flooding back, even those from after his hollification resurfacing in his mind. Am I? Have you brought me back to life? Ryujiro looked at him with a smile. In a way, you've been given a new life. Feel your own power. Power? Kimimaro's eyes contracted, his mouth gaping in astonishment. What kind of power was this? Chapter 80, because you are too weak. This immense, unprecedented power coursing through him, along with his body no longer feeling weak. Before his transformation, although Kimimaro seemed no different from ordinary people, he was suffering from constant pain every second of his life. But now, that unbearable pain had completely vanished. It seems you've recovered. A smile flashed across Ryujiro's face. Although Kimimaro was puzzled, the only thing he understood was that Ryujiro had made it happen. The debilitating illness that had tormented him had completely disappeared. Kimimaro abruptly knelt on one knee. Ryujiro-sama, thank you for granting me a new life. Kimimaro's action wasn't out of loyalty to Ryujiro. His heart still belonged to Orochimaru, but he now placed Ryujiro in the same esteemed position. His rebirth and newfound strength were all thanks to Ryujiro's help. Moreover, the mysterious power he suddenly gained was still something Kimimaro needed to get used to. Ryujiro looked at Kimimaro with satisfaction. At last, an Arrancar was born. The power of the Hogyoku was truly fascinating. Not all hollows could fully utilize their abilities. In this different world, Kimimaro had gained a new and unfamiliar power that required adaptation. Ryujiro patiently explained everything Kimimaro needed to understand. Over the next 3 days, Ryujiro guided Kimimaro in gradually mastering and controlling his spiritual pressure. Without perfect control over it, Kimimaro couldn't unleash the full power of an Arrancar. The sword at Kimimaro's waist was a Zanpakuto, but different from a Shinigami Zanpakuto. Arrancars are hollows granted the power of a Shinigami, and their Zanpakuto is essentially a sealed manifestation of their own power. In the Resurrection state, they merely release their original strength. A massive amount of spiritual pressure gathered at Kimimaro's fingertip, forming a concentrated ball of blue energy. Siro. Siro is a powerful blast used by Minos class and above hollows, created by concentrating their spiritual pressure. When unleashed, its high-density spiritual pressure could cause immense destruction. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the blue beam exploded on the mountainside. A massive, visible shockwave erupted, carving out a significant portion of the distant mountain. Kimimaro's eyes widened in shock. This was his power? This was the formidable strength that Ryujiro spoke of for Arrancars. Kimimaro stood stunned for a moment, excited by his newfound power. With such power, he could better serve Orochimaru and Lord Ryujiro. Lord Ryujiro had mentioned that an Arrancar's power was not limited to this. The blade at his waist, the Zanpakuto, held even greater power within its seal. Once he learned to use Resurrection, his strength would reach a new level. Ryujiro gazed at the mountain, half of it now blown away, and nodded in satisfaction. The power was impressive. However, Siro had a drawback: it required time to concentrate on high-density spiritual pressure. Even as an Arrancar, Kimimaro couldn't instantly fire a Siro. Nevertheless, it was a powerful trump card. Currently, Kimimaro's strength hugely surpassed than that of an average Kage-level ninja. Moreover, as an Arrancar, he also possessed Hi-Arrow. Ordinary ninjas would find it difficult to break through Kimimaro's Hi-Arrow defense. At this moment, Orochimaru was in the base, waiting for Kimimaro and Ryujiro's return. Had Ryujiro not ordered him to stay, Orochimaru's curiosity would have driven him to investigate already. Suddenly, Orochimaru looked up towards the sky at the base entrance, his eyes widening at the sight of two figures descending. Is that? Kimimaro and Ryujiro slowly landed. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro, both familiar and unfamiliar, in disbelief. This cold and terrifying aura sent shivers down his spine. He had felt this kind of presence before. But those creatures were monstrous, ugly, and seemed devoid of intelligence. However, the reborn Kimimaro looked completely different. Kimimaro, what is this form? Orochimaru stared at him, bewildered. Lord Orochimaru, Ryujiro-sama has granted me a new life. The illness that plagued me is completely gone. Seeing the skull mask covering half of Kimimaro's face, Orochimaru seemed to understand. Could it be that Kimimaro was reborn in a different form? Ryujiro, what is the meaning of this? Orochimaru urgently wanted to know the details. Ryujiro, not in a hurry, slowly explained the relationship between hollows and Arankars. After some time, Orochimaru's breath became rapid, his eyes feverish as he pleaded with Ryujiro. Ryujiro, please turn me into a hollow too. Arankars were eternal beings, and Orochimaru's pursuit was eternal life. If the existence of a hollow was eternal, Orochimaru would willingly abandon his humanity. Turning Orochimaru into a hollow. Ryujiro had considered it, but Orochimaru's soul was incomplete. Ryujiro didn't know what would happen if an incomplete soul underwent hollowification. Not now. Your soul is incomplete. Unless you retrieve your severed hands. Ryujiro shook his head. Orochimaru's gaze darkened as he looked at his bandaged hands, his face twisting in a grimace. That old man. He had blocked Orochimaru's path to immortality. Letting him die back then was far too lenient. Retrieve his hands. To undo the Reaper death seal, Ryujiro had already informed him that he needed the Shinigami mask. The Shinigami mask. A glint of fervor flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. His long-sought dream of immortality finally seemed attainable. Seeing Orochimaru's eager expression, Ryujiro shook his head helplessly. As expected, knowing the eternal nature of Arankars would drive Orochimaru mad. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly rushed out, grabbing Ryujiro's arms with a desperate look on his face. Turn me into someone like Kimimaro too. Having witnessed Kimimaro's strength, Sasuke had only one thought, to become an Arankar like him. Ryujiro coldly looked at Sasuke and shook off his hands. Why? What makes you think you deserve it? Sasuke, you are worthless right now. If you were stronger, I might consider your request. Everything is because you are too weak. Sasuke's pride was once again shattered. Clenching his fists in frustration, he turned and left. His departing figure looked somewhat desolate. Chapter 81, Visiting Ryuchi Cave. Why do you keep provoking Sasuke, Ryujiro? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. Ryujiro glanced at Orochimaru indifferently. Orochimaru, do you know how the eyes of the Uchiha clan evolve? Orochimaru's face twitched as he shook his head. Emotions. The Sharingan's evolution requires intense emotions and feelings. His hatred towards Itachi isn't strong enough yet. The power of the Uchiha clan isn't limited to that. Don't underestimate his potential. Orochimaru was somewhat shocked to hear Ryujiro's assessment of Sasuke. Ryujiro actually had such high hopes for Sasuke. In fact, Ryujiro had the means to help Sasuke become a hollow. However, he believed that Sasuke wasn't suited for that path, so was he provoking him for that reason? I have another reason for coming out this time, Orochimaru. Ryujiro continued, addressing Orochimaru. Orochimaru showed a hint of a smile. Ryujiro-kun, please speak. If there's anything I can help with, I'll do my best to assist you. It's not a troublesome matter. I need the location of Ryuchi Cave. Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru's expression froze. Why would Ryujiro, who was doing well with the sage arts of Maiboku, need the location of Ryuchi Cave? 4 sage arts. Impossible. Ryujiro already possessed the sage arts of Mount Maiboku, and he had heard from the great white snake sage. A person couldn't bear multiple sage modes. One could only acquire the sage mode of Mount Maiboku, Ryuchi Cave, or Shikatsu Forest. The effects brought by their respective sage modes were different. But although others couldn't do it. But Ryujiro wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps even if others couldn't, but Ryujiro could try. After all, Ryujiro's idea was to see what would happen if he learned the sage modes of the 3 major places. Orochimaru provided Ryujiro with the location of Ryuchi Cave, and shortly afterward, Ryujiro left. Unlike Mount Maiboku, the creatures in Ryuchi Cave weren't so easy to deal with. Even Orochimaru had suffered under the hands of the great white snake sage. But for Ryujiro, it was not a big deal. Those elders were just bullies who feared the strong. He didn't come to Ryuchi Cave to cause trouble. Ryuchi Cave, like Mount Maiboku, was located in a special space. Ordinary people couldn't find its location. Moreover, Ryuchi Cave was between illusion and reality. Even if one knew the location of Ryuchi Cave, they could still get lost in the mist and perpetually wander in place. But as long as Ryujiro was in sage mode, he wouldn't be affected. His shadow clones in Konoha had no problems. As long as Konoha didn't encounter major disasters, his shadow clones could still manage. Although shadow clones couldn't maintain sage mode permanently like the original, they could automatically absorb natural energy and enter sage mode. After a week's time, Ryujiro finally arrived at the location Orochimaru mentioned. This place. Ryujiro could clearly see that it was a dead end blocked by mountains. But he could clearly feel that there was something hidden behind these mountains. Ignoring the dead end in front of him, Ryujiro walked straight past it, and a strange scene occurred. Clearly, it was a mountain, but Ryujiro strangely passed through it. Looking at the surrounding mist and the damp, cold caves, it gave off a creepy feeling. As expected, it's just as I suspected. The mountain I saw earlier was not a mountain at all. It was just an illusion created by Ryuchi Cave's barrier. Is this Ryuchi Cave? Ryujiro frowned. The natural energy here seemed different from Mount Myaboku, this dark and damp environment. It really suited snakes. The drifting mist not only obscured vision but also, once the concentration was too high, could trap people in genjutsu, making it impossible to leave Ryuchi Cave forever. It seems to be in this direction. For those who couldn't sense natural energy, they might get lost in Ryuchi Cave. But for Ryujiro, who was in sage mode, it was effortless. Walking through the mist, two slender figures approached from the distance. It's been a long time since anyone came to Ryuchi Cave. Wait. One of them looked like a loli, with long deep blue hair and exquisite features. The playful woman looked at Ryujiro in astonishment. You. In this state, you're still maintaining sage mode. Ichikishimaheim, one of the high-level members of Ryuchi Cave. Even though Ichikishimaheim had such exquisite features, Ryujiro remained unmoved. Because despite the fact that the woman in front of him appeared to be a beautiful woman, her true form was that of a snake. Her exquisite appearance was just a disguise. Ryujiro had always detested snakes. Let alone being infatuated with one. Beside her, the mature-looking Tagriheim chuckled lightly. Ichikishima, it seems he's the one great white snake mentioned. Ichikishimaheim looked at the young Ryujiro with some disbelief. A young man like him actually came to their Ryuchi Cave. This tender flesh. Ichikishimaheim sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the orders of the great white snake sage, she would have wanted to taste this young man's flavor. With those small arms and legs, the taste must be very delicious. Feeling Ichikishimaheim's greedy gaze, a trace of disgust flashed in Ryujiro's eyes. Sure enough, no matter how much a snake transformed into a human, it was still just a snake. Take me to see great white snake sage, Ryujiro said calmly and indifferently. Ichikishimaheim and Tagriheim furrowed their brows. Such an unlikable brat. In theory, there were 3 trusted elder-level members of Ryuchi Cave. There were only 2 in front of him, so where was the other one? Forget it. Ryujiro shook his head. Why bother thinking so much? Even if another one came, it would still be a snake. Even though Tagriheim and Ichikishimaheim transformed into humans, their cold, snake-like aura remained unmistakable. Ichikishimaheim, who led the way, asked, Boy, since you've already learned the sage arts of Mount Myaboku, why did you come to our Ryuchi Cave? Generally speaking, people who entered Ryuchi Cave were either lost or came to learn sage arts. But the Ryujiro in front of them had already learned sage arts, and he also seemed a little different than the people who used to come here, so they were naturally wary of him. The natural energy in the Ryuchi Cave seemed to be rushing into his body, like it found a new place to live. Both of them had the same questions in their mind. How could this boy be able to balance and control such a huge amount of natural energy? Of course, it's to learn sage arts, Ryujiro answered flatly. What? Hearing Ryujiro's words, Ichikishimaheim and Tagriheim were both stunned. Chapter 82, White Snake Sage. Ryujiro suddenly paused his steps. The sage arts of each place actually repelled each other. This was something Ryujiro had not expected. However, it shouldn't be a big problem. Following the lead of Ichikishimaheim and Tagriheim, Ryujiro arrived at a grand temple. Tagriheim slowly said, Lady White Snake Sage is just beyond this door. We will not accompany you any further. After speaking, the two flew away, and the cave's mist began to spread again. Ryujiro paid no mind to the departure of the 2 snake spirits. He gazed at the towering steps before him, lifted his foot, and slowly walked towards the top of the temple. In front of the temple was a massive stone door. Ryujiro lightly pushed the stone door, but it did not budge. It turned out that the stone door was also imbued with sage chakra. Ryujiro gathered sage chakra in his hand and easily pushed the door open. Inside the vast hall, atop a lofty platform, was a massive stone bed. On it lay a gigantic white serpent, her bright white scales particularly eye-catching. She held a long, slender pipe in her mouth. The serpent took a deep drag and began exhaling clouds of smoke before Ryujiro. This white serpent was the master of Ryuchi Cave, known as the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage's dark yellow eyes fixed on Ryujiro. Just as the old toad said, you actually mastered the perfect sage mode. The White Snake Sage's voice, through the smoke, reached Ryujiro's ears. Merely a human, yet he could maintain sage chakra even in his normal state. What a pity. This young man was not the prophesied savior, his fate was unclear and unfathomable. In the shinobi world, such a peculiar existence had emerged. Despite being shocked by Ryujiro's sage chakra in his normal state, the White Snake Sage, having lived for thousands of years, did not let her emotions show. The rules of Ryuchi Cave required that to learn its sage mode, one must pass trials. But for Ryujiro, those trials were mere child's play. White Snake Sage, may I learn the sage jutsu of Ryuchi Cave? Ryujiro maintained a polite demeanor. The White Snake Sage looked at Ryujiro, of course. However, the sage modes of different regions repel each other. You have already learned the sage mode of Mount Myaboku. I don't mind if you want to learn our Ryuchi Cave sage mode as well. But if the two sage modes conflict, causing the natural energy to become unbalanced, you will ultimately turn into a statue due to natural energy erosion. The White Snake Sage, who admired talent, wanted to see what Ryujiro's future held. She didn't want such a monstrous genius to fall due to some mishap. Thank you for the warning. But I still wish to give it a try. The White Snake Sage sighed helplessly and said calmly, very well then. Suddenly, the space before Ryujiro began to distort. Was this a space-time ninjutsu? When Ryujiro's vision returned to normal, he was no longer in the hall. In front of him was a giant snake statue. These statues, like the toad statues at Mount Myaboku, had turned to stone due to natural energy erosion. In the center of the numerous snake statues, a green scroll floated and shone on a pedestal. That is the scroll for training in our Ryuchi Cave sage mode. This space is specially built by me. Only those who master the Ryuchi Cave sage jutsu can leave this place. Good luck. At this moment, the White Snake Sage, standing beside Ryujiro, had disguised herself as an elderly lady, wearing a white robe, appearing kind and gentle. After speaking, she gradually disappeared from Ryujiro's sight. Ryujiro was not surprised. After all, if the three snake princesses could transform into human form, it was expected that the White Snake Sage could as well. He just hadn't expected her to take the form of an old lady. Never mind, there's no need to dwell on it. Let's see what's special about Ryuchi Cave sage arts. At this moment, the White Snake Sage had returned to the hall, reverting to her original form of the White Serpent. She took a deep drag from her pipe. Mastering sage jutsu in less than a day, could the old toad's words be true? If it's true, then this boy is truly terrifying. The three snake princesses had arrived in the hall. Lady White Snake. The three snake princesses knelt respectfully. Ichikishimaheim hesitated before looking up and asking, Lady White Snake, has that human been sent to the sage arts training ground? Yes. The White Snake Sage responded softly. Lady White Snake, isn't this against our rules? It's nearly impossible for a human to master two different sage jutsu. Besides, that boy is just a human. Before Ichikishimaheim could finish, a tremendous pressure of sage chakra filled the hall. The suffocating and oppressive feeling made the three snake princesses prostrate themselves, trembling. The White Snake Sage's cold gaze was fixed on Ichikishimaheim. Ichikishima, don't get too ahead of yourself. Know your place. That boy has my approval. Since when do my decisions require your input? Ichikishimaheim looked up in terror. Lady White Snake, I did not mean that. I just thought it was inappropriate. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. The next moment, an immense sage chakra crushed her into the ground, blood staining her body, presenting a gruesome sight of blood flowing from her 7 orifices. Considering your loyal service to Ryuchi Cave for many years, this will be a lesson. If there's a next time, I will flay you alive. Tagriheim and Tajitsuheim shuddered at the sight of Ichikishimaheim's condition. Although they had their own opinions earlier, they were glad they hadn't voiced them. Otherwise, their fate would likely have been the same as Ichikishimaheim's. Unaware of the happenings outside, Ryujiro found it indeed challenging to balance two sage modes. Though the natural energy within him had become unbalanced, his body, influenced by the Hogyoku, did not suffer natural energy erosion. After 3 days, faint purple eyeshadows finally appeared at the corners of Ryujiro's eyes. He had finally mastered the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave. Chapter 83, Ascending to Immortality. Ryujiro, seated atop the giant snake statue, slowly opened his eyes. Now, his aura was even more powerful, and the Hogyoku within him had become even purer and more radiant. This training in Ryuchi Cave had not only enhanced his recovery but also allowed his body to move with the agility of a snake. In simple terms, Ryujiro could transform into a snake form similar to Orochimaru. In terms of essential power, both sage modes had similar enhancements. The combination of sage modes gave Ryujiro a distinct feeling. It wasn't merely an increase in strength, he could clearly feel that his body had undergone some subtle changes. This sensation was akin to the Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Sage. However, Ryujiro looked at his reflection in the pool, noticing the purple eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, and then closed his eyes. Gradually, the purple eyeshadow faded away. Clenching his fist, he muttered, the increase in power isn't that significant. But this feeling. My sage chakra has increased several times compared to before. After completing the training in Ryuchi Cave, Ryujiro could distinctly feel the differences between this alternate space and the outside world. His fingertip drew a line across the giant snake statue, and a powerful suction pulled Ryujiro inside. At the same time, the white snake sage, who was in deep slumber, abruptly opened her eyes. Ryujiro slowly emerged from another dimension. You actually succeeded. She was shocked, staring at Ryujiro, whose aura was even more terrifying than before. 2 types of sage arts. This boy had actually mastered 2 sage jutsu, truly terrifying. How could Konoha produce so many monsters? This boy was far more frightening than Konoha's first Hokage. She had never seen such a terrifying human. The immense sage chakra and the sage body were almost on par with those who had lived for countless years. Yes. This is all thanks to your help. The white snake sage shook her head and smiled. I have done nothing. It is you who achieved the coexistence of the 2 sage jutsu. Do you still wish to obtain the sage jutsu of the Shikatsu forest? Ryujiro nodded undeniably. Ryujiro wanted to master all 3 sage modes of the 3 sacred places because no one knew if there was any connection between the sage arts of the 3 sacred places. If all 3 sage modes were gathered within one person, what kind of transformation would occur? The white snake sage was silent, looking at Ryujiro and slowly said, if you can integrate all 3 sage arts, perhaps you really could achieve what is recorded in the ancient texts, the so-called ascending to immortality. Ascending to immortality? Ryujiro frowned. It seemed there were indeed some things about the sage arts of the 3 sacred places that he didn't know. Although he knew the main storyline of the original anime, this was a real world of Naruto he had come to, a real and vivid world. Even if he knew most of the stories and some secrets from the plot, there were always things in the ninja world he didn't know. White Snake Sage, what does ascending to immortality mean? The White Snake Sage replied earnestly, the ancient texts of the 3 sacred places record that if someone can master the sage arts of all 3 sacred places, they can ascend to immortality and become a true sage as described in legends. It's said that once ascended, the practitioner will undergo significant changes. Becoming a true sage. Ryujiro touched his chin. This was indeed interesting. But for Ryujiro, who was already on path of immortality, this meant nothing much. He knew when the Hogyoku completes its evolution, he will evolve into another higher level being. What he was doing now was to make the Hogyoku even more perfect. The Hogyoku had its own consciousness. Not only did Ryujiro want to become stronger, but the Hogyoku itself was also unsatisfied. If he integrates some elements from this world, perhaps the Hogyoku would undergo unexpected changes as well. Character Template, Sasuke Aizen. Character Unlock Progress, 11%. Only 11%. It seemed that as the Hogyoku evolved, the progress would accelerate. And his own eyes. Heh. Honestly, Ryujiro had not expected that the Hogyoku could actually analyze and replicate the Sharingan's power, and even though he didn't have Uchiha blood, he unexpectedly awakened the Sharingan. You are the most monstrous human I've ever seen. To be honest, I didn't think you could perfectly integrate 2 sage arts at first. But now after you did it, I have nothing more to say. Perhaps you really can achieve the immortality recorded in the texts. The White Snake Sage was also looking forward to seeing if the recorded ascension truly existed. She had high hopes for Ryujiro's future. Ascending to immortality. Indeed, it was something to look forward to. Ryujiro's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Currently, in Konoha, Ryujiro's shadow clone had been helping with Hokage's duties. In the past few days, no one had noticed that the Ryujiro before them was just a shadow clone. As Ryujiro left the Hokage's office, he suddenly sensed an extremely unusual aura. A cold, damp, and repulsive feeling. Ryujiro's figure instantly vanished from the street, and Kakashi, who was secretly following him, was momentarily stunned. He looked around but couldn't detect Ryujiro's presence. Where did that kid go? Kakashi couldn't help but feel that Ryujiro's friendly demeanor was just a facade. His third sense told him that Ryujiro's true nature was hidden beneath the surface. Why did the Hokage advisors conclude that Sasuke had defected to Orochimaru? What did Ryujiro and the advisors discuss that day? Kakashi had been investigating Ryujiro as soon as the news of Sasuke's defection was announced, and he found some clues regarding it. It was rumored that someone had seen Sasuke and Ryujiro confronting each other on the street before disappearing, but no one knew what happened afterward. If that was the case, how did the ANBU see Sasuke and Orochimaru together? Given Orochimaru's personality, he would never let an ANBU go easily. Something was surely fishy about all this. On the Hokage rock, Ryujiro's clone frowned, sensing the unusual chakra fluctuations around him. What was going on? Someone had definitely been here, but his observation Haki didn't detect any other presence. Forget it. Since they were gone, there was no need to dwell on it. After Ryujiro disappeared, a figure slowly emerged from a tree. His perception is too sharp. If we weren't disguised within the tree, we would have been discovered. Black Zetsu stared deeply at the spot where Ryujiro had left. These Konoha ninjas were not simple. The plan needed to be accelerated. Chapter 84, Ignorance is Bliss. Why was it that Ryujiro could put Itachi under Genjutsu, who has the Manjiki Sharingan? Damn it, Konoha is really lucky. Gritting his teeth, Obito's cold eyes behind the mask glared like frost. Obito, according to the intel, this guy has already mastered the sage arts of Mount Maiboku. And it's the perfect sage mode without any limitations. You should be aware of the power of sage mode. But worry not, I have some additional information regarding that boy. Black Zetsu said deeply. Ah. That's right. Sage mode is indeed daunting, but it has a time limit. The rumor of Ryujiro's permanent sage mode was simply false. Black Zetsu had seen it with his own eyes. Ryujiro didn't maintain sage mode all the time. It was just fake news spread by Konoha. However, even Black Zetsu couldn't imagine that it was just one of Ryujiro's shadow clones. As for Ryujiro himself, he was still on his way back. Nagato's side has already captured the 2 tails and 4 tails. However, the 1-tail Jinchuriki from Tsunade is missing. At that time, who exactly killed Sasori and Deidara is still under investigation. Black Zetsu said slowly. Heh, Nagato, those who died were just trash. The deaths of Deidara and Sasori show their incompetence. Next. We need to speed up the capture of the tailed beasts. Nagato is already formulating a plan to capture the 9 tails. Thinking of yourself as a god, but in the end, you're just a pawn. Obito sneered, and the surrounding space suddenly distorted, absorbing him into the vortex. Black Zetsu looked up at the sky, letting out a chilling laugh. Obito, whether it's you, Nagato, or Uchiha Madara, you're all just part of the plan I created. I am the true mastermind behind the workings of the entire shinobi world. When the 4 major ninja villages learned that the 1-tail Jinchuriki had defected from Tsunade, almost all the villages began to search for the 1-tail Jinchuriki with great effort. Due to the appearance of the Akatsuki, this previously unheard-of organization gradually came into the view of the major villages. Kyumo Team. According to their information, the 1-tail Jinchuriki had appeared in this area. Led by Darui, the search team was looking for Gaara in the vicinity of Tanigakure in Land of Rivers. The team from Kimogakure appeared in Tanigakure and the Tanigakure ninjas could do nothing but protest. After all, Kyumo is one of the 5 great ninja villages, while Tanigakure is just a small village. As long as the Kyumo ninjas didn't threaten the village, the Tanigakure high-ups turned a blind eye. Captain Darui, we haven't found any trace of the 1-tail Jinchuriki. Captain, could our information be wrong? Why would the 1-tail Jinchuriki come here? Moreover, the dango shop we passed earlier on the way had signs of a battle. Yeah, right. Such terrain damage could only be caused by an S-rank jutsu. Darui's face darkened. Kyumo had recently lost the 2 tails Jinchuriki to the Akatsuki. It said that the 4 tails, Rashi, was also captured by this organization. Capturing tailed beast Jinchuriki. What was Akatsuki up to? At least for the entire shinobi world, the Akatsuki has become a significant threat. Captain Darui, could the Tanigakure high-ups be hiding the 1-tail Jinchuriki? A Chuunin spoke up. Darui shook his head. Tanigakure wouldn't be that foolish. Possessing something that doesn't match their strength would only lead to destruction. They had been out of the village for a month. It seemed the 1-tail Jinchuriki was hiding. This aimless search wasn't helping. The only concern now was whether the Akatsuki had already taken the 1-tail Jinchuriki. Retreat and return back to the village. On Darui's command, the Kyumo search team left Tanigakure. Meanwhile, Ryujiro was leisurely making his way back to the village. There was no need to rush to learn the sage arts from Shikatsu Forest. If he wanted to know its location, he could just ask Tsunade. Not long ago, he received a message from a shadow clone indicating someone was spying on Konoha. As for who it was, Ryujiro wasn't sure. However, no matter who it was, Ryujiro didn't care much. Ryujiro's current strength had completely surpassed the likes of Super Kage-level ninjas. Even if he faced a resurrected Uchiha Madara, Ryujiro believed he could easily handle him. With the Chuunin exams and the altered storyline, he wondered if the pain invasion would happen sooner. He heard that Jiraiya left the village to investigate the Akatsuki. Hopefully, Jiraiya wouldn't do anything reckless, otherwise, Ryujiro felt it would be a shame if Jiraiya died. If possible, he would prevent that from happening. At this moment, Ryujiro suddenly stopped in his tracks. Several figures surrounded him. Ryujiro glanced at their headbands. Kyumo ninjas. Captain, this guy is a Konoha ninja. Darui appeared in front of Ryujiro. Black shirt, white haori, and a sword at his waist. Could this guy be? Darui's eyes shrank. Konoha's sword prodigy. Why would Konoha's Hokage assistant be here? Darui looked deeply at Ryujiro. Hokage assistant. The other Kumo ninjas were stunned, looking at Ryujiro in disbelief. This guy here was the Hokage assistant. How was that possible? Wait. Is this guy the rumored sword prodigy of Konoha, said to be even more terrifying than the once famous White Fang? In any village, there are ninjas who infiltrate enemy nations. According to their intelligence, Ryujiro had been staying in the village. Gasp. A shadow clone in Konoha. As the Raikage right-hand man, Darui quickly understood. Why can't I be here? Why does it concern you Kumo ninjas? You know I'm in a quite good mood today, so if you leave now, I might let you go. Killing these Kumo ninjas wouldn't take much effort for Ryujiro. Damn brat. What did you say? Darui's eyes darkened. Konoha and Kimogakure were enemies. If this kid dies here, wouldn't Konoha lose a powerful shinobi? Darui looked at Ryujiro carefully. This guy didn't seem as terrifying as the rumors said, more like a weak scholar. Could it be that their intel on Ryujiro was false? Arrogant. Darui snorted. It's rumored that Konoha's sword genius surpasses the White Fang. Today, I want to see if the rumors are true. Darui exuded a fierce killing intent. Hearing this, Ryujiro shook his head helplessly. Some people never learn. It seems these Kumo ninjas were determined to die today. Ryujiro drew his Zanpakuto, glancing at the Kumo ninjas. Kyoka Suigetsu. Chapter 85, Annihilation of Kumo Ninjas. What are you doing? Darui had a bad premonition in his heart. Ryujiro's face showed a playful smile. Who knows? Darui's face suddenly darkened. Humph. Stop pretending. Darui's eyes were deep, and his sword, imbued with lightning chakra, shone brightly with lightning. Ha! Darui slashed down with his sword, and the lightning chakra instantly burst out, ravaging the surroundings with many bolts of lightning. Ryujiro blocked the attack with his sword, the playful smile still on his lips. For some reason, Darui felt a chill down his spine. Captain Darui. Hearing the shout from the surrounding Chuunin, Darui paid no mind. As expected, even though Ryujiro might not be as powerful as the rumors claimed, but he was still not simple to deal with. In that case, nobody could blame him for being ruthless. Hey! You guys, help out. The moment Darui turned his head, his pupils suddenly shrank. Splurt. Blood splattered out, and Darui's expression twisted in pain as he spat out blood. He looked incredulously at his village's ninjas. What are you all doing? Why were these Kumo ninjas looking at him with eyes filled with resentment, and why were some of their eyes even teary? You bastard. You killed Captain Darui. Unforgivable. Under the influence of Kyoka Suigetsu, in that moment, what the Kumo ninjas saw was Ryujiro stabbing Darui in the abdomen with his sword. And the Ryujiro they saw was indeed Ryujiro. This was the terrifying power of Kyoka Suigetsu. It could manipulate the enemy's 5 senses, making them see what the user wished. What are you all talking about? Splurt. Several more sharp blades pierced into Darui's stomach, and he couldn't bear it anymore, letting out a wretched scream. One of the Kumo ninjas, who was not hypnotized, stood there with a pale face, horrified as he watched the scene unfold before him. He shouted in terror. Hey, you all. What have you done? Ryujiro chuckled lightly, stepped back a few steps, and released the power of Kyoka Suigetsu on the few Kumo ninjas. Ah. Those Kumo ninjas fell to the ground in fright, looking in horror at Darui, who had several swords stuck in his abdomen. Why? Why was it, Captain Darui? Wasn't that the Konoha ninja just now? Damn it. Splurt. Darui again spat out blood, looking at Ryujiro with terrified eyes. Genjutsu. When did you use the genjutsu? Ryujiro looked calmly at the distressed Darui. You're asking the wrong question. When did you think I wasn't using genjutsu? From the moment I drew my sword, everything was under my control. Could it be? It was at that moment. Forget it, nothing matters anymore. With your injuries, you won't last long. But don't worry, your subordinates will accompany you. Darui gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. He dropped his blade and quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release, Black Panther. A black, panther-shaped lightning erupted from Darui, ravaging the surroundings. The black lightning stormed towards Ryujiro, and the ground was etched with black lightning patterns. Bakudo number 81, Danku. As Ryujiro's words fell, a near-transparent defensive wall rose up, and the black, panther-shaped lightning vanished upon collision. What was that just now? Using a ninjutsu without any hand seal. Darui gradually lost consciousness, his body uncontrollably leaning backward. Damn it. Am I really going to die here? Darui fell to the ground, lifeless. Captain Darui. Some of the Kumo ninjas, driven by rage, charged at Ryujiro. In just 3 seconds, those Kumo ninjas had no idea when Ryujiro had circled behind them. Ryujiro's Zanpakuto was stained with blood. With a forceful shake, the blood dripped to the ground. Splurt. Splurt. The remaining Kumo ninjas were instantly killed, their gory wounds shocking to behold. They looked at Ryujiro in terror, using their last bit of strength to utter a word. Monster. The Kumo squad was annihilated. Looking at the lingering souls, Ryujiro absorbed them into the Hogyoku. Just a few souls like these had no significant effect. In fact, even a Jillian-level hollow was not much meaningful to Ryujiro. What he sought was a Vasto Lord, but after all, this wasn't the world of Bleach, there was no Hueco Mundo in this world. Creating a Vasto Lord was difficult in this world. The right-hand-man of the Raikage, huh? No one knew who killed Darui and his team, but he could already imagine the fourth Raikage's rage upon learning of this. In fact, there was another place in this world that Ryujiro was quite interested in, and that was the ancient kingdom of Rorin. The legendary vast energy of the Ryumayaku was indeed something Ryujiro was concerned about. The key point was, the power of the Ryumayaku could send Ryujiro back in time. If he returned to the past, would there be another version of himself in the past ninja world? Nothing much had happened in Konoha either, it was just Hinata. Before leaving, he had told Hinata that he would be away for a while, and apart from Hinata, no one knew about the shadow clone frequently appearing in the Hyuga clan. Should I go back? I've been out for over a month already. If the power of the Ryumayaku unexpectedly sends him to the past, Ryujiro wouldn't know how long it would take. Never mind, let's go back to Konoha. Hyuga clan in Konoha. During the days Ryujiro was away, Hinata felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something. Although she had the company of his shadow clone, Hinata knew that a shadow clone was just a shadow clone and not the real Ryujiro. Ryujiro-kun, it's almost 2 months. When will you come back? Hinata, I miss you so much. At this moment, Ryujiro's shadow clone pushed the door open and entered. Hinata, the real body is back. After saying this, the shadow clone Ryujiro turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in the room. Hinata was stunned for a moment, then ran out barefoot without caring about putting on shoes. At the gate of the Hyuga compound, Hinata looked around anxiously and finally saw the familiar figure. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she ran towards the familiar figure. The girl threw herself into Ryujiro's arms. Hinata hugged Ryujiro tightly and murmured softly, Ryujiro-kun, I missed you so much. Ryujiro was taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face as he gently patted Hinata's head. He could feel the girl's deep longing for him. Chapter 86, Visiting Naruto. After spending some time with Hinata, Ryujiro went to meet Guy. Yo, Guy-sensei. Ryujiro arrived at the training ground. Ryujiro, it's been a while. Might Guy looked at the dashing young man in front of him and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It hadn't been that long since the young man before him had become an assistant to the Hokage. Compared to the sharp demeanor Ryujiro had before, he now seemed more approachable. Guy-sensei, this is a mission from the Hokage. Ryujiro took out a scroll and handed it to Might Guy. Oh. It's an A-rank mission, escorting the daimyo of the land of Earth. Leave it to me. Guy grinned and gave Ryujiro a thumbs up. Ryujiro smiled faintly. An A-rank mission was naturally not a challenge for Konoha's Blue Beast. After all, Might Guy opening the 7th gate could even take down most elite jonin. Moreover, this mission was merely escorting the daimyo of the land of Earth, unlikely to encounter any danger along the way. Guy-sensei. Lee emerged from the nearby woods and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ryujiro. Ryujiro is here too. Long time no see, Ryujiro. Yes, long time no see, Lee. It's really nostalgic. You've become the Hokage's assistant now. I have to catch up with you. A determined look flashed in Lee's eyes. Might Guy hesitated for a moment before asking. Ryujiro, how many gates of the 8 gates can you currently open? Lee looked shocked. Ryujiro knows 8 gates too. Boom, a large fist landed on Lee's head. Lee. How many times have I told you this? Apologetically, Lee bowed to Guy, I'm very sorry, Guy-sensei. I remember now. The 8 gates, huh? I can open up to 7th gate. Ryujiro responded calmly. Hearing this, Guy and Lee couldn't help but gasp. He could already open the 7th gate. As expected of a genius. Lee looked at Ryujiro with admiration. Ever since Ryujiro became the Hokage's assistant, he had become Lee's idol. While Lee could barely open the 5th gate, Ryujiro had already reached the 7th gate. Indeed, surpassing you is difficult. Ryujiro. Ding. Ryujiro shook the bell at the door. Who is it, so early in the morning? Naruto, half awake, opened the door, rubbed his eyes, and was momentarily stunned seeing Ryujiro. Ryujiro. Why are you here? Ryujiro tossed a bag of food and ramen into Naruto's arms. Just checking on you. Ryujiro stepped into the room, immediately catching a strange odor. Seeing the messy room, a few black lines appeared on Ryujiro's forehead. Naruto. Is this how you live at home? Ha ha ha, Naruto laughed awkwardly, scratching his head, his face turning red. Since I'm alone at home, I didn't bother tidying up. Ryujiro shook his head helplessly and both of them started cleaning. About 10 minutes later, several bags of trash were piled at Naruto's door. Looking at the now clean room, Ryujiro felt much more comfortable. It seems my OCD has followed me to this world. Huh? Ryujiro, what did you just say? Nothing. Ryujiro and Naruto sat in the room, both opening a cup of instant ramen, waiting for the water to boil. Ryujiro, you've become the Hokage's assistant. Keeping up with you now is really tough. Naruto's face showed a bitter smile. Ryujiro looked at Naruto, walked over, and gave him a light chop on the head. Naruto yelped in pain, clutching his head. Ryujiro, what are you doing? My head isn't made from stone. Seeing the angry Naruto, Ryujiro nodded. Well, it seems fine. It doesn't matter, and even if I'm the Hokage's assistant, our relationship wouldn't change. The position of the Hokage's assistant is just something that old woman forced me into. I wouldn't bother with such a troublesome role otherwise. Huh? Ryujiro, if you say that, the fifth Hokage might kill you. Naruto shivered, remembering the time he called Tsunade Granny and the subsequent events. Women were indeed terrifying. I'm not afraid of her. Ryujiro, holding a kettle, poured hot water into Naruto's cup first, then his own. For some reason, Naruto felt a certain warmth in his heart. He touched his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Was this the feeling of home? Ryujiro asked Naruto about his recent activities. Jiraiya had left a week ago on a mission, leaving Naruto still unable to fully control the Ninetales chakra. The Ninetales' hatred for humans hadn't diminished, especially after losing half of its chakra and being sealed in a kid's body. The Ninetales was just waiting for an opportunity to break free. Jiraiya. Hopefully, it's not what I'm thinking. If Jiraiya has gone to the Akatsuki, it could be dangerous. Ryujiro, what's it like to stay by the Hokage's side? Naruto asked while eating his ramen. Why do you ask? Because I want to become the Hokage someday. I'm asking you so I can get used to the role. Naruto said confidently. As expected of you. But that feeling of being watched, it seemed to come from the Ninetales inside Naruto. The Ninetales. No rush. Once Naruto can completely control the Ninetales chakra, it won't be too much of a problem. It's nothing special, just a lot of hassle. That can't be. Ryujiro, being the Hokage is everyone's dream in the village. Naruto looked incredulous. Ryujiro looked at Naruto calmly. Naruto, not everyone's dream is the same. I'm not interested in the Hokage position at all. Seeing the sincerity in Ryujiro's eyes, Naruto knew he wasn't lying. Tomorrow, you should get ready. There's a mission for you. A mission. But I'm just a genin. I can't do a mission alone. Naruto's excitement turned to disappointment. Pervy Sage had gone off on his own mission, refusing to take him along. Seriously? Am I even his student? As Ryujiro was leaving, he turned to look at Naruto. I'll go with you. Chapter 87, A-Rank Mission. Originally, as an assistant to the Hokage, Ryujiro should have stayed by Tsunade's side. However, Tsunade couldn't control Ryujiro, so she could only let him to take part in some missions. It's been a while since I've been out. I miss this feeling, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, looking around. Ryujiro, what mission are we on this time? Naruto asked eagerly. Ryujiro responded calmly, just an A-Rank mission. A-Rank. Naruto's excitement grew as he pumped his fists, boasting. Finally, I get a chance to shine. This A-Rank mission was commissioned by the Land of Flowers. The country had been frequently harassed by a rogue jonin from Kirigakure who had established his own force. The rogue ninja's activities had become a significant threat to the Land of Flowers, causing them to lose several ninjas with each attack. Desperate, they sought help from other ninja villages. However, no village was willing to intervene. As a result, the Land of Flowers issued a reward and sought assistance from the other main villages. Due to Konoha's reputation, they approached Konoha first. The journey from the Land of Fire to the Land of Flowers would take at least a week. It was uncertain if the Land of Flowers could hold out that long. Small nations were inherently weak and could barely maintain their own interests, let alone help others. The downfall of one small nation could benefit the others. The Land of Flowers had paid a hefty price to enlist Konoha's help. Ryujiro, on this mission, wanted to assess Naruto's progress. Although his personality hadn't changed much, he remained rather silly. On the third day, the clear sky suddenly turned cloudy. Drip, drip. Soon, a torrential downpour began. Umbrella, where's the umbrella? Naruto rummaged through his backpack and finally found one. Just as he was about to hand it to Ryujiro, he froze. What's this? Why isn't the rain falling on you, Ryujiro? Naruto was shocked. The raindrops seemed to bounce off an invisible barrier around Ryujiro. It was merely a method of controlling spiritual pressure. Ryujiro's control wasn't perfect yet, and practicing advanced Kido required precise control of spiritual pressure. This was also a way to train his control. This is incredible. Ryujiro, can I learn this? Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not needing an umbrella to stay dry was too cool. No, you can't learn it. It's not ninjutsu, Ryujiro replied. Oh, it's not ninjutsu, Naruto was disappointed. He knew Ryujiro had many mysterious abilities, but this was really cool. Naruto, not yet mature, still had a childlike nature. He envied Ryujiro, who didn't need an umbrella the entire way. But why was he the one carrying everything? Ryujiro wasn't carrying anything at all. Damn, does Ryujiro see me as a pack mule? He thought bitterly. Outside the land of flowers, ninja corpses lay scattered. The rain had dyed the surroundings a crimson hue. The country's daimyo and others looked on in horror at the gathered rogue ninjas. The country had few ninjas left, being a small nation, they couldn't compare to the great nations. The Land of Flowers, a weak small nation, used to be an ally of the Land of Lightning, but their requests for help had been ignored by the latter. A month ago, the Land of Flowers had sent envoys with a plea for help to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, but there had been no response. Damn Land of Lightning, so untrustworthy, thought the daimyo. They couldn't hold out for another week, especially with the rain affecting their defenses. The rogue ninjas were like a persistent plague, attacking and retreating to wear down their forces. The country had lost over 20 ninjas, including 2 jonin and several chuunin. Initially, they tried to eliminate the rogue ninjas but were trapped in a valley set up by the rogues. In the rogue ninjas' base camp, they gathered in a small tent, drinking and celebrating. Boss, soon the Land of Flowers will be ours, one said. Following you is the best, we get to enjoy the spoils, another chimed in. Being ordered around in the village was unbearable, they grumbled. Each wore a forehead protector with a slashed symbol, marking them as rogue ninjas from different villages, expelled for various reasons. Keita, their leader from Kirigakure, had a menacing scar on his face. He basked in their admiration, feeling much better than when he was in Kirigakure. The Land of Flowers would soon be theirs. Chapter 88, Naruto, you disappoint me. The rogue ninjas had set up camp at the border of the Land of Flowers. On one hand, this was to keep a distance from the Land of Flowers, and on the other, it was to intercept any ninjas who might come to aid the Land of Flowers. If ninjas from other villages really came to support the Land of Flowers, these rogue ninjas would be in trouble. There were a total of 4 camps set up around the area. 5 miles away from the central camp, they had defenses in place, keeping an eye on the few roads that led to the Land of Flowers. When will this damn rain stop? A rogue ninja from the grass village spat, complaining. Who knows, the weather in the Land of Flowers is really bizarre and unpredictable. Suddenly, it starts raining heavily. Damn Land of Flowers, why do they resist? Their fall is only a matter of time. Following boss is much better than the days in the ninja villages. Keita was able to gather so many rogue ninjas partly because of his strength. It's no easy task to subdue these rogue ninjas. Hey, are those 2 figures over there? One person gazed into the distance and said. The grass ninja's expression changed, staring at the 2 vague figures. He quickly put out the cigarette dangling from his mouth. He grabbed a tube-like object and pulled the fuse hard. Whoosh! A blue signal flare exploded in the sky. Are those ninjas coming to support the Land of Flowers? Ryujiro and Naruto stopped in their tracks, looking at the 2 rogue ninjas. Hey, how is that guy keeping the rain from falling on him? Judging by that headband, they're from Konoha. Konoha really underestimates us, sending just 2 kids to the Land of Flowers. Aren't they just sending them to their deaths? Ryujiro sensed several presences rapidly approaching and spoke indifferently. Naruto, are you ready? Of course. All right then, I won't intervene. Let me see how much you have grown. Naruto smiled confidently. Ryujiro, just watch me. Hearing their conversation, the faces of the 2 rogue ninjas turned grim. Hey, you 2 brats, there's a limit to underestimating other people. Forget it, they're just Konoha ninjas. We're all rogue ninjas now, why would we fear Konoha? Kill these 2 brats. The grass ninja blocked his companion with a grim smile on his face. I'll handle this brat. The rogue ninja didn't object. After all, they were just 2 brats, nothing to worry about. The grass ninja drew his ninja sword, lifting it to split Naruto in two. Ding! Naruto pulled out a kunai, blocking the grass ninja's attack. What? This brat. Naruto smirked, don't underestimate me. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, over 20 Narutos appeared nearby. The grass ninja and the other rogue ninja were completely stunned. Hey, hey, hey. Is this a joke? Is he really a Konoha ninja? This boy is just a genin. A genin. Let's attack together. Oh. The army of Naruto rushed forward like a tidal wave. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. A water dragon soared into the sky, instantly engulfing Naruto's shadow clones. Rogue ninjas from other guarding points also rushed over. What are you doing? It's just two brats, why are you scared like this? Useless. Konoha brats, huh? Just because you're Konoha ninjas doesn't mean I won't kill you. My life was ruined by Konoha. Kill them. Naruto's playful smile turned serious. He glanced back at Ryujiro, who had no intention of helping. Since that's the case, Ryujiro, let me show you my strength. Naruto used the multiple shadow clone jutsu again, this time creating hundreds of clones. Even the rogue ninjas were stunned. Was this kid really just a genin? So many shadow clones, how much chakra does he have? And that other guy, is he not going to fight? Damn brats, daring to underestimate us. Let's show them our strength. Ryujiro, watching the battle from the side, couldn't help but frown. Naruto's taijutsu was too weak. He's clearly relying on the sheer number of shadow clones to gain an advantage. Another key point. Naruto was too merciful to these people. The ninja world is a place where it's kill or be killed. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Has Jiraiya not taught Naruto this lesson yet? These people clearly want Naruto's life. Raiznan. One rogue ninja was hit by Naruto's Raiznan, sent flying, smashing trees in the process. Finally, Ryujiro has seen my strength. Idiot. What are you so smug about? Behind you. Naruto's face changed instantly upon hearing Ryujiro's voice. Damn it, kid, you're too naive. Got you. A rogue ninja's sword descended, Naruto raised his hand to protect his head. In an instant, a white light pierced the rogue ninja's head. Ryujiro appeared beside Naruto with a flash, speaking coldly. Naruto, you have disappointed me. No matter when, you can never let your guard down against the enemy, and now you're too naive. This is how you should treat them. With a ruthless sword swing, a terrifying flying slash swept through, severing heads in an instant. The air was filled with the scent of blood. The ground turned red in an instant, blood rain fell, and the surrounding puddles turned into pools of blood. The remaining ninjas turned pale at the sight. What was that just now? A flying slash. Impossible. That Konoha swordsman is so terrifying. Chapter 89, Exterminating the Rogue Ninjas. Seeing Ryujiro's slash, the rogue ninjas were terrified out of their wits, losing all will to fight. They dropped their weapons and turned to flee without looking back. Ryujiro chuckled softly, do you think you can escape? Heido number 73. Soren Sakasui. Even without the incantation, the power of the twin lotus blue fire, crashed down in Ryujiro's hands was undiminished. Two crimson flames roared like fierce beasts, exploding with massive firelight and scorching heat that enveloped the area. Sizzle. The nearby pools of water evaporated completely, turning the entire region misty. The heat was unbearable for any human. They didn't even have the chance to react. This instantaneous attack to a ninjutsu without seals. There was no way they could respond. Under the searing flames, the rogue ninjas turned into charred remains, leaving behind a smell of burnt flesh mixed with the stench of blood in the air. Ryujiro merely frowned slightly at the sight, unfazed. However, Naruto was an exception. He knelt on the ground, hands supporting himself, as if he was about to vomit the bile from his stomach. Naruto had killed ninjas before, but he had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Ryujiro, aren't you too cruel? Naruto's face was pale, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Ryujiro sneered, his disdainful tone unmasked. Cruel. Naruto, in the world of shinobis, there is no such word as cruel. It's either kill or be killed. You hesitated to kill these rogue ninjas just now. If I weren't here, you would have already died by their blades. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty to yourself. If you continue with this mindset, you won't survive long on the battlefield. Naruto trembled all over, clenching his fists in unwillingness. Ryujiro, can't the conflicts in this world ever end? Why can't everyone live in peace? Ryujiro looked at Naruto calmly. Because we are human. Humans have emotions and desires. All disasters and misfortunes stem from these desires. Conflict is unavoidable. In Naruto's ideal world, he hoped for a world without wars, where everyone could coexist peacefully. But this was almost impossible. The great nations distrusted each other and could never truly cooperate, while the smaller nations had no choice but to seek protection from the great nations. And when the war would break out, the small nations would become the battlegrounds and get destroyed completely. Watching the hesitant Naruto, Ryujiro shook his head. Naruto's mindset had to change. While peace in this world wasn't impossible, it required Konoha to unify it. During the era of the first Hokage, Konoha had the potential to unify the entire shinobi world, but the first Hokage lacked the ambition. During his lifetime, the shinobi world had brief peace due to fear of his power. After his fall, the four great nations united to wage war against Konoha. Though Konoha emerged victorious, it suffered heavy casualties. War is brutal. The world must be unified, and only Konoha could achieve that. Ryujiro's eyes deepened as he gazed into the distance. In the tent, a rogue ninja covered in blood burst in. "Boss, it's bad news. Konoha ninjas are here. Our comrades, they are all dead." The rogue ninjas who had been drinking in the tent were stunned, their smiles turning to expressions of fear. Even Keita's face showed a hint of dread. Konoha village. Even though Konoha's strength wasn't what it once was, it still held the title of the strongest ninja village. And Konoha ninjas arriving here so quickly was unexpected for them. Damn it, we should have broken through the defense line of the Land of Flowers a few days ago. How many Konoha ninjas are there? 2. What? Only 2. Are they both Jonin? Keita glared at the rogue ninja, asking fiercely. The rogue ninja from Iwagakure lowered his head and whispered, "No, they're 2 brats." Bang. Keita threw his wine cup, realizing it was just 2 brats from Konoha. A bunch of idiots. Cowards. Scared by just some brats. Pathetic. I'll see how tough these Konoha brats really are. Keita shoved the rogue ninja to the ground. Everyone in the tent looked at the rogue ninja with disdain. Coward, scared by just some brats. The rogue ninja curled up, trembling with fear, mumbling, "You don't understand. They're not ordinary kids." Keita and the rogue ninja stepped out of the tent, their eyes shrinking to pinpoints at the sight. The camps they had set up were all destroyed. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Everywhere they looked, there were severed limbs and flesh. These people had all been cut down by a blade. Keita's gaze turned serious as he looked at the 2 figures. One of them was still a genin. TCH. A bunch of useless trash. Keita quickly formed hand seals, mobilizing a large amount of chakra. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon formed behind him, much larger than usual, reflecting his Jonin level chakra. The dragon's menacing head roared as it rushed towards Ryujiro and Naruto. Bakudo number 81. Danku. A transparent barrier suddenly appeared before Ryujiro. The water dragon struck it and exploded, drenching the surroundings as if it were raining. What? My water dragon jutsu didn't work. Keita's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and formed more seals. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. A torrent of water burst from Keita's mouth, flooding the area. Ryujiro remained unfazed. A reddish-black slash erupted, cutting through the water torrent. The slash carried a suffocating aura, instilling fear and the threat of death in Keita and the rogue ninjas. It was infused with Ryujiro's Conqueror's Haki. A flying slash. Could this guy be Konoha's swordsmanship prodigy? Run! Keita didn't hesitate, shouting as he turned to flee. The rogue ninjas who failed to react were caught in the slash, torn to pieces. Keita glanced back, relieved that no one was pursuing him. But in the next moment, Ryujiro appeared before him in a flash step, swinging his blade down. Splat. A head flew off, blood spraying everywhere, rolling like a gourd on the ground. His eyes lost their light, filled with unwillingness. The rogue ninjas were all exterminated. Chapter 90, Money. Ha! Ryujiro, you're truly amazing. That ninja was a Jonin. Naruto looked at Ryujiro with an expression of pure admiration. Ryujiro sheathed his Zanpakuto and gazed at the devastated land before him, taking a deep breath. Naruto, remember this world is a place where it's either you or your enemy who survives. Only immense power can give you real leverage. Small countries like the Land of Flowers have no real power, and they can only seek protection by relying on larger nations. The only way to achieve peace is through unification. Unification. At this point, Naruto's thoughts weren't that mature, but hearing these words still sent a shiver through his heart. What is this feeling? Unified ninja world. Was it really possible? The ninjas and daimyos on the high walls of the Land of Flowers, watching the commotion caused by the rogue ninja camp, were filled with fear in their eyes. What are these rogue ninjas up to now? Are they preparing for another wave of attacks? Lord Daimyo, someone is coming. The daimyo shuddered upon hearing this. Stay alert. The daimyo gritted his teeth, showing a look of unwillingness. Damn those rogue ninjas, are they coming again? No. It's not that. Lord Daimyo. It's the Konoha ninjas. Konoha reinforcements are here. What? Konoha reinforcements. The daimyo was first stunned, then cheered along with the ninjas around him. The Land of Flowers was finally saved. Everyone, follow me down to welcome them. Yes. The daimyo and a group of ninjas, along with the high-ranking officials of the Land of Flowers, all went to the border to welcome the Konoha ninjas. But when they saw Ryujiro and Naruto, everyone was stunned. They were indeed Konoha ninjas. But why were there only 2 kids? Did Konoha really send just 2 kids to support them? What a joke. The daimyo and the high-ranking officials of the Land of Flowers looked around, seemingly trying to find other Konoha ninjas. But it seemed that only these 2 kids from Konoha had come to their aid. The daimyo's face turned ugly. These big nations were too much. What's the use of sending 2 brats for reinforcement? These 2 brats were just here to die. How could these despicable big nations mock them like this? Lord Daimyo, what should we do? The jonin beside him showed a bitter smile. Let's settle these boys first. They probably don't even know the mission they're undertaking. The daimyo sighed helplessly, a look of misery on his face. The shinobi world was just like this. The strong prey on the weak. The jonin went out to welcome Ryujiro and Naruto, but his gaze suddenly fell on the object Ryujiro was holding. Instantly. The jonin froze, his eyes widening in horror at the blood-stained round object. Ryujiro, with a blank expression, tossed Keita's head over. Seeing the head roll on the ground, the jonin's face turned increasingly horrified. Was this for real? This head? The jonin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After seeing clearly, he gasped. This is Keita's head. Could it be? He looked at Ryujiro in shock. The huge commotion earlier wasn't caused by the rogue ninjas, but by these 2 Konoha ninjas. If Keita's head is here, then that means... Excuse me. Those rogue ninjas. The jonin of the Land of Flowers asked nervously. Ryujiro responded calmly, the crisis in your country is over, all the rogue ninjas have been eradicated. The jonin covered his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. Unbelievable. The rogue ninjas were taken out by 2 Konoha ninjas. And one of them was a jonin. After reporting this, the high-ranking officials of the Land of Flowers were in an uproar. The daimyo personally arranged for Naruto and Ryujiro's food, clothing, and lodging, and sent ninjas to the former rogue ninja camp to confirm the situation. The news they received left the high-ranking officials of the Land of Flowers in shock. The rogue ninja camp was utterly destroyed, bodies and dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. The most terrifying sight was the land split in 2, like a deep abyss, making anyone who looked at it from afar shiver in fear. It was unimaginable what had transpired there. Konoha was worthy of being the strongest ninja village, even after facing so many wars, their strength remained unfathomable. The reward for this mission was a whopping 500,000 ryo. Naruto, who had never seen so much money in his life, almost had his eyes pop out at the sight of the treasure chests. For Ryujiro, money was just a worldly possession. In the face of disaster or war, it would be useless. After staying in the Land of Flowers for a few days, Ryujiro and Naruto prepared to return to Konoha with the treasures provided by the Land of Flowers. The daimyo watched Ryujiro and Naruto depart and slowly said to his subordinate. Contact the high officials of the Land of Fire, we will officially request to become an ally of the Land of Fire. Since the Land of Lightning was unwilling to help, what was the point of keeping their agreement with them? To the Land of Lightning, the Land of Flowers was just a small insect, insignificant. They might as well seek Konoha's protection. Lord Daimyo, won't this offend the Land of Lightning? Humph. The Land of Lightning has no credibility. If a disaster befalls the Land of Flowers, do you think they will send someone to protect us? At least Konoha has a reliable reputation in the shinobi world. If it weren't for these 2 Konoha ninjas, our country would be. The subordinate understood and responded, then started preparing the documents for the Land of Fire. Money, money, so much money. Naruto hugged the treasure chest, turning into a little money grubber, rubbing his face against it. Ryujiro looked on helplessly. Doesn't Naruto seem like he's never seen money before? The overall strength of the Land of Flowers was average, with few ninjas in the village, no wonder they were troubled by a group of rogue ninjas. But wasn't the Land of Flowers an ally of the Land of Lightning? Why was there no response from the Land of Lightning? Just as Ryujiro finished pondering, several figures blocked the path of Ryujiro and Naruto. Judging by their headbands, they were cloud ninjas. Chapter 91, The Furious Raikage. How come there are Konoha ninjas here? Hey, you two brats. Stop right there. The Land of Lightning truly lived up to its reputation for being slow. The situation was already resolved by the time their reinforcements arrived. TCH. They don't think much of us, do they? These two Konoha brats must be here to reinforce the Land of Flower. But, it's all irrelevant now. It seems the crisis in the Land of Flower has been resolved by these two ninjas from Konoha. As for the treasures of the Land of Flower, they're just two brats. Killing them here would mean completing their mission, wouldn't it? Ryujiro, this is not good. Naruto looked at these cloud ninjas with a very unpleasant expression. Naruto, come here. Ryujiro said calmly. Naruto cautiously walked over to Ryujiro's side, and Ryujiro handed him a rope. The next second, Ryujiro's figure suddenly vanished. The group of cloud ninjas involuntarily shuddered for some reason, an extreme cold enveloping them. Before the cloud ninjas could understand what had happened, one of their comrades suddenly fell to the ground, his upper and lower body severed at the waist. Blood spurted out in every direction, and many internal organs were scattered all around. What was that just now? Satoru stared blankly at his fallen comrade, his mind completely blank. Body flicker jutsu. No, that's not it. That wasn't the body flicker jutsu, this speed surpasses it. This Konoha shinobi. Be on alert. The previously aggressive cloud ninjas fell into disarray due to the death of their comrade, fearfully scanning their surroundings for any sign of Ryujiro. Damn it. Where is he? If they couldn't find this brat, they would go after the blonde boy instead. He didn't believe the other boy was equally powerful. You two, go capture that brat for me. Yes. Two cloud Chuunin leapt into the air, and just as their kunai flew out, there was a sudden clinking sound. Accompanied by sparks, the kunai shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Whoosh. Ryujiro's figure suddenly appeared before the two, and with a simple slash, the two cloud Chuunin fell without any resistance. Boom. Suddenly, a massive spiritual pressure erupted from Ryujiro's body. With just a simple swing of his sword, the spiritual pressure transformed into a terrifying shockwave, a blinding white light engulfing everything like a tidal wave. The overwhelming energy instantly annihilated the surrounding vegetation and land. What kind of power is this? Satoru, with his last conscious thought, stared in despair at the blinding white scene before him. His body was gradually torn apart, and under this immense energy, he didn't even feel pain. The ground kept trembling, the shockwave raising a massive cloud of dust and altering the surrounding terrain. The deep fissure resembled a gorge. Just a group of cloud ninjas. What were they jumping around in front of him for? However, this feeling. Ryujiro sensed a change in his spiritual pressure and chakra, and at this moment, a trail of blood appeared in his eyes. As he opened his eyes again, those blood-red Sharingan were eerily sinister. The Hogyoku was restless. The Land of Lightning. Cloud Village. A burly figure, with terrifying strength granted by his bulging muscles, stood before a cold corpse. The atmosphere was gradually solidifying, and the surrounding cloud ninjas couldn't help but shiver under the fourth Raikage's icy killing intent. What happened to Darui's team? He was the most trusted subordinate of Raikage. When they found Darui, he was already dead. Looking at Darui's withered body at his feet, A's eyes were filled with endless rage. Who did this? Who dared to attack one of my cloud village's jonin? A's furious roar echoed throughout the office. The suffocating aura he emitted made it hard to breathe. However, the strangest thing was that the kunais embedded in Darui's body were all cloud ninjas' weapons. But all the cloud ninja corpses were found with Darui. Could the culprit be trying to fabricate a story of internal strife among the cloud ninjas? This trick was too naive. At this moment, no one dared to provoke the furious Raikage. Because they knew that the Raikage was like a ticking time bomb, and saying the wrong thing now could cost them their lives. This time, the entire Land of Lightning might be shaken. Darui was practically the Raikage's right-hand man. His task was merely to search for the one-tailed Jinchuriki. With Darui's strength and his team, even if they couldn't defeat the one-tail, they shouldn't have died at its hands. The key issue was these wounds. Besides Darui's, the wounds on the other ninjas were very sharp. It was clear that the culprit who killed these cloud ninjas was a master swordsman, and their strength was terrifying, at least not something an ordinary jonin could handle. A swordsman. There are many swordsmen in the shinobi world, but one with such exquisite swordsmanship is definitely not a commoner. Lord Raikage. If the culprit is a swordsman, then I might have an idea who it was. Konoha's Hokage assistant is also a swordsmanship genius. Moreover, recently we have lost contact with our ninjas at the border of the Land of Fire. Could it be? A's eyes flashed with a cold light. Could it be Konoha? Mabui, contact the 5th Hokage of Konoha and tell her I want to visit the Leaf Village. A gritted his teeth and emphasized the last few words. Chapter 92, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Upon receiving a call from Tsunade immediately convened a meeting with Konoha higher-ups. What do you all think about the Raikage visiting Konoha? Hamura frowned, the Raikage isn't someone to mess with. Why are the Cloud Shinobi visiting Konoha anyway? They're not here with good intentions, Koharu added. Despite her disagreements with Tsunade over recent matters, she knew this was a serious issue concerning the Hokage, so she set aside her grievances. Tsunade, has there been any recent friction between our village and the Cloud Village? Or any missions that might have caused conflicts with them? Missions, huh? There might be a chance of conflict with the Cloud Shinobi over an A-rank mission in the Land of Flowers. A mission in the Land of Flowers? Isn't the Land of Flowers allied with the Land of Lightning? Why would they commission a mission from the Land of Fire? Who took on the mission in the Land of Flowers? Ryujiro. What? Both the elders were stunned. Ryujiro, an assistant to the Hokage, personally took on a mission. Shouldn't an assistant to the Hokage be by the Hokage's side? Tsunade, you're being too lenient with Ryujiro. He's the Hokage's assistant. Tsunade scoffed. Do you want him to stay in the ANBU instead? He'd turn the ANBU upside down. Recently, Danzo has been keeping a low profile, and all his root members have been absorbed into the ANBU. Of course, Tsunade wasn't entirely at ease with the root members. Some of them had been brainwashed by Danzo. On the surface, they seemed loyal to the Hokage, but in reality, they were still aligned with Danzo. However, as long as Ryujiro was in Konoha, even Danzo couldn't stir up too much trouble. Tsunade had plans to sit as Hokage for a few more years and then pass the position to Ryujiro. However, Ryujiro wasn't interested at all, thinking the position of Hokage was a hassle. Although Tsunade shared the same sentiment, every young ninja in the village fought for the position of Hokage. This kid is truly unique. Has Ryujiro returned to the village? Koharu asked. Tsunade shook her head, we haven't received any news about Ryujiro and Naruto returning yet. Koharu rubbed her temples in frustration. Ever since Tsunade took the position, their roles as Hokage advisors had become almost ceremonial. Tsunade's special status made it difficult for them to exert pressure on her. An assistant to the Hokage taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki on a mission, Tsunade, you have a big heart. With the Raikage coming to Konoha, all the higher-ups were on edge. If this news got out, other major nations would focus their attention on Konoha. It could very well lead to the possibility of war. Ding ding ding. 3 figures clashed in the desert, each collision stirring up a massive sandstorm. With a detached gaze, Kimimaro wielded his Zanpakuto effortlessly against Sasuke and Gaara. Kimimaro was becoming increasingly proficient with his newly acquired powers. Sand drizzle. Whiz whiz whiz. Sharp sand bullets rained down on Kimimaro's head, and Gaara's sand also bound his feet. Clang clang clang. The sand bullets hit Kimimaro without causing any damage. With his steel skin, the sand bullets had no effect on him. TCH. Gaara clicked his tongue in frustration. Can't even break through his defense, was this even a human body? Kimimaro exerted his strength and easily broke free from the sand bindings. Just then, Sasuke appeared behind Kimimaro. Chidori. Blue lightning crackled in Sasuke's right hand, producing a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. In his cursed seal state, Sasuke's power was on par with a Jonin. Chidori, an A-rank jutsu, enhanced by the cursed seal's black lightning, was enough to make any Juin wary. However, Kimimaro had already anticipated Sasuke's attack. He could have easily dodged Sasuke's strike, but Kimimaro extended a hand. Bang. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Sasuke's face changed drastically, exclaiming in shock, how is this possible? He blocked Chidori with his hand. Is he still human? Ah. Before Sasuke could react, Kimimaro grabbed his wrist and threw him several hundred meters away. Excellent. This power is incredible. From the start, Kimimaro had asked Gaara and Sasuke to use their full strength against him. For him it was hard to imagine the power Ryujiro possessed. In such a short time, Ryujiro granted him such power. A god. Kimimaro once believed Ryujiro was like a god, akin to the Sage of Six Paths. To be reborn and gain such power, it was beyond what any jutsu could achieve. Bah. From a distance, Sasuke climbed out of a sand dune, a look of frustration on his face. Damn it. No way. I have no way to fight back at all. If he had such power, would he be able to kill Itachi? But Ryujiro wouldn't let him become like Kimimaro. I am too weak. Sasuke clenched his fist. You promised to help me gain power. Ryujiro. You liar. Kimimaro looked at Gaara and smiled, want to continue. Gaara shook his head and spread his hands, no, regardless of what we do, we can't beat you. Continuing this would be pointless. This is a meaningless battle. Kimimaro smiled at Gaara, if I'm not mistaken, you're hiding your true strength, right? Gaara trembled, looking at Kimimaro in surprise. He even noticed that. Sort of. Then why not use your full strength? Gaara pointed at Sasuke walking towards them, you want to crush his spirit. Kimimaro scratched his chin thoughtfully and then glanced at Sasuke. Seems so. Not sure why Ryujiro likes to push Sasuke so much. I heard the Sharingan evolves with strong emotions. Does Ryujiro want Sasuke's Sharingan to evolve? Feeling his own weakness, Sasuke walked over with a gloomy expression. At that moment, he recalled everything that happened on the night of the massacre and the embarrassing events while challenging Ryujiro. Weak. He was too weak. Intense emotion surged through Sasuke's mind. Kimimaro noticed the change in Sasuke's chakra and focused on his eyes. Oh. Kimimaro looked at Sasuke's eyes with interest. Sasuke's Sharingan now had one more tomo compared to before. The 3 tomo Sharingan. Chapter 93, back in Konoha. After Ryujiro and Naruto completed their mission and returned back, many villagers couldn't take their eyes off the boxes on the cart. Ryujiro, how are we going to divide this money? Naruto asked eagerly. Ryujiro glanced at Naruto and pulled out a few wrinkled bills from his pocket. Here you go. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Ryujiro. Are you kidding me? That much bounty, and you're giving me just this bit of money? You're too stingy. Ryujiro looked at Naruto indifferently. If you say one more word, I won't even give you this. Naruto immediately deflated, begrudgingly accepting the wrinkled bills while inwardly cursing Ryujiro. Hey! A familiar voice called out. Naruto, I've been looking all over for you. Naruto's face lit up with joy. Pervy sage. Jiraiya smiled at Naruto and Ryujiro. Ryujiro nodded slightly at Jiraiya. Ryujiro, Tsunade is looking for you. Once you've dealt with this, head to the Hokage's office. Tsunade looking for me? Is she going to make me handle more paperwork? Naruto had wanted to complain to Jiraiya about Ryujiro's stinginess but was dragged away by Jiraiya before he could react. Watching Naruto struggle in the distance, Ryujiro shook his head helplessly. After parking the cart at the Hyuga residence, all the Hyuga clan members looked at Ryujiro with curiosity. Ryujiro-sama. What's all this? These are the treasures from the Land of Flowers. Move them to my room, Ryujiro instructed calmly. Yes, sir. Ryujiro didn't care about the rest. Whether the Hyuga clan members would be tempted to steal was up to their courage. Though not a Hyuga by blood, Ryujiro's status within the Hyuga clan had increased a lot. Hinata isn't here. Ryujiro asked as he opened the door to the dojo, finding it empty. Brother Ryujiro, sister is out on a mission, came a petite and delicate voice beside him. Ryujiro smiled faintly. It's you, Hanabi. Did you rob the Land of Flowers? You brought back so many treasures, Hanabi teased. Ryujiro's face darkened. What nonsense. Do I look like someone who would do that? Hanabi giggled. I'm just kidding, brother. Father is looking for you. Could you go see him? Oh. Hiashi-sama is looking for me. Guided by Hanabi, Ryujiro entered a room. She respectfully announced, Father, I brought big brother Ryujiro. Thank you, Hanabi. You may go, Hiashi said. Hanabi closed the door and left. Ryujiro sat down and asked, Hiashi-sama, what's the matter? Hiashi looked at Ryujiro and said slowly, the 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village contacted the Hokage a few days ago. He wants to visit the Hidden Leaf Village. Did you have any conflict with the Hidden Cloud during your mission in the Land of Flowers? A visit from the Raikage, especially that hot-headed guy, likely spells trouble. Yes, Ryujiro answered frankly. Hayashi's face changed slightly, and he sighed. I knew it. So, did they die? Ryujiro nodded. Yes. Hayashi's heart skipped a beat. Dead? No wonder the Raikage was coming. He must be looking to settle this. In reality, Hiashi misunderstood. If the Raikage knew who had died, his reaction would be more intense. Although every village values its elite jonin, it wouldn't warrant such a grand reaction unless it was someone like Darui. If they knew Darui was dead, it could spark a war between the two nations. Jonin, huh? Would the Hidden Cloud demand Konoha hand over Ryujiro, similar to their past threats against the Hyuga clan? Hayashi harbored no goodwill towards the Hidden Cloud or the Land of Lightning. The incident where Hinata was kidnapped had been orchestrated by them, and they never admitted their wrongdoing, instead using it to pressure Konoha and the Hyuga clan. If the Land of Lightning really made such a demand, the fifth Hokage wouldn't agree. Ryujiro was the Hokage's assistant. Handing him over would make Konoha a laughingstock. Seeing Hiashi's troubled expression, Ryujiro fell into deep thought. The Raikage wants to visit Konoha. Thinking of the muscular man whose destructive power was akin to a human-tailed beast, Ryujiro realized that the news from the Land of Flowers might not have reached the Land of Lightning yet. Perhaps the Raikage's visit wasn't because of that. Darui. Maybe. But even if they knew, so what? If they want to start a war with Konoha, Ryujiro would welcome it. Leaving the Hyuga residence, Ryujiro headed to the Hokage's office. Besides Tsunade, Koharu, and Hamura, the two Hokage advisors, were also waiting for him. Ryujiro, as the Hokage's assistant, you should be helping the Hokage manage village affairs, not causing trouble by taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki on missions, Koharu scolded. After the sand incident, Konoha hasn't recovered, and now you've caused more trouble. Koharu glared at Ryujiro with a deep look. Koharu, Hamura tugged at her sleeve. Now wasn't the time to antagonize Ryujiro. Ryujiro gazed at Koharu with a haunting look. Trouble. Just because the Raikage is coming, you consider it trouble. Konoha's decline from being the strongest village is partly due to people like you. What do you mean by that? Koharu snapped, glaring at Ryujiro. Ryujiro disdainfully looked at Koharu. If not for him and Tsunade, Koharu might have already compromised with the sand. Despite Konoha being in the right, Koharu's fear of war made her grovel. Enough. Advisors, please leave. I need to speak with Ryujiro alone, Tsunade ordered, clearly displeased with Koharu. Koharu, Tsunade's icy gaze made both advisors pause. Koharu gritted her teeth and left in a huff. Hamura sighed helplessly and followed. Chapter 94, The Fifth Kazekage. Tsunade rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Ryujiro, no matter what, they are still village elders. You should at least be polite to them, Tsunade said with a hint of resignation in her tone. Ryujiro found a seat and sat down, crossing his legs. Just because they are old, I should be polite to them. If they are merely relying on their age for respect, they might as well retire from their positions as Hokage advisors. Ryujiro spoke mercilessly. Sigh, the village that my grandfather built with his own hands has ended up like this, Tsunade said, sitting down beside Ryujiro. As Ryujiro glanced over, his eyes couldn't help but notice the massive peaks of Tsunade's bosom. Are they really that bouncy? Ryujiro quickly averted his gaze. This woman was indeed formidable, Ryujiro thought. What do you think about the Raikage visiting Konoha? Tsunade asked Ryujiro. What else can I think? Since he is here to visit Konoha, we should receive him with the hospitality of a guest. If he's here to cause trouble, then Konoha will stand its ground. Tsunade glared at Ryujiro. You say that so easily. This is the Raikage we're talking about. In his youth, he once broke the left horn of the Eight Tails. That old hag wasn't wrong either, the current Konoha can't withstand much turmoil. This was what gave Tsunade a headache. Being Hokage was incredibly troublesome. She would have preferred to spend her life gambling in the casinos. Ever since becoming Hokage, she hadn't visited a casino for several days, and it was driving her crazy. It's just the Raikage, Ryujiro said nonchalantly. No need to worry too much, Granny. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong in Konoha. Tsunade's face grew rigid and gradually darkened. Who are you calling Granny, you brat? Ryujiro glanced at Tsunade. Now that I think given your age, you're more like an aunt than a granny. Tsunade's patience had its limits, and she punched Ryujiro out of nowhere. With a loud bang, like the roar of a cannon, Tsunade's punch made the entire Hokage's office shake. However, Ryujiro didn't dodge. Tsunade's punch seemed to hit something hard. Looking at the transparent barrier before her, Tsunade frowned and asked, "What is this, kid?" "A defense wall," Ryujiro replied. Defense wall? Was it a ninjutsu? But this kid didn't form any hand seals. This brat has so many strange abilities, Tsunade thought. Forget it. Since you've said it like that, when the Raikage arrives, stay by my side. I want to see what his real purpose is. What other purpose could there be? He's probably here to question us. Ryujiro thought to himself. Ryujiro returned home and entered his spiritual space. Sasuke Aizen. The most charismatic villain of Bleach, Aizen was cunning and incredibly powerful, one of the most beloved villains in the series. Ryujiro always felt Aizen's end was too abrupt, much like how Ichigo mentioned in the original anime whether Aizen might have longed to lose his powers. Standing above all others is lonely. From birth, Aizen saw himself as superior to everyone else, unmatched by anyone. Such invincibility is a path to solitude. If Aizen's template reached 100%, would Aizen be also summoned? Forget it, no point in overthinking. Fighting against such a character was also great training. For 3 days and nights, Ryujiro stayed in his spiritual world, while outside, many people gathered around his bed, their eyes filled with worry. Especially Hinata, whose hands were tightly clasped together. Boom. In that instant, everyone felt a heavy pressure, not just in Ryujiro's room but throughout the entire Konoha. Inside the room, Kakashi, Guy, and others almost fell to their knees. What is this pressure? Is it coming from Ryujiro? What an overwhelming force, it feels like our souls are trembling. The spiritual pressure emanating from Ryujiro was heavier than ever, indicating that his power had increased once again. Hinata looked at Ryujiro with worry. Ryujiro-kun. The next moment, Ryujiro opened his eyes, the excitement and passion for battle still burning within them. As expected of Aizen, only a spiritual projection of him could give Ryujiro this feeling of having met a worthy opponent. Huh. Why are you all here? Ryujiro finally noticed the many people gathered in his room. Hinata immediately threw herself into Ryujiro's arms. Ryujiro-kun. Hearing the girl's tearful voice, Ryujiro felt a pang of heartache. Ino and Sakura looked on enviously. They envied Hinata, wishing they too could have someone like Ryujiro. Ryujiro, what was that pressure that you just released? Kakashi asked seriously. Ryujiro frowned. Pressure? Is Kakashi referring to spiritual pressure? Could it be that the spiritual pressure got out of control? Just one of my special ability, Ryujiro said lightly. Another ability? Just how many tricks does Ryujiro have up his sleeve? Even though Ryujiro was from Konoha, he still made Kakashi feel uneasy. Ryujiro-kun, you've been sleeping here for 3 days and nights, Hinata said, her eyes slightly red as she looked up at Ryujiro. 3 days and nights? Ryujiro was taken aback. Had he been fighting Aizen in his spiritual space for 3 days already? No wonder these people looked so worried. Ryujiro patted Hinata's head. Don't worry Hinata, I'm fine. Everyone, I'm sorry I got you all worried for nothing, now you can all go home and relax. I'm okay. Aside from Kakashi, who gave Ryujiro a deep look, the others said a few words to Ryujiro before leaving. Ryujiro looked tenderly at Hinata, pulling her into his arms and gently said. I'm sorry Hinata, I made you worry so much. Ryujiro-kun, you meditated for too long this time. I was very worried about you. Tears still stained Hinata's eyes, and Ryujiro wiped them away. It was a bit long this time, but I gained a lot from it. Next time, I won't make you worry. Yes, Hinata softly replied, enjoying the brief, beautiful moment. Aside from the Raikage impending visit to Konoha, there was another significant event in the hidden sand village. The position of Kazekage couldn't remain vacant for long, especially after the village's Jinchuriki of the One-Tail defected, making the situation in the sand village unstable. Someone needed to take the position of Kazekage to stabilize the current situation. After persuasion from the high-ranking officials of the Sand Village and the Land of Wind, Chiyo finally agreed to take up the position of the 5th Kazekage. When the news of Chiyo becoming the 5th Kazekage reached Konoha, even Ryujiro was surprised. It was unexpected that the old woman would become the 5th Kazekage. It seemed the Sand Village had truly run out of capable candidates. Chapter 95, Raikage's arrival. Chiyo is appointed as the 5th Kazekage. How interesting. Doesn't Tsunade fear that this old geezer might kick the bucket after a few years in office? Ryujiro sneered. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Tsunade was the weakest. Honestly, Ryujiro didn't understand why Tsunade was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Was it because its overall national strength was stronger than the other small countries? Not only was the environment in Tsunade harsh, but the number of capable individuals in the village was also extremely low. At this time, to stabilize the situation in Tsunade, they actually nominated an almost dead person as the Kazekage. Speaking of which, Tsunade's compensation should soon be sent to Konoha. This time, Tsunade's compensation was like a massive hemorrhage. Within Tsunade, there were voices of opposition, but what good was it to oppose? Did they have the qualification to negotiate with Konoha? The reason Tsunade dared to negotiate with Konoha was because they had seen the previous Konoha leadership's weakness. But now, with Tsunade and Ryujiro as the strong figures in Konoha, thinking of reaping benefits in Konoha. That's just wishful thinking. The news of the Raikage visit to Konoha attracted great attention from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, while the Land of Water was still guarding its own territory without any movements. Why was the Raikage visiting Konoha? This was something all the major nations wanted to know. Konoha and Kumogaku were almost sworn enemies. Visiting Konoha at such a special time made it hard to fathom. Akatsuki had also been noticed by the 5 great shinobi villages. An organization that captured tailed beasts naturally attracted the high attention of the 5 great nations. Tailed beasts were war machines that could influence the balance of the shinobi world, and now Tsunade was worried that Gaara might encounter the Akatsuki that captured tailed beasts. If that was really the case, the strength of the Land of Wind would once again be greatly weakened. In that case, they would have no way to argue with the other great nations. About 3 days later, the Reikage had already arrived within the territory of the Land of Fire. Tsunade also held another high-level meeting to respond to the Reikage's visit. The ANBU were also constantly monitoring the movements of the Reikage in the village to prevent any unexpected situations from arising. At this high-level meeting, Ryujiro was again absent. Koharu was initially displeased and wanted to argue with Tsunade, but was eventually stopped by Tsunade's strong stance. Hiashi Hyuga also sighed helplessly in his heart. Although Tsunade's actions were somewhat inappropriate, Konoha finally had a strong Hokage. At the same time, in the former root base, in the dark and empty surroundings, Danzo sat alone in the base, his eyes faintly gazing at a spot, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Buzz. The surrounding space suddenly twisted into a vortex, and a black dot and a figure appeared in front of Danzo. Uchiha Obito. Even Ryujiro would be surprised to see Danzo in contact with Obito. Next, let's have a good talk. As the red light in Obito's eyes flared up, the temperature in the entire base dropped. Even though Danzo was willing to cooperate with Obito, he did not let down his guard. After all, the person before him was the legendary Uchiha Madara. Although it was unclear whether it was true or false, those eyes were undoubtedly Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade. You have been creating so many problems for me, so now don't blame me for being unrighteous. Although the ANBU ninja monitored Danzo, they would not enter the base, they only guarded the entrance. As for what happened inside, none of them knew. Ryujiro was not far from the root base at this moment. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a special presence with his observation Haki and paused. This aura, it's Obito. And Danzo. Heh, what are these two up to now? Danzo, it seems you are indeed desperate enough to seek contact with someone like Obito. The position of Hokage is surely not suitable for someone like you. In fact, when Tsunade disbanded Root, Ryujiro had anticipated that Danzo might be driven to desperation by Tsunade and do something reckless. Collaborating with Obito, was Danzo planning to manipulate things during Pain's invasion of Konoha? Although Ryujiro knew that Danzo and Obito were in contact, he did not intend to stop it. He wanted to see what Danzo was planning. A day later, the Reikage arrived in Konoha. The entire Konoha village seemed to be under a heavy atmosphere. Because the Reikage brought a coffin. A Kage bringing a coffin to Konoha, such a move was inevitably intriguing. At this time, in the reception hall of the Hokage's office, Tsunade's face was extremely ugly as she looked at the coffin in front of her and asked gloomily. Reikage, what is the meaning of this? There was no expression on A's face. He glanced at Mabui and said, Mabui, open the coffin. Reikage. Don't go too far. Tsunade's angry roar echoed throughout the room, creating an atmosphere that felt like it could explode at any moment. Reikage visiting Konoha was one thing. But bringing a coffin, what did that mean? Kakashi frowned on the side, having a bad premonition. When the coffin was opened, the faces of everyone on Konoha's side changed. The person lying in the coffin was. It was Darui. Also known as the right-hand man of the Reikage. There were very few people in the shinobi world who didn't know Darui. Moreover, Darui was the Reikage's most loyal subordinate. Such a person was lying in a cold coffin. Thud. At the sight of the corpse, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. The wounds looked like they were inflicted by a sword. Could it have been that brat Ryujiro? At this moment, Ryujiro was still leisurely making his way over. Tsunade felt uncertain, but as the Hokage, she couldn't show any weakness at this moment. Reikage, what is the meaning of this? Tsunade asked gloomily. The Reikage didn't speak. Instead, his secretary explained the whole incident. By the time Mabui finished, the faces of Konoha's people were grim. Reikage, aren't you going too far? Just because of the wounds, you suspect our Konoha's Hokage assistant. Do you think we would punish one of our shinobi just because of your suspicion? With that, Tsunade's aura burst forth. Even A was somewhat surprised. Initially, he had some disdain for the fact that Konoha's fifth Hokage was a woman. But now it seemed that this woman was not simple. Across his arms, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Let's not mention this for now, but how do you explain the incident in the Land of Flowers? Their Kumogakiru lost a Genin, a Chuunin, and a Jonin. Don't tell me this had nothing to do with Konoha. Tsunade was speechless for a moment, and just then, a young figure pushed the door open and appeared before everyone. The young man glanced at the Reikage and said indifferently. I am the one who killed them. Chapter 96, Accusations. Ryujiro. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Ryujiro. The expressions of everyone on the Konoha side turned extremely horrified. Was Ryujiro the one who killed them? The key point was that even if it was Ryujiro who killed the person, why did he just directly admit it? Even Tsunade's mind was buzzing and blank at this moment. What the hell was this brat doing? Koharu was trembling with rage, her gaze towards Ryujiro filled with resentment. As expected. Ryujiro staying in Konoha is nothing but a curse, he will bring disaster to Konoha. At this moment, Koharu had already forgotten about Ryujiro saving Konoha. Now, she only felt anger and hatred towards Ryujiro. The ninjas from the hidden cloud village couldn't help but look at Ryujiro. The fourth Raikage, squinted his eyes and looked at Ryujiro. So this was Konoha's genius swordsman. Hokage's assistant. What a joke, that's all he amounts to. A's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seems that Konoha has really declined to this extent, the once #1 ninja village in the world has fallen to such a state. Did this brat really have the strength to defeat the One Tail? I didn't think so. Although the harmless smile on this brat's face gave people a creepy feeling, to him, Ryujiro looked like nothing more than a weak scholar. The rumors of Konoha's genius only came from Konoha, as for Tsunade. It's just the weakest ninja village and to be honest, Raikage didn't take Tsunade seriously at all. Such a ninja village's words lacked credibility. Not to mention that now the 5th Kazekage was an old woman with one foot in the grave. If Tsunade's environment wasn't so harsh and lacked plunderable value, several major villages would have already launched wars against it. Not bad for a genius. Kid, just for your attitude, I recognize you. But, you owe me an explanation for the death of Cloud Ninjas. A's deep eyes fixed on Ryujiro. Ryujiro smiled faintly, what is there to explain? It was your village ninjas who wanted to attack me first, and I just killed them in my self-defense. Your village is one of the 5 great shinobi villages and yet when your ally, the Land of Flowers, held out for a week without reinforcements from you, they had no choice but to ask for help from Konoha. Where is your credibility as a great shinobi village? The Cloud Ninjas saw the treasures from the Land of Flowers and got greedy. So, they attacked me, I just took action to protect myself. The hall suddenly became much quieter, and everyone looked at Ryujiro in shock. Even Tsunade hadn't expected that Ryujiro could be so articulate. However, it's just his side of the story, there's no way the Cloud Village would let it go just like that. Raikage personally came, surely wanting to take something from Konoha. This kid might provoke the Raikage. At this moment, A's face had turned extremely dark, and he looked at Ryujiro with a face as black as coal. His ferocious gaze gave the impression of a fierce beast. A gritted his teeth, you brat, what do you take Cloud Village for? Do you think we will get scared of you? You're deliberately slandering us. Slandering? Ryujiro sneered disdainfully. Why would I slander your village for no reason? There's no evidence left anyway. Just say what you want from the start, so we don't waste each other's time. If you want to start a war, Konoha will be ready to accompany you to the end. Tsunade's face suddenly changed drastically, hey. Ryujiro. Wars are not something to be spoken of lightly. Even Kakashi and Might Guy looked at Ryujiro with different eyes. Sure enough, he was still too young and impulsive. However, if he wasn't impulsive, they would find it strange. At this moment, Kakashi's guard against Ryujiro relaxed significantly. A was stunned for a moment, then sneered, Tsunade, is he the Hokage, or are you the Hokage? I feel like your Hokage assistant doesn't really seem like an assistant. Tsunade pulled Ryujiro aside and whispered, brat, what are you up to? War is not something to be mentioned lightly. Cloud Village is not sand, they won't be scared off by mere threats. Ryujiro looked at Tsunade and said slowly, Tsunade, it's time for Konoha to change. It's time for the shinobi world to know that the title of the strongest village still belongs to Konoha. As long as I'm here, Konoha will always be the strongest village. You. Tsunade stared blankly at the young man in front of her, his eyes revealing confidence and a gaze that seemed to look down on everyone. This brat. Is he serious? Should I choose to believe him? Tsunade hesitated. As the leader of a village, she couldn't make decisions lightly, especially regarding war, which she had experienced before. If war breaks out, it would be a disaster for the people of Konoha. But looking at Ryujiro, she couldn't help but feel a strange sense of reassurance. Raikage, what is your purpose in coming to Konoha this time? Tsunade's eyes darkened as she looked at A. A grinned with a sinister smile, I want this brat to come to the Land of Lightning with me. That's impossible. Tsunade flatly refused. Ryujiro is Konoha's Hokage assistant, there's no way he would be allowed to go to the Land of Lightning at will. Besides, once he goes to the Land of Lightning, Ryujiro would be at their mercy. A's eyes were still cold, threatening, Hokage, are you protecting this boy? This is not protection. Ryujiro is right, who knows if your village ninjas attacked him first. Let's not talk about that for now. Bringing a coffin to Konoha is already an offense. What does Darui's death have to do with Konoha? By judging it on the basis of injuries alone, you're being too ridiculous. Tsunade's toughness surprised A, she was different from the previous Hokage, who was a weak-willed old man. Sure enough, he was getting a little anxious. A originally came here to make a fuss over the issue and take advantage of the situation, as Darui's death was still not completely clear. So, are you saying Konoha wants to start a war? A's domineering aura erupted, making the atmosphere in the hall extremely oppressive. Start a war. Ryujiro stepped forward, sneering, do you think your village is powerful enough to win a war against Konoha? Chapter 97, Rising Tensions. Cloud Village, powerful enough. Everyone was stunned. Even the people from Cloud Village were left speechless. Did they hear it wrong? A was taken aback. Was this still the same weak Konoha he knew? To be honest, A had long dismissed Konoha from his mind. The once great Hidden Leaf Village was now a shadow of its former self, while Cloud Village had become the strongest ninja village in the world. A had come to Konoha to make trouble, with ninja lurking at Konoha's borders and his own squad sent on missions. He couldn't let Darui's death at Ryujiro's hands go unanswered. Even though there was no evidence to prove Konoha's involvement, Ryujiro had admitted to killing a Cloud's Chuunin. That was enough to provoke Konoha. I had planned to take a chunk out of Konoha, but the situation was now beyond his expectations. Ryujiro, what are you saying? Reikage-sama, Ryujiro might be ill and speaking nonsense. Please forgive him, Kakashi hurriedly explained. This was the Reikage. If this situation wasn't handled properly, it could indeed lead to war. Kakashi, Ryujiro is perfectly fine. His words are as good as mine. He is right. Your village is not even strong enough to stand against Konoha. Based on unfounded accusations, you bring a coffin to provoke Konoha. Is this how you make decisions in your village? It's really laughable. Tsunade's face also showed a cold smile. At this point, Tsunade chose to believe in Ryujiro. Konoha had been oppressed for too long. It was because of constant retreating that other villages thought Konoha was easy to bully. They needed to show the entire ninja world that even if it had weakened, the former glory of the strongest ninja village still remained. Hokage-sama. Kakashi was stunned. Even the Hokage was acting recklessly. If war broke out between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, it could trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War. What on earth did the Hokage and Ryujiro just say? Enough, Tsunade. As the Hokage, you are too reckless. Koharu glared angrily at Ryujiro and Tsunade. Tsunade stared icily at Koharu. ANBU, escort Elder Koharu out. Tsunade. If you dare touch me, I will push for your removal as Hokage. But Tsunade ignored her. After Koharu was taken away, the atmosphere in the hall grew even heavier. A's face was as dark as ink. Tsunade, I'll give you a chance to take back your words. Apologize and I will pretend this never happened. No need. You're being too overbearing and arrogant. Konoha will never apologize. Tsunade said forcefully. Boom. An unstoppable aura erupted from A, silver arcs of electricity crackling around him. His hair stood up instantly, making Ryujiro think he was transforming into a Super Saiyan. Good, Konoha. It seems you are determined to go your own way. Do you really think the Land of Lightning is as easy to scare as the Land of Wind? A's voice roared like a ferocious lion, exuding unparalleled might. Reikage. Do you want to know who killed Darui? At this moment, Ryujiro spoke again. Even Tsunade was anxious now. Brat, don't say any more. All the Cloud Shinobi's eyes changed, and A's gaze turned exceptionally grim. Kid, do you know who killed Darui? If you tell me the killer name, I might consider sparing you. A smile played at the corners of Ryujiro's mouth as he slowly drew his Zanpakuto. Most people didn't understand what Ryujiro was doing, especially Kakashi and Guy, who were extremely tense. Kyoka Suigetsu. Ryujiro whispered, turning his gaze to A with a mocking look. I killed Darui with this sword. Ryujiro's smile looked as sinister as a monster about to devour someone. The faces of the Cloud Shinobi changed drastically, and Mabui was especially horrified. Madman. A complete madman. Did this Hokage assistant realize what his words meant? Regardless of the truth, once spoken, the situation was irreversible. Everyone's minds echoed with the same thought. War. It's coming. An overwhelming aura burst from A, his muscular body emanating terrifying lightning. In the next moment, he moved at lightning speed to Ryujiro, aiming to kill. It happened so fast that no one could react. Splat. A spear-like hand pierced through Ryujiro's chest, spraying blood everywhere. Everyone was horrified. A frown as he noticed Ryujiro didn't react at all. So the rumors about Konoha sword genius were false after all. Was this the strength of a mere Hokage assistant? Capable of defeating a tailed beast? Laughable. Mabui's face turned pale. She pointed, trembling at A. See. Reikage-sama. What are you doing? Mabui screamed in horror. A raised his head with difficulty, looking at the familiar face and puzzled eyes. His mind went blank. Lord, Reikage. C fell backward heavily, not understanding why Reikage killed him. With this final confusion, C became a cold corpse. The real Ryujiro stood aside, smiling coldly. Darui was known as the Reikage's right hand, and C as his left. And now Ryujiro had severed both arms of Reikage. Chapter 98, Tremors. A's mind was blank at this moment, staring blankly at the body of C lying on the ground. Ninjas from both Cloud Village and Konoha were all stunned. Has Reikage gone mad? C was their village's elite jonin. Reportedly, he was one of Reikage's trusted subordinates, yet Reikage dared to suddenly kill this so-called trusted subordinate in front of everyone. Tsunade couldn't help but look at Ryujiro in shock. What has this little brat done? Tsunade had also learned from Jiraiya that Ryujiro possessed genjutsu skills, but he had never demonstrated them in front of ordinary people. Manipulating the members of Akatsuki, such genjutsu was chilling beyond belief. C. No. A roared in grief and anger, his body erupting with terrifying lightning-release chakra. The terrifying aura emanating from him made everyone present change their expressions. His eyes were bloodshot, staring ferociously at Ryujiro as if he wanted to devour everything. You brat. What have you done to me? A's thunderous roar shook all the ninjas present. His angry gaze was filled with endless flames, as if he wanted to tear Ryujiro apart. Ryujiro smiled faintly, just a genjutsu. If it weren't for the genjutsu, it would probably be me lying dead now. Genjutsu? Mabui's eyes suddenly contracted, and the Cloud Village ninjas glared angrily at Ryujiro. No wonder. No wonder Lord Reikage suddenly attacked C. C. Died at the hands of Lord Reikage like this. That puzzled look and incredulous expression kept flashing through A's mind. You damned brat. Old man. I'm going to kill you. Now Mabui finally understood why Darui had Cloud Village blades on him. Just like Reikage fell victim to genjutsu, the other ninjas mistook Darui for Ryujiro. What kind of genjutsu was this? Never heard of such a genjutsu before, even the genjutsu expert Kurenai was unclear. Too terrifying. Konoha's swordsman was too terrifying. Ryujiro sneered, are you sure that the me you'll see later will be the real me? A's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. He gritted his teeth so hard that a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth due to the excessive force. You brat. Do you really want to start a war? He had never thought he would fear a kid from Konoha so much. Konoha, what a monster they've bred. Start a war. We never intended to, but you are being unreasonable. If you hadn't attacked me first, C wouldn't have died by your hands. It's all your own fault. Ryujiro's voice echoed through the hall. The gaze of Konoha's elite jonin towards Ryujiro instantly changed. The Ryujiro before them was unlike any they had ever seen, tearing apart the facade of a weak scholar. It felt as if everything was in Ryujiro's hands. Fortunately, Ryujiro belonged to their side. If it were another village, it would not only be a nightmare for Konoha but a nightmare that other major villages could not get rid of. Now Tsunade finally understood why Ryujiro was so confident. Even Reikage wouldn't dare to act rashly again with such genjutsu skills. A was momentarily speechless. He had come to Konoha to take a bite out of Konoha, but instead of taking a bite out of Konoha, he had lost an arm. The positions of C and Darui were significant in A's heart, they were both excellent subordinates. Lord Reikage. Mabui leaned over and whispered something in A's ear. A listened to Mabui's words, and his volatile emotions gradually stabilized. At this time, another unexpected situation might occur. They hadn't noticed when they had fallen into a genjutsu. If they were to fight with Konoha's ninjas at this time, their side would suffer the most significant losses. A stitch in time saves 9. Mabui was Reikage's secretary and military strategist. At this moment, Reikage absolutely could not act impulsively. As a village Kage, he must manage his emotions well. This seemingly young man was surprisingly deep. When Mabui touched Ryujiro's gaze, she briefly lost her mind. What kind of eyes were those? Hawkeye? No. Abyss. An endless abyss, an abyss without end. Humph. Konoha. Let's wait and see, I won't let you off. Kid. A looked ferociously at Ryujiro, and all the ninjas from the Cloud Village left behind cold eyes. After taking C's body away, every time A saw C's cold body, it hurt even more. After the Cloud Village ninjas left, Tsunade and Kakashi's gaze turned to Ryujiro. The hall fell silent for a terrifying moment, but everyone realized one thing. This time, Reikage might really go to war with the Land of Fire, and the war between the two countries might even become the fourth Great Ninja War. They didn't understand why Hokage-sama had accompanied Ryujiro in his mischief. The other four great nations had always been watching Konoha closely. After several great ninja wars, all four countries had launched wars against Konoha, and Konoha's geographical location and environment had always been a delicious morsel in the eyes of the other great nations. Kid, there's no turning back this time. Tsunade turned her head sternly. Do you understand what will happen next? The elite Jonin nodded solemnly. The outbreak of war was inevitable. But this war came too suddenly. This was completely initiated by Konoha. Ryujiro, can you tell us now what exactly your genjutsu ability affects? Why did Reikage kill his loyal subordinate? Tsunade looked deeply at Ryujiro. Ryujiro glanced calmly at everyone in the hall and slowly spoke. The five senses. My genjutsu completely controls the enemy's five senses, making them believe everything about appearance, form, quality, texture, and even scent exactly as I wish. A genjutsu that completely controls the five senses. Was this still genjutsu? No wonder Reikage suddenly attacked C. He mistook C for Ryujiro. Such an ability is truly terrifying. Ryujiro felt that there was no longer any need to conceal his abilities, as everyone present did not realize that they were trapped in the genjutsu of a mirage. If he wished, he could completely control the entire higher-ups of Konoha. What a terrifying ability. A few days later, the Land of Lightning invited the other four great nations to the Land of Lightning to discuss the matter of launching a war against the Land of Fire. Thus, the entire ninja world trembled. Chapter 99, The Nine Tails. Obito, war is about to break out. Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground. War. Konoha, how dare you? Obito's figure was filled with disdain for Konoha. Indeed. How could Konoha have such courage? The current Konoha was not the strong Konoha it once was. And Konoha's consistently strong actions were unimaginable, and the outbreak of war has disrupted both Zetsu and Obito's plans. Currently, they have collected the chakra of four-tailed beasts. Wanting to resurrect the 10 tails was no small feat. The fourth great ninja war. It seems it's also time for Akatsuki to show its strength to the entire shinobi world. Danzo was really lucky to have encountered such an unpredictable event at this time. But the position of Hokage, I'm afraid Danzo will never achieve it. Because Konoha will no longer exist, and our plan will continue. It's not easy to stop a war. It's like trying to get the major nations to trust each other, which was almost impossible as all major nations were suspicious of each other. And that's why the ninja world frequently erupted into war. Now, the most worried were the smaller nations. When the major nations clash, the small nations suffer. In every shinobi world war, the smaller nations always become the battlegrounds, with no ability to resist. Konoha. Why had it suddenly become so dominant? Just a few days ago, the Land of Flowers was planning to sign an alliance with the Land of Fire, but now they immediately recalled their envoy. They didn't want to be dragged into the flames of war by Konoha. That's reality. If the Land of Lightning invites them to join the war, they won't hesitate to act against Ryujiro and Naruto. A few months had passed. The thunder in the Land of Lightning had been loud, but in the entire ninja world, it's relatively quiet. It seems negotiations among the other four nations were not going smoothly. It's said that the Reikage and Tsuchikage even had a quarrel, causing the meeting to end in disarray and unable to continue. During these months, the atmosphere in Konoha had also calmed down a lot, and the dissatisfaction towards Ryujiro had gradually subsided. Ryujiro had still overestimated the tolerance between the four major nations. Do they really believe they could unite to conquer Konoha? Don't even think about it. By the time the four nations unite to attack Konoha, it might have turned into a war among the four nations. Character Template, Sasuke Aizen. Character Unlock Progress, 40%. After multiple confrontations with Aizen in the spiritual space, Ryujiro's progress has also reached 40%. Not only that, this was just the progress of unlocking the character template. Ryujiro has already changed significantly from before. He exuded an otherworldly aura all over his body, different from ordinary people. This feeling was unique. It's as if Ryujiro was like an immortal who was unaffected by worldly matters. However, Ryujiro doesn't want to end up like Aizen, becoming a monstrous creature. He also believes that under his perfection, Hogyoku will also become different. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata came running over with small steps. And when Ryujiro saw Hinata at that moment, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The chakra in Hinata's body seemed different. Hinata, did something happen to you? Ryujiro asked. Hinata showed a surprised expression, and this time she came to tell Ryujiro about this. Ryujiro, you actually know about this? Hinata said in surprise. Ryujiro, last night an old man appeared in my dream. The old man claimed to be Himura Otsutsuki and said he was the younger brother of the legendary sage of the Six Paths. In the dream, this old man told me that perhaps you could end the turmoil in the shinobi world. Himura Otsutsuki. No wonder the chakra on Hinata seemed off. It turns out to be the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. Sure enough, even Himura Otsutsuki was watching over the world. Both Hagoromo and Himura had always been watching over the entire ninja world. Ryujiro wondered when he would meet these legendary figures. Otsutsuki chakra. Ryujiro looked at Hinata's somewhat unusual eyes and couldn't help but smile. Perhaps the Tensigen was about to be born. Ryujiro, why are you smiling? Hinata asked puzzledly. Ryujiro rubbed Hinata's little head and smiled. It's nothing, that old man really has some insight. Hinata. At the same time, in a spacious place within Konoha village, where Jiraiya trained Naruto. Pervy Sage, what are we practicing today? Naruto asked curiously. Compared to before, Jiraiya's expression was much more serious. Naruto, this training is different from before. You're going to control the Nine Tails chakra. The Nine Tails. Naruto looked puzzled. Jiraiya pointed to Naruto's abdomen with his finger. It's the monster inside your body. Naruto's face changed instantly as he understood. Pervy Sage, what exactly is the monster inside my body? The people in the village say I'm a demon fox. Is it related to that? Gulp. Upon hearing the words demon fox, Jiraiya's heart pained for a moment, and he looked at Naruto with a slightly guilty look. This child, at such a young age, has experienced too much unfair treatment. Fortunately, after Ryujiro became friends with Naruto, his personality gradually became more cheerful. Originally, the fourth Hokage saved the village, but the people in the village regarded Naruto, the Jinchuriki, as the source of the disaster. If it weren't for Naruto's personality and if it were someone else, they would have turned dark long ago. Jiraiya explained to Naruto about the Nine Tails. Tailed beasts are aggregations of chakra. In other words, tailed beasts cannot be killed by ninjas. Even if they disappear, they will be reborn in a few hundred years. And the Nine Tails was the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts. The ominous chakra that erupted from Naruto several times before originated from the Nine Tails. As the Jinchuriki, Naruto must learn how to control the Nine Tails chakra. This was the riskiest part of this training. He must unlock part of Naruto's seal to draw out the Nine Tails chakra. If he can't control the Nine Tails chakra, the consequences will be unimaginable for Naruto himself. Naruto, are you ready? Jiraiya said seriously. Naruto nodded with a serious expression. Jiraiya touched the seal on Naruto's abdomen with his hand, and wisps of blue smoke gradually emanated from the octagonal seal. And in the next moment, a desire for destruction arose from his heart, and Naruto trembled all over. The next moment, the terrifying Nine Tails chakra stirred up a huge storm. Naruto lay on the ground, his face more obvious because of the influence of the tailed beast's chakra. At this time, Naruto's consciousness had entered the sealing space, looking around blankly as he gradually approached the cell of the seal. Suddenly, at this moment, a crimson evil eye appeared in the darkness, with that grim fox head and the terrifying chakra emanating from its whole body. The massive body of the Nine Tails gradually revealed itself. Chapter 100, Jiraiya's Crisis. As the chakra in the sealing space gradually lost focus, the Nine Tails chakra began to envelop his body. His eyes, now filled with the Nine Tails hostility, mirrored the beast itself. Good, just like this. Under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, memories of past injustices surged in Naruto's mind. The image of the third Hokage's death played over and over. Outside, Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, his body increasingly overwhelmed by the Nine Tails chakra. Chakra bubbles emerged continuously, bubbling up with a gurgle and grew in intensity. Jiraiya's expression darkened instantly. Has Naruto lost consciousness? Swoosh. A more terrifying burst of chakra erupted than before, the pressure of the Nine Tails chakra scraping against Jiraiya's exposed skin like blades. At the same time, Naruto's tails had increased to 3. When Naruto's tails reached 4, Jiraiya's heart trembled suddenly. Naruto's skin was burned by the Nine Tails chakra, and the evil chakra gradually corroded Naruto's body. Dark red chakra spread over Naruto, covering his entire body. As Naruto completed his partial transformation, he roared angrily like a miniature Nine Tails. Is this the Nine Tails chakra? It's truly terrifying. Jiraiya felt as if facing a mini Nine Tails, a tremendous sense of crisis enveloping him instantly. Naruto, now partially transformed into the Nine Tails, had lost consciousness. All that remained was the beast's desire to destroy everything. The beast like Naruto fixed his eyes full of hostility on Jiraiya. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a chilling cold run down his spine. The beast like Naruto moved with incredible speed. There was a thunderous boom, a huge cloud of smoke billowed behind Naruto, leaving a massive crater on the ground. So fast. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. He narrowly dodged Naruto's attack, but the impact still caused a huge explosion of chakra on the ground. The ground exploded, cracks spreading gradually. With just 4 tails, Naruto already possessed such terrifying power. If all 9 tails were to emerge, even Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp. He had been too reckless earlier, he had underestimated the power of the 9 tails. One careless move and facing the partially transformed Naruto could cost him his life. Earth release, Swamp of the Underworld. A massive swamp appeared beneath Naruto's feet. Naruto's body was gradually swallowed by the swamp, but such a small trick could hardly restrain the partially transformed Naruto. The beast-like Naruto roared and broke free from the swamp. At this moment, in the sealed space, the 9 tails watched the unconscious Naruto with a sinister smile. Good, good, just like that. Destroy everything. Only by using my power can you get everything you want. Once Naruto fully transformed into the 9 tails could use this opportunity to break through the weakened seal. He really had to thank Jiraiya for giving him this chance. The first thing the 9 tails would do upon breaking the seal was to destroy Konoha, the ninja village that he hated the most. Meanwhile, in the usual training place with Hinata, Ryujiro frowned and suddenly stopped his movements. Hinata looked at Ryujiro puzzledly. What's wrong, Ryujiro-kun? This chakra. Is it Naruto? No, it's the 9 tails chakra. Has its chakra already reached here? It seems that this is not just a simple leak of the 9 tails chakra. Ryujiro glanced deeply at Hinata. Hinata, wait here for a moment. I have something to take care of. He was now 100% certain that this unsettling feeling was indeed due to the 9 tails chakra. Even the chakra he had absorbed from one tail was restless. Ryujiro suddenly remembered a scene explained in the original anime. Could it be that Jiraiya used the 5 elements unseal to partially release the seal on Naruto's body? Otherwise, there was no other explanation for this sudden outburst of 9 tails chakra. Jiraiya had underestimated the 9 tails after all. Hinata watched as Ryujiro disappeared from sight and sat down on a nearby rock, waiting for Ryujiro to return. Boom. A huge explosion echoed. Jiraiya's face turned pale as he watched the scene. With just a single wave of his hand, Naruto had unleashed such a terrifying shockwave. The power of the 9 tails was truly despair-inducing. Roar. The partially transformed Naruto let out a terrifying roar once again. Jiraiya's face showed unprecedented seriousness. What was Naruto going to do next? The beast Naruto opened his mouth wide, chakra bubbles overflowing from his body and floating in the air. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's face changed drastically. He could clearly feel the high-density chakra within those chakra bubbles. The chakra gradually gathered and compressed, forming a chakra mass resembling a tailed beast bomb. Such high-density chakra. Even one hit would be fatal. Damn it, he had been too reckless this time. It was already too late to summon the 2 toads and enter Sage mode. Gulp. The beast Naruto swallowed the energy ball formed by the gathering chakra into his abdomen. The next moment, Naruto's body swiftly expanded, his lower half swelling up. A sense of impending death shrouded Jiraiya. Condense. Compress. Tailed beast bomb.